Chapter 1 God King crossing over is an identity experience? Jiangsu and Zhejiang Province. Suhang City. Young Master, Miss Shen is here. Tang Hao slowly opened his eyes and looked around. Inside the room endowed with European-style elegant decoration, he was sitting on a luxurious and comfortable leather sofa. Under the illumination of the bright golden ornate pendant, one could see that the table was decorated with all sorts of luxurious decorations, and the antique vases were each worth their weight in gold. He shook his head, started to remember. Shouldn't he have been sealed to the endless abyss? How did he suddenly come here? He turned his head to look at a burly man beside him wearing a black suit looking like a bodyguard status and asked, "Where is this? Young master, you've forgotten that this is the villa you spent more than $100 million on in Suwang City a few days ago." The bodyguard Wu Yong replied suspiciously. Suwang City? Villa? Suddenly, a wave of memories surged into his mind, and a scene like a slideshow of memory pictures flashed through his mind at breakneck speed. He sat frozen on the sofa, the corners of his mouth unable to stop twitching. I actually traveled across? He was originally the immortal God King of the Divine Realm, sealed by the combined efforts of the 8 Divine Kings, but it seemed that something went wrong with the seal, and it didn't seal him into the endless abyss, but instead, it allowed him to come here. But this place of crossing over was not a strange otherworldly continent, but rather, he had come to a novel world, an urban novel world called the Strongest Evil Soldier King. I didn't expect that even my own titular immortal God King could encounter such a bloody thing today. This novel was briefly summarized as a brain-dead story about a protagonist named Lin Yi, who returned from overseas as the king of mercenaries, and became the personal bodyguard of the female protagonist under the employment of the female protagonist's father. And after that, he drove all the way up, crushed all the way down, pretending to be a bully and receiving a harem, and stomping on the villains to become a pinnacle. But his own reincarnation is not even the protagonist, but by the protagonist stomped on the top of the playboy rich second-generation villain, Tang Hao, the first son of the Tang family in Yanjing, the first dude in Yanjing. The Yanjing Tang family was the pinnacle family in all of China. Grandfather is an old war hero, although people have been retired for many years, but in the summer dragon country that is also coughing to shake half the sky figure. My father was a high-ranking official, and his power was heavenly. Mother from the business, 8 and jumping founder. The country ranked the number of large enterprises. There is no his mother does not have shares. The value is incalculable. Second uncle is the economic center of Jianghai City, the highest figure, the absolute official. The third uncle from the army, has been a major general rank, leading the country's one of the special forces Eagle team. Other relatives in the family are all rich or noble. Such a status is infinitely close to the perfect role, hard to be played by him, must be brainless provocation of the protagonist, but do not kill the decisive. Little by little to send the head, waiting for the protagonist step by step to grow up to him to take revenge. In the end, not only was he cut into human sticks, died a miserable death, but also involved the whole family to become a stepping stone to the peak of the protagonist's life. That is a miserable but that's what this idiot did in his previous life, and now he's changed players, and I'm controlling this body. What Lin Yi, what king of soldiers, what protagonist aura, in front of my immortal God King which allows his kid to jump. In Tang Hao's eyes, everything in this world could be described in 8 words. E-drop, E-drop. It's all E-drop. No one can take anything away from me. Ding. The identity of the host has been determined. The reincarnation of the immortal God King from the divine realm. The system is connecting. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme villain system. Ding. Between the host's identity being too noble and coming from the ultra-high realm of the gods, this system can only serve as the host's servant and rename the host as the master. Master, Tang Hao title, Immortal God King, Divine Power, 10,000, Physique, 10, Extremely Weak Kidneys, Face Value, 98, Charm, 80, Store, Opened, Ding, Master you now have 100 attribute points to use, you can add them to any attribute at will, please use them or not. Sure enough, I've awakened the system. Tang Hao's standard evil smile, for him who had seen a lot of things, this system thing was the standard for travelers. Which traveler doesn't come with a system these days is too embarrassed to say that he's a traveler. However, this system was quite colorful. Knowing that his identity was noble, he took the initiative to lower his status. For the system's performance Tang Hao was quite satisfied. That young master, Miss Shen is waiting for you outside. Should I let her in? Wu Yang asked tentatively. Step aside, can't you see I'm busy? Let her wait. Tang Hao shouted at Wu Yang without any good humor. Wu Yang laughed nervously and scratched his head, wondering in his heart. He didn't see the young master busy with anything, just sitting on the sofa without moving. Although he was puzzled, he didn't ask any more questions. He knew about the young master's temperament, and he had to serve him carefully. However, he was puzzled. Usually the young master could not wait to rush out when he heard Miss Shen's name. Why did he behave so differently today? Tang Hao didn't have the heart to pay attention to Wu Yong's thoughts, and continued to look at his system panel. The others were fine. There were two items that he couldn't tolerate the most. One is the physique. Their Hall of God King Hao can only 10 points of the physique, but also his extremely weak kidneys, how to endure. Another is the face value. His face value Hao can only 98, must be full level 100. This world cannot have more handsome than me. System, face value pull full for me, add the rest to my physique. Ding, obey master. Ding, congratulations master physique, face value increased. Master, Tang Hao title, Immortal God King, Divine Power, 10,000. Physique, 108, 7-fold stacking. Face value, 100. Charm attraction, 80. Mall, opened. What does 7 stacking mean? Forget it, it doesn't matter. At least it's better looking than extreme kidney deficiency. How come this is only 100 attribute points? Can't it be 10, 000 or 8, 000? System, smiley face, sorry master. The system's limited ability can only provide 100 attribute points, but with the increase of the master's villain value, more attribute points can be obtained. Alright then, that's it for now. Wu Yong, what did you just say? It was only after the upgrade that Tang Hao remembered what Wu Yong seemed to be about to say. Young master, just now Miss Shen Manyi came over and wants to see you. Shen Manyi. Tang Hao suddenly remembered that the original Tang Hao had come to Su Hang City for this Shen Manyi. Originally, he had a good time in Yanjing, but suddenly one day he met Shen Manyi, who was traveling to Yanjing, and from then on, he had been chasing after her as a licking dog all the way to Su Hang City. In the end, in all kinds of means also let Shen Manyi father agreed to the engagement of the two people. What is she doing here? Tell her I'm busy and don't have time for her. Tang Hao impatiently waved his hand, joking, thinking that he was the original brainwashed villain. Seeing a woman and not being able to walk away, his own identity, was something she could see whenever she wanted to, but, the person outside said that this time Miss Shen must see you, and he also brought a man. Brought a man? Tang Hao thought with a twinkle in his eyes. Could it be the protagonist Lin Yi? So quick to match up. It seems like we haven't gotten to this part in the novel yet, right? Forget it, let's meet. If it's really Lin Yi it'll save you the trouble of looking for yourself. Alright, let her come in. Wu Yong took out his walkie-talkie and said to the inside. Young master said to let Miss Shen in. A piercing sound came from outside the door. Good you Tang Hao. Now the spectrum is so big, making me wait for you for such a long time before letting me in. Did I give you too much face this whole time? Chapter 2. Where do you think you are worthy of me? A woman in a black OL professional outfit walked in aggressively. The woman looked absolutely beautiful, and her concave and convex body was even more visible under the lining of the clothes. Behind her was a man in a black suit who looked quite good, but this man was completely devoid of any momentum and appeared very mediocre. Tang Hao could tell at a glance that this couldn't possibly be the protagonist Lin Yi, and immediately guessed that it must be Shen Manyi's random extra's boyfriend. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, secretly mocking in his heart. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise, secretly mocking in his heart. He didn't know to find a face value that could be close to his own, and he had the nerve to take out a man with the word dragon set written on his face. Shen Manyi saw Tang Hao sitting lazily on the sofa, revealing a look of disgust. Her brows knitted tightly as she questioned Tang Hao vehemently. Tang Hao, is it because I've been giving you face lately? How dare you make me wait outside for so long? Ha! Tang Hao bristled, a look of disdain on his face. This kind of brainwashed woman. The previous Tang Hao was blind to look at her. Something wrong? Tang Hao looked at Shen Manyi with an expressionless face. Seeing Tang Hao's attitude, Shen Manyi became even more annoyed. In the past, as long as she was angry, Tang Hao would transform into a licking dog trying to find ways to please her. But today she was so cold. Just thinking about it made her furious. Tang Hao, I came here today to tell you that I don't like you at all, and I hate you. And there's no way I'm going to admit to that marriage contract. I came in here to tell you that I already have my own boyfriend. So you die of this heart. Shen Manyi finished her speech and took the arm of the man beside her. Her aura was haughty towards Tang Hao. She had already prepared herself. No matter how much Tang Hao begged her later, it was useless. She herself was going to make Tang Hao die to her today. Tang Hao slowly raised his head and coldly replied, "Fine, then withdraw from the marriage. Don't beg me. It's useless if you beg me." What did you just say? Shen Manyi asked with incredibly wide eyes. I said well, then just withdraw from the marriage. Drama is not right. A sentence to Shen Manyi some confused. Tang Hao should not be dead skin extremely retain her well, and then in their own coercion. The last may take out their own family pressure their own. How to be so quick to agree? Tang Hao crossed his legs and looked at the two leisurely. No change in his heart. Tang Hao, what the hell are you trying to do again? Shen Manyi snorted in annoyance. What do you mean what the hell am I up to? I don't believe you would be that kind. Are you pulling some kind of trick again? Trying to catch me? Or are you trying to secretly go after my boyfriend? After saying that, Shen Manyi shook the arm of the man beside her. The man in the suit couldn't help but shiver when he heard Shen Manyi's words. His body couldn't help but shiver. He had heard of Tang Hao, which was the #1 young man in Huaxia, and the #1 playboy in Yanjing. Tang Hao smiled disdainfully. Ghosting? Oof. You also take yourself too seriously. Take your brain to think about on the identity, on the family, on the strength. Which point do you think you are worthy of me? Shen Manyi was dumbfounded by these words. I don't deserve you. Shen Manyi looked at Tang Hao with an unbelievable face. This was something Tang Hao could say. This wasn't even the sun coming out of the west. It was the sun directly exploding. Okay, today since she came in she felt wrong. Today Tang Hao's attitude towards her unprecedented coldness. For Tang Hao's attitude, Shen Manyi even feel a little aggrieved. Good year Tang Hao, chasing people like a toad dog around people. And now say change of heart on change of heart. What is the reason for chasing me? Half of the chase is not chasing. Shen Manyi thought more and more aggrieved. Looking at Shen Manyi's appearance, Tang Hao also knows what she thinks in her heart. This kind of arrogance always thinks that she is high above the whole world. To surround her woman should be properly killed to kill her flames. My words are finished. I will send someone to your home tomorrow to formally inform your elders that the marriage contract is broken. You are dumped by me. Get lost. Hearing these words, Shen Manyi was like a thunderbolt. She had been dumped by Tang Hao, dumped by her own licking dog. Shen Manyi's eyes were confused and froze in place, not reacting for a moment. The man beside him and her looked embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Zhou Shiping was originally brought by Shen Manyi to pose as her boyfriend as a shield, and now his task seems to have been completed. But the process in the middle seems to have been reversed. Seeing Shen Manyi frozen in place, Tang Hao waved his hand at Wu Yong, signaling him to see off the guests. Wu Yong walked to Shen Manyi and made a gesture of invitation. Miss Shen, please. Shen Manyi clenched her teeth tightly. Tang Hao, you will definitely regret this. When you come begging me again, I will definitely make you pay for today's words. Shen Manyi stomped heavily on the ground and turned away in anger. Zhou Shiping awkwardly jogged after him. Wu Yong returned to Tang Hao, silently giving him a big thumbs up in his heart. Young master, I really admire you today. Your performance today is really too relieving. That woman I've long since looked at her with disdain, relying on her own few looks, full of princess disease. She's worthy of young master you there. Tang Hao smiled contemptuously and didn't say anything more, because she knew that Shen Manyi would turn back to herself before too long. Shen Manyi, who had walked out, was furious outside the villa and stomped madly on a rock. While stomping, she cursed under her breath. Bastard Tang Hao, stupid, fork, Tang Hao, how dare you dump my mother? It's true that no man in the world has a good thing. My mother must make you regret it. When the time comes I'm going to smash your head to pieces. Looking at the emotional Shen Manyi, Zhou Shiping did not know whether to go up to comfort. He thought about it but still mustered up the courage to go up. Maybe this is an opportunity for his own performance. Get it right, maybe the fake word of fake boyfriend can be taken off. That man, don't be angry. Zhou Shiping put a hand on Shen Manyi's shoulder. Shen Manyi, a sharp-eye kill, looked at him. Zhou Shiping instantly became more embarrassed and withdrew his hand. Zhou Shiping, you recognize your own identity clearly. You are just a driver that my father hired for me. Don't think that you can make a move on me just because you pretended to be one of my boyfriends today. Shen Manyi's tone was very cold. There was no room for maneuver. Zhou Shiping silently sighed in his heart. No wonder Tang Hao didn't like her. Now even Zhou Shiping himself felt that Tang Hao had just made the right choice. I know. Zhou Shiping nodded. Shen Manyi didn't have the good sense to yell at Zhou Shiping as he continued. Why don't you drive there? Why are you still frozen here? Okay. Zhou Shiping trotted forward to open the door of a blue BMW. Shen Manyi stepped heavily into the car. Zhou Shiping is Shen Manyi, father to Shen Manyi, newly hired driver. He now at noon to understand why the previous driver resigned. No wonder the wage is higher than the usual full-time driver of 2 or 3 times. If it is not a high wage, who will serve this temperament woman? Their conversation was clearly seen by Tang Hao, who was watching the camera in the villa. Tang Hao couldn't help but want to curse this body's previous life. How did this kind of woman see? Pure brain disease. But this was no longer important. What he was going to do next was what really made sense. Chapter 3, You're looking at the wrong person. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for changing the braindead plot. The supreme villain value has increased by 5,000 points. And you have obtained 10 boxes of Durex, beginner's piano skills, and a random female lead strategy manual. Raider manual. Tang Hao took out the strategy manual and looked at it himself, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. So it's this female lead. This is still more to my liking. This guidebook carefully records the locations of this female lead's activities and the things she encounters in the coming period of time. Tang Hao tore up the guidebook after reading it. He had memorized every word on it, and no longer had any use for this. Tang Hao beckoned for Wu Yong to come over. Young master, What are your orders? Go prepare the car. I'm going out. No problem, young master. Wu Yong just wanted to turn around and prepare. Wait, call a few more bodyguards to come with us. Okay. Wu Yong walked out to get ready, and before long 8 men in black suits with sunglasses stood together on both sides of a stretched Rolls-Royce Phantom. As Tang Hao walked out, it was already dark, and several men bowed to Tang Hao at the same time. Good day, young master. Well, go out with me today to do some errands, and follow from behind. Yes, young master. Tang Hao walked to the front of the car in stride. Wu Yong opened the door, one hand blocking the top of the door to prevent Tang Hao from bumping his head when he entered the car, and when Tang Hao sat down, Wu Yong stepped up to the driver's seat to act as a chauffeur. Behind him, the 8 black-clothed bodyguards quickly got into the 2 Mercedes-Benz cars at the back and followed the Rolls-Royce. Where are you planning to go, young master? To the Sulin Jiayuan Villa area. The Sulin Jiayuan Villa area was also the top villa area in Suhang City. Every villa here was above $10 million and many billionaires lived in this neighborhood. Wu Yong finally arrived at the Sulin Jiayuan Villa area after more than half an hour of driving, but Tang Hao didn't get out of the car, but glanced at his watch. It was already 7:30 p.m., and it was already dark. Tang Hao edited a long message in his cell phone and sent it to Wu Yong, who looked at the words on it in surprise and looked at Tang Hao. Young master, this, do as I say. As you wish, young master. Wu Yong then drove the car to a place where it wouldn't be easily discovered and called out all the bodyguards in the back. Tang Haoza opened the system's mall. Ding. Master, please ask what goods you need to be exchanged. Tang Hao glanced at the things in the mall. There was a wide variety of commodities. Lamborghini Poison 100, 000 Supreme Villain Value Redemption. Powerful Physique Pill, each boosts 100 points of physique, 20, 000 Supreme Villain Value Redemption. Advanced Piano Skill, 2, 000 Supreme Villain Points. Tang Hao's heart was still a bit itchy as he looked at this powerful physique pill. After all, the matter of boosting his physique was still too much of a temptation for him. However, he couldn't use his Supreme Villain Value today. At this time, Wu Yong came over with a few bodyguards in a mysterious manner. Young master, the people have been brought over. Tang Hao nodded. Bring them over. Only to see a few bodyguards carrying a man who was tied up in 5 different ways, walking over and putting the man down. A middle-aged man who appeared to be less than 30 years old. The man was gagged, his eyes filled with fear as he knelt in front of Tang Hao, his mouth constantly muttering something, but due to the towel gagging his mouth, it was completely impossible to hear what he was saying. Shut up, Tang Hao snapped. Yang Bo was instantly scared by Tang Hao's aura and didn't dare to make another sound. He, don't be afraid. As long as you listen you won't be harmed either. Tang Hao revealed an evil smile. Yang Bo nodded heavily in fear. I'll take the towel out of your mouth, but you can't shout, otherwise I'll click you. Hear me clearly? Oh, Yang Bo nodded heavily again. Good. Tang Hao yanked the towel out of Yang Bo's mouth. Big brother, I've thought it through. I'll never set up a stall again. I'll never affect the cityscape again. You let me go this time. I'm not a city manager. Tang Hao stormed. Own this aristocratic temperament. Where do you see me like a city manager? You're not a city manager? Then what are you arresting me for? I'm poor enough to set up a stall. I can't be robbing me. Yang Bo asked with a puzzled face. Cough cough. I can this time ask you to come because of one thing. I know as a music teacher, usually also part-time tutor. Are you recently teaching a girl to learn piano? Brother, how do you know? Cut the crap and answer the question. Yes, big brother. This way, I'll double how much he pays you. Just say that you're sick and hospitalized. Introduce her to a music teacher who's better than you, and when the time comes, you can just recommend me to her. Oh, I see. Big brother, you like that girl. You're talking too much nonsense. Just say whether you'll do it or not in the end. Tang Hao fiercely grabbed Yang Bo's collar. As the saying goes, the rich can't be obscene, the poor can't be shifted, the mighty can't be bent. Big brother, I, Yang Bo, am at least a cultured person. The education I received since I was a child doesn't allow me to do this. I won't lie, you guys are looking at the wrong person. I offer $1 million. Big brother, see, people really accurate. You let me say what I say. Yang Bo immediately got in the spirit. That's right, good boy. Tang Hao loosened Yang Bo's collar. Untie him. Wu Yong walked over and untied all the ropes on Yang Bo. Yang Bo stood up and patted the dust on his body. Tang Hao took out a backpack from the car and flung it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo took the backpack and opened it. His eyes were almost glaring out. A whole backpack full of banknotes. This is $1 million. As long as you do this right, these are all yours. Big brother, you are my nobleman. Yang Bo flung himself on his knees. The reason why Yang Bo was so excited is because he really lacks money. Yang Bo as a university music teacher originally had a pretty good income, but his parents are suffering from diseases. And every month the medicine money is tens of thousands of dollars, not to mention all the other expenses. So a person has to do many part-time jobs, and this money from Tang Hao is undoubtedly saving him from the fire. Alright, just do your own thing. Maybe there will be something for you in the future. Big brother, don't worry. In the future what can be used with little brother as long as you give the order. I must not say a word to help you get even. It had to be said that Yang Bo was also considered a righteous person. Afterwards, Tang Hao waved his hand to signal him to hurry up and do it. Yang Bo happily stood up and took out his cell phone to dial a call. Hey, Mr. Yang, why are you calling me now? A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Yuxin, it's like this. I suddenly got sick today. Ahem. So I won't be able to go to the piano lesson tonight, but I found you a piano teacher who is even better than me to replace me. I believe that under his guidance your piano level will definitely be taken to the next level. In that case, Mr. Yang, you are sick, then you must rest well. You don't have to worry about my piano lessons. No, your piano lesson is not a small matter. It can be related to whether you can get the first good grade in your grade. As Yang Bo spewed a mouthful of saliva, Tang Yuxin on the opposite side of the tiger froze. Even Tang Hao was a bit surprised. Talent, this lying does not even bring drafts. Chapter 4, The Lost Lover. After a round of persuasion from Yang Bo, Tang Yuxin finally did agree to go tutoring with Tang Hao as the new teacher. Tang Hao was still very satisfied with Yang Bo's performance. Tang Hao drove a Mercedes alone into the villa area this time, and didn't let the bodyguards follow. After all, he didn't want to draw attention to himself. Yang Bo was temporarily have Wu Yong they watch. In case this kid temporary change of mind that his plan will be in vain. Have to keep an eye out. Tang Hao came to Tang Yuxian's villa. The system mall will open. Spend 2,000 points of supreme villain value exchange senior piano skills. After making preparations, Tang Hao knocked on the villa door. The door was opened. Facing Tang Hao smelled a wonderful aroma, only to see a well-proportioned, innocent-looking beauty appear in front of Tang Hao. The person who opened the door was none other than Tang Yuxin. In the system to his information in the Tang Yuxian is Jiangsu and Zhejiang University of Pure School Flower. Known as Jiangsu and Zhejiang University of the four major beauty of the first face to see really up to this title. Tang Yuxin wore a white short-sleeved halter dress. The shoulder lived with a special pattern. Her long hair was combed to make 3 strands respectively on both sides of the shoulder and behind. Looks very lovely. When she saw Tang Hao, Tang Yuxin was shocked, because she saw that Tang Hao was too handsome. From childhood to adulthood, she was the first time to see such a high value of the boys, even if it is compared to those stars on TV is also more than ever. This also made her heart instantly a little nervous. Tang Yuxin asked with wide-eyed confusion, "You are? I'm your new piano teacher introduced to you by your teacher Yang Bo. My name is Tang Hao." "Oh, that's right." Although Tang Yuxin nodded, but there was still some disbelief in her heart. This young man from a year ago only looked to be in his 20s, not much more beat than himself. How could he make teacher Yang keep highly recommending him? "Then you come in." Tang Yuxin opened the door. Tang Hao walked into the villa with a smile at her. Tang Yuxin was a little nervous after replacing the door to her room, not knowing if it was because Tang Hao was just too handsome, or if it was the nervousness of being alone with an unfamiliar boy for the first time for a little girl who hadn't had a single relationship by the time she got to college. Tang Yuxin's father, Tang Hao, was a famous entrepreneur in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the chairman of Hao Group. Ever since she was a child his father had been particularly busy, so Tang Yuxin was often alone at home and rarely had friends, let alone strangers coming to the house. Just at this moment, her cell phone rang. The call was from Yang Bo. "Hello, MS. Yang." Yang Bo's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Yuxin. Has Mr. Tang arrived at your home yet?" "Teacher Tang, you mean a young man called Tang Hao?" "Yes, that's him. A very handsome young man. You study well with him." "Mr. Tang's professional ability is very strong. You can definitely learn a lot of things. And even if you can't learn the piano, its knowledge may also be able to get some other knowledge." "Other knowledge?" Tang Yuxin was puzzled. "Don't bother you guys study." After saying that, Yang Bo hung up the phone, leaving behind a dumbfounded Tang Yuxin. But although she didn't understand Yang Bo's meaning, but at least it proved that Tang Hao was indeed introduced by Yang Bo, she still dropped her guard. "Teacher Tang, you come with me. I'll take you to the practice room." Tang Yuxin was a little shy as she led Tang Hao towards a room. Tang Hao nodded, then scanned the villa behind Tang Yuxin. The villa's interior decoration style was very simple, atmospheric but not introspective. The two walked to the practice room. A European-style ancient-style piano was placed in the middle of the practice room. Tang Hao walked up and casually pressed a few keys. The piano emitted beautiful music. One could tell that this piano was definitely not expensive. "Teacher Tang, how is it? This piano looks pretty good, right?" Tang Yuxin looked at Tang Hao with a smile. Cough cough, "It's quite good. since that's the case then let's start practicing. After saying that, Tang Hao sat on a chair to the side. Tang Yuxin smiled and sat in front of the piano. Teacher Tang, I've been practicing a piece lately, but it doesn't always feel good. Please teach me. Okay, no problem. Tang Yuxin then began to play, and a classic piano piece, Lost Lover, rang out under Tang Yuxin's playing. The beautiful sound of the piano made Tang Hao couldn't help but nod his head. Having gotten advanced piano skills, he could hear that Tang Yuxin's ability had already reached the level of a professional musician, completely capable of performing on a provincial stage. Tang Hao closed his eyes and enjoyed the beautiful music, but halfway through the conversation, Tang Yuxin suddenly stopped, eyes filled with loss. Tang Hao opened his eyes to look at Tang Yuxin. What's wrong? I can't continue playing. Tang Hao asked suspiciously. Why? Didn't you play quite well? Don't have the piano score anymore? No, I don't know why. The first half of this tune I played very smoothly. Even when I first saw the tune I could play it down. But the second half I never knew how to play. Even though I asked many teachers to play it, they could never help me find that feeling. It was like something was missing. What's missing? Yes, it's that feeling of missing a feeling. Can you understand? Tang Yuxin's big watery eyes looked at Tang Hao. Maybe it's the feeling of love. Tang Hao replied. Have you ever been in love? No, but then again, it seems like I have. What do you mean as if you have and as if you haven't? I haven't been in love in reality, but I always have the same dream, and there's a person in the dream, and I'm very happy every time I see him, as if I was a lover in my past life. If I meet him I can definitely play the full tune. Tang Yuxin's eyes were filled with anticipation. Want me to try? Tang Hao stood up. Tang Yuxin thought about it and nodded. Well, okay. Tang Yuxin stood up and walked to the side. Tang Hao sat in front of the piano and stroked it. Then he played it seriously, and under the beautiful sound of the piano, Tang Hao seemed to have a familiar feeling, while Tang Yuxin, who was beside him, also had the same feeling. Both of them were caught up in the music, and as the sound of the zither spoke halfway through, Tang Yuxin's mood began to tense up, which was something she had been unable to break through. When the second half of the music sounded, it was as if a long dusty seal had been broken. A familiar feeling flooded into her mind, a dreamy memory. Although so many people had played it, none of them could yet bring back memories. Only the music played by Tang Hao enlightened her. And he looked at Tang Hao's face with an inexplicable familiarity, as if it was a memory from his past life. Tang Yuxin's tears couldn't help but fall. Tang Yuxin fiercely hugged Tang Hao, who was still engrossed in playing the piano. Tang Hao was startled. Just now he was fine. How did he suddenly hug over? Tang, isn't this too fast for you? After all, we've only met for a few minutes. For you we've only met for a few minutes, but for me I've waited for you for 20 years. Tang Yuxin's bean-sized teardrops dripped down onto Tang Hao. Congratulations to the host for unlocking Tang Yuxin's lost memories. Supreme Villain Value plus 10,000. Although Tang Hao was dumbfounded, this mission seemed to have been completed successfully, and the female host had been rated. Alright, don't cry, Tang Hao softly comforted, but in his heart, he was happy. Chapter 5, 7 Stacked Rewards. Such an awkward scene smothered him to the point that he was a little breathless, moving his head to get some fresh air. Sensing Tang Hao's movements, Tang Yuxin's face reddened from her neck to her ears. However, she didn't have any revulsion in her heart, just pure shyness, and she immediately let go of Tang Hao, at a loss for words, and straightened out her clothes. Tang Hao laughed in his heart. How could he let you hug and leave as you say? Going up and grabbing her arm, he pulled Tang Yuxin over again. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a smile, gently hooking her chin and kissing her deeply. Being kissed like this by Tang Hao, Tang Yuxin instantly blushed. Was this the feeling of kissing? This was the first time she had experienced this feeling. She was so nervous that her entire body stiffened up, moving like a zombie. The reason why Tang Hao was so bold was also because of Tang Yuxin's previous behavior. It was obvious that Tang Yuxin had already taken him as her dream lover. Although he didn't know what the situation was, his brain instinctively told him that the opportunity was too good to miss. If he went along with the traditional method of rating the heroine, he still didn't know that he would have to write a few hundred chapters. Tang Yuxin's body was trembling a bit nervously, but she had already accepted it all, and even had some expectations in her heart, and she responded to Tang Hao in a very rusty manner. Although Tang Yuxin didn't have any relationship experience, she was very smart and quickly mastered the skills under Tang Hao's guidance. It was only after a long time that the two parted reluctantly, Tang Yuxin's big watery eyes flickering, tears seeping into her eyes, but they weren't sad but touched, a long-awaited touch. Tang Yuxin licked her lips and touched them with her hands again, her eyes a little misty, and a little unfulfilled. Tang Hao smiled playfully. What? The feeling is not enough? Tang Yuxin blushed shyly and delicately punched Tang Hao's body with her small fists. Disgusting. This dainty sound not only hit Tang Hao's chest, but also his heart. Holding Tang Yuxin's waist, He picked Tang Yuxin up in a princess hug. Tang Yuxin seemed to realize something. Her body trembled even more nervously, shyly lowering her head and not daring to look directly at Tang Hao. Ding! Congratulations to the master for changing the plot and rating the female lead Tang Yuxin. The supreme villain value increased by 100,000. Ding! Congratulations master for consuming a layer of physical strength. Supreme villain value increased by 1,000. Ding! Congratulations to master for consuming 2 layers of physical strength. Supreme villain value increased by 2,000. Ding! Congratulations to the master for consuming 3 layers of physical strength. The supreme villain value increases by 3,000. Good lord! The original 7-layer stacking was used like this. The supreme villain value was originally stacked like this. Tang Hao seems to have discovered a new continent. System, I'm asking you how many attribute points I have left now. Ding! Answering master. Currently master you have 109,000 supreme villain value. 1 powerful physique pill is priced at 20,000 supreme villain value, so you can purchase up to 5 of them to increase your physique by 5,000 points. Then what are you waiting for? Purchase all the powerful physique pills for me. Ding! Obey master. Congratulations master for obtaining 5 powerful physique pills. Tang Hao looked at the 5 golden physique pills in front of him and swallowed 4 in one breath. Master, Tang Hao title, Immortal God King. Divine power, 10,000. Physique, 508, 35 layers stacked. Face value, 100. Charm attraction, 80. Mall, opened. Highest 35 layers, 666. What did you just eat? Tang Yuxin's big watery eyes looked at Tang Hao. Didn't eat anything. Don't lie to me. I just saw it. You clearly ate a golden thing into your mouth. Could it be? Could it be? Tang Yuxin's eyes revealed an expression of surprise. Tang Hao's forehead went black, a few black lines showing, knocking Tang Yuxin's little head. What are you thinking in your little head? I'll knock your head off if you dare to talk nonsense again. Oh, Tang Yuxin beamed and touched the knocked head, still nodding obediently. Seeing Tang Yuxin's adorable appearance, Tang Hao didn't want to tease her anymore and took out the golden powerful physique pill in his hand. Look, what is this? Chocolate? Tang Hao couldn't help but smile at Tang Yuxin's innocent eyes. What chocolate? This is a pill that can boost your physique. After eating it, it can make your physique multiply several times, and your figure will be better. Really? Can you give me one of this? Tang Yuxin revealed expectant eyes looking at Tang Hao. Of course, this was originally prepared for you, but after eating it, Tang Hao revealed a smile. Tang Yuxin immediately understood when she saw Tang Hao's smile, and could only lower her head and nodded in shame. Tang Hao wrapped his arms around Tang Yuxin's neck and sent the powerful physique pill into her mouth. As Tang Yuxin's physique improved, her body underwent some changes, and her waistline became visible. Ding! Congratulations master for consuming 4 levels of physical strength. Supreme villain value increased by 4,000. Ding! Congratulations master for consuming 5 layers of physical strength. Supreme villain value increased by 50,000. Ding! Congratulations to the master for consuming 6 layers of physical strength. Supreme villain value increased by 60,000. Ding! Congratulations to the master for consuming 7 layers of physical strength. Supreme villain value increased by 70,000. Although she had just eaten the powerful physique pill, Tang Yuxin's physique was still too poor compared to Tang Hao's. Chapter 6 Establishing a Relationship. Tang Yuxin quietly looked around the room, her head resting on Tang Hao's shoulder. Do you think our relationship is developing too quickly? Tang Yuxin asked in a soft voice. Is this bad? No. Tang Yuxin shook her head as best she could. It's just what kind of relationship we have now. At this time, Tang Yuxin had a slight uneasiness in her heart. This was the time when she was most insecure. Does this even need to be asked? In the future, I'll be your boyfriend, and you'll be my girlfriend, Tang Hao said softly to Tang Yuxin's face. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Tang Yuxin's heart was happy while her nose was sore. She waited for Tang Hao's words. The tension and uneasiness from just now instantly dissipated, leaving behind only the expectation for the future. With your words I'm relieved. Ding! Congratulations to the master for changing the plot to become Tang Yuxin's boyfriend. The protagonist Lin Yi's chi value decreases by 50,000, and the master's supreme villain value increases by 50,000. The next day, early morning, Tang Hao woke up with a start and stretched. Looking at Tang Yuxin, who was still asleep, he revealed a bright smile. Ding! Master has successfully rated the first female lead. The system presents the second female lead rating information for the master. So soon, a parchment-like system page then appeared in front of Tang Hao. It clearly described the information of the second female lead, and Tang Hao roughly understood it. A civilian schoolgirl? Worthy of being a King of Soldiers novel. The second schoolgirl of JZU appeared so quickly. After reading some basic information, Tang Hao closed the page. Tang Yuxin also lazily rolled over. Get up. Sleep a little longer. Tang Yuxin said with a somewhat fuzzy lisp. If you don't get up you'll be late for school. Get up. Tang Hao gently pulled Tang Yuxin up. Tang Yuxin could only reluctantly sit up and put on her clothes with sleepy eyes. The two casually ate something and left the door. After they left the house, Wu Yong was already waiting for Tang Hao at the villa. Tang Hao had informed Wu Yong in advance that he would personally send Tang Yuxin to school today. When Wu Yong saw Tang Hao and Tang Yuxin holding hands, his heart wildly threw out 666. This is all it takes? Only one night? If it wasn't for the fact that Tang Yuxin was next to him, he really wanted to kneel in front of Tang Hao and say, "Young master, why don't you start a class, and I'll listen on my knees." When Tang Yuxin saw Wu Yong's eyes, she was a little nervous in her heart and her pretty face instantly turned scarlet. "What are you looking at? Don't open the door yet," Tang Hao said to the dazed Wu Yong. "Oh, young master, young granny please." Wu Yong immediately opened the car door. Hearing Wu Yong call her young granny, Tang Yuxin dared even less to look directly at others, holding Tang Hao's hand as she quickly walked into the car. After the two got into the car, Wu Yong naturally acted as the driver. Tang Yuxin hadn't been paying attention when she first arrived, and only when she got to the car did she realize that Tang Hao's rider's car was a Rolls-Royce. Although she didn't really know much about cars, but for some of the car brand level is still clear. As a rich girl she has also seen a lot of rich people are driving Rolls-Royce. She can feel Tang Hao this must be worth a lot of money. Now she is even more curious about Tang Hao. Tang Hao in the end what is the identity? But she did not ask directly, but want to dig a little bit of their own, so that it will be more interesting. Soon they arrived at the entrance of Jiangxi University. Jiangxi University, ranked in the top 3 in the country, the best university in Jiangxi province. Countless handsome men and women gathered here. Every one of them is a super IQ school bully, but for the rich and powerful, this is also the best harem gathering place. Rows of luxury cars parked in front of the door. BMW, Audi can only be considered the minimum standard. Porsche is not uncommon. From time to time dressed in sexy beautiful girls from the car out. However, when Tang Hao's Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived, other cars directly eclipsed. Tang Hao's car is undoubtedly the most beautiful boy on the street. None of the other cars could match it, and none of the passing students stopped by. "I'll go. Rolls-Royce? Who is this? So awesome. If only I had a car like this, I would put Red Bulls on it every day." You want to eat farts. If only a handsome man came down from inside, that would be my Prince Charming. Do not look at their own looks. People are princes. You are the princess of the ravine. For the thoughts of those college students outside, Tang Hao didn't care. "Have a good class today. I'll accompany you some other day." Tang Hao gently patted Tang Yuxin's head. "Aha." Tang Yuxin nodded obediently. "Go." "Wait." Tang Yuxin closed her eyes and her lips pouted. "What parting kiss." Tang Yuxin's sappy dainty drops. Tang Hao kissed it heavily, and only after 3 minutes did Tang Yuxin walk off the bus in satisfaction, saying goodbye to Tang Hao. When Tang Yuxin stepped out of the car, everyone's eyes gathered on Tang Yuxin's body. Isn't this our great Tang school flower? Worthy of being the daughter of the Hanghai group? This ride, there's nothing to say. Some other day I'm going to buy a book. How can I make a rich woman fall in love with me to study it properly? I don't want to talk hard, begging for adoption. Waiting until Tang Yuxin completely disappeared from Tang Hao's field of vision, Tang Hao only ordered Wu Yong to park the car in an inconspicuous corner. He was waiting for the civilian schoolgirl that the system had provided him with this morning. And sure enough, it wasn't long before Tang Hao noticed the civilian schoolgirl Zhang Shuyan. Although Zhang Shuyan was only wearing the most ordinary clothes, her face value was not affected in the slightest, and the aura that could be noticed in a crowd at a glance could not be hidden. "Young master, what are you looking at?" Wu Yong couldn't help but ask. "See that girl?" Tang Hao pointed to Zhang Shuyan's position. Wu Yong also saw it at a glance. "That pretty girl in the white bodysuit? Yes, that's her. Her name is Zhang Shuyan. You'll immediately send someone to investigate her for me later. The clearer the better. But don't let anyone find out." "Young master, you are thinking? Just do a good job. Don't ask so many questions." Tang Hao frowned. "Yes, young master." Wu Yong was really shocked by Tang Hao this time. This just took in a big beauty and immediately set his eyes on another big beauty. He had to shout in his heart, "Bullish." Chapter 7 Clubhouse. Today is just to meet this civilian schoolgirl, but it is not yet time to start. Wait until everything is ready. He will then take it in one fell swoop. Taking one last look at Zhang Shuyan in the distance, Tang Hao ordered Wu Yong to leave. With the sound of the car starting up, the Rolls-Royce flew away. While Zhang Shuyan glanced at the car in the distance, she felt as if someone was looking at her just now. "Young master, where are we going now?" "Find a place to relax and unwind. By the way, did you do what you arranged for you to do yesterday?" "Don't worry, young master. I've already put out the word that we broke our engagement with the Shen family. I believe that the Shen family won't be able to do anything about it anytime soon." Well done. Always send someone to keep an eye on the Shen family, and tell me the first time you have any news. Don't worry, young master. There is absolutely no problem with my work. Well, go to Silver Leaf Clubhouse next. Everything is more complete there. Okay, young master. Wu Yong stepped on the gas. The car rumbled and sped off. It didn't take long to arrive at the Silver Leaf Clubhouse. Seeing such a luxurious luxury car, the people who entered the clubhouse were all amazed. The people who could enter and exit the clubhouse were all rich people wearing brand names, although they were also some so-called successful people, but for some of the real giants, they were only some of the riff-raff. Simply can't go to Tang Hao's eyes. When Wu Yong opened the car door, Tang Hao got off. All of them were marveled. Wow, this person is also too handsome. I've never seen a man with such a high face value. I'm going to get drunk. Which star Gigi is this? From now on my husband is going to change again. Did you guys see his car? Rolls-Royce Phantom UGG. It looks like it's still a customized version. With money and face, it's simply my perfect lover. Sisters, quickly on. Who first snatched is whose? Before he finished speaking, a large group of obsessed women madly rushed over to Tang Hao. What to do? Young master, there are too many people, you quickly go in. I'll block them. Wu Yong saw the wolf-like women rushing over and hurriedly shielded himself in front of Tang Hao. What's the rush? I've already prepared. Tang Hao nonchalantly clapped his hands, and immediately dozens of security guards rushed out from the Silver Leaf Clubhouse to form a human wall around Tang Hao's body, all of them tightly stopping outside. The wall of people to Tang Hao is the center of the Silver Leaf Clubhouse, slowly moving, and finally the security guards escorted Tang Hao into the clubhouse. At this time, a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a big belly immediately ran over in a hurry. Tang Xiao, you've had a hard time. The people outside are too unruly. They didn't run into Tang Xiao you. The manager nodded his head and complimented in front of Tang Hao. It's fine. Who let me look really handsome? It's considered normal for those women of theirs to be like this. Being too handsome is also a kind of trouble. Tang Xiao, what you said is too right. A man as handsome as you, there's absolutely no second one in this world. Those what popular youngsters in front of you are all just some dirt chickens. Low key, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Say more if you can talk. Tang Xiao, I'm not kissing your ass. What I'm saying is from my heart. There's a sentence that is false. I'll be trampled to death by that group of women when I go out. Ha 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 ha, carrot oh carrot. Being next to Wu Yong, hearing the manager's words, goosebumps fell all over the place. No wonder he can be the manager. Feelings of this rainbow farts are fast blowing up to the sky. You did a good job this time. Very timely. Perform well in the future. Tang Hao patted the manager's shoulder. No problem, Tang Xiao. According to the chairman's instructions, we have prepared the most luxurious VIP private room for Tang Xiaoyu. Let's go now. Good. Go and have a look. Young Tang, please follow me. The manager led the way in front, with Tang Hao and Wu Yong following behind. Young master, when did you prepare those people? How come I don't even know? You're still too short-sighted. The chairman of this clubhouse is managed by our Tang family's people sent from Suzhou and Hangzhou. Before we came I notified their chairman to prepare in advance. Everything just now was prepared by me in advance for them to prepare. So that's how it is. Worthy of being the young master. Wu Yong was once again impressed by the power of the Tang family. Although he had stayed by Tang Hao's side for 3 years now, he had some understanding of the Tang family, which was a family that was like a behemoth in China. Although he knew that the Tang family was huge, he hadn't expected it to spread so widely, and the business circle of Suzhou and Hangzhou was also involved. Tang Hao didn't pay any attention to Wu Yong's thoughts, and the few people took the elevator to the top floor. Opening the door, 2 rows of beautiful women standing in neat rows sprung up in front of the 2 of them, and behind them was a pool as big as a soccer field. Good day, young Tang. The beauties bowed to Tang Hao in unison. Good. Tang Hao nodded in satisfaction. What about me today? I'm not here for anything else. Just have a good time, everyone. Hear that? Tang Xiao has given the word. Why don't you hurry over to accompany Tang Xiao? The manager immediately signaled to the beauties. As soon as the manager's words were finished, the beauties ran over towards Tang Hao and Wu Yong. Young Tang, swimming together. Young Tang, the clothes I specially prepared for you today. Do you think they look good? Young Tang, the lipstick I specially prepared for you today. You taste it, can be sweet. No need. Just when the 2 were playing around, Tang Hao's cell phone rang at the poolside. Who is it? Such a spoiler. Tang Hao shouted impatiently. On the other side of the room, Wu Yong also both frowned. Forget it, go see who's calling. Tang Hao pointed at a beautiful woman beside him and said, okay, young Tang. That beauty swam to the shore and picked up her cell phone. Xiao Tang, it's a call from a woman named Shen Manyi. It's her, don't bother with her. Just hang up. The beauty pressed the reject button. The phone continued to ring. Hang up. It rang again. Hang up. Rings again. Chapter 8, The Downtrodden Shen Family. The phone rang endlessly. In fact, Tang Hao had already guessed the purpose of Shen Manyi's phone call, which was nothing more than a series of chain reactions brought to her family after the dissolution of the marriage contract. It is estimated that the entire Shen family is now in a mess. The reason why Tang Hao kept hanging up on Shen Manyi was to tell her that it was you who were now begging for me, so that he could recognize his own identity. After a few hang-ups, Tang Hao finally picked up the phone. Hey, what's up, Tang Hao? I'd like to see you once. Shen Manyi's voice came over the phone, and it could be heard that she was currently in a very lost mood. Met, not available. Wait, don't hang up. I'm trying to have a good talk with you about the marriage contract. Marriage contract? What's there to talk about? I've already followed your advice and broke off the engagement. Now we don't have any relationship. What's there to talk about? This matter is not something that can be made clear in a sentence or two. Can we meet? Shen Manyi's tone was very low, completely lacking her previous arrogance. I said, there's nothing to talk about with you, Tang Hao. I've already begged you in a lowly manner. What else do you want to do? Do you want me to kneel down for you? Shen Manyi's tone even had a hint of crying in it. Looks like it still hasn't changed. Tang Hao then directly hung up the phone. Well, what did Tang Hao say? Shen Manyi's mother on the other end of the phone anxiously inquired about Shen Manyi's situation. He said he didn't want to talk to me. Shen Manyi looked at her mother aggrievedly. Man Yi, what do you think we should do? Our Shen family is now in debt. Your father was also arrested by that group of debt collectors. Said if he does not go in, he will cut off one of his arms. What do we do in the Shen family? Shen Manyi's mother's tears flowed out. Then what can I do? Who let my father? He had to go to borrow loan sharks. Now well, the previous cooperation of the company all ran away. The workers below the money cannot be issued. Above the borrowed money cannot be paid. What can I do? You also said, if it wasn't for you wanting to break off the marriage contract with the Tang family, our Shen family could have ended up in today's situation? How is this still my fault? Shen Manyi looked at her mother with aggression in her eyes. How not to blame you? Tang Hao, that point is not worthy of you. Want money, money. Want status, have status. Want looks, have looks. Counting or we climbed high. Why can't you figure it out? Shen mother looked like she hated iron and steel. But, his character. What's wrong with character? Who doesn't know that he's the #1 dude in Yanjing? What Yanjing's first big dude? Is the young man as young and exuberant some? You see that the young master of the big family does not have some shortcomings. In the future, slowly on the good. You do not go through the wind and rain. How can you see the rainbow? Is this the same thing? How is it not the same thing? And in the past when Tang shouted you how good what you want to give what? Say what to listen to what? Never did excessive things to you why you so do not know to seize the opportunity it? You now quickly continue to call, or less than your father cannot be saved. Even we may be in danger later. Shen Manyi tangled holding the cell phone. Do you call or not? If you don't call I will call. Anyway, I have lived for decades and have a thick skin. Let your mom lose face. Okay, mom, I'll fight okay? After saying that Shen Manyi rushed to her room with tears in her eyes and slammed the door heavily. Shen Manyi dialed Tang Hao's phone again. Hey, what else is going on? Tang Hao, I'm begging you. My dad was taken away. They said they'll cut off his arm if he doesn't pay back the money. I'm begging you, help me. I'm apologizing to you for my previous ignorance. I'm sorry, I'm begging you. Seeing as you sincerely admit your mistake. I'm not a cruel person. Come over, I'm at the Paradise Clubhouse. Okay, I'll come over right away. Wait for me. Tang Hao then hung up the phone. Shen Manyi excitedly rushed out from the room. How's it going? Did Tang Hao agree to help us? Mother Shen couldn't help but ask. She said he's at the Paradise Clubhouse and told me to go find him. Then you go quickly. Oh, I'll go now. Shen Manyi immediately, the car keys on the table, directly rushed out of the house. More than an hour later, Shen Manyi drove a red sedan to the entrance of Paradise Clubhouse. After entering the clubhouse, Shen Manyi didn't immediately go to see Tang Hao, but came to the toilet. Because of the argument with her mother just now, the crying makeup had been somewhat painted. She wanted to meet Tang Hao in a state of high spirits. Even if she was going to beg, she still had to dress decently. After another hour, Shen Manyi looked at her face with satisfaction. Confirming that there were no tear marks and no traces of crying could be seen, he patted his face and took a deep breath. Walking out of the restroom, she found the manager of Paradise Club. May I ask if Tang Hao is here? Oh, you're asking about Tang Hao from the Tang family in Yanjing. Yes, that's him. Where is he? You are? I'm his friend looking for him for something. Oh, good. Tang Hao is resting in the VIP private room on the 5th floor. I'll take you there. Good. Under the manager's leadership, Shen Manyi arrived at the 5th floor private room. The manager knocked on the door. Young Tang, there is a beautiful young lady who says she is your friend who wants to see you. Let her come in. Tang Hao's voice came from inside the room. Please come in. The manager made a gesture of invitation. Shen Manyi opened the door to the private room. and the decorations inside the private room were very luxurious. Even a young lady with a fairly good family like her had never seen such a clubhouse private room before. Basically is already the presidential suite specifications. Covers an area of more than 200 square meters. There are 2 inner room. Inside the wood products are basically made of the most expensive mahogany. All kinds of utensils have everything. However, Shen Manyi was not here to see these. He saw Tang Hao sitting on the sofa in a white robe, listening to music with a leisurely face. The manager wisely closed the door, leaving the 2 people alone. Say it, what is it that you're looking for me today? Tang Hao didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I want you to help me. Since the marriage contract was broken off, the companies we worked with before collectively broke their contracts with our company. My father now owes a huge pile of debt. The robbers took him away. Our Shen family is now desperate, said Shen Manyi, lowering her head. Tang Hao nodded. I know all of this, but this can only be blamed on your Shen family's greed. In the name of marriage with our Tang family, they took the opportunity to pull together so many companies, and in order to expand their scale they didn't hesitate to borrow from loan sharks. Now that the bubble has been popped, who can be blamed for this? Only you. You what you? Am I wrong? Shen Manyi heard Tang Hao's words although she was furious but was powerless to refute. Alright, I came here today to let you solve the problem, not to let you make snide remarks. Let me solve the problem. Tang Hao snorted. Who am I to solve the problem for you? Do I owe you? You? Well, at least we used to have some friendship. Are you so heartless? Shen Manyi clenched her teeth. Friendship? What kind of friendship we have? Let me ask you, since I met you, have you ever given me a look? How? Have nothing to say. Before that stupid cough. Not. Before I do not understand. Even will do your licking dog. When I come to my senses, think for yourself. You go which point worthy of me? Yuxin family have that point worthy of our Tang family. For Tang Hao's word Shen Manyi was furious, but was unable to refute. What Tang Hao said seems to be the truth. Chapter 9, Knocking off Shen Manyi's flame. Then how will you be willing to help me? Help you? That depends on what I can get? Then I promise to be your girlfriend. Shen Manyi seemed to make an incomparably big decision. Girlfriend? Shen Manyi, you don't seem to understand what I mean. I said you're not worthy. Then what do you say I want? Shen Manyi was practically collapsing. She requested him so lowly, but Tang Hao didn't give her any face at all. You're only worthy of being a maid for me now. What? I'm only worthy of being a maid. Yes, that's right, and it's the most humble kind of maid. Tang Hao, you don't bully people too much. I'm bullying people too much. Well, if you don't want to do it you can turn around and walk out. The door is over there. Shen Manyi was furious. She turned around and was about to leave. After leaving this door, your Shen family will never have a chance to turn around again. And I'm afraid that your father's life will also be hard to protect. This voice was like a heavy punch hitting Shen Manyi's heart. Shen Manyi turned to Tang Hao and said word for word, okay, I'll listen to you. I'll do it. That's right. It wouldn't have been better earlier. Since you promised, then come over. Shen Manyi slowly walked over to Tang Hao. Tang Hao pulled her into his arms, one hand wrapped around her waist, the other dragging her chin. At first Shen Manyi was still a bit startled, but when she saw Tang Hao's face up close again, she didn't have the same feeling of disgust she had before. Looking at Tang Hao up close, she realized that his features were so handsome, which made her unable to resist being a bit mesmerized. Full face value was kidding you. Whoever looked at it wouldn't be mesmerized. Put this dress on. Tang Hao took out a red Christmas cat ear dress from a nearby drawer. You're asking me to wear a dress like this? How is that possible? Tang Hao, don't go too far. I, Shen Manyi, would never wear a dress like this even if I died and jumped from the 5th floor today. Alright, since Miss Shen has such a backbone, then I won't force myself, and you shouldn't call me again in the future. Originally I have a card here with $100 million deposited in it. If this $100 million is used on the Shen family, it should be able to directly solve the difficulties of the Shen family. But unfortunately, such a backbone Miss Shen must not want. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Shen Manyi's eyes lit up. Looking at that black card was like seeing a life-saving straw. If there is $100 million can definitely pay off his father's debt, and maybe even let his family rise again. Thinking about it, is not just wearing a Christmas cat ear costume? Many short video platforms on some anchors do not wear such clothes in disguise? One is not ashamed. Okay, I'll wear it. Shen Manyi gritted her teeth. But let me tell you, I'm not doing it for your money. I just simply like wearing Christmas costumes. A resentful look was her last stubbornness. Ding! Congratulations to Master for changing the plot. Shen Manyi's character has been greatly altered. Congratulations to Master for the increase in supreme villain value by 10,000. Shen Manyi picked up her Christmas outfit and headed to the inner room. And before long the brand new red kitten appeared in front of Tang Hao. Although Shen Manyi's character is very annoying, but her face value is indeed undoubtedly a big beauty. Just now also a wave of arrogant Miss Shen changed into a Christmas kitten, but do not say, change address, temperament and just completely different, but also really more a few points of the sweet sister's feeling. Tang Hao from the bottom and up to measure Shen Manyi. I have to say, Shen Manyi two slender legs like two pencils in general, standing straight on the ground, small waist does not show a trace of fat. This set of clothes would have been slightly tight. Wearing in Shen Manyi's body is to highlight her proud body. If it wasn't for Tang Hao's relatively strong determination, if it were anyone else, he would have been unable to control it. Seeing Tang Hao's gaze on his own body, Shen Manyi always felt a bit awkward, and unconsciously lifted her clothes upwards. How is it? Satisfied? Shen Manyi's cheeks were slightly flushed. What's this with which you don't really think you can satisfy me just by changing your clothes? Then what else do you want? Shen Manyi said with one hand holding the clothes somewhat shyly. Recently there's a cat's paw dance that feels quite suitable for you. Dance one for me. Tang Hao looked at her with a playful expression. I won't. Shen Manyi twisted her head with a playful expression. It's okay, I have a video here. Tang Hao took his phone out and opened a short video software, placing a video in front of Shen Manyi, only to see a video of a beautiful female anchor, wearing cat ears on her head and cat claws on her hands, dancing in a red Christmas outfit. Ali Gadeo. Meow. Nigni-san. Meow. A familiar music rang. Shen Manyi stared at the dance on the video with wide-eyed surprise. This is also too much. Learn to dance 10 times. 10 times? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I absolutely will not dance this dance. Beat me to death. Shen Manyi acted very firmly, not giving in at all. Not dancing? Fine. Since you're not dancing then get out. Tang Hao leaned back and lay on the sofa. No, I'm saying 10 times is too much. Less. 5 times. No, just 10 times. 6 times. No. 8 times. No more. Deal. Tang Hao revealed a satisfied smile. Shen Manyi suddenly felt as if she had been set up, but there was nothing she could do about it now. The fate of their entire family was in Tang Hao's hands, and if Tang Hao didn't help her, absolutely no one would dare to help them. Meow. Rio Dao. Didn't eat. Jump harder for your master. Tang Hao slapped Shen Manyi's backswing. You lighten up. Tang Hao's slap went down without the slightest bit of mercy. After the dance, Shen Manyi looked at Tang Hao with resignation, her heart suddenly reacting. When did she become like this? Without dignity in front of Tang Hao. Was this still herself? Think about just a few days ago. Tang Hao was still stalking him to get rid of. How now he became his licking dog instead. Feeling wrong, Shen Manyi glared at Tang Hao with a resentful gaze. But Tang Hao immediately returned a sharp look. Shen Manyi immediately shrank her head back like a wounded kitten. What's wrong? You look like you're in a mood. No. Shen Manyi panicked and waved her hands to explain. Oh, it's good if you don't have it. Just say it if you have emotions. I'm a person who dislikes nothing more than forcing someone to do something she doesn't want to do. Hearing this, Shen Manyi simply had to take a breath. Do not like to force others to do things. Then just now he has been groveling for what? Could it be that he wanted to wear a Christmas dress? Looking at Shen Manyi's appearance of wanting to explode but not daring to do so, Tang Hao's heart was very refreshing. Just like to see her this kind of feeling of not being used to herself and not being able to do anything about it. Like Shen Manyi, such a woman should be properly suppressed to suppress her, knocked off her arrogant flames, her temper to grind to good. This kind of Missy's temper might still be of some use against those decent protagonists, but wanting to deal with him was simply dreaming. But it was fine up to here. Rice has to be eaten in bites, and people have to be ground a little bit, or else it might backfire. Alright, seeing that you have behaved pretty well today, I count you as having passed. You don't need to care about the next thing, you go home. Your father, I will send someone over to solve it. Really? Great. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Shen Manyi was immediately happy and about to jump up. Chapter 10, Immortal Golden Body. Dog Skin Paste. After promising her, Tang Hao sent Shen Manyi away. At the same time, he called for Wu Yong. Young master, what are your orders? Wu Yong walked up to Tang Hao and asked respectfully. You now bring people to do a few things for me. First, right now, you go to Chief Long of the police station at the same time and ask him to investigate Shen Manyi's father and save him from that group of people. Second, take my gold card and find one of our people who knows how to run a company to acquire all of the Shen family's properties back, at the same time making us the Shen family's debtors. Third, remember the commoner schoolgirl that I talked to you about today? Young master, you mean the one you met in front of the entrance of Jiangja University today? Yes, that's her. I know she's called Zhang Shuyan. You send someone to investigate her family properly. I reckon that her family will definitely have difficulties in the near future. Notify me at the first opportunity when the investigation is clear. Understood. Young master, I will go and do it right away. After saying that, Wu Yong wanted to turn around and leave. Wait, what else do you command, young master? This is my subsidiary gold card. It's been hard on you these past few days. You can relax and unwind after the mission. Tang Hao handed Wu Yong a golden card. Young master, it's my honor to work for you. No need. Don't talk nonsense. Take it if you're told to take it. Having a reward is motivation. Take it and do a good job afterward. Understood. Young master, I will do what you arranged properly. Wu Yong received the gold card and walked out with a smile on his face. Tang Hao looked at Wu Yong's back. This Wu Yong had loyalty, ability, and was a rare talent. If he could use it well, he might become his right-hand man in the future. Tang Hao then looked at the date. According to the information provided by the system, the protagonist Lin Yi should be returning from overseas soon. He must be ready to deal with him before he arrives. Tang Hao opened the system panel. Master, Tang Hao title, Immortal God King. Divine power, 10,000. Physique, 508, 1 leaf. 35 times wolf. Face value, 100. Charm attraction, 80. Shopping mall, opened. Supreme villain value, 51,000. Now physique-wise Tang Hao felt that it was already fine. There was no point in raising it even if he did, so he set his sights on divine power. Divine power. As the name suggests, this is a special ability beyond humans. Divine power is like a battery in a flashlight. As long as there is divine power in him, he can learn all sorts of superpowers beyond normal people. System, is there anything in the mall right now that I can learn skills from? Ding. Searching for the owner. Ding. Found to be a master cultivation skill. A skill book then appeared in front of Tang Hao. Invincible golden body. Can be the user to enter a state of invincibility, during which they won't be subjected to any of the most damage. Consumes 100 points of divine power per minute. Price, 40,000 supreme villain value. This skill is good, and the price is whole can be bought. Well, just buy this skill book. Ding. Master consumed 40,000 points of supreme villain value. Congratulations master for obtaining the exclusive skill book, Invincible Golden Body. Invincible Golden Body skill book then in front of Tang Hao. Tang Hao just opened the skill book. The skill book turned into light points into Tang Hao's body. Tang Hao instantly mastered Invincible Golden Body. The system produces. Must be a fine product. This skill book simply do not need to learn by yourself. Obtained directly mastered. Now my divine power value is 10,000. That means my Invincible Golden Body can be used for 100 minutes. That doesn't directly abuse the protagonist to doubt his life. 6 p.m. JNU. The day's course had ended. Tang Yuxin was now at the entrance of the university. Her eyes had been staring in one direction. That direction seemed to have a unique attraction that made Tang Yuxin's gaze unwilling to leave. In fact, it is because she gave Tang Hao a phone call before school. Let Tang Hao come over to pick her up. For such things Tang Hao of course obliged. Not to mention that Tang Hao also wanted to see Tang Yuxin a long time ago. His own supreme villain value exhausted. Want to get some of this must be Tang Yuxin to help to do Tang Yuxin is like a little girl in love, waiting for Tang Hao to arrive and what sweet things will happen. Will he bring himself a gift? Should not. I did not say. I guess Tang Hao will not think, but not necessarily. In case he is a careful man, Tang Yuxin's brain is we two little people. For this little thing can be entangled half a day. Yuxin, how do you not go at the door now? Is it not driving? At this time two girls came over. They were Tang Yuxin's classmates. What are you talking about? One look and I know that our Yuxin is waiting for someone. Otherwise how would she keep looking in one direction? The other girl said. Is that so? Yuxin. Who are you waiting for? It can't be your boyfriend, right? Hearing Lu Yuhan's words, Tang Yuxin's pretty face immediately flushed a little red and smiled shyly without answering. But her reaction had already betrayed her. No need to say the two girls understood. Li Yunwei opened her mouth in surprise. I really didn't expect Yuxin you really have a boyfriend. You are the first school flower of our school. How is your boyfriend? Handsome or not? Both people looked at Tang Yuxin with a gossipy face. Seeing the two people's hot eyes, Tang Yuxin was even more shy. You guys don't look at me like this. Tell me, Yuxin, what kind of person is that boy? Handsome or not? Has no money? What does his family do? This series of 3 questions. And then look at the expression of the two people made Tang Yuxin is crying and laughing. She knows that if she does not say they will probably be pestering themselves. He is very handsome. Then you have seen any one of the people are handsome. Seems to be quite rich. What the family is doing I do not know. It is estimated that the business. Tang Yuxin replied with some pride in her tone. Speaking of her boyfriend's excellence, girls would instinctively have a sense of pride. And he is also particularly talented. Will play the piano. The most important thing is that he is very powerful. The first time on the said here Tang Yuxin immediately covered her mouth. Fortunately breaks. Or almost said the 7 wolves. What is very powerful? Learning is awesome. He even told me to do my homework? Tang Yuxin laughed, pinching a cold sweat for herself. Oh, such a high evaluation. It seems we must see what such a perfect man is like today. The two girls obviously couldn't stop gossiping. Who do want to call? Why don't you let me see it as well? At this time a heavily made-up man walked over. Tang Yuxin and the two girls' eyes revealed a hint of disgust when they saw him. This man's name was Su Kanhui. His father was the boss of a company, and relying on his family's background in the Taoist world, he rode roughshod over the school. A big man all day to draw the makeup, then the girls are thick. More importantly, his reputation in the school is not generally poor. The university 3 years not only made dozens of girlfriends, but also a lot of girls to get pregnant, but he did not have a responsible for. The poor girls can only be a person to go to the hospital to abort. For such scum, none of them want to get involved. But this dog skin plaster that everyone loathes has recently stuck to Tang Yuxin. He threatened to chase after Tang Yuxin in a month. Borrowing a phrase from Zhuge Liang, I've never seen such a shameless person. Chapter 11, Toad 5 Swans. How come you all stopped chatting once I came? Yuxin, are you waiting for me here? I knew that girls are just knife mouth. Tofu heart. In the morning also said that they don't like me. In the afternoon after school is here waiting for me. Hearing these words, Tang Yuxin 3 people a day to eat the rice are almost spit out. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? Is simply a scum and the odd man out. You don't make a fool of yourself. I'm not waiting for you. Every word I said this morning is the truest words of the heart. I have no possibility with you at all. I'm less than don't like you, and I also hate you. You stay away from me in the future. At this time, Tang Yuxin seems to be a new person. Always gentle as water character instantly becomes strong. Eyes very sharp. Give a person a kind of refusal outside the feeling. Hearing Tang Yuxin's words, Su Sanhui's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity, but it only disappeared in an instant. Ha ha, Yuxin, you're really good at joking. I know you girls all like to say the opposite. Dislike is like is dislike. I get it. Su Kanhui had a rogue look on his face. He could tell that no matter what Tang Yuxin said he wouldn't leave. He was even getting closer to Tang Yuxin step by step. Su Kanhui, what do you want? I'm telling you our classmate Yuxin already has a boyfriend. Try to put your thoughts to rest or else our Tang Yuxin's boyfriend won't let you go. Li Yun was the first to stand out and shouted at the shameless Su Kanhui. What? Tang Yuxin, you actually have a boyfriend? Hearing these words, Su Sanhui's face, who had been wearing a lewd smile, instantly became twisted. Yes, that's right, I already have a boyfriend, and he'll be here soon. If you leave now it's still not too late. If you don't wait for my boyfriend to see you pestering me he won't let you go. Tang Yuxin tone very bottom. From the expression can be seen on her own boyfriend very trusting. This more provoked Su Kanhui angry mood. He has played so many women before, whether it is coercion, or stalking, or with money to smash have not missed. Subsequently, ordinary women play enough, want to try a school flower, because the long-term unfavorable let him form a haughty mentality, think as long as it is their own eyes on the woman, absolutely will not escape a door into the palm of the hand. Did not think that this Tang Yuxin has gone boyfriend, which makes him a big blow. Su Kanhui coldly snorted, won't let me go, I still won't let him go? Dare and I Su Kanhui rob woman. I want to see in the end is that not long-eyed thing. Today I do not let him give me kneel down to sing conquest. Old son name backwards right. The current Su Kanhui simply didn't pretend anymore, directly exposing his nature, took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number. Hey, brother Nyo, I've encountered something over here. Call a few brothers over. Yes, I'm at the school entrance. Hanging up his cell phone, Su Kanhui revealed a hideous face. At this time Tang Yuxin, Lu Yuhan, Li Yunwei 3 people were nervous. They thought about it. Su Kanhui seems to really have some social forces. As the saying goes, it's hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. If Tang Hao really came alone, then he definitely won't be the opponent of so many people. Thinking of these Tang Yuxin some regret to mention Tang Hao to Su Kanhui. This is not purely to Tang Hao trouble. If Tang Hao is in danger, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Tang Yuxin immediately took out her phone and wanted to call Tang Hao to tell him. But Tang Yuxin just took out her cell phone and Su Kanhui immediately found out. He grabbed Tang Yuxin's cell phone with a quick hand. What? Want to call to report? Late. Just now is not that your boyfriend will not let go of me. Then let him come over. Su Kanhui had a villainous face. It was disgusting to watch. Su Kanhui, you don't go too far. How would I go too far? My thoughts are simple. I just want you to be my girlfriend. I will let you feel the happiest thing in this world, said with a lewd smile on his face as he approached Tang Yuxin. I didn't expect Su Kanhui to be so unbridled in this public. Even the 2 girls next to him were scared pale, but only a resonating sound was heard, and a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Several people's gazes were attracted by the car, and Tang Yuxin's heart was instantly delighted, as she recognized it as Tang Hao's car at a glance. A man in a black suit with sunglasses stepped out and opened the car door, only to see a man whose clothing was luxurious without losing substance, whose appearance was handsome without being soft, and whose body was full of aristocratic temperament stepped out of the car, and whose gaze fell on Tang Yuxin, a sunny smile appearing on his face. This appearance coupled with this value, enough to let every woman for the fall. If there is a person in this world can be comparable to his existence, it must be the year of the Asian heavenly king Kimura Takuya. Li Yunwei Lu Yuhan. Two people as to Tang Hao's face value attraction cannot help themselves, have revealed the infatuation female phase. After Tang Yuxin was happy again, she ran towards Tang Hao as fast as she could, and opened her arms to hug Tang Hao tightly in happiness. Tang Hao smiled and touched Tang Yuxin's little head, his eyes full of favor. Tang Hao, if you don't come I'm going to be bullied. Tang Yuxin leaned against Tang Hao's chest in a kind of little girl snitching tone. Tang Hao frowned. What's going on? Who's bullying you? It's him. Tang Yuxin huffed and puffed, pointing at Su Kanhui in the distance. Tang Hao's cold eyes looked toward Su Kanhui, and Su Kanhui felt that he had actually sent a cold chill down his spine from a single look. From a series of Tang Hao's actions just now, fools can see that his identity is absolutely extraordinary. For people like Su Kanhui who have seen all kinds of various classes, Tang's aristocratic temperament is definitely not feigned. In Jin's eyes, the Su Kanhui and Tang Hao at this moment formed a stark contrast. If Su Kanhui was an ugly and shameless toad, then Tang Hao was simply a swan of the most honorable and beautiful origin. It was true that there was a comparison that would do harm. Seeing the gaze of the onlookers, even Su Kanhui himself realized what was going on, and then looking at Tang Yuxin's bird-like appearance in front of Tang Hao, the anger in his heart grew even more intense. He hated how there could be such a man in this world. No way today, no matter what he had to destroy him. Su Kanhui clenched his fists fiercely, revealing a vicious killing aura towards Tang Hao. The two girls beside him immediately felt fear and also ran towards Tang Hao to hide behind him. Tang Hao also felt the aura on Su Sanhui's body, but he only smiled faintly. He had just listened to Tang Yuxin telling him how this Su Kanhui was pestering him, and he had already labeled Su Kanhui as dead. In his opinion, this person in front of him, no, it was scum. He was already dead. Behind Su Kanhui, a group of socialites dressed in strange shapes and even more abrupt hairstyles came to Su Sanhui's side. Chan Hui, who has upset you? A fierce-looking fat man who looked over 200 pounds asked Su Kanhui. Brother Nyo, you came just in time. It's him. Su Kanhui viciously pointed at Tang Hao. He's the one who robbed my woman. You kid doesn't want to live. How dare you get on my old brother Su's? Before he could finish, this brother Nyo realized something was wrong. I say, this kid looks like the head is not small. Driving a luxury car. I'm afraid it's not too good to mess with. It's okay, brother Nyo have something I bear. You guys despite on the life I am responsible for. Chapter 12. Are all girls so brave nowadays? Alright, old brother, since you said so, then wheel him with an open hand today. Brother Nyo gave an order, and a dozen people rushed towards Tang Hao. Tang Hao, what do we do? Tang Yuxin grabbed Tang Hao's hand somewhat nervously. Tang Hao pinched Tang Yuxin's palm and gave her a comforting smile. Don't worry, I'm here. Then he turned his head and made a wink at his bodyguards. All these punks, send them to the police station. As for that person, don't let him live, and their entire family, all go accompany him as well. Tang Hao's words were plain, but those who understood the meaning knew how terrifying it was, changing the fate of a family with a random sentence. Yes, young master. The bodyguard beside him then waved his hand, and four black-clothed men quickly came down from the Mercedes behind the Rolls-Royce and rushed over to the group of punks. In less than 30 seconds, a dozen or so punks fell to the ground as the four bodyguards beat them up. Su Kanhui was scared pale. The four bodyguards didn't drag their feet at all. They directly went up and pressed him to the ground. No matter how he struggled, it didn't have the slightest effect. You go ahead. Come back after you've settled it. Yes, young master. The sunglasses bodyguard beside him walked over. You too. I'll send you back. Tang Hao looked at the two girls whose mouths had already turned into O's from surprise. It wasn't until Tang Hao spoke to them that they reacted back from their surprise. The two nodded frantically. The four of them got into the car. This time Tang Hao acted as the driver while on the co-pilot was undoubtedly Tang Yuxin. The two girls sitting in the backseat seemed to have discovered a new world. They had never done this level of luxury car before. Rolls-Royce, this was a world-class luxury car. For them it was an existence that they couldn't touch even after a lifetime of exhaustion. And today they really sat in it for real. Yuxin, what's your boyfriend's name? His name is Tang Hao. Tang Hao, this name is really nice, and also has the same surname as you. You two are really destined. Lu Yu looked at Tang Hao with an envious face. Yuxin, the two of us can really envy you. If we can also have such a boyfriend, how good it would be. At that time we can dream and wake up with a smile. If I fight with such a boyfriend, I would hate to smack myself with 2 slaps. Listening to the words of the two people, Tang Yuxin heart gorgeous, feeling proud of herself, then to boast her own open. It is said that the female student is not as good as marrying well. What is excellent is not as good as their husband. How do you know? the two people gossiped again. We are. At this time, Tang Yuxin seemed to have transformed into a little chatterbox, now talking endlessly as soon as she mentioned Tang Hao and herself. Tang Yuxin put Tang Hao as how to come, how the two people are together to learn the piano, and finally because of a song each other in love. In the middle of some is Tang Yuxin own imagination out of the picture. Make Tang Hao are a little bit crying and laughing, but the two girls are listening to the flavor. If in the view of people, because of a song fell in love, which is indeed a bit unthinkable, but in their view, this may be 6 or 7 destiny. After listening to Tang Yuxin's narration, the two girls were deeply plunged into this beautiful love. After a while, Li Yunwei pushed Lu Yuhan's arm, but Lu Yuhan was a bit hesitant. Li Yunwei glared at Lu Yuhan and came to her ear and whispered, "If you don't seize this opportunity you won't have a chance later." But that's not good. Right, Tang Yuxin is still next to her. There is nothing bad. Their own happiness themselves do not grasp is not to wait for God to fall paya. This time is not the fall of the piet. You are not good then. Lu Yuhan lowered her head and thought about it, nodded her head fiercely as if she had made up her mind. The two people glanced at each other, their hearts already understanding each other's thoughts. Then turning to Tang Hao, they asked, "Young Tang, how many girlfriends do you have now?" Don't they ask this? Tang Hao was a bit puzzled. If he said that his girlfriend was currently only Tang Yuxin, but Shen Manyi already didn't count at all, and nothing else, although just not right now. Why are you asking that? Yeah, what do you mean by that? Tang Yuxin also asked suspiciously. Yuxin, we said you don't get angry. Think of your boyfriend, such a perfect man. We also fell in love at a glance. Yuxin, can you let Tang Xiao have 2 more girlfriends? This word out, Tang Hao almost steering wheel did not grasp almost fly out. Steady will car Tang Hao parked on the side of the road. Now the girls are so brave? In front of other people's girlfriends' face, so say, not afraid of being hit. I know, you are very difficult, but we also want to seize this opportunity. If we miss this opportunity we are afraid that in the future there will never be again. Even if it is just to be a small wife can be the two of us to be a small wife. You to be the first wife. We will listen to you in the future. What all? Li Yunwei revealed a pleading expression at Tang Yuxin. Looking at the two people's expressions, Tang Yuxin was also surprised and didn't know what to say. For her, a young girl who was in love for the first time and had been in love for less than 2 days, she had immediately encountered such a problem, and she was directly hot-headed for a moment that she didn't know what to say. Yuxin, I know this makes it difficult for you, but the two of us won't give up, although the chances are slim, but we will still try our best. After saying that, the two looked at Tang Hao once again, and Tang Hao has not yet reacted when the two people actually kissed on Tang Hao's face left and right, and took out the cell phone that Tang Hao put in the car, forcibly added the two people's WeChat, and on the way out also wrote down Tang Hao's phone number. An operation as fierce as a tiger. Tang Hao and Tang Yuxin all were whole blinded. Wait until they reacted to the time. When they reacted, the two girls had already gotten out of the car. Tang Yuxin looked at Tang Hao with a grudging face, her mouth bulging out, although she was angry but looked so cute. This isn't my fault. It's useless for you to look at me like this. If it wasn't for you hooking up with the two of them, how could this happen? How could I? I didn't even say a few words to the two of them. I don't care. Whoever let you bring them on board is your fault. Tang Yuxin pinched her slender little waist with a kind of sinful expression. Tang Hao wanted to cry without tears, did not expect his own unintentional action to cause such an ending. Okay, I'm wrong. It's all my fault. Don't be angry. Tang Hao touched Tang Yuxin's small head, but Tang Yuxin was like a small animal, using her head to shake Tang Hao's hand away, which reminded Tang Hao of the short video where a small pig used its head to open the rice bowl all video. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. You still laugh? I'll hit you, said Tang Yuxin, waving her small fist at Tang Hao. It's really because you're too cute. I couldn't help it. I know it's wrong. You're not allowed to contact them in the future, or I'll get angry. Alright, I know. Let's go home. After saying that, Tang Hao continued to drive, but Tang Yuxin kept thinking about this matter in her mind. Even if Tang Hao contacted them, what could she do? Although now from their own perspective, the two classmates had gone too far, but from their perspective, they were very brave. If things were reversed on this occasion, and Tang Hao's girlfriend wasn't herself, would she also be so brave towards them? Chapter 13, The Family Situation of a Civilian Schoolgirl. Tang Yuxin's heart was in turmoil. She didn't want to lose Tang Hao. Never. But she knew that a man as good as Tang Hao could never be the only one she liked. And this kind of thing would definitely happen again in the future. How can one defend oneself against so many people? Who to blame for one's own troubles? Probably blame oneself for finding such a perfect man. All the way Tang Yuxin was thinking about this matter. When she arrived at home, Tang Yuxin was still thinking about it. Tang Hao saw the preoccupied Tang Yuxin and went up to comfort her. Today's matter, it's all my fault. Don't mope about it, okay? I promise to never get involved with them again in the future, okay? Tang Hao hugged Tang Yuxin. Tang Yuxin looked at Tang Hao with big watery eyes. It's okay, I've figured it out. I found such a good man, I'm already very content. As long as you have me in your heart, I'm happy. I shouldn't be tethered to you, but you have to promise me that you'll never abandon me. I swear, never abandon you. After saying that, Tang Yuxin stood on her tiptoes and kissed heavily at Tang Hao. Ding! Master consumed 1 layer of stamina. Supreme villain value increased by 1000. Ding! Master consumes 2 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 2000. Ding! Master consumes 3 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 3000. Ding! Master consumes 4 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 4000. Ding! Master consumes 5 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 5000. Ding! The master consumes 6 layers of stamina. The supreme villain value increases by 6000. Ding! Master consumes 7 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 7000. This time, Tang Yuxin was very proactive. Completely free of yesterday's rustiness. Her learning ability was very strong. How is it? Is it comfortable? Tang Hao asked as he stroked Tang Yuxin's forehead. Although Tang Yuxin's voice was small, it was still clearly heard by Tang Hao. Tang Hao looked at Tang Yuxin's graceful figure. For him, Tang Yuxin's physique was still too weak. After accumulating just now, the current Tang Hao already had 25,000 supreme villain value. But it still wasn't enough. Only Tang Yuxin alone obviously couldn't fulfill Tang Hao's need for supreme villain value. Tang Yuxin's stamina was limited. It couldn't be endless. So it seemed that the next heroine's strategy would have to speed up. After all, the 100,000 point supreme villain value reward was very generous. I hope that the wishes that I have made will bear flowers all the way, and escort the dreams of that time to withstand the sands of the wind. A cell phone rang. Tang Hao took out his cell phone. It was Wu Yong calling. Tang Hao looked at the tired Tang Yuxin next to him, put on his clothes and walked out. Hey, Wu Yong, how are things going? Tang Hao came to the door and picked up the phone. Young master, I've done all the tasks you gave me. Miss Shen's father Shin Yuanzhou has already been rescued by us, and the kidnappers have all been sent to the police station. In addition, we helped the Shen family with all the debts they owed, as well as acquiring all the shares of the Shen family's company. It can now be said that the lifeblood of the Shen family is now in young master's hands. Good. This matter was done beautifully. You can come back next. Yes, young master. There's also that commoner schoolgirl you instructed me to investigate. I've also found out clearly. You can talk about her when you come back. Yes, young master. After saying that, Tang Hao hung up the phone. He looked back at Tang Yuxin again, who was breathing very evenly and slowly at this time, and could tell that she had fallen asleep after her strenuous exercise. Tang Hao helped her turn off the lights and left alone. At night, Tang Hao drove back to his villa. And by this time Wu Yong had already returned. When Tang Hao walked into the villa, Wu Yong immediately greeted him after. Young master, you're back. Well, let's talk about it. The girl who asked you to investigate. Tang Hao walked into the villa, then sat on the leather sofa. Okay. Wu Yong stood in front of Tang Hao and took out a document, which was the information he had compiled after sending someone to investigate. I've taken a general look at it. This girl is called Zhang Shuyan, one of the 4 school beauties of Jiangxi University. Although she's very pretty, however, her family conditions are very difficult, and her family lives in a shantytown in the city. Tang Hao nodded. This was similar to the information he had gotten from the system, but what was more important was the situation of her family. Generally speaking, for female leads with this kind of setting, one of the parents in the family would always suffer from a serious illness or disability or something like that. Have you investigated the situation of her parents' relatives? Yes. Zhang Shuyan's father used to be a construction worker. Then he accidentally fell from a height during construction and landed in a paraplegic condition. Now he is bedridden for years, and the construction company has not compensated him. Now has been her mother worked to maintain the family's living expenses. Her mother in the university town next to the snack street stalls do snacks. Sure enough, Tang Hao listened to Wu Yong's report, and he thought exactly the same. This old-fashioned setting author is also good enough to write. Is there more? Tang Hao asked. Yes, there's more. There's another relative in their family. It's Zhang Shuyan's sister-in-law. It's still very good to their family. When Zhang Shuyan's father was hospitalized, he also borrowed 20,000 yuan from their family. So Tang Yuxin's relationship with her sister-in-law's family's cousin is also still good. This cousin of Zhang Shuyan's should also be investigated. It might be useful in the future. Okay, young master. There's nothing else for now. Good. Keep investigating and inform me of any new developments first. Yes. Wu Yong nodded respectfully. You and your men have done a good job. Tang Hao gave Wu Yong a satisfied smile. Thank you for the compliments, young master. And this is the gold card that young master gave me before. Now I'm also returning it to you, young master. said Wu Yong as he pulled out the gold card and handed it over with both hands. Tang Hao took the gold card and asked, "Did you use it?" Wu Yong shook his head awkwardly. "No, although young master told me to use it, but for a while I didn't know how to spend it so I never used it." Tang Hao thought for a moment. "It's indeed my poor consideration." Wu Yong had been doing what he had explained. How could he have time to go on a spending excursion? If he did go, he might even land an impression of paddling during working hours in his own mind. Thinking of these, Tang Hao once again took out a bank card. "This card has a deposit of $5 million. Count it as your reward for completing the mission this time. You're $2 million, and the remaining $3 million to be distributed to those of your men who contributed to this mission. Young master, these are what we should do. How dare we take these rewards? Take it if you're told to. It's an incentive for all of you. And tell your brothers under you to complete the mission properly in the future, and the benefits won't be short of you," Tang Hao said and placed the bank card in his hand on the table. Wu Yong hesitated for a moment, but still took the bank card up. For his understanding of Tang Hao, as long as it was something he was absolute about, no one else could change it. However, recently Wu Yong felt that Tang Hao had changed a lot. The original playboy son who liked to cause trouble, recently seemed to have suddenly changed. Although there were still some vices, but suddenly all of a sudden became smart. In the past, when Tang Hao chased after girls in Yinjing, he either used money to smash them or relied on threats. But now he had started investigating the girls' backgrounds, and it seemed that Miss Shen, who had originally always disdained the young master, was also being toyed with by the young master. It seemed that in the future, he would have to learn from the young master's ability to pick up girls. Chapter 14, Panicked Xing Shuyan. "What are you thinking about?" Froze for half a day. Tang Hao looked at the frozen Wu Yong and asked. "Nothing. I'm thinking about how to divide so much money with my brothers." Wu Yong snorted. "Those who contributed more will share more. Those who contributed less will share less. You see to it." "Understood, young master." Wu Yong nodded. "By the way, how many more capable brothers do we have under us now?" Wu Yong lowered his head and counted. "Almost 30 or so. All of them are from special forces, and are very good at scouting and close combat. More than 30 people. Recently recruit some more of these experts. Don't worry about the treatment. You know that, young master, I never lack money. As long as you have the ability there is no upper limit." "Understood. Okay, young master, I will personally keep an eye on it." Wu Yong nodded. "Things have pretty much been explained. You've worked hard today. Go back and rest." "Aha." Wu Yong nodded, then returned to his room. Tang Hao sat on the sofa to think about his next plan. The next day, Tang Hao woke up early, and Tang Yuxin called to ask why Tang Hao had left without saying hello. Tang Yuxin woke up in the morning and realized that Tang Hao wasn't next to her and was a little disappointed, so she asked for help early in the morning. However, under Tang Hao's apology and sweet words, Tang Yuxin was still coaxed. But this time the condition is today Tang Hao to send her to the university. Wu Yong drove to Tang Yuxin's villa again. Tang Hao just got off the car. Tang Yuxin jumped onto Tang Hao like a monkey, 2 legs wrapped around Tang Hao's waist. Tang Hao looked at Tang Yuxin with a somewhat playful smile. "What? Yesterday didn't feel like enough. Today you're in such a hurry." Tang Yuxin of course knew what Tang Hao meant, but wasn't too shy. After all, it was just the two of them now, and Wu Yong couldn't hear them in the car. "Yeah, I still want it today. It's just to see if you can support it." Tang Yuxin tilted her head to reveal a defiant expression. In Tang Hao's eyes this little ninny seemed to be getting bolder and bolder. Before she would still blush if she said some teasing words herself. "It seems that yesterday was still too much heartache for you. Tonight can be shouted to beg for mercy. It's not certain who begs for mercy." Tang Yuxin's words were very seductive, and Tang Hao felt that he was doing it on purpose, deliberately letting himself come over every day. But for the gentlemanly Tang Hao, his girlfriend's request must be met. After all, there was still supreme villain value to be earned. This wave was not a loss. It was also true that what Tang Hao thought, what those two girls said yesterday made Tang Yuxin have a sense of crisis. Like Tang Hao, such an excellent man, don't know how many people miss it. However, she now also figured out, she does not seek to be Tang Hao's only woman, but must be his favorite woman. Tang Hao held Tang Yuxin's butt and put her into the car. Wu Yong started the car and came to the University of Jiangsu in Zhejiang. Soon, the two people came to the university entrance. Tang Yuxin and Tang Hao sent each other a divine farewell kiss. Tang Yuxin and the many envious eyes out of the car. What came out in the Rolls-Royce turned out to be their goddess Tang Yuxin, simply the target of envy and jealousy. The boys were all thinking that it would be nice if the owner of this Rolls-Royce was themselves, and the girls were all thinking that it would be nice if the person coming out of the Rolls-Royce was themselves. But this was all just a fantasy. Tang Hao this time will also drive the car to an inconspicuous place where there is a place to observe. Soon after really saw Zhang Shuyan. Today's Zhang Shuyan seems to have encountered some urgent matters. She walks while turning back, as if to avoid the chase of some people in general. Tang Hao took a closer look. A man with dyed yellow hair wearing a skull bodysuit was chasing after Zhang Shuyan. After all, the boy's physique is a bit stronger compared to the girl's. The skeleton sweater man ran 2 steps faster to catch up with Zhang Shuyan. Zhang Shuyan looked at the man in front of her with a somewhat panicked face. Shuyan, what are you running so fast for? I can barely keep up with you. I'm going to be late soon. I need to hurry up and get in. Wait, Shuyan, did you read the love letter I gave you yesterday? Hulu looked at Zhang Shuyan with a lewd smile on his face. Zhang Shuyan hesitated for a moment. Hulu's face changed instantly. You didn't read it, did you? I helped my mom set up a stall yesterday. I didn't have time to watch it, Zhang Shuyan said in a panic. It could be seen that Zhang Shuyan was still very scornful of Hulu. It's okay, I know you're a filial and good girl. Helping our mom is also proper. I won't blame you. Hulu once again revealed a lewd smile. But what he said was very shameless. When did Zhang Shuyan's mom become your mom too? Shuyan, you said that we grew up on the same street since we were young. This is also considered a childhood friend. We have known each other for so many years. You should be clear about all my feelings for you, right? Me. Hearing Hulu's words, Zhang Shuyan was somewhat at a loss for words. But it's okay if you don't want to say it. As a man I should take the initiative. I'll say it first. Shuyan, I've liked you since I was a kid. I've liked you for more than 10 years. So I just want to confess to you today. And let you be my girlfriend. This is too sudden for you. Zhang Shuyan deliberately made a surprised expression. I have to think about it first. The reason why Zhang Shuyan didn't immediately reject Hulu's request was because Hulu had been a scoundrel since he was a child. And when she was young, Zhang Shuyan had always been bullied by him. But when she grew up, Zhang Shuyan excelled in her studies. But Hulu was a scum and dropped out of school early, going out to work in the society. Zhang Shuyan thought that she wouldn't have any entanglements with him in the future. But more than a month ago Hulu suddenly came back, saw the grown-up Zhang Shuyan eyes light, suddenly finished pursuing their own. This is who can stand just like you cannot easily will be a pile of dog poop from their own body to get rid of. And later he and glue like dead stick to you. You still that he cannot do anything about it. What's there to think about? We've been best friends since we were kids, and there's a better person for you than me? Just say yes to me. Saying that, Hulu started to move his hand, reaching out to grab Zhang Shuyan's wrist. Sensing Hulu's intention, Zhang Shuyan subconsciously took 2 steps back to avoid his grasp. Seeing their own purpose fell through, Hulu's face has become cold. This simply scared Zhang Shuyan jump. This Hulu changed face than turning the book faster. And I do not know why since Hulu from the social people worked for a few years back, the body has increased a cold breath. Zhang Shuyan does not know how to describe it. Vicious and cold. Anyway, the way he looked at himself Zhang Shuyan would have a cold feeling in his back. The conversation between them was also heard by Tang Hao and Wu Yong in the car. Young master, what should we do? Should we go down and lift Ms. Zhang to relieve her? Wu Yong, do you see something different from the norm in this man? Wu Yong looked at Hulu himself. Indeed he possessed some aura that was different from normal people. Indeed there is something different. I feel a little twisted, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Do you see something revealed in his eyes? Tang Hao reminded. Wu Yong looked at himself and suddenly came to a realization. So it's like this. Chapter 15 The killing aura in his eyes. I see. No wonder it doesn't feel right. What's in his eyes is a murderous aura. Wu Yong said to Tang Hao with some excitement. That's right. It's a murderous aura. And this kind of murderous aura is by no means something an ordinary person can emit. He must have killed someone, and I have a feeling it's more than once. Tang Hao's eyes became serious as he looked at Hulu. That's right. When I was in the army in the past, I also faced drug dealers in the Golden Triangle. And although this Hulu is not as good as those outlaws who live a life of licking blood from the tip of a knife every day, he does have a real killing aura. Wu Yong suddenly reacted. Young master, then wouldn't Miss Zhang be dangerous? Yes, she is dangerous. According to my speculation, Zhang Shuyan will definitely not agree to this Hulu, and it is very likely that Hulu will do any radical actions at that time. Then should we go down and help Ms. Zhang? No need for now, just wait and see what happens. Outside, Zhang Shuyan was once again startled when she saw Hulu's eyes. She said with some trembling, I don't want to fall in love yet. I want to study hard. Don't want to fall in love. Want to study well. I think you don't want to talk to me. Hulu stared at Zhang Shuyan dead on. His icy cold eyes stared at Zhang Shuyan as if he was frozen. His body froze in place and couldn't move. She felt that swallowing saliva throat was a little painful. Now he is the most same as there is a person can save her out here. Classmate, class is about to start. Why don't you go in yet? At this moment a voice came from the side. Both of their gazes turned over, only to see a very handsome-looking man walking towards the two of them. Both of them were the first to be shocked by Tang Hao's face value, which could be even more handsome and temperamental than those idol drama male leads they had seen in their dramas. Tang Hao revealed a sunny smile as he looked towards Zhang Shuyan. Classmate, class is about to start now. Are you still not going to school? Oh, only then did Zhang Shuyan react, giving Tang Hao a grateful look. I'm going to class. After saying that, she ran in towards the school entrance. Hulu, however, cursed in his heart, where did the asshole come from to stir up trouble? Watching Zhang Shuyan run away, Tang Hao smiled and turned around with the intention of leaving. Bring it on, asshole. You want to leave so cheaply after breaking my business? Hulu shouted at Tang Hao. Tang Hao narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Hulu. You're talking to me? Is there anyone else here besides you? Tang Hao looked around. Indeed there wasn't. What do you want? What do I want? Just now Lousy confessed to that woman again. She agreed right away. But it turned out to be stirred up by you. What do you think I should do? Hulu pinched his fingers, his bones making a crackling sound, an aura of wanting to do battle. Tang Hao disdainfully laughed, walked to the front of Hulu, lowered his head and looked at more than half a head shorter than his own. Hulu taunted, Kid, look at your body or go back to eat more to make up for it and then come back to learn how to fight it. Who's 6 now? Tang Hao years ago does have a kind of descending blow feeling. Who's 6 although looks vicious, but is very thin. 1 meter 72 height, only more than 110 pounds. On the contrary, Tang Hao, taller than 1 meter 85, well proportioned, and through the clothes on the body of the muscles have a kind of hidden feeling. Who 6 feel that if he now hands in the end to lose must be their own. Their purpose is to get Zhang Shuyan, not a personal fight, and even if it fails today, he also has plenty of time. After all, he and Zhang Shuyan live in a street. Can run away from the monk, cannot run away from the temple. She cannot go home. Thinking of this, Hulu coldly snorted. Today count your luck. My mood is not bad. If next time and let me meet you, I will not let you go. After saying that, Hulu turned around and left. Wu Yong got out of the car and came to Tang Hao's side. Young master, do you want me to? Wu Yong made a neck-wiping motion. No, I still have use for this person. I don't need to move him for the time being, but also send someone to keep an eye on him at all times, and notify me immediately of any bizarre movements he makes. Sheep this brat. Wu Yong looked at Hulu's back and snorted coldly. Young master, where are we going next? Tang Hao looked around and found a nice cafe. The cafe there is quite nice. Let's go up and have a couple cups of coffee and rest. Tang Hao pointed to a 2-story cafe. Drink coffee? Wu Yong asked doubtfully. Should he be looking for ways on how to get this commoner schoolgirl now? Why was young master suddenly so leisurely? Yeah, I've been exercising for 4 or 5 hours every night for the past 2 days. I'm a bit fatigued. It's time to relax and enjoy some morning tea. Let's go. Tang Hao waved his hand and walked towards the cafe. The two walked into the cafe and chose a 2nd-floor window seat, so that it was also convenient to watch the scenery outside. Tang Hao picked up the hot coffee and took a sip, revealing an expression full of relaxation. This time of the day should be paired with another live match that was simply perfect. Tang Hao took out his cell phone and opened the B-Station video. The game replayed. A beautiful commentator appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, I'm Tian Yun. Today is the winner's bracket final of the 3rd game of the King's Glory Fall Season Playoffs. E-Star vs Wolf Team. Hello everyone, I'm Dash. A man next to him said. Young master, you like playing games? Wu Yong asked suspiciously. Used to play. Rarely now? Tang Hao looked up and said as he continued to watch the game. Wu Yong wasn't interested in the game, and couldn't read the game, so he just looked outside and watched the youthful college students on campus, and couldn't help but envy them a little in his heart. Tang Hao, on the other hand, watched the game with great interest. Of course, watching the game is part of it. The other part is to see the beautiful commentator. Tian Yun is one of the 3 major beautiful commentators. Sensible go sexy. There was a chance that he would have to go to the scene of the game once, and personally meet this beautiful commentator Tian Yun. The two did a morning in the cafe, and Tang Hao also watched the video of the match all morning. Finally, it was noon, and the students began to leave school one after another for dinner. Let's go. We'll go down as well. Tang Hao put away his cell phone and walked down. Where are we going? Young master. Wu Yong followed. To get something to eat. Tang Hao and Wu Yong walked out of the cafe to the snack street. Do you know what Zhang Shuyan's mother looks like? Tang Hao asked to Wu Yong. No, there's a picture of her mother in yesterday's profile. Good. Find it and we'll go to her house for dinner. Understood. Young master. Wu Yong walked while looking for it, because it was lunchtime. Many students like to come to the snack street to eat. After all, the snack street not only has a lot of fancy food, but also with cheap. Not long after, Wu Yong saw a middle-aged woman is in a hurry to cook beef noodles. From the looks of Zhang Shuyan and her mother can be seen very similar. Simply a mold carved out. Zhang Shuyan's mother was definitely also a big beauty when she was young. Zhang Shuyan's mother did not have the money to rent a store, so she could only use a food stand on both sides of the street to do business. Although it looks simple, but it is very clean. You can see that Zhang Shuyan's mother is a careful woman. Although Zhang Shuyan's mother is already in her 40s, she does not look like a woman in her 40s at all, but rather like a woman in her 30s, although her face can also show the traces of age, but it does not affect her charm at all. Chapter 16, Touching Porcelain. Young master, that's Zhang Shuyan's mother. Tang Hao looked at it, and sure enough, he recognized it at a glance. Come on, let's go over and eat as well. The two walked over and picked a pair of tables and chairs to sit down. Boss lady, 2 bowls of beef noodles. Wu Yong shouted at Zhang Shuyan's mother. Good. Boss lady, when will our 3 bowls be served? A few young men who were a bit anxious to wait shouted. Wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. Zhang Shuyan's mother hurriedly fished out the noodles and brought them over. Now is the peak season. There are a lot of people eating. Only she alone is obviously a little busy. So every day at noon after school Zhang Shuyan will come over to help. This time was no exception. Zhang Shuyan jogged all the way over. Mom, I'm coming. I'll help you serve. Zhang Shuyan took the bowl in his mother's hands. Good, this is for those 3 guests. Zhang Shuyan walked over with the bowl in her hand, and the 3 students instantly felt much more comfortable once they saw that it was a beautiful woman serving them noodles. The previous irritation of waiting was swept away and replaced with joyful smiles. This seems to be the schoolgirl from the school next door to us. Indeed, the beautiful schoolgirl of the next door Jiangxia University. Not only is she pretty, her studies are good. If she can be my girlfriend I can wake up smiling in my dreams. Dream on you. Just you. You have money or face? Nothing, and you still want to pick up the schoolgirl. Think about it, cannot. Young master, you've been waiting all morning for Zhang Shuyan to get out of school. Otherwise, what do you think? Wu Yong smiled and scratched his head. The mother-daughter duo divided up the work and cooperated very well, and their efficiency increased a lot. And when it was Tang Hao's turn here, Zhang Shuyan came over with 2 bowls of noodles. Hey, aren't you the student from this morning? Zhang Shuyan was surprised to find that the boy who had helped her out this morning was actually eating at her family's stall. Tang Hao looked up pretending to be a chance encounter. It's you! Such a coincidence. We've had 2 chance encounters in one day today. Tang Hao revealed a smile. Thank you for helping me out this morning. Otherwise I wouldn't know what to do. It's nothing, just a coincidence. I see that man seems to have been pestering you today. Is it okay? Wu Yong asked. As soon as he said that, Zhang Shuyan sighed. Is there some kind of difficulty? If it's convenient you can say something. I'll definitely help if I can. No, thank you for your kindness. I don't have any difficulties. Thank you for helping me this morning. You guys, this meal is on me. After saying that, Zhang Shuyan placed the noodles in front of the 2. Thanks, Tang Hao said. Zhang Shuyan smiled and nodded, then left to continue working. She came to her mother and said something. Uncle Zhang's mother looked at Tang Hao's side and then nodded. It should have been something that Zhang Shuyan said she would invite Tang Hao for a meal. Subsequently 20 minutes passed. The peak period I almost passed. Most students have finished eating back to school. Tang Hao 2 people also finished eating. Zhang Shuyan walked up to Tang Hao. I just talked to my mom. You don't have to pay for this meal. You're welcome to come back later. Okay, sure. Tang Hao nodded. Zhang Shuyan also responded with a polite smile. Zhang Shuyan's first impression of Tang Hao was still very good. After all, he had rescued her in her time of distress, and also possessed a super high face value. Plus his behavior and demeanor were all very polite, so it was estimated that there wasn't a single girl who wouldn't like such a man. Zhang Shuyan and Tang Hao had only met twice, and although they couldn't talk about liking each other, they still had some good feelings. Boss lady, 4 bowls of noodles. At this time, 4 with bad-looking faces walked over. Okay, you guys sit down first, I'll make it right away. Zhang Shuyan's mother said. The 4 people sat at a table, and Tang Hao could tell at a glance that the people looking for the heroine's family business had come. A guess at this fictional world's routine. Why so slow? A small punk shouted in no uncertain terms. Right away. Zhang Shuyan's mother accelerated the movements in her hands. Then she fished out 4 bowls and brought them over. After the noodles were served, the 4 punks' eyes darted around, knowing at a glance that they were planning something bad. Then a small punk from the pocket out of a paper ball. After opening the inside is actually a fly. I'm going to go. Now touching porcelain are still using such a low-level way? Tang Hao spat in his heart. As expected, the punk opened his mouth and shouted, Boss's wife, why do you still have flies in this noodle? Tang Yuxin's mother hurried over. It can't be. It was fine when I served it just now. Look at such a big one. You're trying to disgust me to death. The punk cursed. I'll give you another bowl, said Zhang Shuyan's mother, about to reach out and take it away. No way. Let me eat noodles with flies and just try to pass it off so easily. Then how about this? I won't charge you for this meal, as an apology to you, the guest. Zhang Shuyan's mother said with full of apologies. Wu Yong looked at Zhang Shuyan's mother's humble appearance and was very upset. Why is Zhang Shuyan's mother so groveling? Tang Hao looked and said, there's no way around it. It's a woman. Her husband is disabled. Her daughter is still in school, and she's the only woman who has to carry the whole family without being humble. Wu Yong looked at Tang Hao. This kind of words in Tang Hao's mouth out Wu Yong always feel a little twisted. Young master of this kind of family, grew up with the golden key actually can also understand the helplessness of the people at the bottom. It seemed like the young master had really changed now. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? Did I say something wrong? Tang Hao looked at Wu Yong's eyes and asked. No, I feel that you're right, young master. It's my short insight that doesn't understand the suffering of the people at the bottom. Then what do we do now? Go up and expose them? There's no need to rush. When it comes to this kind of thing you must make the final appearance, Tang Hao replied without panic. Treating us to a meal just to get rid of us. I'm telling you that today you'll have to accompany me with $2,000 in moral damages. $2,000. Zhang Shuyan's mother shouted in surprise. Even Zhang Shuyan next to her was furious. Although $2,000 might not be much for ordinary people, but for them, it was 2 months of living expenses for the family. How many copies of beef noodles would have to be sold to earn it back? You guys want money like crazy. $2,000? Why don't you go and rob it? Zhang Shuyan angrily yelled at a few people. Robbing money is against the law. We have to compensate should be. If you do not compensate money I will complain about this matter to the health bureau. I have just come here but the photos. By then your family will not only be fined, but you won't even want to do this side of the university town anymore in the future. The little punk said arrogantly as he held his cell phone. And there was indeed a photo of a fly floating in a bowl on it. You guys, you are also bullying people too much. Zhang Shuyan's face was red and furious, but there was nothing she could do. They were the ones who were at a disadvantage now. Zhang Shuyan's mother's heart was fearful and difficult. She obviously cleaned the top of the food cart. How could there be flies? If the complaint to the health bureau as the punk said, then they really have to roll the store away. Then the only source of economic resources of the family will be gone. But let her pay. $2,000? That's $2,000. This is simply in her heart digging meat. Chapter 17 Behind the Scenes. Isn't this Aunt Lu? What is it that you've encountered? Your face looks so ugly? A familiar voice rang out as Hulu, who had pestered Zhang Shuyan this morning, walked over. Aunt Lu, what's wrong with you? Zhang Shuyan's mother's face also changed when she saw Hulu. She also has some understanding of this Hulu. Since childhood he was a scoundrel. This is something that the neighbors know. Every time Zhang Shuyan was bullied by him he would find himself to complain. But he could not do anything about it. So she has always had a very bad impression of Hulu as well. No, it's nothing, just a little thing. Tang Yuxin's mother said hesitantly. Zhang Shuyan subconsciously shrunk back when she saw Hulu. Zhang Shuyan's mother thought that Zhang Shuyan was afraid of being bullied by Hulu when she was a child, so that's why she was like this. She didn't realize that recently Hulu had already pestered Zhang Shuyan. Zhang Shuyan didn't say anything in order not to let her mother worry. What do you mean by a little thing? Old Mimi eating flies from your house is a little thing. The punk yelled at Zhang Shuyan's mother. No, I don't mean that. Zhang Shuyan's mother said coyly. Eating flies? Hulu asked. Yeah, such a big one, the punk said as he pointed to the bowl. Hulu looked at it, then asked, what do you guys want? Either I sue this mother and daughter to the health bureau to make them pay a fine before they get the hell out of here, or give us $2,000. Okay, I'll give this $2,000 to Auntie Lu. Hulu was surprisingly generous, pulling out $2,000. He was about to give it to them. We can't let you pay for it, little Hu. Even if we pay for it, it's still for us to pay for it. Zhang Shuyan's mother hurriedly discouraged. It's okay, Auntie Lu. What's yours and mine? Anyway, in the future we are also a family. No need to be so polite. Isn't it, Shuyan? Hulu glanced at Zhang Shuyan in the back. Zhang Shuyan didn't say anything, just shrank backward once. Zhang Shuyan's mother looked at Hulu with some confusion. What family? What does not distinguish between you and me? This hurt him in the clouds, but seeing her daughter's performance she seemed to know a little something. Take the money, get lost. Hulu shouted at the punks. The few punks didn't leave after getting the money, but spoke again. I now feel that $2,000 is too little. I now want $4,000. What? 4,000? Are you guys really robbing? Zhang Shuyan shouted in shock. I didn't expect that asking for 2,000 wouldn't be enough, but to double it again. You guys just say give it or not. For the punk's aggressiveness, Hulu surprisingly didn't get angry and looked at the hesitant Zhang mother, but took out another 2,000. Little Hu, you can't give anymore. They're not finished. Zhang mother persuaded. It doesn't matter, as long as it's for Shuyan. How much money I'm willing to pay. Hulu very generously handed it out. Can't give it. Zhang mother anxiously persuaded. Right, Auntie is right. Can't give it, and don't need to give it. This time Tang Hao walked by. Hulu's gaze once again fell on Tang Hao. While frowning, how come it was him again? He had spoiled his good deed in the morning, and now he appeared again. The punk also furrowed his brows and shouted at Tang Hao. What did you say? Why shouldn't I pay for the fly I ate? On what grounds? You guys should know better than me. Because you put that fly in yourselves. Your bowl *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Hearing Tang Hao's words, several punks stormed out. However, Zhang Shuyan and Mother Zhang had the anger to look at the few punks. What evidence do you have that we put it in? The punks pointed at Tang Hao and roared. Of course I do. I have the video of you guys putting flies in my cell phone. Saying this, Tang Hao opened the thing, which recorded clearly that the punks took out the flies from the paper bowl and put them into the bowl. Seeing this thing, Zhang Shuyan's mother and daughter looked at the punks angrily, while Hulu and the punks' faces darkened and went up to grab Tang Hao's cell phone. Tang Hao took a step back to let them grab an empty one. What? Started wanting to destroy evidence after being dismantled? Kid, quickly delete the video or you'll be treated impolitely. Delete is impossible to delete. This life is impossible to delete, but I would like to see how you are not polite. Kid, you seek death. After saying this, the punk slammed a fist at Tang Hao's face, but his fist stopped at a distance of 10 centimeters from Tang Hao, and Wu Yong grabbed the punk's arm, so he couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. Together, the other three punks attacked Wu Yong together. Wu Yong smiled contemptuously. Dealing with the four of them was like carrying a chicken, knocking them all to the ground in 3 tries. Wu Yong stepped on the leading punk's fingers. 10 fingers connected to the punk's pain wailed. Say, who told you to come here and look for trouble? Tang Hao squatted down and asked. Don't step on it. I'll say, it's him. He said that he told us to come here to look for trouble, and then threaten the mother and daughter to pay, and then he'll show up to save the day, and then the mother and daughter will owe him money, so that he can take advantage of the opportunity to get close. The little punk told everything. Hulu's entire face went black. Her distorted facial expression filled with anger. She clenched her teeth and yelled at the little punk. You're bullting me. What I said is true. Something that can't make things happen, but can't make things happen. Hulu viciously kicked the punk. By now Zhang Shuyan's mother and daughter also understood that all of this was directed by Hulu. In order to be close to Zhang Shuyan, Hulu looked at Tang Hao unwillingly, his eyes full of murderous aura. Even Zhang Shuyan's mother looked at Hulu's eyes with some fear, but Tang Hao and Wu Yong were unmoved. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a public place, he couldn't wait to go up and tear Tang Hao alive, twice destroying his plans. Hulu wanted to make a move but saw Wu Yong leering at him from the side, instantly giving up the idea. This bodyguard beside Tang Hao was too powerful, although he had a knife hidden behind him. But from Wu Yong's performance just now, a knife was not enough to deal with him. Hulu simply gave up this time. Later have the opportunity to lay hands on Tang Hao again, although reluctant, but Hulu still left, and Wu Yong also loosened the foot stepped on the punk's finger. A few punks help each other stumbled in a mess to escape. Only after a few people left did Zhang mother let out a sigh of relief and said to Tang Hao, thank you so much. Young man, if it wasn't for you we'd still be in the dark? It's okay, this is all what I should have done. Zhang mother looked more and more favorable to Tang Hao. After all, Tang Hao was not only handsome and talked elegantly, but also should be a rich man by looking at his clothes. Although she didn't know anything about name brands or not, there was still a big difference between that kind of hundreds of thousands of a set of clothes and a few dozen dollars of clothes. Only then did Zhang Shuyan walk out. I'm thankful to you this time. You've helped me once again. No need to be polite. Again? Zhang mother asked doubtfully. It's like this. This morning, Zhang Shuyan said what he encountered this morning to his mother. And only then did Zhang mother realize that Hulu had long been staring at her own daughter. It has also aggrieved her own child. If not for her own inability to protect her daughter, it would not be so that her daughter suffered such pain. Chapter 18 Marshal St. Longfist. Thank you, young man. I as a mother didn't even know that my daughter had encountered such a thing. Mother Zhang went up to shake Tang Hao's hand. You're welcome auntie. Lad, what's your name? I can't keep seeing you lad. My name is Tang Hao. Tang Hao, what a nice name. Can you leave me your phone number? Auntie would like to invite you to her home for dinner to thank you. This is fine. My phone number is. Tang Hao told Mother Zhang her cell phone number to jot it down. Auntie took note of it. Then in that case we'll be leaving first as well. Good. Then I won't stay much longer. Tang Hao and the two greeted and left. Looking at Tang Hao's back, Zhang Shuyan had some reluctance in her heart, but there was nothing she could do. It turned out that as she watched Tang Hao get into a Rolls Royce, Zhang Shuyan's eyes revealed a hint of loss. What's wrong, child? Mother Zhang asked. Nothing? Zhang Shuyan shook her head in loss. Is it because you can't bear to see little Tang go? Mom, what are you talking about? Mom still doesn't understand you. You're the one who came out of mom's belly. What you like and don't like I still don't understand. This Xiao Tang person is indeed very good. Handsome. Looks like he still has money. He should be that family's big young master. But without the big young master's foppishness. If little Tang can be my son-in-law I can wake up laughing in my dreams. Mom, what are you saying? Zhang Shuyan blushed. Daughter, are you saying that you don't like little Tang? Then just now, I specifically asked for little Tang's cell phone number just for you. Zhang mother took out the note with Tang Hao's cell phone number and handed it to Zhang Shuyan. Zhang Shuyan took the note, but there was a loss in her eyes. Daughter, what's wrong with you? I feel like Tang Hao shouldn't like me. Why? How could a rich guy with his money and face like a normal girl like me? Mom, do you know what kind of car came when he left just now? What car? Rolls-Royce? It's that world's top luxury car. The kind with tens of millions of dollars. What? Tens of millions of dollars? Zhang mother revealed a shocked expression. That was a figure he never dared to imagine in his entire life. Although she had thought that Tang Hao must be a rich son, she hadn't expected it to be so rich. So, Tang Hao must have a lot of pretty girls around her pursuing her. How could he like himself? Daughter, if he doesn't like you, how could he help you twice? Maybe it's a coincidence. I believe the first time was a coincidence. But what about the second time? He's a rich son. Why would he come to eat at a stall like ours? Don't tell me that's all he likes to eat. I won't believe it even if it kills me. Mom, what do you mean? Silly child. What else can we do here to attract him? Isn't it you? You mean he came over just to see me? Right. What else? Trust Mom. Your mom. I've eaten more salt than you've ever eaten. I must be right. This Xiao Tang must like you. Hearing her mother's words, Zhang Shuyan's eyebrows spread and a smile appeared on her face. Being said so by her mother, she felt very reasonable and couldn't help but be happy. Looking at her daughter's happy appearance, Zhang mother also put down her heart. In fact, just now she said she was not sure. She just wanted to give her daughter a little bit of confidence, so that she can take the initiative a little bit. After all, to put you just now started her on Tang Hao was very fond of. If their daughter really catch up with Tang Hao, then their old Zhang family can be a night branch into a phoenix, completely turned over. Zhang Shuyan looked at the note in her hand. Her heart started to get a little excited. This was a point of connection between him and Tang Hao. She folded the note and put it in her pocket. Mom, I'm going to school. Go. Zhang Shuyan happily ran towards the school. Zhang mother looked at Zhang Shuyan's back and secretly said in her heart, daughter, cheer up. In the future the whole family will depend on you. In another place, Tang Hao was sitting in his car, and the system kept popping up with beeps. Ding! Congratulations to the master for changing the plot. The supreme villain value can add 50,000 points. Ding! Congratulations master for gaining the female lead Zhang Shuyan's favor. Supreme villain value can add 10,000. Ding! The hero Lin Yi's chi value has decreased by 20,000 points. Congratulations master, supreme villain value can increase by 20,000 points. Young master, I admire you too much today. It's like you can see things before they happen today, as if everything is within your grasp. Tang Hao shook his head with a smile, holding the book of cheats given by the system in his hand. It's all the same old routines. The cheat book that the system had given him was what happened when the original protagonist, Lin Yi, met with Zhang Shuyan, and Zhang Shuyan had developed a crush on Lin Yi because of this time, followed by the rest of the story. Tang Hao had merely mimicked the original storyline in advance, but it was still very good in terms of effect. At least it left a good impression in the hearts of the female lead and the female lead's mother, and it also helped the development of the next plot. Of course, the most important thing was that it actually gained 80,000 points of supreme villain value in one go, and now there was a total of 105,000 supreme villain value, which was simply profiteering. System, now that I have so much supreme villain value, can you recommend me what I can buy that is suitable for me to use right now? Ding! Matching with the owner is in progress. Ding! The match is successful. The system recommends a martial art for the owner, Martial Saint Long Fist. This skill is a body-forging martial arts secret book. The higher the physique, the more powerful it is, and with the cooperation of divine power it can achieve the power to open mountains and break rocks. Sounds good. It's it. Ding! Master has consumed 50,000 points of supreme villain value. Congratulations master for obtaining the martial skill, Martial Saint Long Fist. Tang Hao was a bit heartbroken. It was not easy for him to do a quest to earn some supreme villain value, but as a result, a book came down and directly consumed half of him. This villain value can't help but be spent. Tang Hao took the skill book of the Martial Saint's Long Fist in his hand and turned it over. The skill book immediately turned into a starry light into Tang Hao's body, and Tang Hao instantly mastered the skill of the Martial Saint's Long Fist's moves. After Tang Hao mastered it, he realized that this 50,000 supreme villain value was really worth spending. If the king of soldiers Lin Yi stood in front of him now, he was confident that he could solve Lin Yi with one punch. Young master, where are we going next? Tang Hao thought for a moment and glanced at his watch. There were still 6 hours until Tang Yuxin finished school. He could continue to rest and relax during this time. Abroad, a man stood above a 100-story high-rise, facing a glass window overlooking everything. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Mr. Lin. Your plane ticket to China has been booked for you, and it will take off at 10 tomorrow. Alright, I know. You go out. Yes, Mr. Lin. Lin Yi looked at the distant east. It's been 10 years, finally I can go back. Chapter 19, Return of the King of Soldiers. At Suwon Airport, a plane landed. Passengers stepped off the plane, and a man with sunglasses on his head and a black suit slowly walked out of the airport pulling a blue suitcase. Lin Yi took off his sunglasses and looked and took a deep breath. Finally back. I wonder how China has become after so many years. Lin Yi looked around as a sedan drove towards him. From the sedan a man came down. You must be Mr. Lin. I'm Xiao Chen, the driver responsible for picking you up here, Xiao Chen said respectfully to Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at him and nodded, then got into the car and Xiao Chen got into the driver's seat and drove towards the city center. Have you arranged everything I explained before? Lin Yi asked to the driver. Xiao Chen, everything is ready. You didn't notify any of the forces this time you returned to China, and I, Mr. Shen, had already arranged everything for you. Right, this is what Mr. Shen asked me to pass on to you. After saying that, Xiao Chen took out a data bag and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi opened the data bag and took it out to take a look at it. It recorded his new identity, as well as the information about his school registration to enter Zhengzhou University. This is Lin Yi in advance to send people to prepare, and will give these to his Mr. Shen. Is Shen Manyi's father Shen Yuanzhou prepared? Of course, all rely on Shen Yuanzhou of course cannot do these, which Lin Yi himself also rely on their own a lot of energy. Lin Yi looked at his whole body identity information satisfied nodded. Not bad, everything is in accordance with their own intention to do. He returned to China on the one hand because he is tired of their own in foreign countries as mercenaries of fighting and killing. On the other hand is because he recently feel uncomfortable, as if their own things were taken away by others in general. Lin Yi came back this time to investigate this matter, and his instinctive intuition told him that in order to figure out the source of this feeling, he would have to return to this homeland that he had been away from for 10 years. Thinking back, he hadn't seen that little girl Shen Manyi that he played with as a child for a long time. His family and Shen Manyi's family had known each other since childhood, and Lin Yi's father and Shen Manyi's father were also friends. Unfortunately, 10 years ago, Lin Yi's parents lost their lives due to an accident, and then he went abroad himself with the help of Shen Yuanzhou, and from then on he was seen by an old mercenary, and after joining, he became the king of the evil soldiers that made foreign countries scared, and this time, the only ones that he came back to know were Shen Manyi's family. That was why he had left some of the preparations for his return to China to Shen Yuanzhou. Shen Manyi, that little girl, belonged to that kind of difficult girl since she was a child, but at that time Lin Yi took a fancy to Shen Manyi as a beauty embryo. At that time he secretly resolved to marry her in the future. I don't know if Shen Manyi was prettier after not seeing her for 10 years. How's the Shen family side? Is Man Yi okay now? Lin Yi asked to the driver Xiao Chen. This, Xiao Chen was a little hesitant. What? Something happened to the Shen family? Lin Yi asked with a frown. Mr. Shen's company was acquired by someone, and Mr. Shen was kidnapped some time ago. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment but still said it. What? How is Man Yi now? Is she hurt? Where is she now? Tell me quickly. Xiao Chen was a bit surprised. What he said was that Shen Yuanzhou had been kidnapped, but what Lin Yi was concerned about was indeed Shen Manyi. What? Say it. There's nothing wrong with MS. Shen. She's not in danger either. She's safe at home now. Xiao Chen replied. That's good. That's good. Only then did Lin Yi put his heart down. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What he was most concerned about was still Shen Manyi. After all, if the beauty he had been waiting for so long was gone, it would be too big of a blow to him. Mr. Lin, are you smiling? Xiao Chen asked tentatively as he looked at Lin Yi's strange smile through the rearview mirror. No. By the way, how is Uncle Shen doing? Feeling out of sorts. Lin Yi then reacted and asked about Shen Yuanzhou's condition. Mr. Shen is now out of danger. Only now the company's shares have all been acquired due to debt problems, and now the Shen family has completely fallen, Xiao Chen said. Down and out? Lin Yi not only did not feel any pity when he heard these words, instead, he felt some joy. Now that the Shen family is down and out, isn't that an opportunity for his own performance? Now the Shen family is in the most difficult time. His own arrival will definitely become a life-saving straw for the Shen family. When he helps the Shen family to rise again, then there is still worry about not getting Shen Manyi's heart? Thinking of this, Lin Yi's face once again could not help but rise. A standard crooked mouth war god smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. In front of the small Chen saw Lin Yi's weird smile cannot help but some goosebumps are up. This is a person can make the expression? This Lin Yi was too evil. In another place, Tang Hao's villa. Tang Hao was lying on a luxurious leather sofa. A beautiful woman in a maid's outfit stood behind Tang Hao, gently rubbing his temples. Another beautiful woman in a nurse's outfit was squatting next to Tang Hao and pinching his legs, and Tang Hao closed his eyes and enjoyed himself in the gentle countryside. At this moment, Wu Yong walked in from outside the door. Young master, I've investigated the person you asked me to investigate. Here's the information. Wu Yong took out a piece of information and handed it over. Tang Hao opened his eyes and took the information handed over by Wu Yong. There was a photo on it. A man's information was recorded clearly above the information. Sure enough, it's exactly the same as the information provided by the system. Tang Hao smiled faintly, then handed the information back. Follow what you were told to plan before, and remember to never make any mistakes. Yes, young master, I'll make sure to do things cleanly, and I definitely won't let you down, Wu Yong said firmly. Well, go. Tang Hao waved his hand and instructed Wu Yong to go do it. Wu Yong left once again, and Tang Hao continued to enjoy the beautiful woman's massage. Brother Tang Hao, you let us come to your villa. Sister Yuxin won't be angry if she knows about this, right? Brother, your girlfriend won't be angry if she knows we massaged you, the maid-suited beauty said. Right, brother, if Sister Yuxin knew that after our last meeting, you not only added our WeChat, but also went behind her back to come out and play with us, won't beat us up. Tang Hao laughed. You guys regret it? Which is not the case. We're just afraid that brother you'll be misunderstood by Sister Tang Yuxin. We're heartbroken Gigi. These two beauties were no one else. It was the two girls that they had met together at the entrance of Tang Yuxin's school that day, Lu Yuhan and Li Yunwei. The two people got Tang Hao's contact information and immediately added Tang Hao's WeChat. Originally Tang Hao is to think that they are really joking, but did not expect the two girls to see Tang Hao not only did not pass the WeChat, even the phone also does not pick up. Subsequently, the two other trick. Figure out the residence of Tang Hao. Two people personally sent to the door. Tang Hao is a little surprised at first, but follow not active, not refuse, not responsible for the 3-no policy. So how to send the door of the girl, how can you refuse it? Chapter 20, Lin Yi meets Shen Yuanzhou. Brother Tang Hao, what kind of person were you investigating just now? It couldn't be that school beauty again. Li Yunwei flirted at Tang Hao. Where do you get off talking so much? Just do your own thing. Tang Hao directly disliked it. Oh, got it. Li Yunwei replied with some aggravation. She actually asked casually and didn't mean anything else, but not finding Tang Hao disliking them like this, the two also made a secret note in their hearts that it would be better to interrupt less in the future. Tang Hao is still alone lying in the tenderness, because now all he can do is to wait. Wait until his plan is implemented himself can really cope with Lin Yi. Lin Yi came down to Shen Yuanzhou's home under the leadership of Xiao Chen. At this time Shen Yuanzhou was sitting on the sofa disheveled. Beside him a beautiful-looking young woman sat beside him and consoled. Don't be angry old Shen. You've just come back. How can you send out such a big fire? Can I not be angry? If it wasn't for that dead girl's insistence on withdrawing from the marriage with Tang Xiao, could our Shen family have fallen to this level? Shen Yuanzhou was burning with rage. He had never been wronged by the central government in so many years. If it wasn't for Xiao Tang sending someone to rescue him, I'm afraid he would have been buried in the hands of that group of outlaws. Where did that girl Shen Manyi go? Shen Yuanzhou asked angrily. Wang Guiying shook his head. He didn't know where his daughter had gone either. Quickly call her over. I want to teach her a good lesson. Shen Yuanzhou was furious and urged his wife. Wang Guiying was a little hesitant. If she called her daughter over now, Shen Yuanzhou would definitely scold her. Could she as a mother not be heartbroken at that time? But not called to see her husband's expression. Her heart was in a tangle. What are you waiting for? Still not call her. Hearing her husband yell again, Wang Guiying still took out the phone with the intention of calling out. But at this moment, a knock on the door sounded, and both eyes were attracted to it. Taking this opportunity Wang Guiying hurriedly changed the topic. I'll go open the door. Wang Guiying ran over. Coming, don't knock. Opening the door, she saw two young men standing at the door. One was her own family's employee Xiao Chen, whom she recognized, and the other was a young man who knew a stranger. Wang Guiying asked with some confusion. Xiao Chen, is this your friend? No, this is Mr. Lin, the person Mr. Shen asked me to pick up. Mr. Lin? Wang Guiying looked at the young man in front of her with some doubt. Auntie Wang, you don't recognize me. I'm Lin Yi. You've seen me when I was a child. Lin Yi faced Wang Guiying with a gentle and elegant tone, looking very much like a good student. Wang Guiying suddenly wanted to be a bit impressed, and immediately unfolded a smile and greeted him. So it's little Lin, please come inside. Wang Guiying warmly greeted Lin Yi. From the inner room Shen Yuanzhou also walked out at the sound. Old Shen, look who's here. Shen Yuanzhou recognized the person in front of him as Lin Yi at a glance, but because he had encountered too many things in the past few days, he had even forgotten about the things he had arranged some time ago. Shen Yuanzhou immediately greeted Lin Yi warmly upon seeing him. Little Lin, you're finally here. Look at this brain of mine. A few days ago I was wondering when you could come. Today I forgot about this matter of mine. It's still little Chun who's meticulous. Shen Yuanzhou scratched his head. Hearing Shen Yuanzhou's words Lin Yi's eyebrows slightly clustered. Dare to forget me today. But his dissatisfaction was only for a moment. No one found out. After all, he was a generation of evil soldier king. His own true thoughts couldn't be so easily exposed. It's okay, I heard that the situation of the Shen family is very unpromising during this period of time. Uncle Shen is also too much work. I don't know if there is anything that I can help with. I will definitely do my best. Hearing this, Shen Yuanzhou sighed deeply. Now his company had been completely controlled by Tang Hao. His years of hard work had all gone to waste, and he now owed Tang Hao $100 million in arrears. Although if Shen Manyi really married Tang Hao, this matter is still very good. Then maybe Tang Hao happy not only the company can return to their own, even the debt can be written off. But when he was rescued and heard his wife say that Tang Hao had completely died to Shen Manyi and didn't like her at all, his last vestiges of confidence were gone. Shen Yuanzhou shook his head and said with a disappointed face, Xiao Chen it's not that Uncle Shen doesn't believe in you. You've just returned to Suzhou Hangzhou. You don't understand the situation here, and you don't have a background, so I'm afraid you won't be able to help me much. Lin Yi saw Shen Yuanzhou's appearance. In his heart, he expected that he had already encountered difficulties that could not be solved. Of course, he would not let go of this opportunity. This is exactly the opportunity for him to perform. Uncle Shen, just tell me, although I don't have any power at home, but I have some friends with backgrounds abroad. Their backgrounds can be very powerful. Even the kings and presidents of some countries have to give them face. Lin Yi finished revealing a proud smile. What he said was also really good. When he was a mercenary in the Middle East and Africa, the Lion mercenary group that he was in was also a dominant presence. When they were all out, they had the strength to directly destroy some small African countries. Shen Yuanzhou looked at Lin Yi with some skepticism. He didn't know exactly what Lin Yi was doing abroad. After all, he hadn't seen him for many years. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Yi suddenly contacted him last month and asked him to arrange for his own preparations to return to his country, and also gave him a considerable amount of compensation, it was estimated that Shen Yuanzhou would have long forgotten about Lin Yi as a person. But now I think back to Lin Yi was really generous. Maybe he really has some background in foreign countries, even if he cannot come directly to China, but borrow some money to rise again is still possible. So Shen Yuanzhou hesitated for a moment or told Lin Yi some of the things he experienced. Lin Yi clapped his hands. Outrageous. This what's-his-name Tang Hao is too much. Even forcing Shen Manyi to get engaged to him. Lin Yi glared angrily at the table in front of him. This slap of his startled both Shen Yuanzhou and Mr. and Mrs. Wang Guiying, because a crack appeared on the stone table that Lin Yi had slapped. Knowing that this table was made of marble if anything, it was actually cracked by this casual slap of Lin Yi. Feeling his own disorder, Lin Yi once again resumed his original smile. Sorry, Uncle Shen, Auntie Wang, I was too impulsive just now. It's okay, but this matter can't be blamed on Tang Xiao. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on our family Manyi. Too ungrateful. In the face of Tang Xiao, how good the opportunity he didn't grasp. Hard to be made out of the sub. Shen Yuanzhou regretfully shook his head. In the face of Shen Yuanzhou's expression, Lin Yi is quite dissatisfied. This what Tang Hao he does not put in the eyes. For him is just to rely on the family, some background of the playboy. He as a mercenary king, back to the country's favorite, is to hit the face of these rich second generation. Uncle Shen, don't worry, leave this matter in my hands. I will definitely help the Shen family return to the top. Lin Yi said confidently. You have a way to make Manyi and young Tang reconcile? Shen Yuanzhou looked at Lin Yi with some anticipation. Chapter 21, Zhang Shuyan's Invitation. As soon as he heard Shen Yuanzhou's words, the corner of Lin Yi's mouth couldn't help but twitch a bit, cursing in his heart. You don't know anyone else except that Tang Hao, right? Why do you like that dude brainless rich second generation so much? One mouthful of Tang Xiao. Can't you take a good look at a man who is 10,000 times stronger than that Tang Xiao standing in front of you? Although he thought this in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. Lin Yi still smilingly replied, what I said is not this meaning. What I mean is that I will help you take back what Tang Xiao hijacked back. Not only let him return the company, and owed money are also written off. Not only that, I will also let him personally forcing Manyi engagement to pay the price. Finished. Lin Yi's eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. In his eyes, Shen Manyi has long been his own woman. He does not allow anyone to miss his woman, even if it was once not. Certain Lin Yi word Shen Yuanzhou and Wang Guiying startled. Let Tang Xiao pay the price. Crazy. Tang Xiao's background, even if said to be the first son of Huaxia, is not too much. This Lin Yi just returned to Huaxia surprisingly said not so know how to die words. Shen Yuanzhou's face immediately changed. He did not expect Lin Yi. This young man is now so rampant. If I had known, I would not help him back to China. Shen Yuanzhou said to Lin Yi with a serious face. Lin Yi, originally I look at the previous friendship with your father, did not want to be too embarrassed for a long time. But what you just said is really hard for me to agree with. So you should not come back to the Shen family in the future. Hearing Shen Yuanzhou's words, Lin Yi was baffled. What kind of situation was this? He said he would help him, but as a result he did this to himself instead. Hearing the estimation that Lin Yi had just said, Shen Yuanzhou immediately made a decision that he must draw a line with Lin Yi, Or else if Tang Hao knew about it, then I'm afraid that their whole family's lives would not be protected. I said very clearly, in the future you don't want to come back to the Shen family, and the Shen family won't have half a relationship with you in the future. Shen Yuanzhou's voice was not loud, but it was firm, without any half-assed leeway. Those present except Lin Yi, Wang Guiying and Xiao Chun understood what Shen Yuanzhou did. Only Lin Yi did not understand at all. Was that Tang Hao so intimidating? Xiao Chen see off the guests. Shen Yuanzhou turned his back to Lin Yi. Lin Yi snorted coldly when he saw Shen Yuanzhou's appearance. Since he didn't give himself face, there was no need for him to give him face either. Shen Yuanzhou, I hope you don't regret your decision today. When I teach that Tang Hao a lesson, you'll definitely come back and beg me then. Lin Yi finished speaking and turned around to leave. Seeing Lin Yi leave, Shen Yuanzhou only breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't think that I would just invite over a plague god who wants to go against Tang Xiao. I hope I don't implicate the Shen family. Shen Yuanzhou shook his head helplessly. Then what should we do next? Wang Guiying asked from the side. Shen Yuanzhou thought for a moment. Now hurry up and call Man Yi. Tell him that he must not get involved with this Lin Yi again. Otherwise the consequences will be very serious. Oh, I'll call right away. Hiding outside the door eavesdropping, Lin Yi heard what they said just now. His eyes showed a trace of resentment. Unexpectedly not let Shen Manyi have anything to do with himself. Then he must conquer your daughter. At that time to see what expression you have. Then Lin Yi thought of Tang Hao. His first target when he returned to China was this Tang Hao. This Tang Hao would definitely be a stepping stone on his own road to success. Thinking of all this, Lin Yi walked out of Shen's house in big strides. Achoo! Tang Hao sneezed out. He rubbed his nose. What's wrong, young Tang? Did you catch a cold? Lu Yuhan asked with concern. I don't think so. It should be someone who misses me. It can't be Yuxin. You two are really like 3 autumns apart after one day of not seeing each other. It's only one morning of not seeing each other and you're missing you. Lu Yuhan said jokingly. Yeah, we really envy Yuxin. Not only can she play with you during the day, she can also sleep with you at night. Unlike us who can only be underground. Li Yunwei beamed and said, did I give you face? How dare you joke about me? I'll teach you guys a good lesson now. With that, Tang Hao pressed them against himself, raising his own palm. He smacked down hard on the two's firm, curvaceous buttocks. The feel of this hand was really good. The two beauties let out cries of pleading for mercy. But how could Tang Hao spare them so easily? Tang Yuxin wasn't there then. He was going to let them accompany him to relieve his boredom. Tang Hao's palms kept falling. Cyclic alternation. The same number of times. The same strength. Not the slightest prejudice to any one person. This soft touch simply made Tang Hao love it. If it wasn't for a burst of cell phone ringing suddenly, Tang Hao would still have to enjoy it. The cell phone rang, and Tang Hao took the phone to see that it was an unfamiliar call. Tang Hao picked up the phone. Hello, who is it? Is that student Tang Hao? A soft and melodious voice with a hint of shyness came from the other end of the phone. Tang Hao instantly heard that the owner of this voice was the civilian schoolgirl he had met 2 days ago, Zhang Shuyan. Tang Hao hurriedly let go of Lu Yuhan and Li Yunwei, who covered their asses and stood up, their pretty faces already as red as apples. Tang Hao made a shushing gesture at the two people to continue calling. Yes, I am. I'm Zhang Shuyan who you helped the other day. Do you remember? The other side said with a feeling of gathering courage. Of course I remember. I still remember your mom said she would invite me to your house for dinner. How could I forget? After listening to Tang Hao's words, Zhang Shuyan was very happy. It seems that he is still quite profound in Tang Hao's heart-mind. A hint of urging sound came from the other end of the phone, as if Zhang Shuyan's mother was urging Zhang Shuyan for something. I know. Under her mother's urging, Zhang Shuyan opened her mouth and asked, that tonight, do you have time? I'd like to invite you to my home for dinner. Tang Hao was very happy in his heart. After all, if Zhang Shuyan asked him out this time, he'd have a good chance of gaining a lot of supreme villain value. But he couldn't show too much positivity, or else he would make people suspect that his heart was not pure. This should be fine, but I'm usually very busy, and I'm not sure what time I'll be going over tonight, so I might be a little late. No problem. No matter how late it is, we will wait for you, Zhang Shuyan said somewhat nervously, but after saying that she regretted it a little, what she said just now seemed to be a little easy to get people's imagination going. I mean, no matter how late it is, we will wait for you to come over for dinner, Zhang Shuyan re-explained. I understand what you mean. You don't have to make a point of explaining. Tang Hao smiled faintly. Zhang Shuyan let out a cute sound on the other end of the phone, then hung up. Zhang Shuyan took a long breath and stroked her chest. This was the first time she had ever asked a boy out, and if it wasn't for her mother's softly and bitterly nagging herself, there was no way she would have called today. But after the phone call there was still some small happiness in her heart. Just now when she asked if Tang Hao could come, Zhang Shuyan's heart accelerated by almost double, afraid that Tang Hao would reject her. But the end result was still good. How is it? What did little Tang say? The mother looked at Zhang Shuyan with expectant eyes. Zhang Shuyan replied with a faint smile. Tang Hao said he would come. He's rather busy and might come a little later. That's okay. It's good to be able to come. It's good to be able to come. Then I'll hurry to go buy food. Can prepare in advance. After saying that, Zhang mother happily picked up the food basket and went out to buy food. Chapter 22, Full Level Charm. Hanging up the phone, Tang Hao looked at the two girls in front of him. I have something to do later. You guys go back first. The two girls rolled their eyes and said teasingly, are you going to see that beauty again? They even raised their eyebrows at Tang Hao. In Tang Hao's opinion they were nakedly seducing him. Wasn't beaten enough just now, and your ass is itchy again, right? Tang Hao gritted his teeth and said viciously. Hearing Tang Hao's words, the two girls' faces immediately changed, turning around and running towards the door. Looking at the two girls left, Tang Hao also began to go to do business. Tang Hao to Tang Yuxin made a phone call to say that he has something to be busy today, will not go to pick her up, but will send someone to pick her up. Tang Yuxin, although the heart has some disappointment, but still agreed. Tang Hao looked at the time. It is only noon. To go also have to wait until after 6 p.m. There is a long period of time. So Tang Hao opened the system panel. Master, Tang Hao title, Immortal God King. Divine power, 10,000. Physique, 508, 35 layers stacked. Face value, 100. Charm attraction, 80. Shopping mall, opened. Supreme villain value, 55,000. Skills, invincible golden body. Martial sage long fist. Tang Hao looked at his system value. Before he had never paid attention to his charm value. Now look, this 80 data is too little. After all, he is now going to raid the heroine. This charm should also be improved. Subsequently, Tang Hao waved his hand and spent 20,000 points of supreme villain value to directly fill up the charm value. And then Tang Hao spent another 20,000 points of supreme villain value to enhance the physical quality by 100 points. Master, Tang Hao title, Immortal God King. Divine power, 10,000. Physique, 608, 42 layers stacked. Face value, 100. Charm attraction, 100. Shopping mall, opened. Supreme villain value, 15,000. Skills, invincible golden body. Martial saint long fist. Tang Hao looked at the data, which was much smoother. By the time it was past 4 in the afternoon, Tang Hao felt that it was about time, so he called for a bodyguard. Wang Jian, only a bodyguard in a navy blue suit, walked up to Tang Hao. He was the bodyguard under Tang Hao, who was second only to Wu Yong in status, and he was usually in charge of the affairs after Wu Yong went out on his errands. You go to the underground parking lot and go get a car out. I'm going out. Okay. Wang Jian bowed respectfully to Tang Hao, intending to leave. Wait, what else do you command, young master? Don't come with the usual Rolls-Royce Phantom. Take that Maybach. Yes, young master. Wang Jian left, this time to see his Zhang Shuyan. The same to go to Jianzhou University. If also come to the usual that Rolls-Royce, if let Tang Yuxin see that is not looking for death. At least now is not the time to expose. Then Wang Jian came to 2 soccer field size underground parking lot. Hundreds of luxury cars parked inside. At a glance, all kinds of international brand name cars. What Lamborghini, Ferrari, Bentley, McLaren, Bugatti. Every one of them is worth a lot of money. Wang Jian picked the Maybach that Tang Hao said he would drive out. Tang Hao sat in the car. The road was smooth, and Tang Hao quickly arrived at the entrance of Jianzhou University. Tang Hao parked the car at the snack street, which was the way Zhang Shuyan was going home. But Tang Yuxin was going home in the opposite direction, so he could also avoid it. Just as Tang Hao's car stopped, he saw a woman wearing a long red dress, heavy makeup, and a long waist and legs walking away towards Tang Hao. The woman looked sultry and deliberately twisted her waist to come to Tang Hao's car, and she bent down and knocked on Tang Hao's car glass. Tang Hao shook down the glass. Something wrong? The woman revealed a flirtatious smile and said in an extremely flirtatious and frivolous tone, handsome man, you're too handsome. Are you here to have fun? You see if I can do it. After saying this, the woman intentionally shook her hair, and also threw a wink at Tang Hao, who had just arrived here, and the woman stared at Tang Hao's luxury car. People who could drive such a luxury car, their family must be famous. If they had the chance to hook up, not to ask to be the right one, even if they were an adopted junior, it would be the blessing of her life. Looking at the woman's appearance, Tang Hao revealed a disgusted expression. This woman just came to the fit. Tang Hao smelled a strong flavor of poor quality cosmetics. The woman is still wearing a full of goods. How could this kind of woman get into Tang Hao's eyes? Scram! Tang Hao let out a stern cry, then slammed the car window. The woman's expression instantly froze, and she stomped her feet in anger, but there was nothing she could do about it. A rich man like Tang Hao wasn't something she could mess with as a woman. However, although she left alone, the next one after another came a few of the same woman. This time, sexual. Tang Hao even do not take care of. Joking. Think he really is the kind of brainless villain? What kind of women are on the lookout for? However, the effect of this full level of charm is really obvious. Every woman who comes over is deeply attracted by himself. Tang Hao found that sometimes too popular is also a kind of trouble. He looked at his watch. The time was still early. There was still more than half an hour before the university would be dismissed. Tang Hao was bored, so he took out his cell phone and watched the live broadcast. Continuing with the fall playoffs. In Sirius, Sky and Wolf faced off. This time the commentator was Kiki, and the post-match review was Linger, Tian Yun, Chi-Chi, Linger but also known as KPL3 Big Beautiful. Each has its own charm. Tian Yun intellectual beauty, Chi-Chi lovely beauty, Linger lively beauty. Watching the live broadcast won't really make anyone go back to see 10 Iron Bean fights. It's all about the beautiful commentators. Watching the live broadcast, time passes very quickly. JZU after school, students one after another walked out. A small couple headed to the hotel outside the school. After a day of studying, of course they had to relax and unwind at night. Among them, Tang Hao also saw Tang Yuxin's figure. The bodyguard he had arranged had been waiting for a long time. Looking at Tang Yuxin was picked up by the bodyguard on the car. Tang Hao then put down his heart. This time he didn't have any care. Then Tang Hao also saw the figure of Zhang Shuyan. Zhang Shuyan just out of the school first looked around, as if looking for someone. After determining that did not find that person, Zhang Shuyan put down his heart and walked out. From the reaction just now, Tang Hao knew that she was just on the lookout for someone. Looking at the 2 days, Hulu did not less harassment of Zhang Shuyan. But fortunately, he didn't dare to do anything too much, or else Tang Hao's men would have already reported on themselves. Tang Hao stepped out of the car and waved to Zhang Shuyan in the distance. Zhang Shuyan also saw Tang Hao. The original nervousness instantly disappeared. A sense of security surged to Zhang Shuyan's heart. I do not know why. She saw Tang Hao has a very trusting sense of security. Zhang Shuyan happily ran to Tang Hao, excitedly asked, "How long have you been waiting?" "Not much longer, just over half an hour," Tang Hao replied. "So long? Didn't you say you had something to do? Come a little later." There were indeed some things, but after hanging up the phone I thought carefully. The schoolgirl asked me out. How could I make the schoolgirl wait for me? So I put off some things. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhang Shuyan's heart warmed up, so it turned out that she was still very important in his heart. Ding! Master gained the female lead Zhang Shuyan's favor. Protagonist Lin Yi's chi value decreased by 2000. Master's supreme villain value increased by 2000. Chapter 23 White Skirt. Tang Hao's heart was happy. The supreme villain value had increased again. It was really good. Now there was a real chance Tang Hao must earn more supreme villain value on Zhang Shuyan's body. So are we going back to my house now? Zhang Shuyan asked tentatively. If she went over now, maybe her mother wasn't ready yet. In fact, Zhang Shuyan still wanted to spend some time alone with Tang Hao in her heart. Tang Hao likewise really wanted to. Such a good opportunity. Of course he wanted to spend some time alone. It's still early. Why don't we go around first? Yes. Zhang Shuyan immediately nodded excitedly. And when she heard Tang Hao's words, Zhang Shuyan's eyes shone with light. Tang Hao silently murmured in his heart, "Sister, you're acting too obvious. I'm simply sorry if I don't take you down. Let's go." Tang Hao reached out and opened the car door, and Zhang Shuyan happily sat in the car. This scene of theirs was seen by one of the people next to them. Hulu gritted his teeth and stared at the duo of Tang Hao and Zhang Shuyan, his eyes bursting with blood. Jealousy burned in his heart. If eyes could kill, then probably Tang Hao must have been killed countless times by his eyes. Zhang Shuyan, this little, usually pretending to be pure in front of herself. I didn't expect. How long did he and that little white boy know each other before he got into that little white boy's car? Hulu clenched his fists. He had now secretly resolved that he wouldn't let go of either Tang Hao or Zhang Shuyan. You guys wait for me. How happy you are now, how much you'll regret it later. Tang Hao looked back near the school entrance from the car. What's wrong? Is there something? Zhang Shuyan asked. Oh, nothing, just looking around. Actually, Tang Hao had already discovered Hulu. His killing aura that strong. If Tang Hao still couldn't discover it, then Tang Hao was too much of a dish. However, right now Hulu was still useful. He didn't want to move him for the time being. Shake off his mind. The most important thing now is to accompany the beautiful schoolgirl in front of him. Zhang Shuyan eyes worship. Look at the car. This is her first time to sit in a luxury car. Everything inside is very strange, and very comfortable, completely without the sense of ordinary car upside down. Soon the two people came to the city's busiest commercial district, a dozen large shopping mall. As soon as they arrived here, they saw a sea of people. All kinds of people come here to shop, which belongs to the rich people's shopping paradise. As long as there is money here, basically can be bought. After Tang Hao and Zhang Shuyan got out of the car, Wang Jian went to park the car alone, while the two of them took the lead to enter the mall. As soon as they entered, they saw several brand-name clothing stores, because it was open, so most of the clothes in several clothing stores were visible. It instantly made Zhang Shuyan a bit dazzled. All the clothes in here are so beautiful. Zhang Shuyan was like a small child's first playground, enjoying everything very much. Tang Hao pulled Zhang Shuyan to a clothing store, which was an international brand clothing, Hongxing. In this novel world, Hongxing is already the top 3 brands in China, and even in the international world, it is also an extremely important brand. The store clerk saw the two walking and greeted them very politely. Both guests, feel free to look at whatever you like. Zhang Shuyan walked up to a piece of clothing. Her eyes revealed a very fond look. It was a white skirt. She went up and touched it. The sales clerk also saw that Zhang Shuyan liked that dress and walked over. Guest, you can try it on if you like it. Zhang Shuyan glanced at the price on the dress. A $10 million. The shocking price made her hand shrink back. So expensive. If this money was used as living expenses, it could make their family live for half a year. But here they could only buy one dress. No. It's too expensive. Better forget it. Zhang Shuyan hurriedly before saying. But the clerk didn't show a contemptuous look to Zhang Shuyan when she heard this, but was naturally very enthusiastic. It's okay, beautiful woman. You look so good. Even if you don't buy it, you can say try it on. It must be very beautiful. Tang Hao, I walked up. Right, try it on and it doesn't cost any money. Go ahead, said Tang Hao. Put Zhang Shuyan toward the fitting room. Pushed. Zhang Shuyan hesitated for a moment to feel said right. Try on does not cost money. Then walked into the fitting room. After Zhang Shuyan entered, Tang Hao took out his unlimited gold card. I'll take this dress. Pay directly. Hearing Tang Hao's words, the clerk's heart rejoiced. Today was her first day on the job. She didn't expect to receive such a single. The commission for this dress she could at least get $1,000. Yes sir, please follow me. After saying that, the clerk brought Tang Hao to the cashier to settle the bill. When Tang Hao finished checking out, it happened that Zhang Shuyan had already changed her clothes and walked out. As the saying goes, people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddles. Zhang Shuyan shocked everyone when she walked out. Usually Zhang Shuyan wore very ordinary clothes, and she was already known as the 4 school flowers of Jiangxia University. This time changed this dress, simply like a fairy down to earth. Wow, beautiful girl, this dress is simply too suitable for you, too beautiful. The clerk looked at Zhang Shuyan in surprise. Zhang Shuyan was slightly shy when she heard the clerk's words, but what she wanted most was to hear Tang Hao's comments. She slowly walked over to Tang Hao, who was also shocked by Zhang Shuyan's beauty at this time. Tang Hao, how do you feel? Zhang Shuyan blushed slightly, a little nervous in her heart, wondering if Tang Hao would like it if she was like this. Tang Hao gulped a mouthful of spit. His heart had already been in waves. If this wasn't a large public but 2 people alone in a room, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold back. Very, very pretty. This dress suits you perfectly. Tang Hao touched Zhang Shuyan's head and said. Hearing Tang Hao's comment, Zhang Shuyan's heart was hot and happy. There was nothing happier than having your favorite person praise you. But then Zhang Shuyan looked at the clothes on the body, and some secretly sad. Even if they were good-looking clothes do not belong to themselves. Tang Hao also saw Zhang Shuyan's mind. Just wanted to say something. The clerk suddenly said, Beauty, you can be really happy how this clothes your boyfriend has helped you buy. He can be really good to you. Hearing the clerk's words, Tang Hao silently gave her a nod of approval. This sentence can be more lethal when said by others than when said by himself. Zhang Shuyan looked at Tang Hao. How do you? This dress is so expensive. Tang Hao covered her mouth. Don't say anything expensive in front of me, because in my heart no matter what can't compare to you expensive. As long as you like no matter how much money, even if it's the stars in the sky I'll pick them for you. Wow. Although such words were earthy, but in the mouth of a man like Tang Hao, whose face value, charisma, and money were stacked on top of each other, it was simply too lethal. Words are said to this. Zhang Shuyan, even if again stupid, should know how to do. She touched eyes, looked at Tang Hao. If not around someone, she looked at Tang Hao that tempting lips really want to kiss on. But here is not appropriate. She can only a hand tightly embrace Tang Hao. This wave of operation. The other guests in the store have taken out a bag of dog food, while watching and eating. Seeing the eyes of the bystanders, Zhang Shuyan didn't feel any embarrassment. Instead she felt very happy, especially since the store clerk had just said that Tang Hao was her boyfriend. She very much hoped that Tang Hao could keep the status of boyfriend. Ding! The heroine Zhang Shuyan's mood has undergone a major fluctuation. The master has gained great favor. Congratulations to the master for increasing the supreme villain value by 50-100. Chapter 24, Diamond Necklace. Tang Hao then patted Zhang Shuyan's head. Okay, we should go. So many people are watching it, we'll go to the next one and keep buying. Zhang Shuyan reluctantly came out of Tang Hao's arms, made out of the happiness she had just experienced. The two walked out of the store and continued shopping. Zhang Shuyan walked next to Tang Hao, but her heart was not about where to go next, but her mind kept dwelling on the relationship between herself and Tang Hao. Although just now Tang Hao has shown that he likes himself, But like does not mean that the relationship between the two people recognized. If he directly go up to ask words is not too hasty? This time to ask him to cause his dissatisfaction Zhang Shuyan will be too late to regret. Walking Zhang Shuyan lagged behind Tang Hao a body position. Looking at Tang Hao's hand, he had a kind of want to hold up, but there is no that courage. Just now she can bravely hold Tang Hao also because of Tang Hao's words to the atmosphere. And now less of that feeling, she did not have the impulse before. Zhang Shuyan's hesitation at the back. Tang Hao turned around and saw Zhang Shuyan's inner thoughts, but he would not give her a promise so early, or else he would be too easy to get it. Tang Hao continued on and came to a jewelry store. Let's go inside and take a look, Tang Hao said as he pointed to the jewelry store in front of him. Okay. Zhang Shuyan snapped out of her tangle when she heard Tang Hao's words. She walked in with Tang Hao, and inside were various necklaces, bracelets, earrings and other jewelry. Shuyan, does Auntie usually have any favorite jewelry? What should I give Auntie as a gift when I go to her place later? Tang Hao asked as he looked at the jewelry on the counter. My mom's words don't usually come with jewelry, but she seems to like bracelets when she watches TV shows. Zhang Shuyan thought for a moment and said, bracelets, what do you think of this one? Tang Hao asked, pointing at a pure gold bracelet covered in patterns on the counter. Zhang Shuyan's heart was shocked when she saw it. That bracelet looked big. It should be 200 grams and worth more than $100,000. Zhang Shuyan panicked and waved her hand, saying, No, this is too expensive. Just tell me if you give it to Auntie, will Auntie like it? Tang Hao didn't say whether to buy it or not, but asked sideways. Zhang Shuyan hesitated. She'll definitely like it, but this is just too expensive. We can't afford it. Tang Hao smiled faintly. What do you call this? Since Auntie likes it then I definitely have to buy it. Lee this up. Wrap it up for me. Didn't wait for Zhang Shuyan to retort, Tang Hao spoke again. This is my gift to Auntie, not for you, so don't allow you to say no, or I'll get angry. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhang Shuyan just wanted to say the estimate also held back. She did not want Tang Hao to get angry. The reason why Tang Hao chose such a bracelet he thought, like Zhang mother such a simple person, should not like those fancy gifts. Send gold this is the most real. After buying the bracelet, Tang Hao once again picked up. This time is to pick Zhang Shuyan's gift. However, after looking around, he didn't have a favorite, and then he asked the clerk, do you have any other more expensive and more beautiful jewelry here? These are all too ordinary. Hearing Tang Hao's words, the clerk was a bit surprised, because although the jewelry in here couldn't be said to be worth a lot of money, the most expensive ones were also hundreds of thousands of dollars apiece, which couldn't even enter Tang Hao's eyes. Guest, wait a moment, I'll go inform our manager. There should be a very good one. Go. The clerk ran to the inner room and called out the manager, who walked up to Tang Hao and bowed politely. Guest, I heard that you feel that these ornaments are not good enough and want more expensive ones. Right, do you have any here? Our store does have a limited edition necklace. It's our newest model. Currently there are only 5 in the country. Take it out and take a look. Alright, please follow me. The clerk brought Tang Hao to another counter, which was a separate location for that piece of jewelry. Only a white gold diamond necklace lay alone in a glass cabinet. The manager began to explain the necklace inside. 2 guests, you see, this glass is made of bulletproof glass. The necklace inside is even more valuable. The necklace has 99 grams of crushed diamonds, representing that 2 lovers can last forever. In the middle a 5-carat large diamond. It looks very beautiful. The body of the necklace is made using white gold. It is handmade by a famous British master jeweler, so it is very expensive. Such a beautiful necklace. Wearing it on this beautiful lady will definitely show off her noble temperament even more. Hearing the manager's explanation as well as the fact that the necklace was very beautiful, it made that girl not moved, and Zhang Shuyan was certainly no exception. Looking at the necklace in front of her heart very much like, Tang Hao also nodded with satisfaction. How much is this necklace? $1,800,000 if this necklace. The manager replied. What? $1,800,000. Zhang Shuyan couldn't believe her ears. This necklace even cost more than $1 million. It could buy a house in some second or third tier cities. But Tang Hao glanced at her and said to the manager, I'll take this necklace. Swipe the card together with that gold bracelet. Tang Hao took out his gold card to pay the bill, and seeing Tang Hao's generosity, the manager immediately beamed with joy, and the clerk hurriedly packed up the 2 pieces of jewelry. The necklace Tang Hao didn't let her pack it, but directly took it out and put it on Zhang Shuyan's neck. Does it look good? Tang Hao asked. Zhang Shuyan looked at the necklace around her neck, and the large 5-carat diamond. Surprisingly, she didn't know what to say. She just felt that her neck was very heavy, as if what she was wearing around her neck wasn't a necklace, but a house. This feeling he was a little unreal. A few days ago they did not even dare to think of the expensive necklace. Today really and truly worn on their necks. For a moment she didn't know how to face it. Good looking. Very good looking. I like it a lot, but I'm a bit uncomfortable with it now. Let's put it away. There was a hint of trembling in Zhang Shuyan's voice. One could feel a great deal of nervous excitement in his heart, but she was forcing herself not to show it. Tang Hao also saw Zhang Shuyan's mood and agreed, and Zhang Shuyan carefully placed the necklace in the box. Looks like there's still a process of liking it. Tang Hao looked at Zhang Shuyan. Tang Hao thought that if today to accompany him is not Zhang Shuyan but Tang Yuxin, then it is estimated that Tang Yuxin will definitely not buy the pain does not stop. Cannot Zhang Shuyan so coy? After all, Tang Yuxin's father is the chairman of the board of directors of the value of tens of billions of dollars. The manager packaged 2 pieces of jewelry, and took out a bunch of gifts and membership cards. In the future, Tang Hao take the card consumption can be directly discounted 15%, and the rest of the gift value of tens of thousands of dollars. But these Tang Hao is a small amount of money, and later on, also sent to Zhang's mother. Forget about it. 2 people walked out. Zhang Shuyan is still some trance feeling. Just now on her impact is really too big. A shake but 10 minutes, nearly $2 million on consumption out. If this is placed in the previous he did not even dare to think. She looked at Tang Hao, feeling that this man is so omnipotent. She always thought that the rich second generation or some will only spoil the woman's playboy. But know that he met Tang Hao. Tang Hao and anyone of the rich second generation are different. With a sentence to describe the words she felt should be, this gentleman only have heaven. The earth can get a few times heard. Looking at Tang Hao's back, Zhang Shuyan secretly resolved that he must become Tang Hao's woman. Chapter 25 Zhang Shuyan's home. The 2 people ho. In the mall shopping for more than 2 hours. A look at the watch. Has been more than 8 o'clock. And now Zhang mother should still be waiting for them to eat it. At this time the whole Zhang mother called. Zhang Shuyan took out his old cell phone. This cell phone she has been using for several years. Has not been willing to change. In front of Tang Hao looking at his old cell phone Zhang Shuyan somewhat embarrassed. However, Tang Hao did not care, signaling her to answer the phone. Zhang Shuyan picked up the phone. The mother on the other end of the phone asked, "Daughter, where are you going so late and still not back? You forget that later Xiao Tang but will come." "Mom, I'm just with Tang Hao right now." "You're with little Tang?" Zhang mother was first stunned, then immediately smiled and said, that's good. You guys play until what time you can. Don't come back so early. Forget about it, simply don't come back. Dinner can be eaten later." Hearing his mother's words, Zhang Shuyan bitterly laughed. This is the pro-mother? Their own daughter a man out also encourage themselves not to go home, although they also have a little yearning, but that is also their own proposed, when the mother then their own initiative. Well, what are you talking about, Mom? Do not talk to you. Then Zhang Shuyan hung up the phone. When Zhang Shuyan turned to look at Tang Hao, he saw that Tang Hao was also staring at himself. Just now my mom called. Over. Oh, we lost track of time while we were strolling around. Let's hurry back. Don't let Auntie wait too long. Tang Hao interrupted her before Zhang Shuyan could finish her words. I didn't mean that. Zhang Shuyan said in a weak voice. What did you just say? Her voice was really too small just now, and Tang Hao really didn't hear her clearly. Nothing. Zhang Shuyan shook her head. Oh, let's go back then, Tang Hao said again. Oh, Zhang Shuyan nodded, but she was a little lost for this ending, and in her heart, she kind of didn't want to go back. After the two put their things in the trunk of the car, they got in the car, or Wang Jian acted as the driver. The nightlife of Suzhou and Hangzhou is very prosperous. Shining lights plus the sound of the car's horn, filled with the noisy city. Young people who work all day come to bars and KTVs at night to enjoy a relaxing life. Tang Hao's car weaved in and out of the crowd as he looked around the city. Under the guidance of Zhang Shuyan, Wang Jian brought the car to a shantytown, where the environment was very bad, and the buildings were basically all dangerous buildings, and he didn't expect that there was such a place under the bustling city. The environment here is not good. You should not be too adapted. Zhang Shuyan said somewhat apologetically. It's fine, I can adapt, Tang Hao said. Through the long streets, finally the two came to Zhang Shuyan's downstairs, because it was an old building, so there was no elevator at all, only stairs. Zhang Shuyan's house was on the 6th floor, so the two of them could only climb the stairs. But for Tang Hao, who had a physique of over 600, it was a piece of cake. Came to the door of Zhang Shuyan's house, opened the door. To Tang Hao's first feeling is narrow. Open the door is only 1 meter wide, but the length of 3 meters of the channel. Through the channel is the living room. The living room is very simple. The kitchen and the living room is connected. The center even block the smoke door are not. The other side of the two small door should be the bedroom. The toilet was very small and simple, and there weren't any electrical appliances, because the house was small, so everything in the house was also a bit messy. Tang Hao took a look at the house, which was less than 40 square meters. 3 people were crowded in a house of less than 40 square meters. In an inappropriate comparison, Tang Hao's villa had a toilet bigger than Zhang Shuyan's house. After seeing Tang Hao and Zhang Shuyan come in, Zhang mother was a bit surprised. Didn't she tell her daughter not to come back tonight? How come she still came back? This daughter is not competitive. However, this obviously couldn't be shown. After seeing Tang Hao, Mother Zhang was still very happy. Little Tang is here. Quickly sit down, Mother Zhang said enthusiastically. Tang Hao looked at the ground, as if there was no place to sit down. Zhang Shuyan was a bit embarrassed when she saw this, and hurriedly ran to take a chair from the inner room, wiping it several times before placing it in front of Tang Hao. You do this chair. Tang Hao nodded and sat on the chair, while Zhang Shuyan also took out a matza and sat beside Tang Hao. Little Tang, look at Auntie's house. It doesn't even have a sofa, so I've wronged you, Zhang mother also said with a face full of embarrassment. No, Auntie, this is fine, you don't have to care, Tang Hao said hurriedly. Little Tang, you're really a polite and good boy. Not only are you smart but you also have a sense of justice. If it wasn't for us 2 days ago, I'm afraid we'd all be bullied out of our lives. I'm really thankful for you, Zhang mother said to Tang Hao. Auntie, don't say that. Shuyan and I are good friends. You can always talk to me if you have any difficulties in the future. Good friends. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhang Shuyan had a bit of a hard time in her heart. Now it was just good friends, but it was also the case that both of them hadn't confessed their love yet, so they could only be good friends. Tang Hao then took out a few boxes. Auntie, this is the gift I brought you. See if you like it. Tang Hao handed the 2 boxes to Mother Zhang. Zhang mother gladly accepted. What Tang Hao sent would definitely be something good. Zhang mother opened it and was directly shocked. A large gold bracelet appeared in front of her eyes. This is too expensive. Right, little Tang. How much does this cost? Zhang mother's mouth could not close. This is gold. Real gold bracelet. Auntie, this isn't much money. It's just over $100,000. It's not worth much, Tang Hao casually said. 100,000 or so really wasn't much money to him, but this directly shocked Zhang mother. More than 100,000 was not expensive. If Tang Hao said expensive, then how much money? Look at Tang Hao's expression. I'm afraid that this kind of gift is just the money for people to eat a meal usually. Thinking of this, Zhang mother is no longer polite. Carefully put a few boxes into the house of the box. Zhang mother looked at Tang Hao as more and more look at the eye. Has been to Tang Hao praise, make Tang Hao are a little embarrassed. Although Zhang mother had always said that he was the most handsome, considerate, gentle and charming man. Although this was all true, it wasn't good to say it out loud. After all, Tang Hao just wanted to be a quiet, beautiful man. Little Tang, you said it would be so nice if you could be my son-in-law. Then we would be a family. Tang Hao was also a bit surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Zhang mother was more anxious than Zhang Shuyan. She directly thought of being a son-in-law, almost slipping him in place. So what are you saying? Zhang Shuyan said shyly. Only then did Zhang mother react to the fact that she had said the wrong thing. I accidentally said what was in my heart just now. Zhang mother smiled awkwardly, and Tang Hao smiled equally awkwardly. Tang Hao thought to himself, it's hard for me to play with you all being so proactive. It seems like now it's no longer about himself thinking about how to rip off the heroine, but rather how he can prolong the tooling time and thus gain a lot of supreme villain value. Chapter 26, An Appointment. Mom, hurry up and go cook. We're all hungry. Zhang Shuyan was afraid that her mother would say something else, so she simply sidetracked her. Look at you, child. I can't even chat with Xiao Tang more if I want to. Forget it, you stay with Xiao Tang. I'll go cook. After saying that, Zhang mother got up and walked towards the kitchen. Not long after, the smell of fumes from the kitchen reached the living room. The odor was very strong. Tang Hao, let's go to my room. The smell of grease and smoke is too strong here. Zhang Shuyan stood up and pulled Tang Hao's hand. Tang Hao nodded and stood up as well. The two of them came to Zhang Shuyan's room. Although Zhang Shuyan's room wasn't big, with only a bed and a desk and a chair, she had organized it very neatly, because there was no closet. Her clothes were all hung neatly on a rope. The desk was full of books, presumably for when she studied at night. Your room is so neat. Unlike me, I usually seldom bother to organize my room, and sometimes it's a mess. Tang Hao sighed. If you're willing, I can help you go tidy up your room, Zhang Shuyan said shyly. Tang Hao smiled and replied, that's fine. You might have to work hard when the time comes. I'm not afraid of hard work. Tang Hao looked at Zhang Shuyan, his eyes becoming a little different, and being looked at by Tang Hao like this, Zhang Shuyan was also a little overwhelmed. What are you looking at me like that for? Zhang Shuyan lowered her head and said somewhat shyly. Tang Hao fiercely approached Zhang Shuyan, and Zhang Shuyan's heart tightened, closing her eyes and raising her head to Tang Hao, her mouth unconsciously pouting. Tang Hao gently stroked Zhang Shuyan's hair, pinching off a hint of cobweb from Zhang Shuyan's head. Look, when you came up just now, you rubbed the cobweb from the hallway and never realized it. Zhang Shuyan looked at the cobweb that Tang Hao pinched in his hand. His heart was very lost. He just thought that Tang Hao, oops, it's so hard to make up your mind. Zhang Shuyan glared at Tang Hao with a somewhat indignant beak. Wasn't it particularly disappointing just now? Tang Hao smiled teasingly. Zhang Shuyan was even angrier this time. Her red face both shy and angry. You still say that? I'll hit you, said Zhang Shuyan as she raised her small fist. Tang Hao grabbed her wrist and pulled her into his arms, wrapping his other hand around her slender waist. Due to the lack of control over his strength, Tang Hao and Zhang Shuyan turned around. Zhang Shuyan fell backwards onto the bed, and Tang Hao fell along with her. The softness of the proximity made Tang Hao's very sensual. The energized him also underwent some changes. Zhang Shuyan felt Tang Hao's body change. As a Zhang Shuyan of course knew what it was, and her mood tensed up. This was her first time. She had never experienced it before, but her own mother was still outside. Could it be? Thinking of this, Tang Hao finally couldn't help but kiss tightly. Zhang Shuyan learned the method discussed by her classmates in the dormitory before, although she had not experimented with it. But this kind of human instinct, Zhang Shuyan would be able to do it as soon as she was exposed to it. And moreover, she quickly got the hang of it under the guidance of the veteran driver Tang Hao. Her hands wrapped around Tang Hao's neck, going from passive to active, and the two even exchanged up and down positions. This made him even more excited. And Zhang Shuyan likewise, went from passive to active, getting more and more enthusiastic. It took a long time before the two stopped, and both of their lips became very brightly colored, as if they were coated in lipstick. Tang Hao's passion had been aroused. He couldn't hold back anymore and wanted to get closer. Wait, my mom is still outside. Can we do it this time? Zhang Shuyan was very nervous in her heart, because she had heard that the first time would all be very painful, and her mother was still outside. She really didn't dare to do it. She hoped that her first time could be in a place where there weren't any other people. Tang Hao stopped his hand movements. You say, what kind of relationship are we in now? Zhang Shuyan sat on Tang Hao's lap, wrapping her arms around Tang Hao's neck and cautiously inquired. Good friends. Tang Hao deliberately teased her. Are we still good friends even after this? Zhang Shuyan's big watery eyes looked at Tang Hao. Then what do you feel like it should be? I want to be your girlfriend. Zhang Shuyan was no longer shy this time. With determination in her eyes, she wouldn't give up her chance again. Isn't it a bit too easy to let me get me just like that? Tang Hao stroked his chin and said, then I can do whatever you want me to do. Zhang Shuyan blinked her big eyes expectantly and asked, let's do it this way. Let's set an agreement. On Sunday you come to my house. We'll play a game. If you can pass, I'll let you be my girlfriend. If you can't pass, then you'll have to think of something else. No problem. I'll accompany you in whatever you play, and I'll definitely pass. However, if I pass you can't back out and be my boyfriend. After saying that, Zhang Shuyan looked at Tang Hao and said, I never back out of my words. Pull the hook, said Zhang Shuyan as she stretched out her pinky. Although she felt that this method was childish, she still wanted to do it. Tang Hao smiled and also matched Zhang Shuyan's pulling the hook. The reason why Tang Hao didn't agree to be her boyfriend right now was also because he felt that the timing wasn't right. He needed to wait for a few days, and when the time came, he would personally take away the 100,000 points of supreme villain value that Zhang Shuyan had on her. Little Tang, Shuyan is eating. I've made everything. Mother Zhang suddenly opened the door and barged in. Seeing her daughter sitting on Tang Hao's lap, Zhang Shuyan jumped up when she saw her mother come and miso. Such an embarrassing scene was seen by her mother. Zhang Shuyan glared at her mother angrily. Mom, why did you come in without knocking? This is Mom's fault. Mom will pay attention next time. You guys continue. I'm going out. After saying that, Zhang mother closed the door. Zhang Shuyan looked at Tang Hao shyly. Why didn't you know to lock the door just now? Tang Hao smiled nervously and said, I was in a hurry just now and forgot. Zhang Shuyan thought about it and was still a bit scared. Fortunately his mother came in late and didn't see anything important. If the one he just did was bumped into by his mother, then he was afraid that he would die with his heart in his mouth. Well, it is not also did not see anything. Next time I must pay attention to lock the door. Tang Hao went up and hugged Zhang Shuyan, pinching on Zhang Shuyan's rear hem. Zhang Shuyan was shy for a while, but she wasn't really just angry with Tang Hao. She just felt too shy. Tang Hao kissed Zhang Shuyan's lips again, and the two kissed again for 10 minutes before stopping. Let's go out for dinner, Tang Hao said. Chapter 27 Attacked on the Night Road. Tang Hao and Zhang Shuyan walked out of the room, and Zhang mother had already finished serving the meal on the dining table. Seeing the two come out, Mother Zhang immediately revealed a smile. You two finished? Hearing her mother's words, Zhang Shuyan's face immediately reddened to her ears. Mom, what are you saying? Zhang Shuyan looked at her mother with a blushing face. Young people, I understand. Zhang mother revealed an expression of I understand it all. This made the two people even more embarrassed, and Zhang Shuyan wanted to find a crack in the ground. Tang Hao also smiled awkwardly. He didn't even expect that Zhang Shuyan's mother would be so open and joke about her own daughter. It seemed like this meal shouldn't go on. Auntie, that I don't feel hungry today, so I won't eat. I'd better come back next time. After saying that, Tang Hao and Mother Zhang greeted each other and wanted to leave. Hey, little Tang, I've cooked so much, why don't you eat all of a sudden? Mother Zhang suddenly stood up. I'm really sorry, I suddenly have a bit of no appetite right now, otherwise I'll come back for dinner another day. I'm really sorry for today. Tang Hao apologized again. Mom, I don't have an appetite either. I'll go see Tang Hao off. After saying that, Zhang Shuyan went up and wrapped her arms around Tang Hao's arm and gave her mother a wink. Mother Zhang was also smart and immediately understood. That's good. Then little Tang, you must come back another day. Definitely. The two then walked out of the guise. Zhang mother alone looked at the table full of food and revealed a happy smile. The reason why she invited Tang Hao to her home for dinner, the purpose wasn't purely to just eat. It was important that she wanted to use the name of dinner to let her daughter and Tang Hao have a lot of contact. From the point of view of her breaking into the room, her own daughter and Tang Hao's performance just now, not only did both of them have a good feeling towards each other, but they had already found out pretty well, which made her able to not be happy. It seems that their own daughter did not let themselves disappointed. Maybe not long after Tang Hao became their golden son-in-law. By then I'm afraid their own family will have turned the world upside down. After walking out of the house, Tang Hao and Zhang Shuyan walked in the night, Tang Hao walking in front and Zhang Shuyan following behind. At night, it was very dark, and the street lights on both sides were busy with yellow muddy light. In this kind of old neighborhood, there is no entertainment, so all the families go home early to eat and watch TV. There is no one on the road. Zhang Shuyan looked down at Tang Hao's back. For some reason, she always had a sense of security around this man. It was a subtle feeling. She used to be afraid of walking at night, but now she didn't have the slightest feeling of fear. She trotted forward 2 steps close to Tang Hao. A handout wanted to go to hold Tang Hao's hand, but a little hesitant. But after thinking about what to be afraid of, just like that, there is nothing to be shy about. But before she could take the initiative to hold it, Tang Hao's hand had already held hers. Hold it if you want to. What's the hesitation? Tang Hao gave her a charming smile. Then Zhang Shuyan also let go of her shyness. And by this time she had already recognized that Tang Hao was the man of her life. For a girl like Zhang Shuyan, once she recognized someone, she wouldn't change for the rest of her life, and would only love him. The two walked side by side in the night. Not far away, hidden in the darkness of the entrails was a dark shadow, staring at the two with vicious and jealous eyes. The black shadow saw Tang Hao and Zhang Shuyan's intimacy and his heart burning with rage, slowly pulling out a fruit knife in his hand, waiting for the two to approach step by step. Just as Tang Hao and Zhang Shuyan were less than 5 meters away from the black shadow, the black shadow finally couldn't help himself and raised the fruit knife to slash at the duo. Bastard, die for me. The black shadow instantly arrived in front of the duo, and the trajectory his knife fell on was exactly Tang Hao's face. If the knife hit, Tang Hao would be disfigured if he was lightly hit, or killed on the spot if he was heavily hit. This sudden change made Zhang Shuyan startled, and when she saw a black shadow rushing toward her with a knife, she was even more cold at the back and didn't move a muscle. Tang Hao smiled faintly. Finally couldn't help it. When it was too late, Tang Hao sidestepped and grabbed the black shadow's wrist, gently pinching it so that the black shadow's wrist was directly dislocated, and the fruit knife slipped off. The black shadow let out a miserable cry. Tang Hao kicked him out. The black shadow flew out more than 5 meters away and fell heavily on the ground. All of this was too fast. Zhang Shuyan did not even have time to react. The black shadow of the murderer must have fallen to the ground. Zhang Shuyan was still frozen in place. Cold sweat. Even holding Tang Hao's palms are oozing sweat. Back a cold constantly. Tang Hao also saw Zhang Shuyan's fear, and immediately hugged her, gently patting her back to comfort her. Don't be afraid. It's okay. It's okay. Only after being comforted by a little bit of Tang Hao's comforting voice did Zhang Shuyan regain her consciousness. Just now. That black shadow just now. Zhang Shuyan let out a trembling voice. It's already been driven away by me. It's fine. He? Who is he? Why did he want to kill us? Zhang Shuyan asked again with a trembling voice. Tang Hao glanced back at the black shadow that had already stood up with difficulty in the distance. Although he couldn't see the black shadow's face in the night, he had long since discovered its existence and could guess who it was even if he was a fool. The black shadow stood up and covered his wrist in pain. He didn't expect Tang Hao to be so powerful and knock him down in less than a second. He also knew that he couldn't possibly be Tang Hao's opponent, so he directly fled from the darkness. Tang Hao watched the black shadow flee and didn't stop it. The most important thing now was to pacify Zhang Shuyan. Now Zhang Shuyan was too scared to move, and could only snuggle into Tang Hao's arms. Tang Hao had no choice but to carry Zhang Shuyan. The two people walked out of the street and came to Tang Hao's Maybach car. The two people sat in the car. Zhang Shuyan slowed down for a long time, finally calmed down. Just now, who was that person? Zhang Shuyan asked cautiously. I reckon you can guess who would hate the two of us being together. It was him. Zhang Shuyan covered her mouth in fear. Then what do we do next? Zhang Shuyan asked trembling. I'll figure out what to do next. Don't worry, I won't let him hurt you. Zhang Shuyan looked at Tang Hao with affection, tears seeping from the corners of her eyes, and went up to wrap her arms around Tang Hao's neck. Can you stay with me tonight? I'm scared. Sure. Tang Hao waved at the driver in front, Wang Jian, who immediately understood and drove on. Soon the car drove to a nice 5-star hotel, which was the best hotel in the neighborhood, and Tang Hao could only make do with one night here. Tang Hao helped Zhang Shuyan into the hotel. Tang Hao opened one of the best rooms. After the two entered the room, Tang Hao first checked if the room was safe. In case there was a camera or something, his own reputation would be ruined. After checking for safety, Tang Hao and Zhang Shuyan lay on the bed. Zhang Shuyan held Tang Hao's tightly. One could feel that she hadn't completely come out of the scene just now, but that was true. An ordinary college student, or a girl, it would be hard to come out of it when encountering this kind of thing. Don't worry about sleeping, I'll be with you all the way. Chapter 28. The four main characters. After a few hours, Zhang Shuyan finally fell asleep. Tang Hao gently withdrew his hand from Zhang Shuyan's tight grip and walked out of the room. Tang Hao came to bodyguard Wang Jian's room. Young master, today you encountered an attack. This matter how to do. Should we put that person? Tang Hao thought about it. Originally he was planning to use the person Hulu as a foil to promote the development of the relationship between him and Zhang Shuyan, but judging from today's performance, he shouldn't be able to use it anymore. Moreover, this person is very unstable now. If he has a momentary brain fart one day and harms Zhang Shuyan's mother and daughter, this is something Tang Hao doesn't want to see. He looked up at Jin Wang. Our people have still been following, right? Always following. We know exactly where he is now. Good then. Remember, don't leave any traces. Wang Jian nodded. Yes, young master. Wang Jian then left the room. The next day, Tang Hao and Zhang Shuyan woke up together and went out for breakfast. After the night, Zhang Shuyan's emotions had recovered, without the fear she had before. The two went out just in time to also encounter Wang Jian coming out of his room. The two exchanged a look, and Wang Jian nodded at Tang Hao, who understood. Young master, Miss Sang, good morning. You too, good morning. Zhang Shuyan replied softly. Tang Hao, on the other hand, nodded. The three of them went downstairs together to eat breakfast. Two people were heard chatting next to them. Hey, have you heard? There seems to be a person in the neighborhood who jumped into the river and committed suicide last night. Ah, there's such a thing? You don't know. Was found fished out this morning, already broken. I heard it was a hooligan with nothing to do in the neighborhood. Forget it, it's none of our business anyway. Go on with your meal. After listening to the two people's conversation, Zhang Shuyan felt that these 2 days were always bad. The first 2 days were pestered by people. Yesterday also caused Tang Hao to be attacked, and today also heard that someone died. Unlucky things all rushed together. After breakfast, Tang Hao sent Zhang Shuyan to school, sent her to the door. Tang Hao went home alone. Back to the villa. Wu Yong at this time also finished the business back. Wu Yong reported to Tang Hao. He has completed the task. The action can start. Tang Hao nodded. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Tang Hao, as always, came to the Rolls-Royce to go to the school entrance to meet Tang Yuxin after school. Still a familiar location. Still a familiar car. The difference was that today, Tang Hao had already made a call ahead of time to tell Tang Yuxin that this time, he would pick her up and take her home in person. So as soon as the little girl was released from school, she happily ran towards the Rolls-Royce car. As soon as she entered the car door, Tang Yuxin lay on Tang Hao's lap. Today can annoy me to death. Tang Yuxin rubbed her small head to reveal a sad expression. What's wrong, my little princess? Who pissed you off today? A transfer student said something about coming from abroad. As soon as he entered our class he looked at me colorfully, annoyed me to death. Tang Yuxin pouted and spat. That's still because you're too pretty. Why else wouldn't he look at others? Tang Hao laughed and said, You're still laughing. You're still laughing. Your girlfriend is being bullied and you're still laughing, said Tang Yuxin from sitting up. It's nothing to look at. Can you still control other people's eyes? Not only look. I don't know where that person got the courage to come up and hit on me. The way of hitting on me is still extra low, especially that smile. The mouth is crooked into the right sign that the teacher hit. As soon as Tang Hao heard Tang Yuxin's description, it seemed like he guessed who this person was. This kind of iconic smile. Besides our novel protagonist, who else could do it? What's that person's name? Tang Hao asked. Tang Yuxin thought for a moment. It seems to be called Lin Yi. Yes, even this name. All morning he's been striking up a conversation with himself. Annoying as hell. Okay, I get it. I'll warn him in the future so he doesn't hit on my girlfriend. He has no chance. That's more like it. Tang Yuxin happily leaned on Tang Hao's shoulder. Wu Yong drove off. It occurred to Tang Hao that because he had taken away all of Lin Yi's chi from Tang Yuxin now didn't have the slightest goodwill towards Lin Yi. So the next thing to take away was his chi luck on Zhang Shuyan. On the other hand, Lin Yi was worried. Originally, today was his first day of school, and he had been assigned to a class with the head of the school's 4 school beauties, which would have been a perfect thing. However, this school flower actually didn't have any feelings for himself. This plot is not right, because one feels that she should have a good feeling towards oneself. His peach blossom luck has always been very good, but wherever one grows to meet this kind of class of girls, they will all have a good feeling towards him. Not only that, as long as they slightly respond to each other will soon be their own take. Somehow, today Hao completely did not have that kind of feeling. Today his own play seems to be missing something. But what is it? Brother Lin, what are you thinking about? Still bothered by the fact that the schoolgirl didn't pay attention to you today? An ordinary-looking boy with a somewhat simple outfit walked up next to Lin Yi. Zhang Yuan, do you think I behaved badly today? Why did that school beauty Tang Yuxin ignore me? Lin Yi asked suspiciously. I don't know about this, but she's the school flower. It's said that she's never been in love before, or maybe she doesn't know how to respond to you. Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Yi had an expression of sudden realization. A schoolgirl who had never been in love. Wasn't this just tailor-made for him? This type of girl wasn't easy to like someone, but once she liked someone then she would be loyal to them for the rest of her life. So this kind of girl is also more difficult to get close to. He previously met in front of Tang Yuxin can only be counted as mediocre. For such a girl to spend a little longer, of course. This is Tang Yuxin's test for her. He believed that as long as the time was longer, Tang Yuxin would definitely be in his pocket. Brothers, by you this point broadcast I understand. Today for the first time enrollment to know a good friend like you. Today I invite you to dinner. Go wherever you want to pick. Lin Yi waved his big hand and slapped on Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Really? Brother Lin, then I won't be polite. Zhang Yuan revealed a happy smile. Don't be polite. Eat openly. In the original version of the evil soldier king of the metropolis, Zhang Yuan was Lin Yi's most trusted junior brother, and it was also Lin Yi who solved his difficulties afterward, so the two of them were on very good terms. Also at the school entrance, Zhang Shuyan walked out of the school after cleaning up, and Wang Jian was standing by the door of the Maybach. Zhang Shuyan happily ran over. Ms. Zhang, today young master ordered me to send you home. Zhang Shuyan froze. Your young master didn't come today? Oh, my young master had something to do today so he couldn't come. Oh, Zhang Shuyan nodded with some disappointment, but she also understood that a young master like Tang Hao should have a lot of work to do at home, and being able to spare some time to accompany himself was already very good, so how could she ask him to do so? Thinking of this, Zhang Shuyan got into the car and was sent home by Wang Jian. Chapter 29, Shen Manyi's Invitation. Tang Hao and Tang Yuxin were sitting in the car preparing to go home when Tang Hao's cell phone suddenly rang. Tang Hao took out his cell phone and saw that the caller was actually Shen Manyi. Why is this woman calling? Tang Hao was hesitating in his mind whether to answer it or not. Whose call is it? Tang Yuxin inclined her head and asked. Nothing, someone who doesn't need to be. Tang Hao shook his head then hung up. However, Shen Manyi seemed to be used to it, as Tang Hao had just hung up the phone when the cell phone rang again. It was estimated that Shen Manyi would keep calling if Tang Hao didn't answer the phone. Answer it. Guess there's something important. Tang Yuxin reminded. Tang Hao thought about it and picked up the phone. Hello, what is it? Tang Hao's tone was very flat. Hearing Tang Hao's tone, Shen Manyi's heart shook. Her head became a little blank with nervousness, and the words she had originally prepared were forgotten. She could only stammer. I have something I want to talk to you about. I don't know if you have the time. Shen Manyi's tone was very polite. She felt that the current Tang Hao and the original Tang Hao were not the same at all. If she still treated her with the previous attitude, it was estimated that Tang Hao would hang up the phone in an instant. There's something to say on the phone. I don't have time. This matter said on the phone is too hasty. Or about a place. Do you say it or not? If not, I'll hang up. Don't hang up. I want to talk to you about something. Can you give my father's company back to him? Give it back to him? That's the company I got after paying off the company's debts. Why should I give it back to you? You think too much. I know this request is a bit too much, but this company is really important to our family. It is my father's half-life's blood. I don't want to. If you don't want it, take the money and buy it back. As long as you can get a reasonable price, I can sell it to you. Shen Manyi on the other end of the phone was silent. I can't get that much money right now. Then you're still licking your chops to find me. I'll tell you once more today that I don't owe you. Do you still think I'm the same me as before? Shen Manyi was silent for a while. She already felt it in her heart. Tang Hao had completely changed now. Long ago he was not the man who came at the beck and call. I know you don't care about me anymore, but I still want to talk to you. I'm waiting for you at the Star Long International Restaurant. I hope you can come over. Tang Hao heard Shen Manyi's tone with pleading, but Tang Hao didn't have a soft heart. What did what she wished have to do with him? His heart didn't want to go, but thinking back, Shen Manyi was the main female character after all. The three of him, Shen Manyi, and Lin Yi would definitely be inextricably linked. And besides, Now Tang Hao was already planning to resolve Lin Yi's matter, so Tang Hao was planning to push the plot a little further. Alright, I'll go over. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Shen Manyi was surprisingly a bit unresponsive for a moment. She froze and randomly reacted immediately. Alright, I'll wait for you. Tang Hao hung up the phone after saying this. Shen Manyi's heart was thrilled. Tang Hao had agreed so decisively. She felt that the chances of this matter succeeding were still very high, and before she had always thought that Tang Hao was no longer interested in her. The phone call just now had instead somewhat rekindled some of her fantasies. Is Tang Hao still not completely forget about her? Could it be that her previous attitude towards her was all a pretense? If that was really the case, how should she face Tang Hao? Shen Manyi shook her head. These are all still fantasies. After all, who knows what Tang Hao really thinks in his heart? Tang Hao's side hung up the phone. Tang Yuxin looked at Tang Hao with wide eyes and asked, "Is it your friend from work?" Yes indeed it's from work. Her company had a problem before, and was acquired by me, and now she intends to redeem it. Because of this matter she wants to talk to me about it. Oh, Tang Yuxin seemed to understand, nodded. Tang Hao work things she also cannot help what to do. So sex also not ask Tang Hao too much. When are you planning to go? Tang Hao thought for a moment. One hand touched Tang Yuxin's head. Send you home and I'll go over there. Go early and come back early. I'll come back to accompany you as soon as I'm done with things. Aha, good. Tang Yuxin nodded happily. After all, if she got things done early, Tang Hao would be able to stay with her all the time afterward, and wouldn't not come back for a night. Soon, the car had arrived at Tang Yuxin's villa, and Tang Yuxin got out and said goodbye to Tang Hao. Tang Hao then said to Wu Yong, "Go to the Starlong International Restaurant." "Okay, young master." Wu Yong stepped on the gas pedal. A roar sounded, and the car drove off at breakneck speed. Shen Manyi, who had already been waiting at the Starlong International Restaurant, was holding her lipstick in one hand and a mirror in the other, carefully applying her makeup. Although the makeup she drew was already very beautiful, there wasn't a single man who wouldn't be moved after seeing it. She was the only one who still felt unsatisfied. Just like a little girl on her first date, she perfected it over and over again until she felt that she could no longer find any flaws. Ever since the last time she had that incident with Tang Hao at the clubhouse, Shen Manyi would have some feelings of weakness every time she thought of Tang Hao. After all, the last time that kind of thing she is still the first time to do. Not much experience, but when she calmed down after recalling, feel there is some excitement. Heart a little like this sense of excitement. Shen Manyi was wearing a white suit dress, carrying a blue LV bag in her hand, sitting alone at a dining table, just like a little girl who had an appointment with her boyfriend waiting for her boyfriend's arrival. At this time Tang Hao and Zhang Yuan were not far away. They had also come to eat nearby, but after half a day of strolling around they hadn't been able to think of a suitable restaurant. Lin Yi secretly spat in his heart. The restaurants over here are too pitiful for me. Aren't there some upscale places? Lin Yi was used to living an affluent life abroad. After all, as the strongest evil soldier king, the higher money abroad was not normally high, so now Lin Yi had long been a billionaire. Brother Lin, forget it if it doesn't work. Let's go to the big stall over there. It's pretty good there too. No, this is the first time I'm treating you to dinner. How can I not let you suffer? Let's just go wherever. That restaurant looks good. He pointed at the Starlong International Restaurant in the distance. Lin Yi was a protagonist who was dead set on saving face, and it was this character coupled with the chi in him that made him become, resoundingly, the king of mercenaries abroad. We can't afford to spend money in that one. Zhang Yuan looked at the restaurant in the distance with some concern. Lin Yi looked at Zhang Yuan and said, "It's not like you have to pay, so what are you afraid of?" After saying that, he pulled Zhang Yuan and walked towards the restaurant. The two had just entered the restaurant when the waiter came over. The waiter looked at Lin Yi and the two of them as Lin Yi and Zhang Yuan were dressed very plainly. One could even say poorly as the clothes that the two of them were wearing added up to less than $500. I'm afraid, especially Lin Yi, the standard traditional urban novel protagonist dress style. Any piece of clothing on the body single out will not be more than 100. The waiter looked at the two of them with some contempt, worried that these two people's wallets could afford to spend here. After all, the average consumption level of each person here is several tens of thousands of dollars. The waiter asked to the two people in a salty manner, "Both of you, do you have a reservation?" "No." "Then, are you guys members?" "No." "Then I'm sorry sir, our restaurant only accepts reservations. The two of you don't have a reservation, there are no available seats right now." Chapter 30, The Protagonist and the Villain. What? You still need a reservation for a meal? Lin Yi looked at the waiter with an annoyed expression. Unconsciously a murderous aura rose from his body, directly scaring the waiter. The waiter's face revealed panic as he looked at Lin Yi. You. Lin Yi's face squeezed out a weird smile. The waitress's heart thumped. This was something she had never felt before, but she understood that the man in front of her was not to be messed with. Then she changed her attitude. "Sorry sir, I asked if there was just a spot over here. After saying this, the waitress hurriedly walked to a window seat. He was satisfied, secretly pleased in his heart. A small waitress. In the face of him, a kill countless killers of the king of soldiers. Only by virtue of the momentum can make her scared less. He walked over and walked down on his butt. Zhang Yuan next to him didn't know what happened. How all of a sudden the waitress's attitude changed 180 degrees. But he didn't care and followed suit and sat down. The two just sat down and noticed Shen Manyi not far away. Shen Manyi was sitting alone in a chair, looking at the time from time to time, her eyes unconsciously looking toward the door. A glance can be seen that she is waiting for someone. After seeing Shen Manyi, Lin Yi's eyes were almost staring straight, not expecting to meet such a big beauty here. He and Shen Manyi didn't know each other's identity because they hadn't met for 10 years. Such a beautiful woman let him encounter now. If he didn't make a move, it would be even better to wait. He walked to Shen Manyi with big strides, his eyes with anticipation and possessiveness. Hello beauty, can I sit down? Although his mouth asked if he could sit down, his body directly sat down without the slightest hesitation. Thank you. Lin Yi revealed a smile to Shen Manyi. At this moment, Shen Manyi was dumbfounded, and hadn't yet reacted to the fact that this man was sitting across from her. Shen Manyi frowned. Before she could speak, Lin Yi asked again, Beauty, do you know that you just punched me? When did I punch you? Shen Manyi was puzzled. She hadn't even seen this man in front of her. How could she have punched him? This person couldn't have come over to touch the porcelain. Just now when I first saw you, my heart was hit hard by you. Lin Yi had a serious face, but it looked very greasy. Shen Manyi revealed a disgusted gaze. This kind of earthy love story was fine if it was between a man and a woman, but in the face of this kind of first-time meeting, Shen Manyi simply put a big cross on Lin Yi's. Shen Manyi said to him in a salty manner, Are you feeling humorous? Humor is indeed one of my strengths, but I hope you don't just see my humor only. Handsome is what stands out to me. Shen Manyi couldn't help but arrive with a blank stare. This person is afraid that he doesn't have some kind of major disease. I'm waiting for someone now. I don't have time to chat with you, and my friend will be here soon, so you'd better hurry up and leave. Meeting is fate. Not to mention I feel that the two of us are very compatible. Have we met somewhere? At this time Shen Manyi was already very impatient with him. If she had been in her previous temperament she would have directly scolded Lin Yi. However, today she had an appointment with Tang Hao. If she lost her temper at this time and let Tang Hao see it, it is estimated that today's conversation will be lost. Shen Manyi took a deep breath and said to Lin Yi, This gentleman, I have some things to talk about with my friend today, so please hurry up and leave. My friend will be here soon. Lin Yi smiled nervously. It's fine, you guys talk about yourselves, don't mind me. After saying that, he didn't look like he wanted to leave in the slightest. Shen Manyi froze. How could there be such a thick-skinned person? Does he not understand human language? In fact, the reason why Lin Yi was like this was because he felt that what Shen Manyi was waiting for must be her best friend. Otherwise she wouldn't have such an expression. And according to his speculation, Shen Manyi must have encountered some problem that she couldn't solve herself. And when she knew about her difficulties, she would jump out to help her solve it. So wouldn't that create a relationship? As long as there is a first time, the next Shen Manyi again encounter difficulties will certainly think of their own. This destiny is not to come well. But now there is no time to let them chat further, because Tang Hao has arrived. Tang Hao just got off the bus and noticed Shen Manyi. Himself he sat opposite Lin Yi. Shen Manyi also saw Tang Hao. Face immediately showed a smile. Lin Yi noticed Shen Manyi's expression. Frowned tightly. Shen Manyi waiting for even a man. Shen Manyi was waiting for a man. And Shen Manyi's expression showed that the man in front of her was very important to her. Lin Yi also looked at Tang Hao. For eyes opposite each other, in the middle must have produced a trace of imperceptible sparks. The protagonist and the villain had finally met. Tang Hao instantly recognized the man in front of him as Lin Yi, the protagonist of Urban Evil Soldier King that he was facing. Worthy of being the protagonist, he met two female protagonists as soon as he returned to China. First Tang Yuxin and now Shen Manyi. But can you still conquer their hearts now? Tang Hao walked into the restaurant with large strides, because Tang Hao's handsome exterior, coupled with an aristocratic temperament that could not be concealed, instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. And behind him an imposing, burly strong man followed closely behind. This person can be seen at a glance as the identity of the bodyguard, and then see that his seat is still tens of millions of Rolls-Royce Phantom. From the luxury car, to the way he was dressed, to his appearance, any fool could see that Tang Hao's identity must be extraordinary. Maybe he was the son of that big family in Suzhou Hangzhou City. If he had the chance, he must make contact. There was a woman who looked at Tang Hao and started to commit nymphomania, dragging her chin. Wasn't the man in front of her the image of Prince Charming in her mind? It was like a man who came out of a fantasy. As soon as Tang Hao entered the door, the waiter immediately greeted him. Sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? It doesn't matter if you don't have a reservation. We have a VIP private room over here. If you'd like to. No need. I'm looking for someone. Without waiting for the waiter to finish speaking, Tang Hao waved his hand and interrupted him. Tang Hao's eyes turned to Shen Manyi, who couldn't help but feel a little nervous when she saw Tang Hao looking at her. But this behavior of hers did look like the shyness of a little girl in Lin Yi's eyes, which made him even more annoyed. From just now when Tang Hao came in, the focus of the whole room was on him, and later on it was the waiter's attitude. When he just came in, the waiter's expression was one of disdain, and as soon as Tang Hao came in, she arranged a private room for Tang Hao. How could he be comfortable with such a huge difference in attitude? But the most important thing was Shen Manyi's attitude. He could clearly feel that the relationship between the two was definitely not ordinary. Darling. Chapter 31, The Brainless Protagonist. Darling? Without waiting for everyone to react, Tang Hao quickly walked over to Shen Manyi and wrapped his arm around her waist. This directly caused Shen Manyi to be at a loss for words, but she didn't break free of Tang Hao's hand, but instead looked at Tang Hao with some surprise. And at this moment, Lin Yi did forcefully hold back the anger in his heart. Tang Hao gave Shen Manyi a look, and then even deliberately glanced at Lin Yi. This message was clearly captured by Shen Manyi. No wonder Tang Hao was so enthusiastic once they met this time. It turned out that he was jealous. Shen Manyi was now secretly happy in her heart. It turned out to be Tang Hao who saw Lin Yi and herself together and misunderstood. And because he was jealous, he came up and hugged himself. Tang Hao still had himself in his heart. For some reason, in the past, if Tang Hao had hugged her, she would have hated it, or even said that she was disgusted from the bottom of her heart. But now it was different. Not only did she not have the slightest bit of aversion, there was still some stolen joy in her heart. I'm sorry, darling. I've kept you waiting. There was a little incident on my company's side that made you wait an extra 10 minutes. You should be punished. On his expression, Tang Hao revealed a bright smile, a smile that seemed to have some sort of magic power that could make people fall into it. But Tang Hao was on the verge of vomiting inside. I'll go. If it wasn't for the sake of pissing off the protagonist, how could one say such disgusting words? But the method he chose, he had to carry it out even if he died. But Shen Manyi didn't think so in her heart. She felt that the current Tang Hao was so charismatic. I don't know if it was an illusion. She now felt that Tang Hao was several times more handsome than before. Lin Yi couldn't hold back any longer. He went up and pushed Tang Hao away from Shen Manyi's body, saying such meaty words. You're not afraid of spitting out the rice you ate yesterday, Lin Yi said to Tang Hao in a bad tone. This push from Lin Yi also woke up the fantasizing Shen Manyi. She walked back to Tang Hao's side, wrapped her arms around Tang Hao and roared angrily at Lin Yi. You this person, how people matter. What are your qualifications to get involved in the matter between the two of us? Lin Yi coldly smiled. Beautiful woman, can't you see? This person is not a good person at all. He must have other unsaid purpose to approach you. Hearing Lin Yi's words, Shen Manyi became even angrier. He approached himself if it was a dozen days. Indeed, Tang Hao was always taking the initiative to pester her, but now indeed she took the initiative to approach Tang Hao. If not this time she about Tang Hao out, I'm afraid Tang Hao will not call her again. I did not expect today's meeting emerged so a scoundrel. If this time Tang Hao left because of anger, then she put Tang Hao again about the opportunity to come out well can be even smaller. Cannot let this person destroyed. Shen Manyi raised her hand and just wanted to accuse Lin Yi again. Tang Hao suddenly opened his mouth. I say, it's none of your business if I have good intentions or not, right? Do you know him? Tang Hao twisted his head and asked. Shen Manyi hurriedly waved her hand. I don't know him. He's the one who took the initiative to sit over here. I've told him to leave. He just won't leave. Hear that? It seems like you're the one who didn't press goodwill. Hearing Shen Manyi's words, all the people around cast contemptuous glances at Lin Yi. Things were already very obvious. Lin Yi was just jealous of someone's love interest, but he was so shameless to go up and scold them. How could there be such a shameless person? That's right, between other people's couples. What qualification does an outsider have to get involved? Also, don't take a piss and take a look at yourself. A poor face. That's it. How did this kind of person put in? Simply pulling down the grade of the restaurant. It is estimated that it is to recognize the menu, but it is said that the waiter how to put everything into the worthy of being the protagonist. Pulling hatred is truly invincible, but Lin Yi seemed to be used to it, not paying the slightest attention to the words of those passers-by, and looked at the two people on the opposite side. Do you dare to duel with me? If you lose you'll leave her completely. Lin Yi pointed at Tang Hao. Tang Hao froze. This he was the protagonist? What happened to the saying that protagonists were all smart, face-punching symbols? How was this protagonist even more brainless than the villain? Such words could also be said. How about this? You call your woman over as well, and if you lose, you leave your woman as well. What did you say? Lin Yi's eyes widened. Are you damned stupid? Thanks to you being able to say this kind of words, I really doubt that you're out of the house with your brain kicked by a donkey. Tang Hao showed no mercy at all as he cursed at Lin Yi. You dare to scold me? Lin Yi gritted his teeth and glared at Tang Hao. At this time, Wu Yong behind him couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to block Tang Hao's body. Ding! Protagonist Lin Yi's emotions have been subjected to great fluctuations. Congratulations to Master Supreme Villain value increased by 10,000. Tang Hao thought in his heart. He really overestimated this protagonist once upon a time, and now it seems that the people in this novel have a lower IQ than one another. In Lin Yi's heart, Tang Hao had already been branded with a big death word by him. This person in front of him could not be capped. Looking at Lin Yi's murderous eyes, Tang Hao did not panic at all. Here is the restaurant. In public, so many people watching. Lin Yi, he dared to make a move? Would he dare? Lin Yi swung his fist up and threw a punch at Tang Hao. Asterisk. He moved. Wu Yong saw Lin Yi attacking and at the same time also blasted out a fist. The two fists collided. Wu Yong was shaken back a few steps before he could barely stabilize his body, and his fist was shaken to the point of numbness. But when he looked at Lin Yi's body, he didn't retreat in the slightest. After the punch just now, Wu Yong was a little surprised. The young man in front of him, who was only in his 20s, was actually above him in strength. Asterisk. Such a tiger? Just say fight. Tang Hao was also baffled by Lin Yi's operation. Who's causing trouble? At this time, a middle-aged man in a black suit walked out from the back of the restaurant. This man was the manager of the restaurant, and the restaurant manager immediately walked out when he heard that someone was causing trouble in the restaurant. When he saw Tang Hao among them, his heart thumped. Why had this great god come? Tang Xiao, how is it you are? You came and didn't say a word, so I can arrange the best VIP private room for you are. The manager immediately ran to Tang Hao, nodding his head at a beat. Tang Hao glanced at the middle-aged man in front of him and realized that he didn't have any impression of him. Who are you? It's normal that you don't recognize me, young Tang, but I know the manager of the Silver Leaf Clubhouse, and I was fortunate enough to meet you last time you went to the clubhouse, so that's how it is. Tang Hao nodded. Young Tang, is there someone looking for trouble from you? I'll immediately kick him out. That's right, it's him. Just now he even hit my bodyguard. You'll see to it. Tang Hao pointed at Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi was still looking at Tang Hao with a disdainful expression, an arrogant look on his face. In his opinion, Tang Hao was nothing more than a rich second generation. His favorite thing was to punch these rich second generation in the face, and with this punch in the face today, he was sure that this beautiful woman in front of him would take the initiative to throw herself into his arms. He used to do this kind of thing all the time before and had never missed a beat. The manager looked at Lin Yi. Looking at Lin Yi's skinny figure, coupled with the cottage goods he was wearing, at a glance, he knew he was a loser. Young Tang, don't worry about this kind of person. I'll immediately have the security guards throw him out and give him a good beating. After saying that, the manager waved his hand and called for 5 or 6 security guards. Brothers, this person even provoked young Tang. Give me a good lesson to teach him a lesson. Chapter 32, Calling the Police. After saying that, a few security guards slowly approach Lin Yi and present a trend of encirclement to him. Lin Yi is not panicked, but he is not bothered about it. This is just a few security guards. How can they be his opponent? Wait, Tang Hao called out to the crowd. The manager looked toward Tang Hao. Young Tang, what else do you command? This is a restaurant. Don't fight and kill. How bad? Just invite him out. Remember not to do anything. Hearing Tang Hao's words, the manager was very puzzled. Dealing with such a brat who was disrespectful to Tang Xiao, directly hit out even if, but also polite what? But although he thought so in his heart, but since Tang Xiao had already given his word, he naturally couldn't disobey Tang Hao's order. Did you hear Tang Xiao's order? Don't hit people with your hands. Please go out. This time the security guards were baffled. Please go out. How to please? Do they have to go up and bow and say, "Sir, you go out"? Several security guards still awkwardly went up. The leading security guard was the first to speak. Sir, our manager said that you are not welcome here, so you'd better go out. Lin Yi smiled disdainfully. Just with you guys, you also want me to go out? Several security guards looked at each other in dismay. It said that they couldn't hit, but it didn't say they couldn't lift. Several people walked to Lin Yi 2 times with a tacit understanding, went up and tried to lift his arms to fork him out, but now they underestimated Lin Yi. Just as they wanted to strike, Lin Yi grabbed their wrists. The security guards felt as if their wrists were caught in an iron vise, and a sharp pain came from their grasped wrists. Ah! The 2 security guards let out a miserable scream. Before they could react, Lin Yi's double fists had struck their faces. The 2 guards flew backwards in 2 different directions. Everyone present was shocked, not realizing that this ordinary-looking young man in front of them had such strength. Zhang Yuan behind him was also shocked by this scene, and a trace of fear crossed his eyes. There was only one exception among them, and that was Tang Hao. If a protagonist didn't even have this much strength, then it was simply too much of a waste. Lin Yi's eyes swept the surrounding people like a hungry wolf. The remaining security guards were swept by the eyes and none of them were chilled. They retreated a few steps back. Seeing the security guards retreat, Lin Yi once again revealed a smile. There wasn't a single one here that could fight. He took a step forward, his sights refocused on Tang Hao. Wu Yong once again blocked in front of Tang Hao, always on guard against Lin Yi's sudden attack. Shen Manyi nervously grabbed the corner of Tang Hao's coat, not expecting the man in front of her to be so powerful, knocking down two 1-meter-8 security guards in 2 punches. Tang Hao was definitely not his opponent. How about it? Still want me to get out? He took a step closer to Tang Hao. The smile at the corner of his mouth grew colder and colder. At this time even Wu Yong pinched a sweat. If he really wanted to fight, he could only stall Lin Yi and let Tang Hao go first. Only at this time did Tang Hao shake his head, a kind of look at an idiot looking at Lin Yi. Ugh, I really don't know where you get your confidence. Why do you feel like you can still threaten people so justifiably after beating them up? As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw several police officers in police uniforms walk in. Who called the police? A police officer in the lead took the lead and walked up quickly. I reported it. Tang Hao raised his hand. At this moment, the crowd all looked incredulous. Tang Hao had called the police. This plot wasn't right. Shouldn't this situation be two people who both defy each other in a big fight? Especially if it was a rich kid like Tang Hao. He should be good at saving face. How could he call the police? Captain Lu, I'm the one who called the police. Tang Hao repeated again. Lu Shuai walked over. He also knew Tang Hao. After all, with his status, his power in Suwang City was complicated. Even the chief didn't dare to treat this Yinjing son lightly, so he himself had to be even more careful. Lu Shuai immediately ran over. Young Tang, I wonder what happened on your side. This person beat up someone in a restaurant in broad daylight. The human and material evidence is gathered. Captain Lu, what do you think should be done? Lu Shuai glanced at Lin Yi. Have a look at the side of the two people who have fainted. I understand. The person in front of me has offended Tang Xiao. Then there is nothing to say. Ask for clarification and then directly arrest people. People, are you hit? Lin Yi also felt a bit surprised to see the police arrive. But that didn't make him panic. I'm the one who hit him, but I belong to self-defense. Lin Yi's aura was not lost in the slightest. Self-defense your ass. People haven't even touched you yet and you've seriously injured them. Moreover, it's still you who harassed my woman and made a scene over here. The security guard was just trying to stop you from making a scene. You beat them up like this. You licked your face and said that you were defending yourself. Do you want to be a little bit cheeky? Tang Hao cursed at Lin Yi. This kind of protagonist was simply speechless. In the face of these words, Lin Yi was speechless with dislike. Shen Manyi heard Tang Hao say that she was his woman. Her face even reddened. It turned out that Tang Hao had already treated her as his woman, and his previous words that he didn't like her were all lies. Captain Lu, if you don't believe me you can ask everyone around. Of course we have cameras that recorded everything just now as evidence. After being reminded by Tang Hao, the manager came to a realization. Right, there are cameras over here. I'll go find the video right away. After saying that, it was like going to the control room. This day it was Lin Yi's turn to panic. Just now it seemed like he did move his hand first, and that was also because the two people just now wanted to move themselves, and he did a conditioned reflex. If the police saw the video, he would be in danger. He wanted to go forward to stop, but beside him Wu Yong is not a fool. Blocked in front of him, although he is not Lin Yi's opponent, but and he tangled with him for a dozen rounds or no problem. What's the matter? Saw that we're going to take evidence and couldn't help it. Get out of the way. Lin Yi let out a roar of anger and just wanted to make a move. Stop, in front of the police and still dare to obstruct them from taking evidence. Do you want to go to jail? Lu Shuai pulled out his pistol and aimed it at Lin Yi. Facing the duo he first froze, then immediately revealed a murderous aura. As the king of soldiers, the thing he hated the most was when someone pointed a gun at him. At this moment anger had already overtaken him. Let me advise you, this is China, not a small foreign country in turmoil. If you dare to make another move, you will be a wanted criminal by then. These words were like a pot of cold water poured hard on his head, and only then did he calm down. He looked at Tang Hao, and secretly felt in his heart that this person was not an ordinary dude, rich second generation, and seemed to know himself very well. With a single sentence, he said that he had spent time abroad before. It was assumed that he also knew that he was in strict thing. The eyes of both sides interlaced. Tang Hao's eyes were very flat, a kind of chesty look, but Lin Yi is very unwilling. So many years this is the first time he has been defeated. The two people's eyes had already rubbed out sparks. At this time a voice broke the situation. Young Tang, I've got it. The manager walked out, holding his cell phone in front of Captain Lu, and showed Captain Lu the video from earlier. It clearly recorded that Lin Yi had harassed Shen Manyi, and subsequently pushed Tang Hao, and there was another video of him punching the duo. What else do you have to say? In the face of ironclad evidence, even if he was the protagonist, there was nothing he could do. He could only admit it. Chapter 33, Shen Manyi, you're sick, right? Ding! Congratulations master for gaining female lead Shen Manyi's favor. Supreme villain value increased by 10,000. Ding! Congratulations master for making the female lead Shen Manyi disgusted with the protagonist. The protagonist Lin Yi's chi value decreases by 10,000. The master's supreme villain value increases by 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to master for successfully making the protagonist suffer. The protagonist's chi luck value decreases by 50,000. And the supreme villain value increases by 50,000. After a system broadcast, Tang Hao didn't expect to reap so much supreme villain value in his first meeting with the male protagonist. Originally, he had planned to finish off the male lead this morning, but now it seemed that he could still cut some leaks on him properly. After everything was clear, a few police officers went forward with the intention of arresting Lin Yi. As soon as they got close, they felt a coldness behind their backs. It turned out to be the murderous aura emanating from Lin Yi's body that made them shiver. What? Do you want to resist arrest? How could Zhang Shui captain? Not completely intimidated. Hearing his words, Lin Yi took a deep breath and put away the murderous aura on his body. This was China, not a place like Africa. If he was really arrested today, it might not be as simple as the crime of intentionally injuring someone. Then in the future it would be impossible for him to stay in China, so he could only compromise. Feeling the murderous aura disappear, the police immediately came forward to put the silver bracelet on Lin Yi. One left and one right led him towards the door. As he passed by Tang Hao, he looked at him. I'll admit it this time. I just came to China and don't know any better, but it won't be like this next time. I'll definitely make you pay 100 times the price. Any time. What are you talking about? Hurry up. The policeman behind him urged and pushed Lin Yi. Watching the back of the male lead being taken onto the police car, Tang Hao was already planning what to do with the male lead next. He then felt someone pulling on his sleeve and turned his head to see that it was none other than Shen Manyi. What are you pulling me for? Was what you just said true? Shen Manyi asked somewhat shyly. What did I just say? Didn't you just say that I'm your woman? Oh, that was just a saying to deal with that person. Don't take it seriously. Tang Hao waved his hand in disbelief. As soon as she heard this, Shen Manyi immediately became nonchalant, an anxious look appearing on her face. If you say don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Looking at Shen Manyi in front of him, Tang Hao was somewhat puzzled. What kind of expression is this? What? Do you want me to apologize to you and say that I shouldn't have said that you're my woman? Hearing Tang Hao's words, Shen Manyi became even more annoyed. How could this Tang Hao's head be so turned around today? That's not what I meant? Then what do you mean? What I mean is that since you said I'm your woman, then you have to be responsible for me. What the hell? Upon hearing this sentence, 100 chaotic horses were galloping in Tang Hao's heart, almost making him explode out of his mouth. You're not sick. Are you on the wrong medication today? How do you talk? What I said was serious. Scram. After saying this, Tang Hao headed out. Joking. This kind of woman he can look on. Still think he is the previous licking dog Tang Hao. He now lacks women. Of course not. Tang Yuxin, Zhang Shuyan that worse than Shen Manyi, although he likes beautiful women, but also not what people are accepted. Like this kind of barbaric and unreasonable. IQ is also low woman. He is not rare. You see, Tang Hao was going to leave. She got anxious and went up to stop, opening her arms to block in front. Don't go. You haven't made your words clear yet? What else is there to say? I'm really curious about what you think now. Clearly you were the one who wanted to break off the engagement in the beginning and said it was absolutely impossible to be with me. How come you're always the one who's pestering me now? Tang Hao's sentence left Shen Manyi speechless. One can't say that I hated you when you were my licking dog back then, and now that you don't lick it, but instead you like you yourself. How one has to be. Then you just called me darling and helped me? That was just me not liking that kid. It wasn't to help you at all. Although he said this, but for some reason Shen Manyi did not believe it in her heart. Well, even if it's what you say, I didn't call you here today because of this matter, and we haven't even started talking about my father's company? Hearing her say this, Tang Hao thought to himself that Shen Manyi did call him over before because of this matter. However, his purpose was indeed to come over for the male lead, because there was a kind of chi tie between the male lead and the female lead, so they would meet intentionally or unintentionally. Today, Tang Hao was also here to try his luck. And luckily he had stumbled upon the right one, really encountering the male lead, and also divvying up quite a bit of supreme villain value on the male lead. This was a great joy in his heart. As for Shen Manyi's family's company, he didn't take it seriously at all. A broken company. For him to open him hundreds in minutes, Tang Hao also did not want to dawdle with her. After all, there is still a Tang Yuxin at home in his place, and today he was in a good mood. Okay, no need to talk about it. Upon hearing this, Shen Manyi thought Tang Hao was going to reject her, and her mood immediately tensed up. Don't I know that we Shen family has nothing to give you, but we can slowly pay back. If really can't, I can put my, said here Shen Manyi lowered her head, as if making a huge decision in general. However, It was a decision she didn't resent in her heart right now. Instead, since Tang Hao broke off the engagement with her, she instead felt as if she had fallen in love with Tang Hao. What are you talking about? Tang Hao looked at Shen Manyi's face with a puzzled expression. There's no need for Yuxin family to return anything. Don't you just want your company back? I'll hand it over back to you tomorrow. What? Upon hearing this, Shen Manyi couldn't believe her ears. Giving it back to herself without having to repay anything. If it was the Tang Hao of the past, she would definitely think that he was pulling some kind of trick again. However, facing him now, she knew from his expression that Tang Hao simply didn't have any interest in playing tricks on himself. She saw more of Tang Hao's expression of wanting to leave as soon as possible. Could it be that what he said just now was true, and that he wasn't important to him at all? In the face of this attitude, she felt that it was more difficult than beating her up. The most heartbreaking thing was not a fight, but ignorance. The man who was still full of himself a few days ago was now so indifferent to her. Anyone would be upset. No matter what your reason is. Anyway, you just helped me. I don't want to owe someone a favor. So what? So I'll follow you from now on until I've returned your favor. You're giving me bull asterisk. Tang Hao stared at her with wide eyes. He was sure that today's Shen Manyi was indeed sick and not very sick. Chapter 34, Your Birthday. Do I need you to follow? Stay wherever it's cool. Tang Hao waved his hand with a look of impatience, walking around her and heading out. Don't go. You haven't promised me yet? I'm not going to promise you. After saying that, he continued to walk away. Shen Manyi had wanted to follow, however Wu Yong beside her stopped her. Miss Shen, our young master has made it very clear. You'd better stop. Hearing Wu Yong's words, Shen Manyi had no way out. I'm afraid that today will not be realized. However, the unwillingness in her heart also became more intense. She was not a woman who gave up easily. Wu Yong also left the restaurant to help Tang Hao open the car door. After Tang Hao got into the car, Wu Yong drove off. Inside the car, Tang Hao rubbed his head with his fingers. You say the Shen Manyi isn't sick. When she was chasing her she was dead set on not agreeing, and now that she's not chasing her instead, she's fallen over. Is this not sick? Young master, this I don't know. I'm a straight man. I can't guess a woman's heart. Forget it. I'm asking you for nothing. Tang Hao shook his head helplessly. Young master, where are we going next? Go straight back to Yuxin's house. She's still waiting for me. Okay. After some time, the duo came back to the villa, and by now it was already dark. Tang Hao got out of the car and walked into the villa. Just as soon as he knocked on the door quickly opened. The person who opened the door was of course Tang Yuxin. This speed, it was estimated that she had been waiting in the living room. At this time, she was wearing a long black skirt. The style of the skirt was a bit strange, and all aspects were covered tightly. It's very much affecting the mood between the couple. Immediately after seeing Tang Hao return, she revealed a bright smile. You're back? Aha. Tang Hao looked at Tang Yuxin's skirt with some curiosity. Why are you wearing a black skirt? Does black look good? Come here. Tang Yuxin pulled up his hand and headed for the bedroom. Pushing open the door, there were no lights on in the room, and the pitch-black room couldn't see much of anything. Tang Yuxin flipped a switch on the wall, and a slightly dim light came on. Under the illumination of the light, the brand new decorations in the room surprised Tang Hao. There was a long table in the center of the room with candles and dinner plates as well as a large three-tiered cake. There were also a variety of balloons hanging on the wall, as well as colored lights forming the words, Happy Birthday, dear. Did you prepare this? Is today your birthday? Tang Hao asked in surprise. Hearing his words, Tang Yuxin was a bit speechless. How could you even forget your own birthday? My birthday. Tang Hao pointed at himself. Thinking carefully, it seemed like it really was his birthday. He hadn't been in this world for long, so he didn't care about this at all. So he hadn't even thought about when his birthday was. You really are. You can't even remember your own birthday. Tang Yuxin blanked him. Ha, I've been a bit busy lately and forgot. But how did you know my birthday? I saw your ID card before, and then I put your birthday down immediately. So that's how it is. Tang Hao nodded. Tang Yuxin, this girl is really meticulous. Worthy of being the first female lead. Who could not like such a girlfriend? Let's go. Go blow out the candles. Tang Yuxin pulled Tang Hao's hand and walked over. A large cake with a diameter of half a meter in front of him, with 24 candles stuck on it. This was his 24th birthday, and there was a man and a woman on top of the cake. From the features it was still possible to tell that this was Tang Yuxin and him. Looking at such a heartfelt preparation, he couldn't help but look at the girl in front of him with doting eyes. He held his hands together and began to make a wish. And at this time Tang Yuxin sang a birthday song in his ear. The song was like heavenly music, delicate and gentle. It melted Tang Hao's heart. After making a wish, he blew out all the candles in one breath. Looking at the girl in front of him, he was moved to hug up, gently stroking her hair. This is the happiest birthday I've ever had. Hearing Tang Hao's affirmation, Tang Yuxin revealed a satisfied and a little smug smile. I still have something to give you, Tang Yuxin said softly in Tang Hao's ear. What else? The two men let go, and Tang Yuxin took out two boxes from under the table, one large and one small. Open it yourself. Tang Hao looked at it and decided to open the big one first. Expectantly, he undid the ribbon on top and opened the gift box to see that inside was actually a silky white dress. The dress was semi-transparent and hidden. This if worn on the body. The effect. How is it? Do you like it? Tang Yuxin raised an eyebrow at Tang Hao in a somewhat naughty manner. You're wearing this for yourself, right? Yeah, it's for me to wear. But it's you who's enjoying it. The moment these words came out, a fire rose steeply in Tang Hao's heart. This wasn't even a hint anymore. This was naked GY. The words were all said here. Then Tang Hao would be sorry for the gift if he didn't do something. With that said, Tang Hao pulled Tang Yuxin into his arms. Wait, there's still one you haven't opened? Tang Hao looked at another small gift box. Okay, then I'll finish reading it first. Opening the small gift box, inside were a few photos. The dim light made it hard for him to see. He took them out and sucked in a breath of cold air. This. Surprisingly, it was considered a photo of Tang Yuxin herself, but this photo was too cool. There were a dozen or so in total, and by the looks of it, they should have just been taken, as the background in the back was the scene of today's room setup. This was the special gift prepared for him today, and when it came to the last photo, Tang Hao almost sprayed out his nosebleed, because the last one clearly showed that under Tang Yuxin's current black dress, there were no other clothes. Tang Hao turned his eyes to look at her, only to see her big watery eyes looking at him, a smirking expression surfacing on her face. You're under this dress. Like it? Tang Hao put down the photo. There was no need to say anything more. Went up and picked her up. All kinds of kisses. Palms kept swimming. After 10 minutes or so the two people separated. Tang Hao picked her up in a princess hug and placed her on the bed. Black skirt faded. The sight of the darkened room blocked the line of sight, but it was still possible to vaguely see two black shadows embracing each other. Ding! Master consumes 1 layer of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 1000. Ding! Master consumes 2 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 2000. Ding! Master consumes 3 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 3000. Ding! Master consumes 4 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 4000. Ding! Master consumes 5 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 5000. Ding! Master consumes 6 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 6000. Ding! Master consumes 7 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 7000. Chapter 35 Shopping. The next day, early morning, Tang Hao was the first to get up, looking at Tang Yuxin, who was still sleeping beside him, and took out his cell phone. Today is the weekend. Let her sleep a little longer. Tang Hao put on his clothes and walked downstairs. Today he was going to make a loving breakfast for Tang Yuxin. The two of them had been together late into the night yesterday, and Tang Yuxin was definitely hungry when she woke up, so he definitely had to prepare more in advance. After an hour, Tang Yuxin rubbed her eyes and walked down the stairs. It smells so good. What did you do? Smelling the fragrance, Tang Yuxin immediately woke up and quickly walked to the kitchen. Looking at Tang Hao, he made 5 or 6 dishes, and each of them was very nutritious, so sumptuous that it almost caught up with dinner. How did you make so many delicious dishes? Seeing that you were too tired last night, so I let you make up for it. As soon as she heard this, Tang Yuxin hit Tang Hao with some shyness. Why are you still mentioning it? Ha ha, don't mention it. Let's eat. A series of 5 dishes were all served on the table. Tang Yuxin couldn't wait to pick up her chopsticks and put a dish in her mouth. It's really delicious. Eat more if it's delicious. I'll take you to play when you're done. Really? Great. Tang Yuxin danced happily. Hurry up and eat. The two of them simply ate breakfast and walked out of the room. Tang Hao came down to the garage door under Tang Yuxin's guidance. Today he wasn't going to drive the usual Rolls-Royce Phantom. After all, it was too high profile, so he planned to pick a car from Tang Yuxin's garage. Tang Hao, you like that one? Feel free to pick. Tang Yuxin blinked her big watery eyes and asked. Tang Hao scanned the room. Although Tang Yuxin's family's garage wasn't as exaggerated as his own, there were quite a few luxury cars, and there were more than a dozen world-famous cars that could be named. It's better to listen to you. I'm fine with all of them. Today I'm accompanying you on a shopping trip. You're the protagonist. In that case then it's still the red Ferrari. This is more suitable for shopping. Then it's it. Tang Yuxin took out the Ferrari's key and opened the door. She sat in the passenger seat, leaving the driver to Tang Hao this time. The two of them drove out of the entrance of the neighborhood, where 3 vans were waiting at the entrance. Waving at the vans, the van doors opened and down from inside were Tang Hao's 3 bodyguards. Ready? Tang Hao asked Wu Yong. Young master, don't worry, everything is ready. Tang Hao nodded and drove off slowly. Wu Yong followed behind in the van. Your bodyguard, what is this for? Tang Yuxin asked in confusion. Pulling stuff pulling things, using so many cars. Tang Yuxin asked with some surprise. Right, today is our first date shopping. You wait to rest assured and boldly buy. We all loaded away. Tang Yuxin said. Ah, really? Of course it's true. If you don't fill up that car, see how I'll clean you up at night. I'll be polite then. Soon the two arrived at the downtown business district. The two got out of the car and came to a shopping mall, where Tang Yuxin was like a little kid coming to a playground happily bouncing along. Tang Hao, on the other hand, followed closely behind. The two came to a clothing store, and Tang Yuxin looked at the wide array of clothes, happy as could be. I want this one, and this one. I'll take it down. I want to try it on. A dozen or so pieces of clothing were picked in a row, and each piece of clothing was taken into the changing room to wear and try. A moment to change a Lolita out. Looks like a doll. A moment to wear a pair of shorts and short sleeves, look extraordinarily youthful and beautiful. A moment to wear out a set of long skirts. And every piece to ask Tang Hao's opinion. See Tang Hao dazzled, crying and laughing. But I have to say that no matter which style, Tang Yuxin can be very well managed. Around the people who buy clothes or cast an envious gaze. Can have such a beautiful girlfriend is how many men's dream. Even the eyes of many girls were attracted to her. It is true that good-looking people are unisex. After a long time, she basically tried on more than half of the clothes in the whole store and felt pretty much done with it. Some of the remaining clothes she didn't like so much. Tang Hao, I'm almost done choosing. That's all. 55 pieces in total. Not bad. Well, pretty much. Waiter, wrap up the ones my girlfriend just wore. I'll take them all. Tang Hao beckoned for the salesman. Everyone was shocked. Which family's young master was this? So rich, buying half the store's clothes as soon as he came up. This was too luxurious. The store manager immediately greeted him with a smiling face. Hello sir, I'm the store manager here. The clothes chosen by this beautiful VIP lady, we'll immediately pack them all up for you. May I ask, how do you pay for them? Directly swipe your card. Tang Hao pulled out a bank card. Alright, please come this way. Tang Hao came to the counter under the guidance of the store manager to receive the bank card and swiped it on the POS. Hello esteemed VIP, you have spent a total of $1.5 million. Here is your bank card. Also, due to your huge consumption this time, the store is giving you a platinum membership card. From now on you can enjoy a 70% discount on all your purchases. The store manager handed over the bank card and membership card with both hands. Okay. Receiving the bank card and membership card, he waved to the outside. Wu Yong, come over and arrange for them to load the stuff onto the car. Okay, young master. Wu Yong, who had been waiting outside, walked into the store. Today his task was to follow behind the duo. All the things Tang Yuxin bought, he was responsible for arranging for the manpower to load the car. The surrounding side, rich, is really good. There are people specializing in transporting shopping. This is how many girls dream. Having a good boyfriend is fragrant. Hubby, look at other people's boyfriends. I want one too. If I can also have such a boyfriend. I but once quarrel with him. I ruthlessly slap myself a few times. Don't daydream. Do you have that face value? Look at that girl. She's even prettier than a star. She's a beautiful woman. What are you? A toad wanting to eat swan meat? You. You're the toad. The behavior of the two people caused a lot of discussion around them. And at this time there was actually a woman with heavy makeup who came over towards Tang Hao. Handsome man, I wonder if you don't mind one more woman. I'm very horse flea. Tang Hao scanned her with disgust in his eyes. Sorry, I'm not a trash can. I don't accept leftovers. After saying this, he took Tang Yuxin's hand and walked towards the door, leaving the woman alone stumped in place. Ha ha, leftovers, this word describes it well. The surrounding people let out a laugh. What are you laughing at? Old lady at least made an effort. What qualification do you runners who only deserve to watch from the side have to laugh at me? After saying that, Red rose up and left with a furious face. Leaving Tang Yuxin curiously asked Tang Hao, what do you mean by what you just said? What do you mean by leftovers? Chapter 36, The Raw Stone Exhibition. You want to know? Well, what does it mean? Tang Hao brought closer to Tang Yuxin's ear. It means. Hearing Tang Hao's explanation, Tang Yuxin's pretty face brushed red. You? How did you know? Just look at the way she walks and you'll know. There must be quite a few. Okay, stop it. I've been brought down by you. Tang Yuxin muttered in a small voice. This is what you yourself wanted to hear. How can you blame me? You still say that. I'll beat you to death. Saying this, she raised her small fist towards Tang Hao's chest. Alright, stop messing around. Let's continue shopping. Tang Hao grabbed Tang Yuxin's wrist and continued walking forward. After walking for a while, Tang Yuxin's eyes suddenly lit up. In front of her was a cosmetics store. Tang Yuxin happily trotted over, and Tang Hao hurriedly followed. Beauty, come take a look at our latest lipstick. The counter girl saw Tang Yuxin come in and warmly entertained her. Tang Yuxin sat down on her but in front of the counter. I want to try this. She then began to try out different lipsticks, and the counter attendant enthusiastically introduced her to the advantages of the different models. Anyway, Tang Hao didn't understand a thing and could only watch from the side. Tang Yuxin carefully applied a bright red lipstick, then turned her head to ask Tang Hao, does it look good? Tang Hao looked at it and nodded. Quite good, quite sexy. What about this one? She changed to another color and asked. It's pretty good too. Another matter of a dozen colors rotated. Watching Tang Hao had a bit of a headache. Each lipstick really wasn't quite the same color, but the difference wasn't too big, making him a bit confused. However, looking at Tang Yuxin, she could clearly remember the name of each lipstick's different color, so he was a bit more knowledgeable. Tang Yuxin picked more than 20 lipsticks. Each one is still a few thousand or even tens of thousands, all down to more than 100,000. But this money for him is a small pocket money. In Yanjing, when more than 100,000 are not enough for him to drink a drink. The counter attendant packed all the lipsticks and respectfully handed them over. Tang Hao, as always, waved his hand, and the flow of more than $100,000 swiped through in a second. Fast action, handsome posture. Leaving the lipstick store, two people continue to walk. Seeing a lot of people surrounding the front, it was very lively. A lot of people over there. What are they doing? Go and see if it's not just a fight. Tang Hao blocked in front of Tang Yuxin, squeezed in from the crowd. Quickly see what's written on it. After passing through the crowd, he saw a sign erected in front of him with a few big words written on it. Original Stone Exhibition. There was also a line of explanation underneath. There was a clubhouse in the building next door that was organizing an exhibition of raw stones, and those who were interested could go and participate in it, and they only needed to prove that they had more than $2 million of liquidity to enter the clubhouse. Jade exhibition. Sounds fun. Let's go and have a look, shall we? Tang Yuxin's big watery eyes were full of anticipation as she looked at Tang Hao. Sure, we'll go wherever you want. Tang Hao thought to himself, even if you don't say it, I'll mention it. After all, just now, shopping like that, strolling him around. This Jade, at least he knows something about it. When the time comes, it's time for him to play be good. Oh, let's hurry up and go. Tang Yuxin grabbed Tang Hao's hand and walked out excitedly. The duo arrived at the buildings downstairs, and several signs for the original stone exhibition had already been placed at the entrance, with the 26th floor written on them. They took the elevator to the 26th floor, and there were two men in black suits at the entrance of the clubhouse. Are you two here for the raw stone exhibition? The man watching the door asked. Yes, we are here to attend. I wonder if the two of you have looked at the conditions for us to enter the show. We know, 2 million or more funds. Tang Hao pulled out a bank card. Good, please follow me. The man led them to a machine. Please put your bank card here. We'll test it. Tang Yuxin put down the bank card. The man took a look at the screen and there was actually over $10 billion in the bank card. The man was instantly taken aback. Where was this top tycoon from? $10 billion in one card. I'm afraid that the whole of Jiangsu and Zhejiang's tycoons can casually take out 10 billion can be counted on one hand. The man immediately became respectful, honored guest. Thank you for your cooperation. The man handed back the bank card and brought them to the clubhouse. The clubhouse was filled with many gorgeously dressed people, all looking like successful people. The exhibition had already begun at this moment, and the venue was piled with a variety of raw stones, with a person specializing in sales behind each pile. Each counter is labeled with the origin of the raw stones, most of which are shipped from the old pit in Myanmar. Each piece of raw stone here may open up a sky-high price of jadeite. In front of each raw stone booth are crowded. Some see the display board or get the news in advance from all over the jewelry merchants and interested in gambling retailers. They surrounded the raw stone left and right to look at, taste and comment. Some took out a specially prepared flashlight to irradiate the raw stone to find out if it can produce green. There are some people who look like experts holding a magnifying glass to scrutinize the skin of the raw stone. There are also some people cannot resist the impulse to buy a stone directly on the spot to solve the stone. There is a saying in the gambling world that a knife heaven, a knife hell. It's not uncommon to win a bet and go bankrupt, with a piece of stone to be solved. Some people sigh. Some people look up to the sky and laugh. Some people are angry foot and chest. Some people are happy. This is the charm of gambling on stones. Up to now, no technological means has been found to be able to see through the outer skin of a raw stone to the inside. No one knows whether it is an ordinary stone or a beautiful jade, but only through the observation of the skin of the raw stone through experience to guess the chances of green. Tang Yuxin excitedly looked around at the jades. This was the first time she had participated in this kind of activity, and there was an inexplicable excitement within her. This pretty young lady also likes to gamble on stones. At this moment a gentle-looking man in a white suit walked towards Tang Yuxin. My name is Zhang Wenxiang. My family is also in the jade business, and I came here this time because I wanted to find some good quality jadeite. I wonder what this young lady's name is, the man asked Tang Yuxin. My name is Tang Yuxin. Tang Yuxin was a bit overwhelmed by this suddenly approaching man, but answered him out of politeness. So it's Ms. Tang. I have some attainments in raw stones from my childhood. If you have any questions you can ask me, I will definitely know everything. He is Zhang Wenxiang, the third generation of the famous Jiantao Jade Group in Suzhou Hanzhou City. That which Jade Circle Order big brother Zhang Tao is his grandfather. This old man Zhang is very prestigious in the Jade Circle in Suzhou Hanzhou City, or vice president of the Suzhou Hanzhou Jade Association. This Shen Manyi, since he is his grandson, is sure to get the old man's true heritage. If I can get his guidance, that gambling stone will definitely go up. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Zhang Wenxiang was filled with pride, feeling that his identity would definitely attract Tang Yuxin's attention. No need. My boyfriend and I are just getting together. No need to bother. Chapter 37, The Eye of Perspective and Emerald Extraction. Zhang Wenxiang froze. Obviously he didn't expect Tang Yuxin to reject him, and when he heard that the man beside her was her boyfriend, he even glanced wistfully at Tang Hao. Although he hated to admit it, Tang Hao's face value was indeed too much better than his, but he didn't feel inferior because he felt that Tang Hao was just a vase, and that money was the hard truth, which is no trouble. Since you're interested in jade, then you're a friend of my Chen someone, not to mention such a beautiful young lady. I'm very happy to help you. In the face of Tang Yuxin's refusal, he still maintained his courteous demeanor. Or forget it, we're just here to have fun. Or not. Tang Yuxin shook her head and nodded politely to signal. At this moment, his eyes revealed a trace of resentment, but immediately flickered away. But this gaze of his landed in Tang Hao's eyes. Wait, Miss Sister, you're wrong to say that. We all came to buy raw stones because we came here so that we could open the jadeite and get a good piece of jade. Amateurs like you who don't know anything about raw stones will just buy some poor quality raw stones without a clue, and you'll lose all your funds by then. With my help, you guys can still open up some good jadeite jade, so your boyfriend can give it to you as a gift as well. Tang Hao narrowed his eyes. This Zhang Wenxiang was relentlessly talking here. Any fool could see that he had something up his sleeve. It would be interesting to see what he was trying to do. Good. Since this Mr. Zhang is so enthusiastic, let's take a stroll together and also admire Mr. Zhang's eye for selecting raw stones. Tang Hao thought to himself, simply looking at these stones wasn't much fun, and since someone had sent them to his door, it was really nice to relieve his boredom. Still, this gentleman is reasonable. I wonder what this friend calls himself. Zhang Wenxiang immediately revealed a smile upon hearing Tang Hao's words. Tang Hao, Mr. Tang has already agreed. How do you feel, miss? Zhang Wenxiang smiled and asked Tang Yuxin. Tang Yuxin glanced at Tang Hao. Since he had agreed, Tang Yuxin naturally wouldn't refute anything. Alright, let's take a look together then. Let's go. Tang Hao and Tang Yuxin walked side by side, the two of them leaning very close. Zhang Wenxiang looked at the two's intimate backs, his eyes revealing ruthlessness. Two simple whites. Later let you lose everything gambling on stones. By then I will lend you money. When you lose again, by then this beautiful woman will be in your pocket. Zhang Wenxiang's eyes locked. Tang Yuxin back, eyes all greed. Heart secretly said, let you pretend to be pure. Wait for you to be this young master to get into bed to become this young master's forbidden domain. See if you still pretend. He also followed the two. Regarding the jealousy in his eyes, Tang Hao had long since sensed that this Zhang Wenxiang was definitely not harboring good intentions. System, is there any skill that can help me quickly understand the original stone? Ding, answering the owner, contacting the owner to purchase. The Eye of Perspective and Emerald speed up 2 skills. Eye of Perspective. This skill is good. This is it. Perspective. This is the dream of all men. Why didn't you say so earlier for such a good skill? Ding, remind master. Eye of Perspective is a one-time skill. The time effect is only valid for 24 hours. I go. So pitiful. There is no permanent? Ding, sorry master. The current system level is not enough. There are no permanent skills for now. Okay, then is the other one also a disposable skill? Ding, making master. The emerald extraction skill is a skill that can silently speed up the emerald inside the original stone and can be dropped inside another stone. The time limit is also 24 hours. This sounds good. These 2 skills together. It's just like opening up invincible in stone gambling. Good. Just purchase these 2 skills. Ding. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the Eye of Perspective. Emerald extraction 2 skills. Supreme villain value consumption. 10,000 points. Disposable skills are still so expensive. A bit of a pit. Tang Hao's eyes then flashed with an imperceptible light. Eye of Perspective was activated. All of the raw stones present were visible in Tang Hao's eyes. The one with emerald. The one without emerald. Which one was big? And which one was small? He knew them all clearly. But not only this, the penetrating eye can not only through the stone. Of course, can also through the clothes present so to say in Tang Hao's eyes were all naked, male and female. Even the nativity pants Zhang Wenxiang wore he could see clearly. I'll go. No, spicy eyes. Tang Hao hurriedly turned off his penetrating eyes. What's wrong, Tang Hao? What spicy eyes? Nothing, nothing. A grain of sand got into my eyes just now. He hurriedly rubbed his eyes. Is it alright? Let me help you blow on it. It's fine, no need. Seeing Tang Hao and Tang Yuxin's intimate appearance, Zhang Wenxiang's inner jealousy became even stronger. He didn't want to eat this dog food. He had to separate them. Miss Tang, look. Zhang Wenxiang pointed to a large stone that was more than a meter tall and said, Miss Tang, look at this stone. This is the seed player of this raw stone exhibition. If you buy it, it's definitely worth every penny. And I've seen this stone and it will definitely cut out good jade. But his words Tang Yuxin seemed like she didn't hear him, continuing to show her love, waiting for Tang Hao to feel like he was fine before she turned her head and asked, what did you just say? I Nima. Zhang Wenxiang's heart was racing with 10,000 horses at this time. This was simply killing a dog. Okay, but he still calmed down and endured for the sake of the plan. I said, you see this stone is very good. Buying it is definitely worth every penny. I've seen it and it will definitely cut out a good emerald out. Tang Yuxin was attracted by his words and looked curiously at the stone. The price was marked on the sign next to it. 8 million huaxia coins. The general gambling stone is divided into two kinds of gambling and semi-gambling. The full gambling is the stone that has not been cut to see any green. All rely on their own based on the observation of the epidermal layer and luck to gamble. The other half of the bet is already cut out of the green stone, according to the size and color of the green presumed to be inside the complete emerald discovery. Half bets tend to be more expensive than full ones, which is a way for sellers to avoid risk and for buyers to reduce their risk. Half gambling is also very test of luck, may cut out only a thin layer of emerald that buyers can lose big. On the contrary, if the inside has the emerald is full of stone that the same will earn big. This piece of raw stone in front of me is a piece of half gambling raw stone. In its side opened a basketball-sized round mouth out of a touch of crystal clear emerald. Tang Yuxin see the stone is very interested in. The original stone mouth through the emerald is very beautiful. Tang Yuxin see quite moved. It could be seen that the texture of the emerald should be glass seed. Such a large piece of stone, even if inside can come out a basketball-sized glass seed emerald, that would still have to be sold for more than 80 million Chinese dollars. Immediately, it would be a tenfold return. Chapter 38 Gambling. Zhang Wenxiang could see that Tang Yuxin was very interested in this piece of raw stone and said again, Ms. Tang, believe me, buying this piece of stone will surely make a steady profit. Even if you get more than 10 times the return is not a matter of concern. Hearing Zhang Wenxiang's comment soon gathered many people over. Not bad, really is a good stone. This kind of grain of the original stone 100% will produce good jade. Of course, this has been cut out. Absolute glass seed emerald. Just don't know how about the size. I'm afraid it's just a surface layer. You did not listen to Zhang Xiao said well, there must be a big jade inside, and surely a steady profit. Now the suspense is the jade in the end how big. If you can really turn 10 times that can be to earn. Said I have some heart. Zhang Wenxiang's face flooded with a touch of complacency. Miss Tang, you have heard everyone say it. The masses of the eye is bright. Now you believe that I treasure appreciation ability it. Certainly will not let you suffer. Tang Yuxin hesitated, although she does not know how to gamble, but he felt that this stone does feel good. And look at the color she also very much like. She did want to shoot the inside of the emerald out to create a pair of bracelets. Tang Yuxin still turned her head to look at Tang Hao. Tang Hao, what do you feel? Should we buy it? Tang Hao smiled and shook his head and replied, this stone is not worth it. I see him as a thin layer of emerald outside, just like a plate. Dissecting it out, I'm afraid that $1 million is not worth it. It's not worth it at all to have to buy. This piece of stone he has long seen. If you buy it is certainly a loss. Zhang Wenxiang's face was instantly gloomy. This kid dared to question his own vision. However, he also knows that this stone is really not worth 80 million. According to his speculation, this piece of raw stone to solve out, I'm afraid that can only reach a small profit. But a small profit is also a profit. So he can win the trust of Tang Yuxin so that she is obedient to their own orders. To the end, he then let Tang Yuxin one-time loss of all the funds. At that time, Tang Yuxin will definitely borrow money from himself, which is the same as the gambling heart. But Tang Hao actually disrupted his plan. Zhang Wenxiang's face was a bit gloomy as he said, it seems that Mr. Tang has his own unique research on gambling stones. Tang Hao smiled, shook his head and said, research can't be talked about. This is also my first time gambling on stones. Then on what basis did Mr. Tang say that this piece of raw stone only has a thin layer? Based on my intuition. Tang Hao said, Mr. Tang really knows how to read jokes. He dares to come here and spout nonsense without knowing anything. Just based on your intuition you say that this stone can't be gambled up? On the basis of your intuition you say that it will solve out to less than $1 million? MS. Tang, please believe me. Buying this piece of raw stone is absolutely right. Without the slightest hesitation, Tang Yuxin directly rejected him. Thank you Mr. Zhang, although you said you're with professional, I still choose to believe my boyfriend. Tang Yuxin said back. In her opinion it was possible that Zhang Wenxiang was more professional in terms of gambling stones, but she still chose Tang Hao. On one hand, it was because of her absolute trust in Tang Hao, and on the other hand, the two of them were originally here to have fun, and weren't really here to make money, so it was still most important that the two of them were happy. Zhang Wenxiang gritted his teeth and looked at Tang Hao with hatred. His heart was very uncomfortable. Where in the world was this kid so good that she could be subservient to this kid? Zhang Wenxiang was a little furious. What's wrong with these two people? They planned well, but the result was that these two people were capricious and messed up. This made the fire in the bottom of his heart rise. His face sank. I say you two are not sick? I've worked hard to give you guidance, you guys instead don't appreciate it, and take what crappy reason to stall me. Really rotten mud can't help the wall. The sudden change of face made Tang Yuxin a little surprised, not expecting Zhang Wenxiang, who was still civilized and polite just now, to change his face all of a sudden. Tang Yuxin then saw Zhang Wenxiang's true face. Tang Hao, we'd better go. Tang Yuxin looked at Tang Hao and said. Tang Hao also didn't want to take care of him and said to Tang Yuxin, well, there's no time to take care of him. Let's go. Seeing that the two wanted to go, Zhang Wenxiang became even more anxious and continued to curse. See, this is the trashy people who don't know what's good for them. They're probably all kicked in the head by donkeys. I really don't know how the exhibition could let this kind of person in. It directly all pulls down the grade of this place. His words were getting more and more unpleasant, and he had already begun to make direct personal attacks without any concealment. Tang Hao originally did not want to bother with him, but heard him these words, face also sank down, not to mention that he is still with Tang Yuxin, a piece of scolding. Today this if tolerated that he also has no face to stand in Tang Yuxin's side to her boyfriend. Turned back to say, clearly is their own eyes blind. To the rags said into the baby must be hard to plug to people to buy. And now also big words lick face scolded us do not know good and bad. Oh, boy, you can't mean to say that looking at Jade you are more accurate than my vision, Zhang Wenxiang. Zhang Wenxiang said with a sneer. That's right, as far as you're concerned, you're the one with your eyes wide open. A person is more accurate than you. Zhang Wenxiang suppressed the fire in his heart and said, then do you dare to make a bet with me? Tang Hao smiled slightly. This guy actually dared to bet with himself? Good. Then I'll teach him a good lesson as the price for insulting myself and Tang Yuxin just now. Tang Hao asked, how do you want to bet? Luo Wentao said, since you have so much trust in your own vision and still say that I'm better than me if I'm a human being with a vision, then we'll compare betting on stones. If I win you buy this piece of jade and give it to me. Tang Hao asked, and if you lose? Ha ha, there's no way you can win. Zhang Wenxiang scoffed. I said if. Since you've made your offer, then we should also fire ours. Well then, if you win, then we will also buy this piece of jade and give it to you guys. I said, we don't need this piece of jade at all. It's not worth anything. If you lose you'll buy that piece of jade and give it to us. Tang Hao said as he pointed to a half-meter piece of raw stone on the other side. The selling price of that piece of raw stone was $5 million, which was even cheaper compared to the previous piece. Zhang Wenxiang thought about it and said, it's fine. Also these two jade stones are both prizes, so neither of them can be cut until the bet is over. Tang Hao said, good, no problem. Zhang Wenxiang agreed in one gulp. It seemed to him that he could immediately get his hands on the $8 million piece of jade, and according to his speculation, the price of this piece of jade could at least reach $9 million. For this game he is very confident. His family is to do the jade business. Since childhood contact with jade and also received the grandfather's teaching how can lose to Tang Hao this and never contact with the stone gambling brat. Gambling depends on experience and eyesight, and secondly on luck. But luck is not something that people can control. Tang Hao sensed that Zhang Wenxiang was very conceited about his own strength, and the corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. He had seen too many of these frogs at the bottom of the well. In front of Tang Hao's penetrating eye, the exhibition of all the jade inside the situation by Tang Hao see clearly, which with the jadeite which is not. The size and color he saw clearly. This is simply open hanging bully. Chapter 39, beginning to deconstruct the stone. But Zhang Wenxiang didn't even know about this, still indulging in his own world. There should always be a referee for our matches. Otherwise what should you do if you renege? Tang Hao said. I'll renege? Ha ha, you're afraid you'll renege if you lose. Zhang Wenxiang scoffed. Since that's the case then the old man will be the referee. At this moment, a voice came over, only to see an old man with white hair and a child's face walk over. Isn't this the president of the Jade Association? Ah, he's the president. Why is he here? This temperament is worthy of being the president of the Jade Association. I didn't expect him to come to this kind of small exhibition, everyone murmured when they saw the old man. Old man Ji Chunming is the president of the Zhonghai Jade Association. I don't know if I'm qualified to be this judge. The old man stroked his beard and said, with President Ji's prestige, he is naturally qualified. But I'm afraid that with your status to see a small fight like ours, there will be people gossiping. Zhang Wenxiang saw that it was Ji Chunming who came over and immediately became respectful, completely lacking the arrogant demeanor from earlier. No harm, since it is gambling that old man lying on the interest, not to mention or young people's competition. This also let the old man blood up. At the same time can also let the old look at the current young people have how much ability. Ji Chunming said, well then since President Ji has said so, then the late generation will follow President Ji's arrangements. Zhang Wenxiang said respectfully. Zhang Wenxiang thought it was just as well to have this old man waiting. Later he wouldn't be afraid of Tang Hao and the others reneging on the bill. What about you, little friend? Ji Chunming asked with a charitable face to Tang Hao. This old man still looked like he had a few points of momentum, or the president of the Jade Association should not be harboring people like Zhang Wenxiang, so he also agreed. I don't have a problem with it either. Please ask President Ji to preside over the fairness. Tang Hao said. That's natural. Ji Chunming nodded and said, then I'll announce the rules. The duo will purchase raw stones it will hear at the show and then decode them, and the one who gets the highest price for the Jade Emerald will win. The rules of the match are 2 out of 3. Ji Chunming said. Tang Hao asked suspiciously, why not 1 game to decide the winner, but also 2 wins in 3 games? This is also for the sake of fairness. After all, 1 match contains too much luck, and 2 out of 3 is also for a better display of strength. Tang Hao nodded, feeling that he did have a point, but he didn't care. Whether it was 1 or 2 games was the same for him. Then let's start now. Now the 2 of you can pick the raw stones as you please. Ji Chunming said. Then I'll use this stone for the first round. Zhang Wenxiang raised his hand and pointed at a nearby piece of raw stone and said, this stone of his wasn't far away from him, and when the Jade show first started, he had been very optimistic about this stone and had been thinking about whether or not to shoot it. In order to be able to win, he decided to go straight with this original stone that he was most optimistic about. Tang Hao took a look at the stone. More than half a meter high, it looked very large. The body was black-green in color. It was densely covered with python lines, and it looked to be of very good quality. Tang Hao used the penetrating eye for a moment. There is indeed a large piece of jadeite. Looks like it should belong to the IC jadeite. If the solution out of the words I'm afraid to sell at least 20 million. This stone is only sold for 4 million. Tang Hao patted the stone, then shook his head and smiled to reveal a very sorry look. Said, this piece of stone is a good look. The pattern on it is also very good looking, but it is the empty stone nothing. Tang Hao launched jadeite extraction when he just touched the stone, sucking out the jade inside. Zhang Wenxiang said impatiently with a cold face, what are you bothering to say? Whether it's good or not will be known when you unravel it in a moment. Hurry up and choose your stone. Good, then I will choose my. Tang Hao looked around, and then looked on around. About 30 centimeters in diameter, looks more than 100 pounds of stone. This stone looks very poor quality. No python pattern, there is no pine flower, looks like an ordinary stone. It is also because of the poor quality so buy also very cheap. Only 1 million. Tang Hao went over and patted the stone and said, I'll take it. This stone doesn't look good. Can it be cheaper? Tang Hao asked the owner. Little brother, if you really have your eye on it, $800,000 will sell you. The boss hadn't felt that this stone could be sold. Since someone had bought it, it was fine to sell it cheaper. Okay, that's the price. Tang Hao looked to Tang Yuxin. Tang Yuxin didn't hesitate, taking out her bank card and handing it to the boss, then asked Tang Hao in a low voice, there's no problem, right? Don't worry, just watch, Tang Hao said confidently. Seriously, picking such a broken stone and daring to compare it. People pick raw stones but the best quality. He even picked such a broken thing, just such a piece of broken stone. Do not need to see to know that he is sure to lose. Layman is layman. 2 people are not a level of simply cannot be compared, but maybe he has money and doesn't care about this at all? You guys don't say that. I feel that this handsome man has an extraordinary aura. Maybe he really has skills. The onlookers beside him were all talking. Ji Chunming took a look and frowned. This friend, are you sure you want to race with this stone? Ji Chunming couldn't help but ask. That's right, just use this piece. Alright, since you've chosen it then you have to assume the win or lose of the match. Ji Chunming shook his head and said. Tang Hao didn't give the others' thoughts the slightest bit of thought, still maintaining his smile. This stone really wasn't anything special at first, and Tang Hao could also tell that there was only fist-sized jadeite inside, which was worth just $700,000 to $800,000. But he had just injected the emerald absorbed from inside Zhang Wenxiang's stone into this stone at the same time as he was auctioning it, and now the stone was basically filled with emerald. Then let's start deciphering the stone. Ji Chunming shook his head, but he had no right to interfere with people's choices. No problem, let's start unraveling the stone, Tang Hao said with a smile. Humph, you really don't see the coffin. I'll teach you a lesson today, Zhang Wenxiang said to Tang Hao with disdain. Afterwards, a group of staff members specializing in stone decomposition brought carts to move the 2 stones onto the car and transported them to the room specializing in stone decomposition. Zhang Wenxiang said to the staff, "This stone is mine. Be careful when deciphering the stone." In his heart this bet he will win. With this piece of stone quality open look, the value of the emerald at least 10 million or more. When the staff next to him heard this, they immediately moved his piece of raw stone onto the stone decomposition machine, and then a few stone decomposition masters operated the machine and turned it around. Gimme, gimme, gimme. With the ear-piercing sound ringing, the circular gear chainsaw on the decomposition machine began to cut the original stone. The sound is particularly ear-piercing. Tang Yuxin could not help but cover his ears. Tang Hao looked at Tang Yuxin. She is the first time to see the decomposition of the stone, is indeed not accustomed to this kind of sound. His hand also covered Tang Yuxin's ears. He used divine power to protect Tang Yuxin's eardrums. Sure enough, Tang Yuxin felt that the ear-piercing sensation was completely gone and her face eased up. Zhang Wenxiang was very jealous at the side. Such a beautiful girl didn't even belong to him. But this sound in the ears of people who love to gamble but have long been accustomed to. Some even feel that it is the music that leads to wealth. At this time the people are carefully staring at the machine, are curious about this, in the end cannot solve out the jade. Chapter 40 Ice Jade. As time passed by, after 20 minutes, the chainsaw had already decoded several layers, but there was still no sign of any emerald coming out. Zhang Wenxiang slowly began to get anxious. He frowned and said to the master of the stone, "No need to cut layer by layer. Cut directly from the center directly." Deconstructing the stone in general, the cutting method used is to rub the stone first, and then determine the direction of the stone afterward when the jadeite is out, especially for jadeite raw stones of good quality and very valuable. But now this situation obviously cannot use that method. Zhang Wenxiang also some cannot wait. The center of the cut is also the most direct method. This method is simple and rough, but the speed is the fastest. Then the master will be placed in the center of the original stone. Chainsaw from the center of this piece of raw stone began to cut. Soon this piece of raw stone was cut into 2 halves and everyone was shocked. This piece of stone worth 4 million actually has nothing in the middle. Not to mention the emerald is not even a little green. This is impossible. Zhang Wenxiang exclaimed. This is impossible. Give me. Continue cutting. A few masters of stone solving again, turning 2 pieces into 4, 4 into 8, 8 into 16, still did not see any shadow of emerald. Everyone shook their heads to reveal a disappointed look. Ji Chunming also shook his head, eyes revealed loss. Originally he was also very optimistic about this piece of raw stone. It's over. This is completely over. Zhang Wenxiang sat on his butt on the ground, his eyes dull. His heart couldn't believe that $4 million had just gone down the drain. Really should be the words a knife heaven and a knife hell. Looking at the rubble all over the ground, Tang Hao couldn't help but laugh. Just now the confident Mr. Zhang Hao to wilt now. Didn't he say that he still wants to teach me a lesson this doesn't know just? Zhang Wenxiang viciously looked at Tang Hao. Don't be complacent. I lost this bet, but with your piece of broken stone surely also not out of the good stuff. When the time comes you didn't win, then I'm afraid I'll have to let you down. Tang Hao laughed. Then he took a chalk and drew a line on the stone and said to these few stone solving masters, solve this piece of stone of mine along this line. Don't just cut randomly. The surrounding people all revealed a look of contempt. On this kind of bad stone cuts still have to be so elaborate. Deconstruction master did not say much. After all, it is the guest put forward. They also did. The stone will be moved to the stone machine. Began to cut along the line bit by bit. People with such good quality stones have not cut out emerald. I do not believe that just such a stone can cut out emerald. Not necessarily. In case there is a piece here. In case. That's going to be a lot more than 1 million unless the sky drops pies. The surrounding people started discussing again after seeing Tang Hao's stone placed in the cutting machine, and most of them didn't look favorably on Tang Hao's stone. But just at this time, suddenly someone shouted, "Look, out of the green! This surprising stone out of the green!" Along with this shout, the stone master also stopped the machine, took a pot of water, poured on the jadeite raw stone, only to see rubbed out of the window really came through the rich green color. Surprisingly really out of the green. Such a broken stone actually really cut out the emerald. This kid's luck is also too good, right? Look at this color. Should be ice seed. This kid really earned. At this time Ji Chuanming's eyes also lit up. Zhang Wenxiang's face became more and more ugly when he saw it. As long as Tang Hao deciphered the jadeite regardless of the size, this first bet would be his win. Just as the stone solving master was planning to continue solving the stone, Tang Hao walked up and said, "Wait a minute." Tang Hao picked up the chalk and drew another line on the side of the stone. Cut along this line. The stone solver had a window cut along that line, and there was indeed green at the window. and then every time he cut out a window Tang Hao would draw another line. Deconstruction master every time to press that line can accurately rub to the edge of the emerald at the same time without hurting the integrity of the emerald. As if Tang Hao is aware of the size of the emerald. The next each window was green. My god, this piece of jadeite is actually full of green. How much is such a large piece of emerald going to be worth? And it's still ice seed. It's estimated to be over $30 million. Gambling on a good stone really is $1 million. Little friend, this piece of jadeite raw stone is no longer suitable for cutting. Rub it instead. This time Ji Chunming immediately reminded. Hearing Ji Chunming's words, Tang Hao also nodded. After all, people were the experts. Then he himself had listened to his advice. Let's use the rubbing next, Tang Hao said to a couple of stone-solving masters. Soon a few stone-solving master will be the whole jadeite took out. Began to rub up. As everyone expected, this is a piece of full green jadeite, and is a piece of light and translucent quality is very high ice kind of jadeite. Generally speaking, the types of jadeite are glazed seed, ice seed, ice glutinous seed, flower green seed, white background green seed, hibiscus seed and other varieties. Although the ice is not the most valuable kind, but such a large piece of ice jade is still very rare. Sell more than 20 million is not a problem at all. Tang Yuxin in the side to see the excitement. Did not expect Tang Hao was so powerful. Randomly selected a stone. Cut out such a beautiful full green ice seed jade, which can be more fun than her shopping. She excitedly said to Tang Hao, Tang Hao, what are we going to do with this piece of jade? Sell it or keep it for ourselves? Tang Hao smiled faintly. Your call. You can keep it if you like it, or sell it if you don't like it. But this is what you solved. Of course we should listen to you. Tang Yuxin said. My is not your. Besides a piece of stone only. You are happy the most important. Do not be so concerned about whose you like is your. Tang Hao said with a smile. Tang Hao's words made Tang Yuxin's heart very happy. She was still very important in Tang Hao's heart. She couldn't help but be a little shy. Tang Hao turned his head to Zhang Wenxiang and said, how about it, Mr. Zhang? I won this first game, right? Are you going to admit defeat now or continue to gamble? Bet, I haven't lost yet. Zhang Wenxiang gritted his teeth and said, good, since Mr. Zhang is so persistent then let's continue. Tang Hao acted very relaxed. He looked towards the raw stones in the distance, picking them out as he walked. Zhang Wenxiang saw Tang Hao so relaxed then felt doubt in his heart. Could it be that this kid is pretending to be a pig? He actually knows Jade very well, that's why he dares to compete with me? That must be it. Otherwise he wouldn't be acting so relaxed. Damn it, fell for his trick. Zhang Wenxiang cursed in his heart. But the bet had already been formed and it was still Ji Chunming. This old man, who was the referee. So if he played a trick now he definitely wouldn't be able to walk out of this show. Now can only go to see Tang Hao this kid in the end to see which piece of raw stone at that time he must snatch over. He then followed Tang Hao without a trace. Tang Hao on this side of the turnaround is to disguise themselves. If they choose too quickly will certainly attract suspicion. He in fact has already looked at the original stone to choose. However, he realized that Zhang Wenxiang was following him intentionally or unintentionally. What does this Zhang Wenxiang want? Tang Hao looked at Zhang Wenxiang's behavior with some suspicion. In order to test out Zhang Wenxiang's thoughts, Tang Hao came to a stall and pretended to scrutinize a raw stone. Then Zhang Wenxiang also leaned over and looked at the raw stone on the stall in a decent manner. Seeing Zhang Wenxiang come over, Tang Hao smiled and asked, young Mr. Zhou, why are you always following me? Who's following you? Did you run this show? I can pick wherever I want. Zhang Wenxiang yelled at Tang Hao. Alright, since that's the case then I'll leave you alone. After saying that, Tang Hao left the stall. Seeing Tang Hao leave, Zhang Wenxiang likewise didn't stay much longer, still following behind Tang Hao. Now Tang Hao finally knew what Zhang Wenxiang was trying to do. Zhang Wenxiang was looking at him to see if he wanted to choose that one piece of raw stone and then he would snatch it from himself. Tang Hao, the corner of his mouth rose. Since he knew this then don't blame himself for being ruthless. Chapter 41, Bidding. The piece of raw stone that Tang Hao was looking at was a nearly four-sided and very large piece of raw stone. This piece reached a height of 1.5 meters, and was black, not showing very good quality, but the top appeared smooth. It seems to have been polished like, put in the light will have some reflection. Looks like not like from the original stone pit dug out is like from the sea fishing out. But it is this piece of stone does not look like the original pit dug out of the original stone, but it has the largest and best jadeite in the field. This piece of raw stone in which the jade is oval. The size is even more than an ordinary human head of 1.5 times. The most important thing is that it is an ice kind of purple jadeite. The value and rarity of purple jade is self-evident. Tang Hao just saw this piece of jadeite, is also very surprised. This piece of raw stone and the jadeite and those other raw stones compared to can be said to be a one of a kind. According to the jade calculated just now, the size of this piece of jadeite, it is estimated to be more than $50 million. More importantly, this size of jadeite is an absolute rarity. and its value is far more than adding several jadeite together to reach this volume of jadeite total. For some of the love of jade rich and powerful, and some of the pursuit of face of the magnates, such jadeite can also be carved into a jade Buddha or jade dragon and other large jade, for them to show their strength, which can really show his value. If this is really the case, its value may have to be raised another notch. Tang Hao smiled and nodded, although he was also very happy, but it wasn't enough to make him lose his temper. After all, with his status, he wasn't so excited for tens of millions of dollars. But Tang Hao didn't bother choosing that piece of raw stone. Instead, he turned his head towards a piece of raw stone at another stall not far away. This piece of raw stone next to him was a bit larger than the previous one, but this jadeite was yellow in color with obvious python lines on it, and there was a layer of green mist on the skin, which made it look very good. However, the jadeite in this stone is very different from the previous one, only the size of a normal person's fist, at most worth a few $100,000, but Tang Hao showed a surprised expression at the jade, followed by an excited smile. Tang Hao's expression fell into Zhang Wenxiang's eyes. Could make Tang Hao make such an expression? That piece of raw stone must be able to open a good jadeite. However, he didn't know that Tang Hao's expression was deliberately made for him. Tang Hao came to the yellow stone and asked the boss, "How do I buy this stone?" The owner, a middle-aged man, smiled when he saw Tang Hao and said, "My piece of raw stone is the best here. If you want to sell you for $5 million, how about it? But you're clearly labeled $3 million here?" Tang Hao said, pointing to the sign next to him. "Little brother, what's the difference between one thing and another? There are fewer and fewer raw stones on the field now, not to mention such a good one, so if you don't buy it, you won't be able to." The boss was also the person who had just seen Tang Hao deciphering the stone, and he had just seen Tang Hao deciphering such a good jadeite, and could also see that Tang Hao wasn't the one who lacked, so he raised the price of the one he was looking at. Tang Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. This boss will really pull. What do you mean the field of raw stone is getting less and less? We'll have to raise the price. This is what the hell logic. 5 million. It's too expensive. Can it be cheaper? 3.5 million? The boss was obviously a little hesitant. "For million I'll take it." At this time Zhang Wenxiang walked over. Seeing Zhang Wenxiang over, Tang Hao frowned. "What do you want to do? This stone is the one I saw first. You saw it first and you didn't buy it first. Since it's not yours, of course it's the highest bidder who gets it. I'll pay 4 million for this piece of raw stone," Zhang Wenxiang said to the boss. The boss looked at Tang Hao again, revealing a helpless expression, and said, "You look at Mr. Zhang Master offered 4 million. This." On the surface the boss had a helpless face. In fact, in his heart he was smiling. Two people fighting for him in the middle profited. "Boss, he can no longer afford it. 5 million is indeed too expensive. I offer 4 million to take it," Zhang Wenxiang said loudly to the bosses. "Which?" The boss looked at Tang Hao again. He wanted to see if Tang Hao would still raise the price. Tang Hao frowned and said, "Boss, I'll offer $4.5 million. Where did you get $4.5 million from, a poor kid? You're just shouting out the price here." Zhang Wenxiang got angry when he heard Tang Hao start bidding against him as well. Tang Hao smiled faintly. "Are you pissed off and stupid? Which I do? You have to see that I'm poor. Not to mention that the emerald I cut out just now was worth more than $20 million. Zhang Wenxiang heard this and then froze. He forgot about this matter as soon as he got on top of it. If Tang Hao was really dead set against him in the end, then he really couldn't do anything about Tang Hao right now. He participated in this exhibition of raw stone funds only 10 million. Just spent 4 million. Now only 6 million. Really, and Tang Hao was far from it. But Zhang Wenxiang had no way back. He had to win this game. The boss's heart burst with joy. If the two of them bid like this, then he could definitely sell it for a price far higher than his heart's price. Probably more than 5 million. The boss continued to show a very difficult look. He looked at Tang Hao, and then looked at Zhang Wenxiang, sighed and said, "Just now Mr. Zhang Master said right, business is the highest bidder. The two of you who bids a high price of this piece of raw stone is whose?" Zhang Wenxiang said with a cold snort, "Boss, I'll offer 5 million. Then Tang Hao immediately said, "I'll offer $5.5 million. Zhang Wenxiang was furious and said, "I'll offer 6 million. Ha ha, it seems like Mr. Zhou is determined to win this stone. Since you like it so much, let you have it." Tang Hao smiled faintly, making an arching gesture, then turned to leave. "Humph, count on you to be sensible. You're still a bit young to fight me." Zhang Wenxiang looked viciously at Tang Hao's back. Tang Hao, who left, was trying to hold back his laughter. If it wasn't for someone else, he was afraid that he would have laughed out loud. This Zhang Wenxiang's IQ was too low. Sure enough, today's source of joy was to fix him. Tang Yuxin came to Tang Hao's side. "Humph, that guy is too irritating. That was clearly the stone you saw first, but he snatched it." Tang Hao was facing Tang Yuxin in front of her, then reached out and made a shushing gesture to her. While stifling his laughter, he put his mouth close to Tang Yuxin's ear. Chapter 42, Sky-Priced Purple Fae. Tang Hao whispered in her ear, "I was lying to him. That stone isn't even worth that price. Ah, you lied to him, Tang Yuxin said in surprise. Shoo, don't let anyone hear. Oh, Tang Yuxin immediately covered her mouth in a well-behaved manner. The two came to the piece of raw stone that Tang Hao had really looked at earlier. Boss, how do you sell this stone? Tang Hao asked, pointing at the black four-sided raw stone. $2 million for this piece. The boss immediately warmed up when he saw Tang Hao and the two of them. Too expensive. Look at you, this stone are not out of the green. Also not my python lines. Cheaper. Little brother. This way. Just now I can see that you are a connoisseur. Let's make a friend 1,800,000 to sell you. This price I am not earning you a little. The boss said. Then Tang Hao was also tangled for a moment and then difficult to say, well, 1,800,000 on 1,800,000 it. Good. I'll let people give you to move on the car. The boss said happily. Tang Hao just wanted to take out his card to settle the bill. Tang Yuxin grabbed his hand and stopped him. What's wrong? Don't believe me? Of course not. I want to get involved today. So can I be allowed to check out for this stone? I also want to experience buying my own stone to decipher. Tang Hao tilted his head a bit and smiled. Alright, my princess. As long as you like it, how can I possibly refuse? Then we'll see you perform next. Tang Yuxin snorted a smile and stretched out her hand, taking out her bank card and handing it to the boss. This swipe my card. For some reason, facing Tang Hao, Tang Yuxin's heart felt incomparably trusting, and she was always especially happy when she was with him, beginning to unravel the stone. As a voice came, the two of them looked over at the same time, and it turned out to be Zhang Wensheng, who had already started to decipher the stones. Let's go. Let's take a look as well. Tang Hao greeted the staff and pushed the raw stone he bought over as well. Then once again, a piercing snorting sound rang out. Rubble flew, and the master of stone decomposition turned on the machine. This time Zhang Wensheng had obviously lost his patience and didn't choose the layer-by-layer method. Rather, it is as simple and rough as the last time, from the center of a knife cut. Zhang Wensheng, very nervous, face even oozing sweat, hand grip tightly hold their own corner. As the chainsaw went a little deeper into the original stone, Zhang Wensheng's heart was in his throat. Out of green. As a man's voice rang out, Zhang Wensheng's eyes immediately lit up. Where is it? Quickly let me take a look. Zhang Wensheng frantically searched for the location of the emerald. It wasn't until the chainsaw cut the raw stone in half that all of them got a good look at it. Ugh, it's only that much. When everyone had a clear look, they all revealed expressions of regret. Only Zhang Wensheng was shaking his head in disbelief. This is impossible. This is impossible. Give me continue to cut. Zhang Wensheng roared at the master of the stone deciphering. Although the master has seen the results, but saw Zhang Wensheng's appearance, also did not say anything to continue to cut up. The green mist still did not have the slightest change, not to mention the emergence of emerald. Until the last stone was cut in pieces, left a pile of rubble. Zhang Wensheng's heart completely fell into the bottom. Looking at the stagnant Zhang Wensheng, Tang Hao could not help but spit. This person's heart capacity is also too poor, right? Not just a loss of more than 10 million? What's the big deal? The moment these words came out, everyone present was shocked. It's just over $10 million? That was $10 million. How many people present could just take it out? However, Tang Hao didn't pay any attention to their reactions, and said to the staff, next, move my raw stone up to start the unraveling. The staff moved Tang Hao's original stone up, and the master stone solver asked Tang Hao, what should we solve next? Tang Hao similarly took out chalk and drew a few lines on the raw stone to cut along the lines. The stone solving master turned on the machine along the lines. Z, Z, Z. The ear-piercing sound of the chainsaw resounded once again, and everyone's eyes once again gathered on the stone-solving machine. A thick purple mist appeared in front of everyone. Why is it purple? Could it be? No way. Purple jade? Oh my god. It could be a purple jadeite. That's a superb jadeite. Young man, don't cut anymore. I'll buy this piece of raw stone for $10 million. Boss Wang, you're too cheap to buy a purple jadeite for $10 million. I'll give you $20 million. I'll offer $30 million. The jadeite hadn't even been completely cut out yet, and the people around them all started bidding. The stone-solving master looked toward Tang Hao. Tang Hao made a gesture signaling them to continue cutting. The stone-cutting master then continued to start the machine, and one side of the original stone had already been cut out. Everyone saw the large swath of purple color, and even Ji Chunming, the president of the Jade Association, stared at the raw stone in surprise. Mr. Tang, are you going to sell it now or just cut it? Ji Chunming asked excitedly. His address also changed from little friend to Mr. Tang, obviously respecting it quite a bit. Little brother, don't continue. Continue, everything collapsed can be nothing. Yes, this piece of raw stone I $30 million to take. Even if Qua I also recognized. The people around him were all persuading, all wanting to buy this piece of raw stone. Tang Hao smiled and shook his head. Keep cutting. Tang Hao knew that the price of this jadeite raw stone was far more than $30 million. Ji Chunming also cast an appreciative glance. The master stone cutter then continued to start the machine. As time passed by, all 6 sides of the original stone had been cut, and judging from the extent of the purple color stretching out, this must be a giant purple jadeite. It might even be the biggest purple fey they had ever seen in their lives. The stone-solving master then began to rub it. As the sound of the grinding wheel rang out, everyone around began to get nervous. From now on, the betting was sure to go up, but it depended on how much it would go up, and how big the purple fey inside was, which had become one of the most curious things for the people around them. When the crystal-clear purple fey gradually revealed, everyone was looking forward to the grinding wheel to grind a little faster. When the purple jadeite, which was half the size of a human head, was completely revealed, all of them showed their astonishment, and then envy, greed, and jealousy appeared in their eyes, staring at the purple jadeite under the master's hands, like a pack of hungry wolves, staring at a lamb to be slaughtered. Ice-type jadeite. Another ice-type jadeite. One of the businessmen said with an exclamation, "Such a nice large piece of ice-seed purple fey. It's the best jadeite I've seen in so many years." Ji Chunming came to Tang Hao and said to him, "Such a purple jadeite is rare in the world. If you sell it you should be able to sell it for $100 million. What are you going to do with this piece of purple jadeite? Yuxin, what do you say? Do you want to keep it or sell it?" Tang Hao looked at Tang Yuxin and said, "Me?" At this moment, Tang Yuxin hadn't gotten out of this confused feeling. "Let me make the decision, I don't know what to do." Tang Yuxin said with a bitter face, "It's okay, just go with your heart." Tang Hao said with a smile to comfort her. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Tang Yuxin. Chapter 43, I've been counted. Let's keep it. I want to use it as a memento of our first time gambling on a stone. Tang Yuxin said, "Good, no problem. Then I'll call Wu Yong to pull these 2 stones away." The people around were disappointed with Tang Yuxin's decision. They had planned to bid for it, but now there was no chance. Tang Hao dialed Wu Yong's phone number, and when Wu Yong received Tang Hao's order, he immediately brought over a dozen bodyguards and a money truck over to move the 2 pieces of sky-high emerald onto the car. Seeing such a rare emerald transported away, the crowd have revealed a disappointed expression. Zhang Wenxiang also revealed an extremely jealous expression of their own. Spent 10 million, finally only got a fist-sized jadeite. But Tang Hao totaled not only 3 million is earned 120 million. This gap really let him want to die hard. Damn ah. Zhang Wenxiang tore his heart and lungs, hissed, stepping hard on the floor, as if to poke a hole in the floor. "How about it, Mr. Zhang? What else do you want to say this time?" Tang Hao smirked as he arrived in front of Zhang Wenxiang. "You wait, I won't let you go." Zhang Wenxiang gritted his teeth and said viciously to Tang Hao. After saying this, he was about to chapter the doorway and walk out. "Wait," Tang Hao called out to him. "What else do you want?" Zhang Wenxiang turned around and roared at Tang Hao. "Mr. Zhang, your memory is too bad. We had a bet before. Whoever lost would pay for a piece of raw stone chosen by the other party and give it to him. How can you deny it after the match?" Tang Hao said. You've made so much money and still want me to buy you a raw stone. Don't be too bullying." Zhang Wenxiang pointed at Tang Yuxin and said viciously, "The one who bullies people too much is you. Originally we didn't want to get into it with you, but you don't know how to be nice and insulted us. That's why I'm giving you a lesson. Moreover, the betting contract was mentioned by you, and the bets were placed by you. What? Now you don't want to admit it?" Tang Hao looked at him with stern eyes. Zhang Wenxiang couldn't say anything for a moment. "Zhang Wenxiang, you don't forget that I'm the referee for this bet. Are you going to ignore me as the referee?" Ji Chunming said sternly, objecting Zhang Wenxiang. Zhang Wenxiang was instantly speechless. Ji Chunming was the president of the Jade Association. If he offended him today, then in the future their family's business would not want to open anymore. He was really in a dilemma when faced with this. "I only brought $10 million today. Just now I bought the raw stone, all spent. Now even if you beat me to death I can't get the money." "It's okay, call your family to give you money," Tang Hao said. Zhang Wenxiang stared viciously at Tang Hao. "Why don't you want to?" Ji Chunming's sharp eyes stared at Zhang Wenxiang. "No, I'll call." After saying this, Zhang Wenxiang pulled out his cell phone and dialed his father's phone number. "What, you lost over $10 million gambling on stones?" The opposite side of the phone departed roaring angrily. "Dad, I was counted. Now I still lack 5 million. What do you say?" Zhang Wenxiang said anxiously. "Who dared to scheme against you? Don't you know the power of our Zhang family?" The voice from the opposite side roared angrily once again. "It's a guy called Tang Hao. I don't know what's the origin, but the main thing is that Ji Chunming is here, and also acted as the referee for our match. With him there I can't leave without paying. Ji Chunming, he even also there. Well, I know. I will call the money to you. You immediately come back to give me a clear explanation of things one by one." Then hung up the phone. In a villa in Suzhou, Hangzhou City, a fierce-looking man with a sturdy body hung up the phone and slammed the glass in his hand on the ground. This man was no other than Zhang Wenxiang's father. Zhang Long, what's wrong with you to throw such a big tantrum? A rich woman came next to him. It's not your precious son. Lost $15 million in a stone gambling competition with someone. What why is he so stupid to lose so much money? The woman said with an anxious face. It's useless to say anything now. I'll immediately report to the old master and let him see what to do. Zhang Long got up and walked out. Zhang Wenxiang's side hung up the phone and sure enough soon $5 million arrived. He took out $5 million to buy the piece of raw stone that Tang Hao had his eye on. Thanks, Mr. Zhang. Tang Hao smiled at Zhang Wenxiang and said, Poof. Zhang Wenxiang flung his sleeves and left the show. Ding! Master punched Zhang Wenxiang in the face. Supreme villain value increased by 10,000. Punching a supporting character in the face can only gain so much supreme villain value. It really can't be compared to the protagonist, but it's kind of earned back what I used today. Tang Hao, you're really powerful, but you made him lose so much money today. He'll definitely retaliate against us in the future. Tang Yuxin said worriedly. Humph, he'd better not provoke me again. Otherwise I'll definitely make him pay a bigger price. Tang Hao had a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. Mr. Tang, Olmi really had eyes but didn't recognize Tai. I underestimated surprisingly Mr. Tang just now. Ji Chunming arched his hand at Tang Hao and said, Don't say that, President Ji. The late generation wouldn't dare to take it. The old man contact Jade also has more than 50 years. Today twice have looked away. Thought that Mr. Tang fancy raw stone will not come out good jadeite. Did not think that in the end, but twice hit the face. Really ashamed. Ji Chunming sighed and said, I'm also just good luck. For the knowledge of jade in the future, I still have to ask the president you properly. I don't dare. I wonder if Mr. Tang has time for us to go for a meal to discuss the knowledge of jade. Ji Chunming asked. Ji President, you do not call me Mr. Tang. You are the elders, directly call me Tang Hao on it. Today then we still have some inconvenience. We can leave each other a phone number. In the future there is time to definitely visit. Good. Since there is something then I will not be inconvenient to stay. This piece of raw stone of yours I will send someone to send you to your home. You have said that I call you Tang Hao, then you should not call me President Ji. I will trust a little bit of greatness. You just call me Ji Lao. Then thank you Elder Ji. If there's nothing else then we'll leave first. Tang Hao said. Please. Ji Chunming then made a please gesture. Tang Hao then led Tang Yuxin out of the exhibition. The duo walked on the road. Tang Yuxin couldn't help but ask. Tang Hao, I didn't expect you to be really deep in hiding. You're acting too powerful today. How did you do it? Tang Hao smiled. Just luck. Liar. How come my luck wasn't that good? Or maybe it was just your luck. After all, you paid for it. Come on. Surely not. You must have used another method. Your family shouldn't be in the jade business as well, right? Do I look like that to you? Tang Yuxin shook her head. Not quite like it. Then what kind of work do you do? I'm opening an eSports club. I'll take you to see it sometime. Tang Hao casually made one up. eSports? Yeah, just playing games. Oh, that's right. I've played games before and don't know much about it. I can teach you if you are interested. Sure, when I learn, I'm going to play at your club. No problem. Young master, you're out. Wu Yong walked up to Tang Hao. Young master, according to your order, all 3 stones have been loaded into the car and transported back to the villa. Where are we going now? Chapter 44. Zhang Shuyan's father is dying. Yuxin, is there any other place you want to go play? Tang Yuxin thought for a moment. No, I've already had a lot of fun today. Let's just go back. Okay, go back. The two walked to the car. Wu Yong helped the two open the door. At this time it happened that Tang Hao's cell phone rang. The white moonlight is shining. Only then do you remember how good she is? The vermilion sand mole is hard to eliminate for a long time. Do you know? Tang Hao took out his cell phone, and the name Wang Jian was displayed on the screen. Wang Jian. It's the bodyguard he arranged to be responsible for protecting Zhang Shuyan. His call should be about Zhang Shuyan. Tang Hao secretly thought in his heart. Tang Yuxin glanced at Tang Hao's cell phone. The name on it Tang Yuxin also knew. After all, the two had been together for many days, and had a slight impression of the few people around Tang Hao. What's wrong? Is there something urgent with your bodyguard? I don't know. I'll ask. Hey, what is it? Young master, it's not good. Miss Zhang's father is seriously ill now. I'm afraid he's dying. What's going on? Tang Hao's expression instantly became serious. He had investigated Zhang Shuyan's father before. Her father had been bedridden because he used to work at a construction site and didn't fall and become paraplegic. But this kind of illness shouldn't be life-threatening, so how could he be dying? It's like this. Today I picked up Ms. Zhang to go home, and later saw in Ms. Zhang's house that Ms. Zhang's father had taken a bottle of sleeping pills and was unconscious. Where are you guys now? I just sent them to the first hospital, and now the doctor is washing his stomach. Alright, I know. I'll rush over right away. After saying that, Tang Hao hung up the phone. What's wrong, Tang Hao? Is something urgent wrong? Just now Tang Hao's anxious expression was the first time she had seen it. Normally he was unfazed by everything, so this time he must have encountered something big. It's true that I've encountered something. It's okay. I'll go take a look first. You go back first. Do you need my help? Tang Yuxin grabbed Tang Hao's hand and asked. Tang Hao gently patted the back of her hand, giving Tang Yuxin a reassuring smile. No, it's fine. I'll be able to fix it soon. Tang Yuxin wasn't a girl who liked to pester. Since Tang Hao said so, she didn't say anything more, just admonished. Then you must pay attention to safety. You mustn't have anything to do. What can I have? There's nothing dangerous. I'll go back when I'm done with it. You go back first. Aha. Tang Yuxin nodded obediently. Closing the car door, he instructed Wu Yong to send Tang Yuxin back first, while he himself took a taxi to the hospital. After a few tens of minutes of driving, Tang Hao finally arrived at the first hospital, and as soon as he came in, he called Wang Jian's phone and searched for the location of the emergency room under his guidance. At this time, Zhang Shuyan and Zhang Mother were both anxiously standing outside the emergency room. Zhang Mother's face was covered with tears and she kept her head down and cried, while Zhang Shuyan beside her held her mother and kept comforting her. Her eyes kept looking in the direction of the building entrance, and her heart kept silently expecting Tang Hao's figure. Ms. Zhang, don't be anxious. Just now the young master has called to say that he has already arrived at the hospital and will be there soon. Great, great. I'll go wait for him in front, said Zhang Shuyan as she walked down the entrance of the building. The hospital had a lot of foot traffic. Zhang Shuyan looked around trying to find Tang Hao's figure. Tang Hao came down to the 5th floor under Wang Jian's guidance earlier, and just after taking 2 steps, he saw Zhang Shuyan waiting anxiously. He jogged 2 steps. Shuyan, I'm here. Tang Hao waved at her. Attracted by the voice, Zhang Shuyan said the direction of the voice and finally saw the person he had been waiting for so long. When she saw Tang Hao, she could no longer hold back her inner aggression and sadness, tears streaming out as she rushed over to Tang Hao. Before this, in order to comfort her mother, Zhang Shuyan had been pretending to be strong, because now her only relatives were her own parents. Her father's life was now in danger, and she was her mother's only spiritual support right now, so she had to be strong. However, she was only a young girl in her early 20s, and the strength in her heart was only feigned, and the moment she saw Tang Hao, the camouflaged armor in her heart instantly disintegrated. He went up and fiercely hugged Tang Hao, shedding tears while telling Tang Hao about his grief. Tang Hao, you're finally here. You know how much I wanted you just now. My dad he. Woo woo, I know. Just now Wang Jian said to me on the phone, you can rest assured that your dad will be fine. Nowadays medicine is very advanced. You must trust the doctors. I'm afraid, I only have 2 relatives left now. My parents. I don't want to lose my dad. I know. Well, your father will definitely be fine. Tang Hao gently soothed Zhang Shuyan. Facing such a thing, no matter who could not accept it, Tang Hao was her only spiritual pillar now, and Tang Hao also let Zhang Shuyan record out to herself, venting out all her bad feelings. After a while, Zhang Shuyan's mood was slightly soothed. It's okay, let's go over and take a look. I wonder if the doctor has come out yet. Zhang Shuyan nodded and came out of Tang Hao's arms, the 2 of them holding hands and walking towards the emergency room. At this time, Zhang Mother was still anxiously looking at the emergency room. Her tears had dried up, but her face still showed crying. Mom, Tang Hao is here. Hearing the voice, Zhang Mother hurriedly turned and ran to Tang Hao's side. Little Tang, you're finally here. Your uncle Zhang, he. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Mother once again lowered her head and cried. Auntie, don't be anxious. It's not the time to jump to conclusions. Uncle Zhang must be fine. Right. Mom, don't be anxious. We must have a way. Zhang Shuyan once again went forward to hold his mother and comforted her. It is said that the children of poor families are born early. Zhang Shuyan obviously had a very hard time inside himself, but he still had to act very strong. After a few minutes of waiting, the doctor inside finally came out. Doctor, how is it, doctor? My father, he is alright? Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Most of the sleeping pills were not digested and cleaned in time. Now the patient is out of danger. Hearing the doctor's words, Zhang Shuyan and Zhang Mother finally put their hearts down. But now the patient is very weak and needs to be hospitalized for observation. Your family members go and arrange the procedures for hospitalization. Okay, thank you, doctor. Zhang Shuyan was very happy, finally hearing good news. Then the door of the emergency room opened. A doctor pushed a hospital bed out. You are the patient's family, right? Yes, we are. The patient needs to recuperate now, so go to the front desk and pay the hospitalization fee, and arrange a room for the patient. The doctor handed over a hospitalization slip. Chapter 45, Arranging Hospitalization. Okay, I'll go make the arrangements. Mother Zhang results in the hospitalization slip and wants to walk outside. What's going on here? Why is Uncle Zhang taking sleeping pills? Zhang Shuyan explained to Tang Hao. My dad, he's been bedridden due to his health, and because he feels like he's been dragging the family down, he's always preoccupied and pessimistic, so he's had some mental problems since then. It was for this reason that he often had insomnia and nightmares at night, and then there was really no way out. So my mom bought my dad a bottle of sleeping pills, and gave my dad 2 tablets every night. In the past, I was also afraid that this would happen to my dad, so I would lock the sleeping pills in the cabinet every time. But this time, because my mom was careless and forgot to lock it, that's why it got like this. Tang Hao nodded. He guessed that Zhang Shuyan's father had wanted to do this for a long time. He didn't want to drag his family down anymore. After a while Zhang mother walked over somewhat awkwardly. She was holding the lab sheet with a lustful look. Mom, what's wrong? Seeing her mother's appearance, Zhang Shuyan asked. The hospitalization fee of this big hospital is too expensive, plus the money for the stomach wash just now. You also know that our family has spent almost all the money for your father's medical treatment in the past 2 years, so we simply can't afford to pay it now. Once these words came out, Tang Hao was no longer stupid enough to know that this time was his chance to perform. Auntie, give me this list. I'll just go pay it. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Mother Zhang's face instantly opened up. Little Tang, you see this is going to trouble you again. It's okay, this little thing is nothing, and I'll arrange the best room for Uncle. You don't have to worry about the money. Xiao Tang, Auntie really doesn't know what to say. Zhang mother's face was touched. This climate, Tang Hao's words were like a fire in winter, incomparably warm. It wasn't just Mother Zhang. Zhang Shuyan felt the same way, and she was now even more convinced that she wanted to become Tang Hao's woman. Tang Hao took the list, and several people came together to the window for payment. Tang Hao asked the doctor on duty, is there a single room available now? The doctor looked at the record book in his hand. There's only one single room bed now, but it's rather expensive, $1,000 a day. You have to pay a deposit of $50,000 first. Sure you need it? Upon hearing this figure, Zhang Shuyan and Zhang mother were shocked. $50,000. They may only be able to earn this much a year by setting up a stall. If they catch up with bad business, they may not be able to earn $50,000 a year. Tang Hao, why don't we just forget about it? Let's just stay in the general ward. How can that work, now that Uncle is just out of danger? Ordinary wards are occupied by several people. It's very inconvenient. And how can we rest well when we encounter 1 or 2 snorers? After saying that, Tang Hao took out his bank card. Can I swipe the card? Can. Just swipe the card directly. The doctor took the bank card and swiped $50,000 directly on the POS, then tore off a slip. 18th floor, room 1805. Good. Tang Hao took the slip and handed it to Zhang Shuyan. Go ahead. Let's send Uncle Zhang up. Looking at the list Tang Hao handed over, Zhang Shuyan's heart was filled with mixed feelings. This isn't the time to be polite. If you really want to say something, let's talk about it when everything is settled. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhang Shuyan nodded. Mom, let's go. A few people pushed Zhang fathers into the elevator to the 18th floor. When they reached the 18th floor, they found room 1805 and sent the door to the room, which was very clean and hygienic, with a lot of space, and 2 beds, one for the patient and one for the accompanying staff. The price is expensive, or there is a reason why the price is expensive. Zhang father put on the hospital bed, the nurse to fish him on the drip, because the patient coma, so Zhang mother naturally became the escort. After settling all this, the sky is already dark. Several people have been anxious for this matter. Now after quiet down found that the stomach are hungry. Young master, I'll go buy something to eat. Wang Jian said. Well, go ahead, buy some more good ones. This card is for you. Don't be reluctant to spend money. Understood. Wang Jian took the card and thought about walking outside. In order not to disturb the patient's rest, Tang Hao and Zhang Shuyan didn't continue to stay in the ward, but went outside again, leaving Mother Zhang alone. Tang Hao and Zhang Shuyan sat on the bench in front of the door, neither of them knowing what to say, but only sitting awkwardly. Tang Hao was the first to break the silence. How did your fathers become like this? That was 2 years ago. At that time my father was still a healthy and normal person. A construction worker who was supposed to be working in a construction site and accidentally fell down while working at height once more. Later sent to the hospital for examination. After diagnosis, my dad, his lumbar spine injury caused paralysis of the lower body. Is there a way to save him? There is a chance, but it has to go through a complicated surgery. But the surgery costs are going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Where does our family have so much savings? Just to maintain life is barely enough. So it's been dragging on. That the person in charge of the construction site did not compensate. This kind of thing should not be. By there is a corresponding compensation payment? Zhang Shuyan sighed helplessly. We also went to look for, but that developer has money and power. Whereas we can deal with. In the end we thought of all kinds of ways not to get half compensation. Too much. People are like this. Even a little compensation is not given. What kind of black-hearted developer is this? Tang Hao angrily slapped on the chair. Seeing Tang Hao's agitated appearance, Zhang Shuyan's heart was a little warm. She grabbed Tang Hao's hand. Don't be angry. It's all in the past. Now what I want most is to be able to live well as a family, and also with my favorite. Speaking of this, Zhang Shuyan's cheeks flushed with a hint of redness. However, this matter Tang Hao did not want to let it go. He must see what kind of developer was so arrogant. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. I will definitely give you justice. Hearing his words, Zhang Shuyan's heart gave a start. Looking at his serious eyes, he really wanted to help himself get justice. She didn't say anything either, but just gently leaned on Tang Hao's shoulder. This solid feeling giving him a very adequate sense of security. Ding! Gained the female lead Zhang Shuyan's favor. The supreme villain value increased by 10,000, and the protagonist Lin Yi's chi luck value decreased by 10,000. After a while, Wang Jian bought dinner back. He finally found a good restaurant after a big circle and packed 7 or 8 lunchboxes. Young master, I'm back. After looking at the nearby restaurants again, I can only buy these. Tang Hao looked at it. It was indeed good enough. Pretty good. Send these copies inside to Auntie. Okay. Wang Jian took half and walked inside, leaving half for Zhang Shuyan. Have something to eat? You've been tired all day today. Aha. Zhang Shuyan nodded. Opening the lunchbox, there were 2 meat and 1 vegetarian dish, and a soup. Tang Hao took out his chopsticks and chucked a piece to Zhang Shuyan's face. Zhang Shuyan took a bite into her mouth, revealing a smile. At this moment, her eyes were filled with Tang Hao. This was the mode she aspired to spend time with her boyfriend. Plain and happy. Chapter 46 Changes in Zhang Shuyan. After dinner, because there weren't enough beds in the hospital, Tang Hao found a hotel outside and opened a room for Zhang Shuyan to stay in. Taking the room card and opening the door, it was a room with a large bed, and the two walked in together, inserting the room card into the pickup port, and checking the room all over again before being reassured. You stay here tonight. I paid a month's room fee. You can stay here all the time, so you can also visit your father better. Aha. Zhang Shuyan gently nodded. Also, let Wang Jian pick you up and drop you off in the future. It's also a bit more convenient. Aha. Zhang Shuyan still gently nodded in reply. Seeing Zhang Shuyan's appearance, Tang Hao felt a bit strange. In fact, at this time, Zhang Shuyan was very nervous inside. The last time she was at home, she clearly remembered that time because her mother was outside. She didn't have the heart to take that step. Today there was no one else here. So was it. Then I'll leave first. Contact me in time if anything happens. After saying that, Tang Hao intended to leave. Zhang Shuyan hurriedly called out to him after hearing this. Are you leaving so soon? There shouldn't be anything else over here, so I'll just go back first. Or you shouldn't go back today either. Zhang Shuyan lowered her head, looking at her toes, her scarlet face not daring to meet Tang Hao's eyes in the slightest. Tang Hao licked his lips and laughed. Can't bear to see me go. Right. Zhang Shuyan nodded her head. This time there wasn't the slightest hint of shyness in her tone. She knew that happiness was earned. Tang Hao stepped forward and wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Zhang Shuyan's body trembled slightly, burying her head in Tang Hao's chest. Since you've said so, what reason do I have not to stay? Today you'll be my woman. As soon as these words came out, Zhang Shuyan's heartbeat instantly accelerated. Although he had fantasized about this day before, a lot of his heart was still nervous when he actually arrived. Tang Hao didn't hesitate to kiss Zhang Shuyan's red lips, plundering on her without any hesitation. In the face of Tang Hao's enthusiasm, Zhang Shuyan would like to respond, but at this time her body has been soft. Can use less strength. Under one wanton plunder, Zhang Shuyan had very few clothes left on her body, with only 2 pieces of intimate apparel remaining. Just when Tang Hao was planning to open the final shackle. Wait, Zhang Shuyan stopped. What's wrong? Regretting it. No, I haven't showered yet. I'll go wash up first and we'll continue. I can't wait that long. My current mood doesn't allow me to stop. Then let's wash together. Hearing these words, Tang Hao, what else was there to wait for, directly picked up Zhang Shuyan and walked towards the bathroom. Not long after, the sound of water clattering in the bathroom came, and the sound of water in the shower was accompanied by the girl's shy voice. Drawing the peoples in the next rooms were dissatisfied. These young people nowadays really don't know how to restrain themselves. How can I sleep? No, I can't help it. I have to take out my 50 Gs of fine products from the bottom of my suitcase. Otherwise I can't stand it. Because it was a shower. Zhang Shuyan's hair was now completely wet, displaying a very flirtatious look. The combination of innocence and flirtatiousness. Who wouldn't like this? Ding! Congratulations master for rating the female lead Zhang Shuyan. The supreme villain value increased by 100,000. Ding! Master consumes 1 layer of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 1,000. Ding! Master consumes 2 layers of physical strength. Supreme villain value increases by 2000. Ding. The Master consumes 3 layers of stamina. The supreme villain value increases by 3000. Ding. Master consumes 4 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 4000. Ding. Master consumes 5 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 5000. Ding. The Master consumes 6 layers of stamina. The supreme villain value increases by 6000. Ding. Master consumes 7 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 7000. After taking a bath, a fragrant and smooth petite body was paralyzed on the bed. At this time, Zhang Shuyan was already powerless and could only lie flat on the bed with her eyes closed. Her body was covered with water droplets, not knowing if it was sweat from being too tired or shower water left behind from the undried bath. Looking at such a tired Zhang Shuyan, Tang Hao shook his head. Such a physique cannot be with the increase of their own physique, their side of the woman cannot be left behind. Then Tang Hao opened the system store. Owner, Tang Hao title, Immortal God King, Divine Power, 10,000. Physique, 608, 42 layers stacked. Face value, 100. Charm attraction, 100. Shopping mall, opened. Supreme villain value, 301000. Skills, invincible golden body. Martial Saint Long Fist, redeem 5 powerful body pills for me. Ding. Obey master. Supreme villain value consumed 100. 000 points. Congratulations master on obtaining 5 powerful physique pills. 5 golden physique pills appeared in Tang Hao's hand. Last time he only gave 1 to Tang Yuxin and the effect was outstanding. Now there were 5 here. To be fair, 3 were given to Zhang Shuyan and the remaining 2 were reserved for Tang Yuxin. Tang Hao patted Zhang Shuyan's firm buttocks. Get up. I'll give you a good thing. Zhang Shuyan lazily twisted her body. Her eyes didn't show the slightest sign of opening. She seemed to be very sleepy. Come on, get up a little. I guarantee you won't regret it. How about tomorrow? Just now the tossing and turning was too much. I'm just too tired. Zhang Shuyan reluctantly muttered. Tang Hao sighed. There was no way. Forget about feeding it to her directly. Alright then, open your mouth. I'll give you a tasty treat. Upon hearing such words, Zhang Shuyan's body suddenly trembled. Eat what? This reminded her of what happened in her room the first time. Give me a break. I really can't eat anymore. Zhang Shuyan slightly opened her eyes to Tang Hao with a begging gaze. Why can't you eat anymore? It's just 2 small pills. After saying this, Tang Hao stretched out his hand to reveal 3 small golden pills. Zhang Shuyan's gaze was attracted to the golden physique pills. What is this stuff? What's it for? This is my treasure. After eating it your physique can be enhanced by more than a few times, and your figure and appearance will also become better. As soon as she heard this, Zhang Shuyan instantly sobered up a lot. There isn't that girl who doesn't love beauty. If this stuff really works that well, then it's a total attraction to her. Really? You won't lie to me. How could I possibly lie to you? You see the reason why I'm where great is because I ate this. After saying that Tang Hao handed over the physique pill, Zhang Shuyan took a bite and ate it tightly in her mouth. Zhang Shuyan felt that the body's tiredness instantly disappeared. A cool feeling swept through her whole body. Now she felt very powerful. The sleepiness from just now had long since gone up in smoke. The same body underwent a huge change. The skin became more hydrated and fair, and the face was full of collagen, directly stunning Tang Hao. The bones of the body also underwent subtle changes. The waist had become thinner, the hips were more erect, and even the waistline of the abdomen was clearly revealed. At this time, Zhang Shuyan's body and appearance could only be described with the word impeccable. How is it? Has it changed? Zhang Shuyan asked cautiously. Tang Hao looked straight at Zhang Shuyan's figure and gulped a mouthful of spit. I really want to eat you in one bite right now. Chapter 47, Dad. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Zhang Shuyan couldn't help but blank him. Just know how to say something immodest. How is this immodest? This is the most decent thing I've ever said. Zhang Shuyan's small face flushed slightly. Then let's continue, Tang Hao asked tentatively. Who cares if you like it? After saying this, Zhang Shuyan turned around, leaving Tang Hao with a backdrop. Tang Hao hemmed and hawed. This if he didn't know what it meant then he was a fool. Under the beautiful moonlight, Tang Hao galloped his horse across the grassland. It was an incomparable feeling of freedom. Ding! Master consumed 1 layer of stamina. Supreme villain value increased by 1000. Ding! Master consumes 2 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 2000. Ding! Master consumes 3 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 3000. Ding! Master consumes 4 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 4000. Ding! Master consumes 5 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 5000. Ding! The Master consumes 6 layers of stamina. The supreme villain value increases by 6000. Ding! Master consumes 7 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increases by 7000. The next day. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. A cell phone ringing woke up the duo. Zhang Shuyan took out her cell phone and saw that it was already 7 o'clock. Only 4 hours of sleep. Last night was busy until 3 in the morning. Ah, 0, so sleepy. Zhang Shuyan sat up and stretched. Her graceful curves could be called the golden ratio. Since she still had class today, she had to get up even though she was sleepy. She lifted the covers and walked into the bathroom to wash up. Not long after, Tang Hao also woke up and heard the sound of water in the bathroom. Putting on his underwear, he also walked in. Why aren't you wearing clothes when you're washing up? Tang Hao asked after walking in and seeing Zhang Shuyan. Zhang Shuyan was brushing her teeth at this time, and looked down at her tender body, thinking that she had just gotten up in too much of a daze, and had forgotten to wear clothes. Just now too sleepy. Forgot. It's okay, there's no one else anyway. The current Zhang Shuyan had long since taken Tang Hao as her own man, and in front of her own man, what else was there to be shy about? Tang Hao just smiled faintly, didn't say anything, also walked in to wash up together. It was too troublesome for two people to wash up separately, and it was too late to wash up last night after they were done. This time they woke up early, and there was still an hour and a half left, enough time to take a shower together. Half an hour passed. Ding! Master consumed a layer of stamina. Supreme villain value increased by 1000. The two of them wiped clean and walked out. Zhang Shuyan beamed and looked at Tang Hao slyly. Why are you looking at me like that? You still say that? You really don't let go of the opportunity to take advantage of the situation at all. This early in the morning. Can't help it. The fire is strong in the morning. Not to mention you're so charming. Anyone can't help it. Smooth talker, ignore you. After saying that, Zhang Shuyan turned her head and went to put on her clothes. After the two finished cleaning up and went downstairs, Wang Jian had already waited for a long time. He opened the door of the Bentley, and Tang Hao and Zhang Shuyan sat up together. This was basically Tang Hao's first time sending her to Jiangxia University in the true sense of the word, and Zhang Shuyan was very happy. Soon they arrived at the university entrance, and Tang Hao watched Zhang Shuyan leave. Next he returned to his villa, because he had been running around for the past few days. This villa of his had rarely returned. With nothing else to do, he opened up the Jiayin short videos. For a new age progressive youth like Tang Hao, watching short videos must be about beautiful bloggers. It just so happened that he swiped to a beautiful anchor who was broadcasting live, and he clicked in. This anchor's name is called Jingchuan Carp, is recently very hot, a video blogger. Tang Hao 10 video 9 have brushed to her same video. Tang Hao looked at the anchor in the video. The appearance was indeed very beautiful, otherwise it wouldn't have been called the pure lust ceiling. A netizen called P. Jingchuan Carp is actually on the air. Finally waiting for my goddess to go on the air. So happy. Lonely gourmet, you don't even know how many times I've been urging for the broadcast in the comments, and today it's finally realized. Yakult, this is the pure desire ceiling of Jitterbug. I don't know if it's still like this after turning off the beauty face. Although Jingchuan Carp was broadcasting live for the first time, with her superb popularity and fan base, the number of people in the live room had already exceeded 10,000 after only 10 minutes of broadcasting. This was her first live broadcast, and she was somewhat at a loss as to how to answer the pop-ups from netizens. Just a little shyly doing self-introduction. Hello everyone, I'm Jingchuan Carp. Carp, 10 years old fan passing by. Anchor is so beautiful. I wonder if I'll stir the covers when I sleep. Stare up, it was next to me yesterday. Looking at the netizens joking pop-ups, Jingchuan Carp became even more nervous. Suddenly an account hanging at level 60 entered the live room. I go. This account called Vast Infinity is actually level 60. Big brother, this is the first time I've seen a number with such a high level. It can't be a fake, right? How much money does it cost? Maybe it's an official account, or maybe this level is indeed a bit fake. Looking at the netizen's words, Tang Hao just smiled slightly. What that last netizen said wasn't entirely wrong. After all, Jitterbug was also indeed a product of Tang Hao's mother's company, and this account was also specially prepared for Tang Hao, with the initial level being 60. The most important point was that this account's shake coins were unlimited. No matter how much Tang Hao swiped, there was no quota. Since this was the case, Tang Hao wanted to give it a small try first. First brush it for 100 carnival and 100 rockets. Dilly-dally. In just 10 minutes, 100 carnivals and 100 shake ones directly brushed the screen. This added up to a whole 400,000 gifts directly flabbergasted Jingchuan Carp. This can't be fake. I go. Real big brother. Not fake. Bull batch. Brothers. 666 brush up. 666. 666. But this is just a small test. The next is the main dish. Dream castle. Romantic carriage. Candy airship. But all the gifts that are on it through X1000. Less than half an hour after the start of the broadcast, directly gained a few million gifts. Directly rushed up to the first place in the Jitterbug ranking. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room has exceeded 1 million. have surrounded this mysterious big brother. But the comments in the comment area at this time also became bizarre. Dad, I'm your long-lost child. Dad, still liking a son? I'm serious about being a son, and if it's not possible, being a grandson is fine. Dad, it's so much wealth and billions. Dad, 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 dad. Chapter 48 Live Streaming PK. The pop-ups were flying, but Tang Hao was unmoved and continued to think about the screen. Jitterbug 1x1000. Carnival x1000. This gift-brushing Jingchuan carp was a bit scared. Such a scene she had seen there. Millions in just a few minutes. Brother vast infinity. Don't brush it. Enough is enough. Jingchuan carp hurriedly stopped. Finally Tang Hao gave her a dislike of 100 million jittery coins before stopping. A whole $10 million. Tang Hao's brash brush of gifts like this naturally caught the attention of many big anchors as well. They all looked for Jingchuan carp to connect to PK, but their purpose wasn't really PK. It was to find a way to dig this big brother over. A sexy dance anchor connected in. Carp, I heard that you have a big brother here who has now become the first sister of Shaking Voice. I've specially come to see you. How about playing a game together? This dance anchor was basically an existence that was also considered a jitterbug first sister. But recently one of her big brothers retired from the network, and now her status had dropped drastically, and she was in desperate need of a new big brother. And it just so happens that today when she live broadcast has been seeing the screen floating carnival pop-ups, the heart is still curious. Today's Who's Live Room so bold Then she looked at the leaderboard. Jingchuan carp do not know when has ranked the first place of the whole jitterbug, and far away from her, looking at their own but more than 100,000 gifts, for once stood at the peak of her heart is very unwilling. In their own fans there to understand that the original carp live room out of nowhere is super big brother. The first time into the live room ruthlessly brushed 10 million. Get this news where she still sits still. Immediately squeezed through the scalp even came in. The dance anchor acted kindly, which made Jingchuan carp also put down his guard, and also agreed to the other party very quickly. Good. I feel like I definitely can't lose. Because of the presence of vast infinity, today's carp had confidence, so he happily agreed, and didn't think about the real purpose of the dancing anchor. Waiting for the PK to start, the opposite anchor finally started to make a move, directly performing a sexy dance. The hotness of this dance is breathtaking. Every action, expression, are done to the extreme, can be described in 4 words, regaining people's souls, can also be described in 2 words, fleas, all almost dislike the car to audit the face. This time this dance anchor but put all the effort. At this time, not only did the pop-ups underneath explode, even Jingchuan carp was confused. Sexy twisting crotch looking carp blushing. So hard? Are not afraid to block the live broadcast room? Although the carp did not understand for a moment, but the eyes of the masses are bright. A glance at the other side of the idea to remind the carp. The opposite side is obviously here to rob Big Brother. Carp, you can't let her have her way. This intention is too obvious. The old Big Brother is gone. Come to dig up the new one. Hurry up and ask Big Brother what he wants to see. Our side can't lose. Seeing the reminder of the pop-up screen underneath Jingchuan carp then suddenly realized. Originally, there was still a bit of doubt. She and this dance anchor did not know each other before, and never piked. So how did she suddenly find herself today? It turned out to be over to grab Big Brother. Brother vast infinity, do you have any dances you want to see? Sister can dance for you. Jingchuan carp hurriedly asked. Tang Hao thought about it. The Jingchuan carp in front of him was known as the Pureless Ceiling, and the dance definitely couldn't be the same as an opposite. The opposite anchor, this intention is too obvious. 2TM horse flea, still do not know by how many Big Brothers. Tang Hao said that he did not like to eat leftovers. Tang Hao edited a pop-up screen, just dance the dance you became famous for. Seeing Tang Hao's request, Jingchuan carp put down his heart. Fortunately, the Big Brother is not the kind of vulgar people. If she also let her jump in the opposite kind of encounter, then she will not have the face to see people in the future. Okay, Big Brother, this is simple. Jingchuan carp then turned off the sound from the opposite side and found her own exclusive BGM. It then took 2 steps back and got ready. A piece of music etched into the DNA played. The crowd was mesmerized. Look up at the stars singing. Oh hey, he's breathing as if he's saying to me. Oh hey, he said you have to grow up slowly, not just live for yourself. Stow away here and be merry, but those who come will not come. I'm just pretending to guess. Or is it that they've got something up their sleeve? Some are unrepentant, confusing black and white in the mists. They are mercenary in their sentiments, and no one dares to tear them down. Seemingly, the time has come, but they're actually working against the wind. When the song is over and people disperse, Who else will be watching this show? After the 2 dance performances, Tang Hao directly took off with 1,000 rockets. The PK bloodline directly crushed through, and the result was predictable. Jingchuan Carp won without a doubt. Wow, Carp's sister, your big brother over there is so powerful, beating me so badly. The dance anchor's tone was tinged with jealousy. That's for sure. My big brother, that's the most handsome and powerful. Carp looked at the other side with a smug smile. The opposite side try harder in the end is not unsuccessful. Opposite side big brother. You see the sister beat so badly. Can you give the sister a little medical fee? You see the sister just danced so hard. The dance anchor looked at the screen with an aggrieved look. Medical expenses. It is the gift that the PK loser in the live broadcast asks for from the victorious party's big brother. The dance anchor intentionally revealed a pitiful look, an expression that was very lethal to men. But Jingchuan Carp wasn't stupid. The opposite side was seducing big brother one excitement again. She couldn't let the other side get away with it. To what medical expenses? My big brother's gift can only be given to me. Don't be so petty. Well, vast and boundless brother, have want to see the punishment? I can do anything more. The dance anchor deliberately ignored Jingchuan Carp to ask directly to Tang Hao. Jingchuan Carp suddenly remembered that there was indeed a don't punishment for losing, and this punishment was proposed by the big brother who swiped the most gifts. This Jingchuan Carp also has no way to mention Tang Hao absolutely. If she directly said not to punish, hang up the connecting microphone, may cause the big brother's dissatisfaction. She tentatively asked, vast and boundless brother, what punishment do you want to see? Tang Hao looked at the anchor on the opposite side. Although the opposite side did their best to scratch their heads in front of them, but they couldn't bring themselves to be half interested in her. Mediocre powder only, but it was still okay to use it for fun. Let her kneel down and sing her conquest. This pop-up from Tang Hao floated by, and Jingchuan Carp covered her mouth and almost laughed out loud. She also understood that Tang Hao proposing this punishment meant that she couldn't even look at the opposite anchor, or else she wouldn't have tricked her like this. She laughed and said to, our brother said to make you kneel down and sing a conquest. Chapter 49, Kneel and Sing Conquest. Kneel down and sing conquest. Hearing this request, the anchor across the street was first stunned, but randomly immediately cheered up. But she still said, brother vast infinity, I don't sing well, do you mind? Jingchuan Carp repeated her question. Brother, she said she doesn't sing well. Tang Hao responded, it doesn't matter if it's not good, just sing and be done with it. Our brother said, it doesn't matter if it's good, just sing and be done with it. Carp said to the dance anchor. Both Carp and Tang Hao thought that it was supposed to be a trick to play with each other. It's fun to sing hard to hear, and it's fun to sing well and still not listen to it. But the opposite anchor woman does not think so. She has experienced a lot of men. In her eyes, the other big brother is to want a kind of conquest. It is also this idea just now she will be happy, because once the other party to their own desire, then their own take each other's chances are great. The dance anchor pushed away the chair next to her and knelt on the ground with one leg. Brother, I'll kneel down and start singing. Just like this. I was conquered by you. The song rang out, and the vocalization startled Tang Hao. This voice almost sent Tang Hao away. The anchor did her best to sell her singing voice. Worthy of being a dance anchor, she's really clueless when it comes to singing. Tang Hao suddenly kind of regretted letting her sing. This wasn't punishing her. This was punishing himself. The dance anchor's singing voice was really unbearable. The audience underneath couldn't listen to it anymore. Even Jingchuan Carp covered their ears in embarrassment. This singing voice was simply unbearable. Big brothers, quickly don't let her sing. It's too damn unpleasant. No, I'm going to puke. This is punishing us. Fortunately, her former big brother retired from the network in advance, or else she would have to carry the airplane and escape overnight today. However, she herself knew nothing about it, still closed her eyes and indulged in her beautiful singing voice. Carp, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and disconnect the microphone. I can't talk anymore. A pop-up screen at the bottom brushed out. This is not good. After all, it is the song that Brother Vast Infinity ordered. Directly broken. Brother Vast Infinity will not be happy. Vast Infinity sent a pop-up screen. Carp, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and break it. I can't stand it either. Okay, break. Since Tang Hao had said so, this time Carp didn't have the slightest hesitation and directly disconnected the link. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. The screen was brushed with mocking expressions. That female anchor on the opposite side. What a talent. Yeah, I can't even hear it when it's so hard to sing. I'm also drunk. After this battle, Jingchuan Carp, this name has been completely out of the circle. Not only in the jitterbug, together a short video, live platforms know about this matter. A time account rose several million powder. Similarly, Tang Hao's account also rose a million fans. Everyone is curious about the emergence of the big brother in the end who is. At this time, Jingchuan Carp is really considering how to really leave this big brother. But her live room there are still countless anchors keep clicking on the invitation to connect. In this battle to get a piece of the pie, Even if you can make the opposite big brother to come to their place once, that is more than their live broadcast a year's income. But no one is a fool. After the PK Jingchuan Carp, how can they put themselves on the edge of danger again? Directly closed the request to connect the microphone, and now it is time for her and her big brother to be alone. She also knew that since this big brother was able to brush her with so many gifts, he must be more or less fond of himself. Brother Vast Infinity, we're not going to connect Mike PK anymore. Do you want to watch any more dances? I won't watch today. I still have things to do. Next time. Tang Hao sent out a pop-up. Brother, you're leaving so soon. I haven't thanked you properly yet. Jingchuan Carp immediately retained. She thought Tang Hao was looking for an excuse to go watch other anchors' live broadcasts, so she started to get nervous in her heart. There's really something going on this time. You can private message me live tomorrow. I'll have time to come over. Then I'll add my brother's VX. In the future, if there's any dance you want to watch or song you want to listen to, you can talk to me. I can learn it all properly. Okay. After sending the last sentence, the Vast Infinity account exited the live broadcast room. Seeing Tang Hao exit, Jingchuan Carp was also in no mood to broadcast live anymore, and after greeting his family, he hurriedly went off the air as well. After exiting, the background private message really appeared a string of accounts sent by Vast Infinity. Jingchuan Carp copied the account and opened the VX, and indeed searched for a VX account with the same name. She couldn't wait to add her friend and sent it 10 times in a row. The current her didn't want to do anything else at all. She just wanted to quietly look at the screen waiting for the other party to agree. After Tang Hao exited the live room, the Shake private messages almost blew up. There are tips for fans to pay attention to. There are tips for private messages from beautiful female anchors. And there are even. What's going on with the private messages sent by the male anchors of this? There is a private message is particularly conspicuous. Non-stop refreshing. Never interrupted. Said, brother, come to fencing ah. What does it mean? Tang Hao opened his video to take a look. It was from a long-haired, beautiful, moving beauty. But after carefully looking at a few of his videos, one video showed him clearly fiddling with his throat knot. Degree. Tang Hao stared. A chill ran down his back, and backhanded a report. Wipe. It's a guy. He that closed the Jitterbug account. It's better to look at the Carp. Opening the VX. Jingchuan Carp opened a string of friend applications. Tang Hao smiled slightly. This Carp was more anxious than him. He passed the Carp's friend request. Vast and boundless brother, you finally passed my application. Just logged out of the account. Just logged out of the account? I've been logged out for a while. Why did you just log out? Did you go watch another young lady's video? No, the backstage private messages are blowing up. Looking at the private messages almost didn't scare me to death. What can make brother so scared ah? Oh, curious. Small children don't ask so much. I'm not a little kid. I'm 23 years old. I'll talk to you later when I have the chance. We won't talk about this today. Okay, then brother you haven't told me what dance you like to watch. I'll learn it tonight. I like it. Like this. Can I dance in the live broadcast tomorrow? Tang Hao sent over a video, only to see a video of a sexy hot dance of a European and American woman in an exposed outfit. To say that there was how exposed this woman wore, one could only say that what the clothes could do, it didn't do. What should be exposed shouldn't be exposed she exposed. Hit ba. The Kajikawa Carp was shy for a moment. I can't come to this one. It'll be blocked. Alright then, don't jump in the live room. Give me a chance to jump alone. This can be considered. After sending this sentence, Jingchuan Carp's blushing face wanted to find a quilt to drill into. Chapter 50, Shongyun Group. Tang Hao smiled faintly. This last sentence meant that teasing the girl had succeeded by a third. The rest would wait a bit. At this moment, a knock came from outside the door. Come in. The door to the room opened, and Wang Jian walked in. Young master, I've already investigated the matter where you instructed me to investigate Zhang Shuyan's father's construction site earlier. Oh, so fast. Well, that's right. This matter is not complicated. Look, Wang Jian took out a stack of information and handed it to Tang Hao. Tang Hao took it and flipped through it. It's fine. Go on. Yes, young master. The construction site where Zhang Shuyan's father worked before was a project under the Shongyun Group. Shongyun Group. Sounds a bit familiar. Tang Hao turned over a piece of information in his hand that introduced the group. Young master, you're right. This Shongyun Group also belongs to a subsidiary group of the Tang family distributed in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. And the projects under this group are very many, including real estate, entertainment, electric commerce, and so on a dozen or so industries. It's also relatively famous in the entire Suhang city. Oh, no wonder. That means this matter involves our Tang family. Actually, you can't say that, because the originator of this matter was a contractor under the group, and the group's top management doesn't know about it, let alone the Tang family. Tell us more carefully. That contractor's name is Wang Defa. This person, in order to make more money to catch up with the project, let the workers work overtime and work all night. This also led to one Shuyan's father because of fatigue work but fell. After this incident, Wang Defa know, if let the upper level know, his job certainly cannot keep, so he did not report to the group company, directly fall down, and he utilized these years. He also accumulated some so-called connections, and threatened Zhang Shuyan's family. Zhang Shuyan's mother was afraid of his retaliation, so she also didn't make a big deal out of it, and has been holding back for the past 2 years. Tang Hao nodded. Everything was understood. There was no need to say anything next, directly to the group. Go, bring a few brothers and go meet this Wang Defa. Yes, young master. Wang Jian waved his hand. The 10 bodyguards that the villa had prepared at all times immediately intended to follow Wang Jian. Wang Jian prepared the car, opened the door, and after Tang Hao sat in the car, the 5 luxury cars drove to Shengyun Group's headquarters at the same time. The 5 cars arrived at the headquarters, a 30-story building, Shengyun Building. The entire building was the headquarters of Shengyun Group. 10 bodyguards were the first to get out of the car and stood on both sides of the group's entrance. The employees in the group all looked shocked upon seeing them, and even the security guards at the entrance were very confused. Who is this, bringing so many bodyguards? This is too pretentious. Keep your voice down. In case it's a big client of the group, you're screwed. Wang Jian opened the rear car door. Tang Hao was dressed in a white lace suit, wearing sunglasses on his head, only to see his ever so slender thighs take the lead and step out. Waiting for Tang Hao to completely get out of the car, the people on the first floor of the company immediately felt a powerful aura coming from their faces. Everyone could tell that the identity of the man in front of them was absolutely extraordinary. Tang Hao's height of close to 1 meter 9, coupled with his perfect face value, instantly harvested a large number of fangirls. None of the young girls in the company who saw him did not thump their hearts, and it was only at this time that they realized that there really was love at first sight in this world. The male employees are full of envy looking at Tang Hao, thinking that if from the car down is their own, how good so that their dreams at night can wake up laughing. Tang Hao did not have the opportunity to the eyes of the crowd, walked straight into the security guards at this time where they still dared to stop him unless there is no long eyes. This way, Tang Hao walked into the group without any obstruction and took the elevator to the 26th floor, where the chairman's office was located. Call their chairman, say that I'm here and ask him to come see me. Yes, young master. Jian Wan dialed the phone. At this moment, Chairman Shang Zerwa was having a meeting in the conference room on the 30th floor when his secretary walked in from outside. Chairman, a call for you. Oh, who sent it over? I don't know. The opposite party named you to answer it. Alright, I know. You go down. Shang Zerwa took the cell phone. Colleagues, I'm going to take a call. Everyone continue the discussion. After saying that, Shang Zerwa walked to a quieter place. Hello, this is Shang Zerwa. What? Young Tang is here. Are you sure? Can I lie to you about this? I'm Tang Xiao's personal bodyguard. We're in your office. Tang Xiao said for you to come over right away. Okay, I'll come over right away. Please wait for a moment. Xiao Tang. After saying that, he hurriedly hung up the phone. The sound of his phone call was too loud just now, causing everyone in the meeting to hear it. Mr. Shang, what's wrong? What did you just say about young Tang coming? That young Tang? Still that Tang Xiao. The Tang Xiao of the Yinjing Tang family, our group's old boss. As soon as these words came out, the conference room immediately exploded. Tang Xiao, that's the famous Yinjing playboy. Shu, keep your voice down. If you let Tang Xiao hear you, you'll be left in the lurch. That's right, do you not want to live? Dare to say bad things about Tang Xiao? The group's executives murmured. Alright, all be quiet, today's meeting is cancelled. Everyone return to work, be ready to stand by at any time. Remember to call you all later, you must come over right away. I'm going to see Tang Xiao now. Do you all understand? Understood. Understood. The crowd nodded their heads. Shang Zerwa hurriedly jogged out after saying that and pressed the elevator button. But at this time, the elevator didn't know what people were occupying it. And after waiting for a while, it just didn't come up. Solely do not wait. The 30th floor to the 26th floor is only 4 floors away. Directly take the stairs. Jogging all the way again, Shang Zerwa finally came to the 26th floor. At this time, Wang Jian is waiting for him at the door. Yo, this is Mr. Shang, isn't it? Coming quite fast. Tang, where's Mr. Tang? Shang Zerwa was panting from exhaustion. Young Tang has been waiting for you in the office for quite a while. Quickly go in. Shang Zerwa walked in under Wang Jian's leadership. At this moment, Tang Hao was sitting in the boss chair in the center with his back to the door. Tang Xiao. Shang Zerwa called out tentatively. Tang Hao turned around. Shang Zerwa's eyes widened in surprise. Young Tang, it's really you. Why did you suddenly come to the group company without informing me in advance, so that I could lead all members of the group to welcome you? You recognize me? Tang Hao asked suspiciously. Young Tang, I had the honor of meeting you a few years ago when I attended the annual meeting at the Yinjing headquarters, and your dignified appearance was heavily imprinted in my brain on that side, but at that time, I was still just a deputy director, so it's normal that you don't have an impression. Young Tang, oh, that's right, not bad, in just a few years you've become a hand. It's still thanks to Mrs. Tang's promotion. Oh, my mom's promotion. But I feel like my mom chose the wrong person this time. Shang Zerwa's entire body winced at these words. Tang Xiao, what do you mean by this? I've been kind of conscientious these past few years. I haven't made any mistakes. What is it that has angered Tang Xiao? Chapter 51, Wang Defa. What is it? Take a look for yourself. Tang Hao directly flung out a few documents. Shang Zerwa took the documents and looked at them, his eyes going wide. This, I didn't know this happened. Young Tang. Shang Zerwa trembled those papers in his hands, which clearly recorded what had happened to Zhang Shuyan's family. Things that happened under the group company you manage. You actually say you don't know. I see you've made it to the top as the chairman. Shang Zerwa was scared and directly weakened in his legs. No, Xiao Tang, I really don't know about this matter. The people below didn't report this matter at all. You're the chairman of the board. You should be responsible. Do you know how much of a negative impact something like this would have on the group? You're still shirking your responsibility. Yes. Xiao Tang is right in his lesson. I will immediately investigate this matter. There's no need to investigate. I've already investigated it clearly. This matter from start to finish was done by a contractor called Wang Defa. Just call him over directly. This asshole. Shang Zerwa gritted his teeth. I'm limiting you to 2 hours to find this person and bring him to me. Otherwise you're done as chairman. Yes. Xiao Tang, I'll do it right away. He immediately made a call. Hello, chairman, what is it? What is it? Your men have committed such a big offense and you're asking me what happened. Do you not want to work as the manager of the construction department? Zhang Tao, the manager of the construction department, was scolded and confused. Chairman, what exactly happened that you are so angry? You don't know about the one under your hand called Wang Defa, who concealed a worker's fall and threatened the worker's family. What? How could there be such a thing? Zhang Tao stood up violently. I am now limiting you to immediately bring this Wang Defa to my office within 1.5 hours. Otherwise, this manager of yours will directly quit. Yes. Chairman, I'll do it immediately. After saying this, Shang Zerwa angrily hung up the phone. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth. Wang Defa, this asshole, even did such a thing. He immediately dialed Wang Defa's phone. Hey, Manager Zhang, what are your orders for me? Wang Defa, you bastard. Get your ass over to the headquarters immediately. Manager Zhang, what happened that you are so angry? Cut the crap. What you did yourself is clear to yourself. I now limit you to roll me to the group headquarters within an hour, or else you won't be able to do your job as a contractor in the future, and you won't be able to mix in Suan either. Being scolded by Zhang Tao so much, Wang Defa's heart flooded with mutterings. What did he do recently? Is it his own adopted mistress was discovered? Not right. So as found the first call over the phone should be his wife or their own embezzlement of the company's money things were found, but also not right. Himself and the accountant clearly discuss a good. He also got a lot of the share. Oh, it will not be the last drunk and accidentally put the manager's wife. Think of here Wang Defa back a burst of cold. Forget it, life and death have life. Wealth and fortune, go may still live. Not go to the power of the Shinyan group want to do their own too simple. Just a reason to send themselves in. Wang Defa took a taxi and came to the group headquarters in a hurry. Manager Zhang, what's wrong with you? To send such a big fire? What did I do wrong in the end? As soon as he arrived at Zhang Tao's office, Wang Defa asked out of breath. Don't talk so much nonsense. Hurry up and go to the chairman's office with me. How does this still involve the chairman? I didn't sleep with the chairman's wife. What did you say? Nothing. Wang Defa immediately reacted. I said that the chairman of the board of directors of such a big status. How can he see me? Don't talk nonsense. Just go with me. Zhang Tao pulled Wang Defa in a hurry. Manager Zhang, don't pull me. The two took the elevator to the chairman's office. As soon as they entered, they saw an unfamiliar young man sitting in the middle of the office, while the chairman, who usually had a majestic face, was now next to him. There were also more than 10 bodyguards dressed in black standing on both sides of the office. The weird atmosphere made Wang Defa shudder, but he didn't dare to ask anything more. After all, his identity here doesn't even count as a fart. Chairman, the people have been brought over. Wang Defa, do you know why you were called here today? Chairman Shang Zerwa looked at him with an interrogative look. Wang Defa nervously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I don't know. You don't know what you've done. Think about it. Wang Defa's eyes rolled. This was a way to trap his own words, but it was not possible not to say it. Is it the matter of me harboring a woman? I admit that my style is not very good, but this does not affect the company. Hearing his words, Shang Zerwa frowned and became even more annoyed in his heart. This is your own personal matter. It has nothing to do with me. I'm talking about your work. Work-wise, is it about my absenteeism the other day? I thought I was being a lot lazier lately. I'll correct it in the future. Shang Zerwa took a deep breath. It seems that this Wang Defa is really not seeing the coffin. Chairman Shang, this kind of person won't say anything if you don't let him suffer a bit. Let me do it, Tang Hao said. Oh, everything is quite at young Tang's command. Tang Hao gave a wink to Wang Jian, who immediately understood. And with a wave of his hand, the surrounding bodyguards slowly surrounded him. At a glance at this situation, Wang Defa knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything without revealing something today. Don't, Chairman, I'll talk. Jian Wang waved his hand again, and the bodyguards stopped. Chairman, I admit, I embezzled the company's project money, but it's not just me. A few other projects also have people embezzling. I confess this time to be lenient. I'll go back and return the money immediately. Please don't hand me over to the police. Shang Zerwa became even more angry. The condescension even set up an unexpected gain. Chairman Shang, it seems like there are quite a few assholes in the group, Tang Hao said with a playful face, but with some warning in his eyes. Shang Zerwa was taken aback. Xiao Tang, this time I'll go down and I'll definitely investigate the entire group from top to bottom and clean out all these assholes. Tang Hao ignored him and continued. This matter is indeed very important, but I'm not looking for you today because of this. Ah, not this. Wang Defa felt that he had lost a lot of money this time, and had known not to talk about this matter. Wang Defa, you still don't confess. Do you want to find death? I'll tell you can only go out lying down if you don't say it yourself today. Zhang Tao cursed angrily at Wang Defa, seeing the thought of an angry expression. Did you really let him know? Manager Zhang, I'm really sorry, but the last time I got drunk it was your wife who took the initiative first. It's none of my business. Shen Ma, Ida. Zhang Tao looked at Wang Defa with a shocked face, associating it with the words Wang Defa had just said under the building. Seeing Zhang Tao's surprised expression. Ah, it's not that either. Asterisk you. UTM, I'll beat you to death. Zhang Tao's eyes were red with anger, and he kicked Wang Defa to the ground. This was followed by another round of Foshan shadowless kick. Manager Zhang, don't send it. I'm wrong. Wang Defa begged for mercy with a beat. Tang Hao shook his head. Your circle is a mess. However, he gradually lost his patience and didn't have the heart to listen to Wang Defa's bull anymore. Chapter 52, Too Brutal. Alright, pull them apart. A few bodyguards went up and pulled the angry Zhang Tao. Bastard, let's see how I'll clean you up when I go down there. Alright, Manager Zhang, calm down. Wang Defa, you really don't see the coffin. Young Tang, what mistake did I make? Just tell me straight. I can't take it anymore. Wang Defa cried while covering his swollen face. Alright, since you won't say it, I'll say it for you. 2 years ago, a worker at the construction site you were in charge of had a fall that led to paralysis. The reason was because of you, and you hid the matter for fear of the group's blame, and even threatened his family by saying that if this matter spread out to let their family be buried with them. Am I right? Wang Defa's heart thumped when he heard Tang Hao expound on the crime. Originally 2 years had passed. He thought it was long gone. He didn't expect it to be rehashed today. Young Tang, I'm wrong, please spare me. Wang Defa knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Begging for mercy now. It's too late. That worker's daughter is my woman. Do you think I'll let you go? Tang Xiao, I'm wrong, I'm really wrong. Tang Hao didn't listen to him at all. He directly gave a command to Wang Jian. Then 10 bodyguards shot out together, punching and kicking Wang Defa. These bodyguards were all experts, and the strength of their strikes was completely not comparable to Zhang Tao. This scene saw Zhang Tao a little shuddering. Shang Zerwa is the back of the spine or sweating. The heart of the Wang Defa scolded 10,000 times. Offend who dare not. Have to offend the family of Tang girlfriend. This is too long. Looking at Wang Defa's appearance, the heart silently read a sentence. Too brutal. Who knows after cleaning up Wang Defa, will not clean up his own. This Tang young deeds he has heard a lot. Temper is even more understanding. Chairman Shang. Tang Jia turned his head to look at him. Tang Xiao, I review. This matter I have the responsibility. There is a certain compensation for the loss of your girlfriend's family. I faced a face in the past. This matter I must be responsible in the end. By now pushing the responsibility will definitely not work. Can only admit the mistake will have a silver lining. Tang Hao looked at Shang Zerwa's sincerity in admitting his mistake. He also did not want to make things difficult for him. After all, the chairman of this group is not something he can just say to change. This is after all not a house. Good. Since Chairman Shang has said so, then I'll see how you perform. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Shang Zerwa finally breathed a sigh of relief. This matter today was really too close. Looking at Wang Defa, who was beaten and covered in blood, Tang Hao called out. Stop. Hearing the order, the many bodyguards retreated, leaving Wang Defa alone on the ground. The clothes on his body had been torn to pieces. Those who didn't know thought that he had been forced. At this time his whole body has no piece of good place. This if not in the hospital bed lying for half a year. It is estimated that walking is difficult. Alright, Chairman Shang, I'll leave this person to you. You should know what to do. When you go to apologize at that time, bring him along for me as well, so that people can see what happens to this kind of person and relieve their anger. I understand. Young Tang. Shang Zerwa made a respectful gesture at Tang Hao. Tang Hao stood up and walked out without looking back, and Wang Jian also led the many bodyguards away. When they had completely left, Shang Zerwa slumped to the ground on his butt. This matter was finally over. This should be the most thrilling time he had encountered in his career, even when he had faced many bigwigs in the business world before. Relying on the background of the Tang family in Yanjing, he had never been so nervous. But today, he was facing a great young man of Tang Hao's status. Zhang Tao, who was at the side, was also stunned by what had just happened in frozen place. Shang Zerwa glanced at him. Don't stare. Don't call someone to send him to the hospital. Do you want him to die in the company? Oh, Zhang Tao's reaction slowed down and hurriedly ran out. After Tang Hao went downstairs, the employees in the company were still talking and discussing Tang Hao's identity. Have you guys heard? After that imposing young man entered the company just now, the company's executives immediately cancelled the meeting, and all the top directors returned to their offices. Yes, there is still this kind of thing. Who is he in the end? Even can startle the entire board of directors. But you know, our Shangyun group is the top 10 group of companies in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I don't know. There are people saw him into the chairman's office. Not long after the chairman also entered the office. This person must not be simple. Can let the chairman cancel the meeting also want to go to see? It will not be the above. I can hear that our group is not a small background. Hush, this kind of thing is not something we can discuss. Beware of job insecurity. What are you all talking about? Work well during office hours. A manager-like person shouted at the crowd. The general manager is here. Disperse, disperse. The crowd had just dispersed when they saw a dozen or so people walk out of the elevator. This group of people were imposing. Who else could it be but Tang Hao's bodyguards? Those who saw them made way for them. Wow, it's that big handsome guy from earlier. He appeared again. So handsome. A few flamboyant women were thrilled to see Tang Hao, and if it wasn't for the fact that Tang Hao was surrounded by bodyguards, they would have rushed up to ask for a VX. Tang Hao's crowd had come here for the matter of Wang Defa, and there was no need to linger much longer after this matter was done, so they walked straight out. Shen Yi, did you see that handsome guy just now? Simply my dream man. In the pantry on the first floor, two girls were carrying cups to receive water. I saw it, but I always feel a little bit familiar. I don't know if I've seen it before. Wu Xianyi's finger tapped her chin, trying to recall. What have you seen before? Where? Quickly tell me. The other girl asked excitedly. I mean can't remember. Ugh. So, the girl revealed a look of disappointment. Forget it, don't think about so many useless things. Even if you know it, what can you do? It's not yours. It's better to do a good internship and strive to stay in this company after getting your graduation certificate earlier. Wu Xianyi smiled at the girl and shook her head. That's true. I'm too ordinary. How would people look at me? The girl was a little lost. But, Shen Yi, I can't. You can. You are the school flower of our Jiangzhou University. A proper goddess. Maybe you can take that handsome guy. What are you talking about? You think I'm a nymphomaniac like you? I haven't thought about this. Don't daydream. Thinking about it doesn't work either. Tang Hao and his party left the company to see that it was already more than 3 p.m. After tossing and turning for a few hours, Tang Hao was a bit tired. Young master, where are we going now? Chapter 53, Immortal Divine Power. Tang Hao thought about it. It was a bit too early to pick up Tang Yuxin. Will you Xian's villa it? The whole I have some things. Yes, young master. Soon they returned to Tang Yuxian's villa. As soon as they returned to the villa, Tang Hao arranged everyone downstairs and came upstairs to Tang Yuxin's room by himself. Ever since Tang Yuxin had become his girlfriend, this room had gone from being Tang Yuxin's private room to being a room shared by the two of them. Tang Hao sat cross-legged on the bed. Ding! Special behavior of master detected. System question. What are you doing, master? Came here for such a long time. Have been having scripts. Momentarily forgot to cultivate my own gong method. Now I'll show you my gong method to become a god. Ding! Master's own gong method? Yes. Today I'll let you see the strength of this ultra-high plane descending god king you speak of me as. Tang Hao recited the gong method incantation. An invisible light blue energy twisted around Tang Hao's body, and then every pore of his body opened up, greedily absorbing the energy around him. Ding! Energy boost in master's body detected. Divine power value increased by 1,000, 2,000, 3,000. as the light blue energy around him continued to be devoured and absorbed. The divine power in his body continued to climb. Ding! Detected that Master's divine power value has reached 50,000 points. It was then that Tang Hao slowly opened his eyes. He clenched his fists and felt the increase in divine power in his body. It had exactly quintupled. Unfortunately, the energy in this world is too little, or it wouldn't have only gotten to a mere 50,000 divine power. Ding! Question. What is the Master's Gong method? It's surprisingly powerful. 9 revolutions immortal divine technique. Ding! 9 revolutions immortal divine skill? That's right. This Gong method is divided into 9 layers. Each rising layer of ability strength will rise a few times. Its most powerful point is that no matter how much damage I receive, he makes my injuries heal instantly. Back then when I was at my peak, I fought 10 God Kings alone. They couldn't do anything about it, and only finally got along with a way to only seal me, which also caused me to come to this world. After coming to this world, I also realized that my divine power was suppressed, and what was retained was minimal. Ding! The system understands. Far from it. Those are no longer important now. Although the God realm is powerful, it's nevertheless desolate. It's all old men and spinsters who have been practicing for hundreds or thousands of years. It's no fun. Speaking of which, I also have to thank them for sending me to this wonderful world. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to enjoy this. Ding! Master, you are really very optimistic. Unity's son admires you. I find that you are getting more and more humanized now. It's even able to chat with me. Ding! The system is supposed to help to fulfill the Master's requirements of existence, and chatting with you is also a part of it. Tang Hao nodded. Can. Really good. Young Master, just now, Miss Tang just called in. At this moment, Wu Yong's voice came from outside the door. You come in. Wu Yong opened the door and walked in. Young Master, just now Miss Tang said that the call to you didn't go through, so she called me here. Calling mine didn't get through? Tang Hao pulled out his cell phone, and sure enough, there were 2 missed calls, and then looking at the time, it was almost 6 o'clock. Tang Hao slapped his head. He was too intoxicated from practicing just now and didn't even hear it. What did she say? MS. Tang, she said that you shouldn't pick her up today. Her father is coming to see her. She's not ready to talk to her father about what's going on between you two. That's right. It's true that they've established their relationship for such a long time, and both of their families don't know, but he also respects Tang Yuxin's idea. A little girl might not be ready how to explain it to her family. Good. Then let's leave first, lest we bump into each other. Tang Hao got up and led everyone away. He instructed everyone except Jianwang to go back to their villas, while he himself took Jianwang to take a look at Zhang Shuyan. On the other side, Lin Yi walked down the road with his head hanging down. He was worried these 2 days. When did he become so unlucky? In the past, no matter what he did or what kind of woman he picked up, he was always a handful. So ever since he returned to China, everything he did was a failure. Even stepping out of the door this morning was a step in dog. A few days ago, he was sent to a detention center by a white boy who came out of nowhere and was locked up for a long time. Now a belly full of bitterness can't be said. Brother Lin, don't look so sad. People always have bitter and sweet times. You're having bad luck now. Maybe good luck will come in a while. Zhang Yuan comforted from the side. Is that so? I don't have the slightest feeling that my good luck is coming right now. Lin Yi shook his head helplessly, his heart bitter. The soldier king who had always been invincible in luck and strength had fallen to such a state. Brother Lin, don't say that. People have to look forward. How can you see a rainbow without experiencing the storm? Just as Zhang Yuan was chattering and encouraging Lin Yi from the side, Lin Yi's eyes lit up and stared at a girl waiting by the side of the road not far away. Wow, beautiful girl. Lin Yi looked straight at the girl. Isn't that the commoner school girl, Zhang Shuyan? She seems to be waiting for someone. Civilian school flower? Yeah. Also from our Zhengzhou University, the civilian school flower of the 4 major school flowers. Very famous. You're right. Here comes my rainbow. Lin Yi once again revealed his confident standard smile. Civilian school flower. Isn't this just for me? Lin Yi confidently walked next to Zhang Shuyan. Pretty girl, waiting for someone? Zhang Shuyan seemed like she didn't hear him. Her eyes kept looking in one direction, not paying any attention to him. Lin Yi was a little embarrassed. Then he cleared his throat and raised his voice. Cough cough. Beautiful girl, are you waiting for someone? Zhang Shuyan looked at him suspiciously. You're talking to me? Yeah, no need to doubt that it's you. Is there anyone else here besides you who can be called a beauty? Oh, thanks. Zhang Shuyan smiled awkwardly, still thanking him out of politeness, and continued to twist his head to look at a direction of the road. Lin Yi saw that Zhang Shuyan didn't respond and continued to ask questions. Beauty, I see you keep looking over there. Is there something important over there? Talk to me, I'll help you along. Zhang Shuyan was at a loss. Beauty, no need to be polite. You can talk to me about anything. I don't mind. Zhang Shuyan looked at the person in front of him with some contempt. In his heart, He silently said, "Who are you? I'll just talk to you. And you still don't mind." Speechless son, but the mouth still said, "No need. I'll wait for my boyfriend to pick me up again. You're next to me, I'm afraid he'll misunderstand. So, it's okay, I wait with you a piece. I also want to see what kind of man can get you so beautiful girl's heart." In fact, at this time, Lin Yi's heart was already very jealous. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Such a beautiful girl's first man is not even his own. I do not know whether it is still a virgin. Forget it, according to past experience should be. Wait a while to wait for their own good face that man to snatch you into their hands. Chapter 54, Protagonist and Villain 2. Seeing such a rogue man, Zhang Shuyan directly revealed a look of contempt. However, she didn't dare to drive him away directly. After all, the previous incident with Hulu still left her with palpitations. She didn't know Lin Yi and didn't know the character of the man in front of her. In case she angered him later, who knew if he would do anything out of the ordinary? All she had to do now was to hope that Tang Hao would come over earlier, so she could throw herself into his arms, and when Tang Hao came, she wouldn't have to be afraid of anyone. Sure enough, in less than a minute, a familiar Maybach came from not far away. Zhang Shuyan instantly recognized that this car that often transported her was Tang Hao's. She happily waved at the car while running in its direction. Seeing Zhang Shuyan's happy appearance after seeing the luxury car, Lin Yi knew that her so-called boyfriend had come, and couldn't help but escalate the flames of jealousy in his heart once again. From Zhang Shuyan's true attitude, it seems like the relationship between the two is still very good. It just so happens that one's own pleasure is to break up such couples. The better your relationship is, the higher the sense of accomplishment I get after breaking you up. At the same time Lin Yi greeted them. "Young master, look, Miss Zhang is right in front. There's another person next to him." Tang Hao took a closer look. "Yo, isn't this our protagonist Soldier King, coming out of the bureau so soon?" "What did you say, young master? What protagonist? What Soldier King?" Nothing, not important. Hurry over." "Okay, young master." The Maybach drove to a stop not far away, while Zhang Shuyan ran to the side. Tang Hao tidied up his clothes, treating the king of soldiers well. There should be a sense of ceremony. After all, they are the protagonist. Face should definitely be given enough. This is his second encounter with the protagonist. This time how to fix our protagonist? Tang Hao opened the door of the car. Zhang Shuyan directly rushed up to hit Tang Hao a big full embrace. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. You don't even know that I've been staring in your direction just now, just wanting to be able to see you come over for the first time." Zhang Shuyan hugged Tang Hao tightly, making him a little breathless. "I'm not here. Don't be petulant." Tang Hao gently touched Zhang Shuyan's head. Dog food was scattered all over the place. "It's you." Lin Yi looked at Tang Hao with surprise. "Yikes, isn't this the little brother we met in the restaurant last time? We're really destined to meet again so soon. Take a closer look. Have you lost weight? Did you not eat well in the bureau in the past 2 days? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was even more angry. "Still damn not thanks to you. If it wasn't for you how could I get in? You say this is not right. Obviously you first hit the people. Only allow you to hit people. Do not allow people to call the police. Now is the rule of law society. Young people do not be so impulsive." "You." Lin Yi furiously glared at Tang Hao, blood squeezed out of his eyes. "Don't be angry, brother. Look at your eyes are glaring out. Today I don't know why. I'm a non-smoker, casually bought a pack of Huazi. Come and smoke a cigarette to dissipate the anger," said Tang Hao, handed over one. "Smoking? I'll smoke your big head. I'm in a bad mood now. I can't smoke anything." "What cigarette?" "Huazi." Smoking down, Lin Yi took the cigarette, lit it up and inhaled vigorously. "Soothing. You can continue." "Right." Lin Yi responded, continuing to point at Tang Hao. "Where was I? You got to the point." "You." "Right. Don't pull so many useless things for me. I can remember this revenge of yours. Don't move to hold a grudge. You are not good. You are teaching me to do things, more or less. You seek death," said Lin Yi, raising his fist. "What do you want?" Zhang Shuyan didn't know where the courage came from to directly stretch out her arms to block Tang Hao's body. This less than let Lin Yi did not expect. Even Tang Hao did not expect it. He originally wanted to tease Lin Yi when he let his guard down, but he didn't expect Zhang Shuyan to stand out to protect himself. Tang Hao saw this scene and his heart was also a bit touched. This niece obviously herself is a girl with very little guts, but today was able to stand out to protect herself. This is what he did not expect, but this also showed the status of himself in her heart. Seeing this scene, Wang Jian wasn't a vegetarian either and directly took 2 steps forward to block Lin Yi. "What do you want?" Wang Jian assumed a stance of being ready to fight at any time. By this stance, Lin Yi all felt like he had turned into a villain. His purpose was to break up Tang Hao and Zhang Shuyan. This instead made them even closer. "No, can't be." Tang Hao grabbed Zhang Shuyan's arm and slowly pulled her behind him. "What? You still want to do it this time?" You just came out and want to go in again, Tang Hao teased. Humph, remember, I'll definitely be back. After saying that, he turned his head and left in large strides, looking at Lin Yi's departing back. A killing intent suddenly surged out of Tang Hao's eyes, which was not strong, but very pure. It was like teasing a chicken 1 second and wanting to drink chicken soup the next. It was in this pure thought. It was the moment just now when Zhang Shuyan's blocked in front of him that made him develop this killing intent. Bullying me is fine. Bullying my woman is not. This killing intent only lingered briefly in his eyes before disappearing. Tang Hao, you know him? Zhang Shuyan looked at Tang Hao, who kept looking at Lin Yi's back, and asked with doubt in his heart. There was a contact, and there was sort of a conflict. Then you have to be careful. That person was so fierce just now. It's fine. I'm not afraid of him. It's you. Just now he was about to make a move. How come you still stupidly blocked in front of me? I don't know why. I saw him raise his fist to you and I instinctively blocked in front of him. Silly girl. Tang Hao stroked her head favorably. She didn't know why, but Tang Hao knew that this was love. Walk back. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Good. Zhang Shuyan was so excited that she was on the verge of jumping up and down. Tang Hao lightly patted Zhang Shuyan's arse and told her to get in the car. Zhang Shuyan happily sat up. The Maybach started up, and under Tang Hao's guidance, the three of them arrived at one of the best restaurants in the city center. As soon as they entered the front door of the restaurant, a pretty young lady greeted them. Hello sir and ma'am, may I ask if you have a reservation? My surname is Tang. Hello Mr. Tang, your private room is over there. Please follow me. Under the guidance of the waitress lady, the three of them arrived inside an extra-large private room. The wide array of ornaments dazzled Zhang Shuyan. She was like a curious baby groping for everything around her. Among the many ornaments in the box, her eyes landed on a guzheng that very much took away the air of ancient style. Chapter 55 Papaya Milk Soup. You like it? Zhang Shuyan gently nodded. When she was small she learned from her grandma, who she played the guzheng very well. Since you like it then we'll buy it. Tang Hao laughed. Zhang Shuyan shook her head. It should be expensive. With me there can be anything that's expensive? After saying that, Tang Jia called for a waiter. Waiter, guest, what is it? The waitress lady pushed the door and walked in. How much does this guzheng of yours cost? I'm planning to buy it. This one. The waitress was a bit hesitant. I'm sorry sir, this guzheng is our decoration. It's not for sale. Can I ask our manager for you? Hurry up then. I don't have much patience. Okay, please wait sir. After saying that the waitress lady jogged out. Not long after the restaurant manager walked in. Sir, is it you who wants to buy this guzheng? The manager asked politely. Yes, it's me. This guzheng is our decorative item and was not intended to be sold, but if you really like it, it's not non-negotiable. The manager's subtext was already obvious. As long as the price was right, everything was fine. Then how much are you planning to sell it for? Tang Hao asked. It's like this sir. This guzheng of ours is made by the most famous guzheng making master out of gold Nanmu. So both the collection value and the practical value are huge. So the price will be a bit more expensive as well. Don't bull asterisk you directly say. How much? Tang Hao said impatiently. $288,000. Swipe the card. Guessed. It's $288,000. Not $28,000. Not $88,000. I know. I said swipe the card directly. Yes. Upon seeing Tang Hao's unimpressed attitude, he knew that the one in front of him was probably a big moneymaker, and immediately respectfully accepted the bank card with both hands. Tang Hao, this is too expensive. I don't want it. Zhang Shuyan shook his arm. What did I just say? Is there anything expensive in front of me? As long as you like it, I'm happy even if I buy the whole restaurant and give it to you. After hearing his words, Zhang Shuyan didn't say anything anymore. She just looked at Tang Hao with affection. The words just now made her very warm. Tang Hao always thought of himself, and this happy feeling made her heart flutter towards Tang Hao again. Please enter your password here. Seeing the familiarity, the manager was ecstatic. He had obviously raised the price of this guzheng by a large margin, but Tang Hao didn't reveal him. As far as he was concerned, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 made no difference. It was like a normal person's $1 or $2 of pocket money. Sir, you're really the VIP of this store. I'd like to present you with a VIP card of this store. I don't know. Just give it to my bodyguard later. Hurry up and bring out the menu we're going to order. Okay, right away. The manager took out a tablet and handed it to Tang Hao. Directly tablet order. When the time comes someone will naturally come to deliver. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Tang Hao handed the menu to Zhang Shuyan, who was sitting beside him. Receiving the menu, Zhang Shuyan looked at the prices on the menu and was taken aback. The lowest of a dish was a few hundred. Most of them were 4 or 5 digit prices. This. Zhang Shuyan kept sliding the menu. What's wrong? Don't you like any of it? Tang Hao asked. No, they're all pretty good. I just hesitate to order those. Now Zhang Shuyan didn't dare to say that she was too expensive again. Just now Tang Hao had said so. If she was so indecisive again, she was probably going to make him angry. Zhang Shuyan casually ordered 2 lower-priced dishes and handed the tablet to Tang Hao. Tang Hao looked, heart helplessly shook his head. Zhang Shuyan still did not adapt to the current life. If today isn't Tang Yuxin over, Tang Yuxin will not be polite to himself. After all, the two are the kind of people who do not lack of money. Tang Hao's Zhang Shuyan ordered 5 or 6 signature dishes and placed an order. You need to eat more. Otherwise where is the strength? What strength do I need as a girl? It's enough to have you protect me. I'm not talking about this. I'm talking about when you're in bed at night. How can you support yourself if you don't eat more? Zhang Shuyan blushed shyly. Why do you always think about this kind of thing? In front of a great beauty like you, not wanting to is false, right? This is a man's nature. I can't say no to you. Zhang Shuyan pouted. At this time, the door of the room slowly opened and a dish of food was brought up. Each dish was placed very delicately. Even the plate underneath each dish was specially customized. Its price could be imagined. More is coming up. Hurry up and eat. After saying that, Tang Hao first scooped a bowl of soup for her. Receiving the soup, Zhang Shuyan gently took a sip, and then was amazed by the flavor of the soup as she lit up. Wow, it's delicious. Hey, there's a bit of milk flavor. What kind of soup is this? Papaya milk soup. Tang Hao smiled faintly. She took another sip. Papaya. Zhang Shuyan suddenly realized something, looked down at her breasts, then turned her head to look at Tang Hao, biting her lips tightly. The expression on her face was angry and smiling. What's wrong? Don't you like to drink it? This is their signature dish. A must order. Looking at Tang Hao's serious face as he explained, Zhang Shuyan became even more furious. In her heart, she secretly said, what do you mean? You think you have small breasts? Zhang Shuyan felt that although his own is not very big, but also absolutely not small, belong to the proportionate kind. Do you need to drink this? Even if you like big, and I said not on the line, after my own daily drink, you give me end over. I do not want face? She gently breathed a sigh of relief and squeezed out some smile on her face. Her appearance was very cute. Aha, it's very tasty. I like it a lot. Zhang Shuyan nodded while having a gentle sip. Although his mouth said so, Tang Hao had already heard it in his tone. This niece seemed to be a bit angry, but not really angry, but the kind of fighting between lovers. It's good that you like it. It's good that you like it. Tang Hao looked at her and was very happy inside. It was still fun to tease this niece. Oops, brother Tang Hao. I suddenly remembered that there was a dish I didn't order just now, and now I regret it. I want that dish. This is simple. Just order whatever you want. Tang Hao took out the tablet and generously handed it to her. Brother Tang Hao is so nice, but I'm afraid I won't be able to finish it. It's okay, eat the rest if you can't finish it. That how wasteful. How about this? I can't finish it. Brother Tang Hao, you finish it for me. Other people's boyfriends are going to eat for their girlfriends. Tang Hao thought about it. It was indeed like this. Besides, how many dishes can there be in one serving? No problem. Good then. It's still brother Tang Hao who's good. Zhang Shuyan then tapped more than 10 times on the flat screen. Place your order. Chapter 56, the 11th course. What kind of dishes did you order? It looks like you ordered quite a lot to me. You'll know later. Zhang Shuyan just laughed and didn't answer positively. She just felt that she became happier and couldn't help but take another sip of soup. She didn't return the tablet to Tang Hao after ordering, but held it herself. Not long after that, indeed, the waiter knocked on the door and came in. Only 10 plates were neatly brought up. Mr. Tang, this is the beef whip soup, sea cucumber soup, mutton soup, wolfberry soup, turtle soup you ordered, as well as leeks, roasted cashews, oysters, eels, and yams, a total of 5 dishes and 5 soups. When did I order this? Tang Hao looked at the 10 dishes in front of him with a shocked face. How vain does one have to be to order these things? I ordered this. This is what I ordered. Zhang Shuyan raised her hand. You guys just put these down. Okay. The waiters put all the dishes on the table and walked out one after another. Tang Hao stared wide-eyed at the items in front of him. Brother Tang Hao, just now you could have said, I can't finish it, you have to finish it for me. I'll just take this one. The rest are yours. After saying that, Zhang Shuyan took away a yam. Tang Hao looked at the full of things in front of him and simply wanted to cry. Xiao Yan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have. Brother Tang Hao, what are you talking about? Where are you wrong? You care about me is not too late. How can there be a mistake? These dishes are sisters specifically to thank brother you ordered. You will not eat it. I did not expect the usually soft and weak Zhang Shuyan, make bad to be so ruthless. This is sincere to let himself make up for the blood in the 7 orifices. Come, brother, I'll give you a bowl of soup. You must drink, said scooped up a bowl full of bullwhip soup and sent it towards Tang Hao. I'm not drinking this. Is it okay if I drink that mutton soup? No, This is also their family specialty. This is the best. Come, De Lang, open your mouth. He was on the verge of crying out. Looking at the bowl of soup in front of him, it seemed as if green poisonous gas was emanating from it, and then a ghostly face appeared to say to him in a hoarse and terrifying voice, "Come, drink me, drink me." Tang Hao was frightened and stood up violently. "Shuyan, I really can't drink this. I really can't stand it. I'm wrong, I'm really wrong." Zhang Shuyan put down the bowl. "Humph, see how scared you are. I'll spare you this time first, see if you dare to bully me in the future." Seeing her put the bowl down, Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. She had spared herself, but she had no intention of sparing her. These dishes except for a bullwhip soup he couldn't accept, the others were all okay. I didn't expect you to have this side of you. Little Nizi is not afraid. Zhang Shuyan deliberately revealed a naughty look. "In addition to the bowl of soup you just gave me, I cannot accept. Other are still good things. You think about it, if I ate all tonight, regret, but you." Zhang Shuyan froze. It seemed like that was the truth. In that case, no matter what, the enjoyment would be Tang Hao's. When she looked at Tang Hao again, Tang Hao cast a fiery gaze at her. "Brother, wrong, brother." Zhang Shuyan revealed a timid look. Tang Hao didn't care about that now. Didn't he let himself eat? Then one would eat enough. After saying this, he picked up the roasted waste on the table. A mouthful of waste, a mouthful of turtle soup. One word to describe. It's so cool. "Brother, don't eat, I am really wrong." Zhang Shuyan panicked and went up, intending to block Tang Hao, but how could she? No one could stop Tang Hao's happiness now. Soon Tang Hao had eaten some of every dish except for the bullwhip soup. He hugged Zhang Shuyan and said, "You ordered 11 dishes for me so heartfelt. Isn't there only 10 courses? Where is there 11 dishes? Aren't you the 11th course?" After saying that he couldn't care less, he directly picked up Zhang Shuyan and headed for another door, opening the other door. Inside was surprisingly a finely decorated bedroom. The red decoration style filled every place inside with a romantic flavor. Even the movies projected on the wall were fine. Zhang Shuyan realized that this was all prepared in advance by Tang Hao. No matter what happened today, there was no way she could walk out. Since that was the case, she would have to accept her fate. Put her down. As soon as they locked the door, no one could disturb them tonight. After a while, ding, a system sound rang out. Chapter 57, Lin Yi seeing Shen Manyi. The next day, early morning. Zhang Shuyan slept until 12 noon. When she woke up, she took out her cell phone to check the time and sat up with a jolt. "Yeah, I actually slept all morning, over and out," said the woman as she hurriedly put on her clothes. Tang Hao sat up next to him. "What's wrong?" Sleepy and confused. "Today is the weekend. What's your hurry?" Only then did she react, and glancing at her cell phone again, it really showed that it was Saturday. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. "Scared me to death. I thought I was late." Tang Hao yawned and stretched, glancing at Zhang Shuyan next to him. Last night's lack of control was bitter to the sneeze. "How is it? Does it still hurt?" She shook her head. "Since you gave me the pill to boost my physique last time, I'm much stronger now than before." "Ha, that pill works so well. Looks like I'll have to let you take a few more when I have the chance in the future." Zhang Shuyan blankly glanced at him and didn't say anything. Both of them then put on their clothes. "What are you going to do on the weekend? Should I take you to play?" Zhang Shuyan shook his head. "I'm going to help my mom. I wasn't able to go back yesterday, so I can't and not going today." "Well, also good. Help your mom to share a little bit. I'll let Wang Jian send you there." "Good." At this time, Tang Hao's phone rang. A look at the number was Wu Yong calling. "I'll take a call," then walked to the side. "Hello, young master. According to the information sent by our spying eyes on Lin Yi's side, Lin Yi and Shen Manyi have met at the Shen family. They recognized each other?" "Yes." "How was the scene?" "Quite awkward. Because of what happened at the restaurant last time, Shen Manyi hasn't been giving Lin Yi a good face, and Shen Manyi's parents don't seem to be treating him very well either." "Okay, I know. Keep monitoring." "Understood." Back to Lin Yi's side. Lin Yi came to Shen's house again today. Last time he didn't run into his childhood friend Shen Manyi. This time he took his chances to see if he could see her, so he purposely also bought some gifts. Lin Yi just knocked on the door and heard a melodious voice coming from inside the house. "Who is it?" As soon as Lin Yi heard this voice, he knew that it was a big beautiful woman. His mood was a little excited, and this voice was also a little familiar. It seems that Shen Manyi should not have changed much over the years. The door to the room opened. A pavilion beautiful girl appeared in front of Lin Yi's eyes. It was indeed a big beauty. But how was this beauty her? Lin Yi was startled. "How is it you? How is it you?" The two people spoke in unison, looking at each other in surprise. "Are you Shen Manyi?" Lin Yi asked tentatively. "Good, you rascal. You even chased me to my home." Shen Manyi picked up the broom next to her and slashed at him. "Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? I'm not a hooligan. You followed me to my home and still say you're not a hooligan. You haven't harassed me enough last time. Right, I'll beat you to death, she said and raised the broom in her hand again. Man-yi, what are you doing? Yelling and screaming. At this time Shen Manyi's mother walked out. Mom, there's a rascal in our house. Look, Shen Manyi pointed at Lin Yi and said, isn't this Lin Yi, your childhood buddy you don't remember? Mother Shen walked up to greet Lin Yi. Lin Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Hello Auntie Wang. Hello again. You're Lin Yi? Shen Manyi looked incredulously at the man in front of her. Yes, it's me. Man-yi, you still remember me, right? Lin Yi looked at her expectantly. Oh, remember. It's that little rascal who plopped down my pants when I was a kid. How could I not remember? After saying this, Shen Manyi was not shy and directly looked at him with a dissatisfied face. Lin Yi was even more embarrassed. That was all when I was a kid. You still remember it? But so many years have passed. You still haven't changed. From a little hooligan, you've turned into an old hooligan. Man-yi, how to talk. Shaolin is not easy to open up. How do you keep making things difficult for people? Shen mother glanced at her with some dissatisfaction. Shen Manyi said with some aggression. Mom, you don't even know that day. That day was a misunderstanding. I specially bought a gift today to apologize to you. Do you see like it? Before Shen Manyi could finish, Lin Yi interrupted her and handed over the gift. Like your big head. Humph. After saying this, he walked towards the house without looking back, leaving behind a helpless Lin Yi. Shaolin, Man-yi, she's always been this way. Don't be angry. I'll accept this gift for her. Auntie, what are you talking about? How could I possibly be angry with Man-yi? Before it was indeed I did something wrong and made her angry. Today is also specifically to apologize. Hearing his words, Mother Shen still knew this daughter of hers. Spiteful and unreasonable. Ego. Although Lin Yi said that he was the one who made his daughter angry, but Shen mother still thought that it was Shen Manyi who did something wrong. Okay, let's not talk about this. Come on in. Auntie has already made dinner. Okay, thank you Auntie Wang. After saying this, Shen mother welcomed Lin Yi into the house. At this time Shen Manyi is on the sofa looking at the cell phone. Saw Lin Yi came and just glanced at him. Ignore. You this child. How so rude People little Lin have come in. All the way to take care of not even hit. Shen mother complained to Shen Manyi. Speak politely to him. Why don't you say that he is playing a hooligan, but also got on his hands and pushed. I'm sorry Manyi, I was impulsive last time. I didn't pay attention to the fact that it was your friend. I was rude to him. I'd like to ask you to apologize to him on my behalf. It was my fault last time. At this moment, Lin Yi's attitude showed great sincerity. People who didn't know him really thought he was a good boy. Shen mother looked at Lin Yi's appearance and felt that this child was still very sincere. You see that Shaolin has apologized so sincerely, so you should forgive him. Mother Shen persuaded. Poof. Shen Manyi snorted coldly and said silently in her heart, I'll just quietly watch you perform. For the last time Lin Yi shamelessly came up and accosted her with his oily tongue, plus the behavior of hitting people with a vicious hand when he didn't move. She could remember it all. Now behaving like a little puppy in his own present. Fooling who? For Shen Manyi's attitude. Shen mother was also accustomed to it. This stinky temper was all spoiled by her since childhood, or else she wouldn't have been unable to even give face to a character like Tang Hao all the time before. Shaolin, don't mind, Auntie, it was my fault in the first place. How could I possibly mind? As long as Manyi is happy. Then you guys chat first. I'll go to the kitchen to prepare 2 more dishes. Okay, Auntie. After saying that, Mother Shen entered the kitchen, leaving Lin Yi and Shen Manyi alone in the living room. Lin Yi looked at the sofa, intending to sit next to her to be a little closer, but Shen Manyi also saw his thoughts. Her legs lifted up and she directly laid down on the sofa, taking up more than half of the sofa. Lin Yi was also helpless and thought in his heart, this little ninny is really getting more and more bratty and capricious. It seems like it's hard to get close to her in a short period of time. Helplessly, Lin Yi could only sit behind Shen Manyi's feet. That, Man-yi, that we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. Right, how have you been recently? Pretty good before, not so good after you came. Shen Manyi brushed her jittery voice and said emotionlessly, I heard before that a person called Tang Hao had hijacked your family's company. Do you need to have to take the heat for you and get the company back? No need. Tang Hao has returned the company to our family. And you are wrong. He is not hijacking. Before our family encountered difficulties, or Tang Hao helped us. Otherwise don't say the company. Even. Forget about it, and you have nothing to do with it. Chapter 58. Lin Yi seen Shen Manyi too. Hearing Shen Manyi's words, Lin Yi felt a little bit wrong. To Shen Manyi this kind of savage character would even say a man's good. Then she must have a good feeling about this person. This cannot be. Shen Manyi, although the character is very bad, but cannot resist good-looking as long as it is a good-looking woman. Lin Yi for his kind of face value that is justice, has long been Shen Manyi as his own woman. How can let other people shortcut first? The man you had dinner with last time wasn't that Tang Hao? Is he your boyfriend? None of your business. Man Yi, don't misunderstand. I'm just worried that you're being cheated. As far as I know, that Tang Hao already has a girlfriend. What did you say? Shen Manyi violently got up and sat up. Seeing her reaction, Lin Yi felt that there was something going on, and was also sure that that man was the Tang Hao they were talking about. Indeed, I saw it with my own eyes. At 6 o'clock this afternoon I saw that Tang Hao come to our Jiangxi University to pick up a girl with my own eyes. And that girl is also very pretty and famous. She's the civilian school flower of our Jiangxi University. Civilian school beauty? Shen Manyi took a deep breath. Obviously she was already angry. She didn't expect Tang Hao to have a girlfriend so soon. What about herself? Last time she thought Tang Hao had come around and still liked herself. But, no, Lin Yi was obviously hostile to Tang Hao. Maybe he was making up stories to trick himself. He couldn't fall for it that easily. Oh, I know, Shen Manyi replied flatly, then lay back down again. You're not angry? Lin Yi asked with a puzzled face. This is not like her character. How can she be so calm? If there is, then there is. I wasn't his girlfriend in the first place, and it has nothing to do with me. Although her mouth said so, but her heart was drumming. In case what Lin Yi said was true, how to do. Just now she herself said it right. She was not Tang Hao's girlfriend. Even if it was true, she had no way of that. Even if it's true, there's nothing she can do about it. No, she must find out about it herself. Not his girlfriend? Lin Yi was surprised on the surface, but inwardly he was very happy, because Shen Manyi was still single, which his own chances were greater. So that's how it is. It seems that last time I was still impulsive and misunderstood you. In fact, I am also concerned about you. After all, last time he was also at fault, came up and made a move on you. Do you think I can endure it? Can't endure. So, are you annoyed? With flies like buzzing nonsense. Did not see me thinking about things? Shen Manyi looked at Lin Yi with a face full of boredom. This. The current Lin Yi simply wanted to curse. Inwardly, lousy coaxed you to be happy for so long, and you treat old me like this. If it wasn't for your good looks, I would have smacked you with my big mouth. I'm just asking, who can tolerate a woman with this kind of temper? A dog can't even tolerate it. I just want to ask everyone here, can you endure it? Can you bear it? I endured it. Lin Yi let out a long breath. He realized that it was inappropriate to talk more today, so it was better to say less. Let me ask you, is the girl you're talking about as pretty as me? What? Speak, Shen Manyi asked urgently. Pretty much the same. The face value is indistinguishable. Lin Yi replied. What about personality? What about body? She continued to ask. Lin Yi really wanted to say, character? Don't you have some B number in your heart? You don't know what kind of temper you have, and you're asking me. Although he thought so in his heart, he definitely couldn't answer like this. Character should also be okay. I don't understand. The figure is about the same, but that girl is a bit taller than you, almost 1.7 meters or so. Damn, Shen Manyi cursed without a good mood. Quite this. That what's-her-name commoner schoolgirl seemed to have suppressed herself. She herself was only 1.6 meters, and the other party was 5 centimeters taller than herself. It wouldn't do. Are the breasts big? This sentence surprised Lin Yi even more. What? Say, it's okay. According to my inference it should be a C. Lin Yi touched his chin. A feeling of an expert. Shen Manyi looked at her own. She was a C+. With a little effort she might be a D. This could be stronger than the other party. You seem to know a lot about women. Shen Manyi looked at him with a sneer on her face. No. Lin Yi hastily shook his hand in denial. Don't be so nervous. I didn't say anything. Seeing as you've sort of done me a favor, I won't make it difficult for you. Let's sort of make up. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. He seemed to have improved his favorability a little bit, but the reason for this improvement seemed a bit inexplicable. Just in time, Mother Shen walked out from the kitchen. How's your chat going? It's okay. This Shaolin is now different from before. He can understand women. Shen Manyi said somewhat playfully, not knowing if it was a compliment or sarcasm. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say. Chatting well is fine. Let's eat, said Shen Mother to the kitchen to serve food. Auntie, I'll help you. Lin Yi attentively went up to help. During the meal, Shen Manyi really didn't fight with Lin Yi anymore, except that twice in the middle, when Lin Yi intended to give her food. He was rejected by her. Shen Manyi said that she wouldn't make things difficult for him, but she didn't say that she liked him. And this kind of intimate action of pinching food was categorically unacceptable. The door to the room was opened during the meal and Shen Yuanzhou walked in. After seeing Lin Yi he was first a little surprised and then immediately became serious. Why are you here again? Didn't I say last time that you shouldn't come back to our house in the future? Old Shen, what's going on here? Why are you so angry at Shaolin as soon as you come? People are guests, Shen Mother said with dissatisfaction from the side. Have you forgotten what he said the last time he came to our house? Shen Yuanzhou said seriously. What did he say? He said he would deal with Tang Hao and make Tang Hao pay. This you have forgotten. Shen mother, you patted your brain, then remembered that she was old. Her memory was not working, and she had forgotten such things. Shen Manyi also looked at him with an angry gaze. He even wanted to deal with Tang Hao. Really do not know how to die. Now Tang Hao, whether it is background or wisdom, cannot be compared to him. Not to mention that she seemed to have fallen in love with the current Tang Hao. How could she not be angry when she heard her father's words? Or else I'd say your brain is really getting out of hand. Shen Yuanzhou gave Shen mother a hateful and helpless expression. And Man Yi also in the future less in his dealings, lest lead to a fire. I know. I should have known that I shouldn't have given you a good face. Shen Manyi looked at Lin Yi indignantly. Lin Yi was confused. Was this Tang Hao really that important? He had only said something about dealing with him and had attracted the wrath of his entire family. What was so good about him? Wasn't he just a rich second generation? This kind of person was worthy of being compared to himself? Chapter 59 Angry Lin Yi. That's all there is to say. You'd better leave on your own. I still say that you shouldn't come back to the Shen family in the future. Shen Yuanzhou said very decisively. Uncle Shen. Mr. Lin, it's better if you don't call me uncle. I can't afford it, and I don't have much to do with you in the future. So please. Shen Yuanzhou's words didn't have the slightest reservation. It was equal to directly tearing his face off with Lin Yi. Even Shen Manyi began to add fuel to the fire. What are you waiting for? Don't get out yet. Shen Manyi scolded angrily at him. Hearing this, Lin Yi glanced at her, his heart gradually sinking. He had endured enough, then threw back his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. This laughter carried a hint of coolness, and a thick murderous aura. The backs of the people who listened to it were cold, and the sweaty hairs on their entire bodies stood up. This was the unique killing aura that could only be emitted by the evil soldier king, Lin Yi, who had been mixing on the brink of death for years, and had killed hundreds of outlaws. Under the shroud of this murderous aura, the surrounding air quickly dropped to freezing point. Shen Manyi was scared and directly took a few steps back. Shen Yuanzhou's heart was also in his throat, and Shen mother, who had the weakest constitution, was even directly paralyzed with fear. Lin Yi said word by word, good, 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 very good. You are all very good. I have endured you for a long time. Know what kind of mood I am in right now? Said a slap directly smashed the stone table for dinner. Scared the three people have backed up. Shen mother is even more scared a scream. To know that was a table plate made of marble. The hardness can be imagined. Lin Yi even slapped a slap and directly shattered it. How much strength does it take? Mr. Lin, don't be angry. I just spoke heavily. I didn't mean that. Well, you don't need to explain. I'm not stupid. There's no need to fool me. I just want to say, today's matter, Lin Yi remembered. In the next day when I finish cleaning up that Tang Hao, I'll definitely will make all of you pay the price. After saying that, he turned back and gave Shen Manyi a fierce look, and walked straight out. After Lin Yi left, the temperature in the room returned and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Manyi didn't realize that Lin Yi had been hiding himself all this time, that he could radiate such a strong sense of oppression. Such strength had to be feared. In that case, wouldn't Tang Hao be in danger? The last time Lin Yi fought against Tang Hao's bodyguard Wu Yong was clearly no match. If it wasn't for Tang Hao reporting to the police in advance, Lin Yi was forced to be arrested. I'm afraid that Tang Hao would have been beaten at that time. Thinking of this, it felt like it was already time to immediately inform Tang Hao of this news. She hurriedly took out her cell phone to call Tang Hao to remind him to be careful. I'm sorry, the phone you've dialed is turned off. Sorry, turned off? Good you Tang Hao. You even pulled the plug on yourself, at the expense of worrying about you. Shen Manyi was so angry that she wanted to slam her cell phone. But calm down or intend to go to find Tang Hao. After all, this matter is too big. She doesn't want Tang Hao to have any blunders. Then she picked up her own bag and headed for the door. Man Yi, where are you going? Shen Yuanzhou asked. I'm going to find Tang Hao. You guys don't have to worry about me. Shen Yuanzhou sighed and didn't stop. There was nothing he could do now. He could only let her go. He only hoped that both his daughter and Tang Hao would be safe. Lin Yi went out and walked not far before he met Zhang Yuan. Brother Lin, how's it going? Did you see that childhood friend of yours? Zhang Yuan asked with gusto. However, when he saw that Lin Yi's face looked very bad at the moment. Why, Brother Lin, didn't see it. Met, why do you still look so bad when you've seen it? This family is a bunch of idiots. One by one, they're blind. What's wrong? Did they make Big Brother angry? More than angry. It's simply an insult to me. Open mouth the Tang Hao, closed mouth the Tang Hao. I really don't know what kind of person he is actually let them attach so much importance to him. Didn't put me in their eyes at all. This revenge I must report. Brother Lin, who exactly is this Tang Hao? So much for the Shen family to look at? It's that little white boy we met at the restaurant last time. It's him? That's right. At that time I looked at him unfavorably, and sure enough, big brother, I have a plan that I feel will allow you to take revenge. Zhang Yuan said. What plan? Zhang Yuan moved closer to Lin Yi's ear. Will this work? As long as big brother you make a move, there will be no problem. Lin Yi thought about it and nodded. Good, just wait. Shen Manyi, Tang Hao and Xin Yuanzhou, I will definitely make you all regret it. At this moment, Lin Yi's eyes were like a hungry wolf hunting for food, fierce and venomous. On the other side, Tang Hao received the latest news from Wu Yong. Young master, news from the eyes ahead says that Lin Yi has been expelled from the Shen family by Xin Yuanzhou. True. Follow the plan. I'll go over right away. Yes, young master. After such a long time of contacting and poking around, it's finally time to go head to head. Wang Jian, prepare the car. Let's go over to the Shen family. Yes, young master. Lin Yi's side. Big brother, these are my friends. They're all on the road as well. They have a couple of tricks up their sleeves. Zhang Yuan called over more than a dozen gangsters. The leader was a fat man, also an old acquaintance of ours, Brother Niu, who had been taught a lesson by Tang Hao before. Lin Yi glanced at them. For him as a soldier king, he couldn't even look down on this kind of goods. Indeed, he, a king of soldiers, would look for a bunch of punks if it wasn't for the current lack of manpower. Brother Lin, you shouldn't look down on them either, although their hands are no match for you, Brother Lin. But it's still more than enough to deal with a foppish rich second generation like that what's his name Tang Xiao. After all, thinking about this kind of rich second generation is estimated to have long been emptied of his body by alcohol and sex. Easy to deal with very easily. Good. At that time the bodyguards around him will be dealt with by me. You guys will be in charge of him. Understood, brother, but we can't help for nothing. You say this. Niu rubbed his fingers to indicate the need for money. Got it. This is a deposit of $10,000. When it's done it's still 20,000. Deal. Soldiers, go get ready. Lin Yi said to Niu. Okay, no problem. Shen Manyi ran to many places. Tang Hao's villa, the Silver Leaf Club where he first danced for Tang Hao, as well as the University of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, looked, but never saw Lin Yi. The phone was still turned off. Where the hell did this dead Tang Hao go? Shen Manyi anxiously chopped her foot. You wait for me to find you. I must scold you severely, you this dead Tang Hao. At this time, her back suddenly rushed out a few silhouettes. From behind her took out a white towel and tightly covered her nose. Shen Manyi only felt her head dizzy and fainted. A large pink sack directly packed her in. A few people packed it up and loaded it into a car, and drove directly in the direction of the countryside. Chapter 60, Protagonist and Villain 3. Tang Hao arrived at the neighborhood of the Shen family villa, got out of the car, and rushed in the direction of the Shen family, when suddenly a black shadow scurried out directly from the bushes. The dozen or so bodyguards led by Tang Hao, including Wang Jian, quickly became alert and prepared for battle. Who is it? Jian Wang protected in front of Tang Hao. The black shadow charged directly at Tang Hao, and the dozen or so bodyguards weren't vegetarians. Going up to tangle with the black shadow, Tang Hao took a closer look. Wasn't the black shadow that flew out our protagonist king of soldiers Lin Yi? Lin Yi was worthy of being the king of soldiers. One person fighting a dozen professional bodyguards alone still had the upper hand, and in a short while, he had knocked down 3 of his own personal bodyguards. Wang Jian, you go too. Don't hurry up and go. Yes, young master. Wang Jian also rushed up to join the fight. His hands were basically on par with Wu Yong, although he couldn't compare to Lin Yi, but with the assistance of the other 10 bodyguards, he could also fight on par with Lin Yi. Good hands. Tang Hao watched the battle between the two with great interest. Suddenly the same pink marijuana bag of Shen Manyi's appeared behind him, directly putting him in it. Oh XX. Nice smelly sack. The same type of sack. The same technique. The same van. The same direction. Young master. Wang Jian looked at the vehicle that grabbed Tang Hao in surprise. You guys go after it. A few bodyguards had just tried to go after it when they were injured by Lin Yi. They had missed the best time to rescue him. It was obvious that Lin Yi had fought them head on just to stall them. Only when the car completely disappeared did Lin Yi stop. Bodyguard Wang, I'll take your young master. As for you guys, if you don't want to die, leave as soon as possible. After saying that, Lin Yi jumped vertically and disappeared in 3 or 2 moves. Brother Wang, what should we do? Chase after him. A bodyguard said anxiously. No need to chase, can't catch up. Send one person to take the injured brother to the hospital. The rest of you leave with me. But what? I'm the captain. All listen to me now. Wang Jian sternly shouted at them. Several bodyguards lowered their heads and replied unwillingly. Yes, for them their young master was kidnapped away by the aspect. This was a strange shame. Wang Jian could even tolerate it. Wang Jian drove away with the 5 who were not much injured. The rest were driven to the hospital. Outside the city, a desolate and abandoned factory. The wall skin outside had fallen off for most of the time. The glass of the windows was not even a piece of good. and there were all sorts of broken and tattered, all sorts of abandoned facilities inside. It can be seen that this factory has been deserted for a long time. The surrounding area is deserted, and not a single family can be seen at a glance. This is a deserted development zone. Because of the previous environmental pollution led to the people here have moved away. And then the factory was forced to dismantle because of environmental pollution, and finally did not have time to rebuild. In a hut on the second floor of the factory, a pink sack contained a person of 80 pounds, and this person was Shen Manyi. Shen Manyi woke up from her coma and heard two people chatting outside the door. What do you think Big Brother is asking us to hold on to a little girl for? Is it looking at the intention? Looked on to catch here why? Wild battle. Might as well be sent directly to the home, more convenient. Surely this woman offended Big Brother. You don't say. This woman looks really beautiful. See, I want to try. You don't think blindly. Big Brothers means you know. If you dare to plot against you, you will be shot to death in minutes. I'm just kidding. Hearing this, Shen Manyi was horrified. She didn't expect the retaliation Lin Yi had said to come so soon. Originally she had wanted to go and inform Tang Hao first, not realizing that she had fallen into a trap instead. She really wanted to cry. Why do you think Big Brother hasn't come yet? It's probably going to come down on the guy. Hearing this, Shen Manyi's heart thumped. Could it be that Lin Yi had already laid hands on Tang Hao? What can we do? What can we do? Bean-sized teardrops slid down her face. Now she was really panicked. But for herself and for Tang Hao, this was the first time she had ever gotten nervous and cried for someone else. For someone who had been pampered since she was a child, where had she ever encountered such a thing? Her brain had long since been messed up into a pot of mush. She could only try to suppress her crying voice as much as possible, listening to the changes outside. Big Brother, you're here. Well, how is the woman who bought it inside? Shen Manyi heard that it was indeed Lin Yi's voice and inwardly thought, it's really him. It's too scary. What to do? At the moment her brain quickly turned her head, trying to come up with a solution. Don't worry, Big Brother has been fainting. There's no movement. That's good. That Tang Hao will be here soon. When the time comes, let the two of them go to the west together. There was a thump. Shen Manyi fainted in fear once again, opening the door. Asterisk. So timid. Where's the previous bullishness? Sometime later, Lin Yi came to a room in the factory under the guidance of Zhang Yuan. Brother Lin, don't you think this plan is pretty good? Did it help you get revenge? Zhang Yuan said to Lin Yi with a smile. Not bad, not bad. You've done a really good job this time. I can finally take a breath of bad luck. Brother Lin, right now that Tang Hao is inside. Hurry up and go clean up after him. Good. Lin Yi opened the door and walked into the room. A Shen Manyi same pink marijuana bag, but this one contained a 150+ pound man. Lin Yi slowly approached him. The crooked-mouthed Dragon King's standard evil smile appeared on his face. This time it was the brightest, most exaggerated and most enjoyable smile he had ever had. Ha 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 ha. Tang Hao. Ah, Tang Hao. The Tang Xiao that all people talk about. The Tang Xiao that everyone is afraid of. In front of me is nothing more than a straw bag. My favorite thing is to punch you people in the face. You speak. Lin Yi kicked him hard. Don't worry, when I kill you, I'll get your women. Whether it's Shen Manyi or that commoner schoolgirl, I'll get them all. I'll enjoy double the pleasure at that time, and you'll go to hell with your hatred for me. After saying that, Lin Yi's face showed a fierce light. One palm ruthlessly slapped at the position of the sack's head. There was a loud bang. Lin Yi incredulously looked at his abdomen. Bright red blood flowed down his thighs. Lin Yi touched the spot where he was shot. What's going on? Lin Yi's mind was now blank. How could there be a gun? At this moment a group of people quickly rushed in from outside the door. Each of these people held a pistol in their hands. They quickly surrounded Lin Yi, a terrifying black hole aimed at him. Lin Yi looked at these people. What's going on? Who are you people? Of course they are my people. At this moment a person came in outside the door that Lin Yi had least expected. This person was of course Tang Hao. Hello, we meet again. Why are you here? That person in there. It's me. At this moment, Wu Yong slowly came out of the sack. He was holding a pistol in his hand. The shot just now was fired by him. How could this happen? I saw you being captured by our people with my own eyes. How did it end up being him? My protagonist Soldier King. How can you be so simple? I doubt if you became a soldier king in a foreign country before all because of your luck. Fine. Seeing as you're all dying, I'll tell you. Tang Hao clapped his hands twice. Two people outside the door walked in. Chapter 61, Lin Yi's death. It's you guys? One of the people who came in through the door was Niu, whom Tang Hao had taught a lesson to before, and the other was Zhang Yuan. Surprisingly, it's you? Lin Yi looked at the two with a shocked face. He wasn't surprised about Niu, but for Zhang Yuan this was one of the people he trusted the most after returning to China. It was as if he used to have a loyal fanboy for every new place he went to. He had never had any doubts about Zhang Yuan. He didn't think that the one who betrayed him was actually him. Why? I've been so good to you. Why did you betray me, brother Lin? I'm sorry. Zhang Yuan twisted his head away, not daring to look directly into Lin Yi's eyes. Let me tell you. You said that you claimed to be good to him for such a long time. Have you really cared about what he really needs? Have you ever understood his family? In fact, before you returned to China, Zhang Yuan was already my man. His sister was sick in bed all year round and had no money for treatment, and I promised him that not only would I give him plenty of money, I would also arrange for the best hospital treatment for his sister, on the condition that he would have to monitor your every move for me. At first I didn't ask him to do anything, just to approach you and win your trust, which he did by his own instincts. It wasn't much harder. It wasn't until the last time we met that I actually had a killing intent for you, and while the reasoning for that killing intent was a bit sketchy, my woman is not one you can get your hands on, so it's like this. Got it all. So everything was planned by you. Before I returned to China, Lin Yi let out a bitter smile. But I still have a question. How did you know about me before I returned home? In my impression, it seems like we didn't know each other before this. And why do you keep calling me the protagonist soldier king? This question, maybe you'll know after you die. Tang Hao shook his head, not intending to tell him the truth. Alright, you're the first to push me into this situation. You're awesome. Thanks. However, you still miscalculated a little. Miscalculated what? Miscalculated my strength. Do you really think that these people can do anything to me? Lin Yi took out an elixir and ate it into his mouth. Instantly the muscles in his entire body skyrocketed and his strength increased greatly. Ha ha, Tang Hao, you suffer death. Shoot! Wu Yong gave the order and a dozen people opened fire at the same time. Lin Yi dodged the bullets with a roll, and in a flash of light a sweeping kick knocked out all the bodyguards including Wang Jian, followed by a punch aimed at Wu Yong. Wu Yong used both arms to block, only to hear a click. Wu Yong's arm directly broken, forming a horrible twist, and then flew out backwards. A mouthful of blood spit out of the mouth. Lin Yi then revealed a sinister and cruel smile. I'm going to skin you now. Don't hurt the young master. Wang Jian and Wu Yong had one broken leg bone and one broken arm. They were both severely injured but still loyal to Tang Hao. What a bunch of good dogs. I'll have them both accompany you afterward. Go to hell. Lin Yi raised his fist and blasted it heavily at Tang Hao. Tang Hao closed his eyes as if accepting his fate. Young master. Bang. The smoke and dust dispersed. Lin Yi's fist hit Tang Hao's body solidly, but Tang Hao didn't move a muscle. In an instant, Tang Hao raised his leg high above his head, and his heel slashed down hard against Lin Yi's sky cap. Ka-ching, with came the sound of a skull cracking. Lin Yi's eyes, nose, and ears were oozing blood. His appearance was very oozing. He used his last breath to ask, what exactly are you? I'm just an ordinary rich man who likes beautiful women. The invincible Lin Yi collapsed. He collapsed with a heart full of unwillingness. In the end, he realized that everything he had was controlled by the man in front of him. Soldier King Lin Yi. Wu Yong and Wang Jian froze in place looking at Tang Hao. Tang Hao patted the dust on his chest, stretching out his hand. He made a gesture of pinching something with a centimeter of distance between the tips of his thumb and index finger. That was close. Looks like I'm a little bit better than him. Wu Yong and Wang Jian looked at each other, then let out a bitter laugh. Ding! Congratulations, master, for defeating the protagonist Soldier King Lin Yi. Due to the large amount of this reward, the system is in the process of calculating it. Ding! Congratulations, master, for obtaining the supreme villain value of 2,000,000. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining 1,000 advanced healing pills. Ding! Congratulations, master, for obtaining brand new plot copy quest. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining a random female lead strategy manual. Ding! Congratulations to the master for obtaining 100 advanced physique pills. Ding! The system has obtained upgrade privileges. Upgrading in progress. Ding! Supreme Villain System version 2.0 is officially online. I didn't realize that solving a Lin Yi had gained so many rewards. It seemed that Lin Yi's value was still very high. Looking at the bodyguards who had fallen to the ground, and then looking at Wu Yong and Wang Jian who were the most miserable. Both of them were his most loyal subordinates. He couldn't let both of them be wasted just like that. Ding! Master, you can give them, say, a healing pill so that you can heal their injuries immediately. I see. Tang Hao pulled out a dozen or so healing pills. He had gained 1,000 in the reward just now, so a dozen or so was nothing now. He thought about it again and took out 8 more advanced physique pills, giving Wu Yong and Wang Jian each a cure pill and 4 advanced physique pills. Eat these 5 pills. They can heal your injuries. Okay, young master. Wang Jian struggled to result in the pills, but since Wu Yong's arm had been broken and he couldn't take them, Tang Hao personally fed them to him. After taking the pill, the injuries of both of them recovered rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, but in half a minute, the injuries were counted, and the broken bones all became intact. Wu Yong moved his arms and Wang Jian stretched his legs, feeling that his body was full of strength. Wu Yong threw a big, hard punch at the wall next to him. only to see a bang. The wall was directly punched out with a big hole. The two people were pleasantly surprised. Young master, what kind of pill is this? It's so magical. The two felt that not only had they recovered from their injuries, they were also several times stronger than before. If they met an opponent like Lin Yi again, both of them were confident that they could defeat him alone. So much nonsense then. I'll talk to you guys later. Divide these up and give them to all of you to heal your injuries. Alright, young master. The duo received the healing pills and distributed them to the crowd. All of them recovered from their injuries. Young master, I have a question. Isn't it enough for us to just get one Lin Yi killed? Why do we need to arrest Ms. Shen? If we don't arrest her, how can we frame Lin Yi? And who told you that it was us who arrested Shen Manyi? You guys remember that it was Lin Yi who arrested Shen Manyi, not us? We are also victims. Do you hear me? Hear that? The crowd replied in unison. Wu Yong, Wang Jian stay, everyone else go back and stand by. Yes, the others left, and Wu Yong took the fainted Shen Manyi to the car to send her back to the Shen family. Now only Tang Hao and Wang Jian remained here. I didn't expect her to be so timid. I just scared her a little and she fainted. It's probably because she was chain scared to be like this, Wang Jian said. However, young master, you've learned Lin Yi's voice really well. It can be said to be the same. Tang Hao thought to himself, nonsense. He had spent 10,000 supreme villain value to buy the skill of voice imitation from the system where it was produced. Could it be unlike it? It's not bad. In the end I'm going to take another look at Lin Yi's corpse to prevent him from faking his death. I'll go with you. No need. You wait outside. After saying that, Lin Yi re-entered the room where Lin Yi died. A moment later, Tang Hao walked out and clapped his hands. Confirmed. It's dead through. Let's go. The two walked out of the factory and drove away. The factory was once again calm. There were no traces in the rooms, except for an extra streak of grayish-white dust in one room, which flew with the wind until it disappeared. Tang Hao looked back at the direction of the factory in the car, revealing a little smile. Maybe you'll have a chance to enter a book as well, but that depends on your luck. At this time the plot of Urban Evil Soldier King is officially over. Thank you for watching. The next chapter will open a new plot. If you want to know what kind of protagonist is next, please watch the next episode. Chapter 62, Gaming Genius. The next day, the sky was clear, and a ray of sunlight shone into the villa. Tang Hao slept until he woke up naturally. Looking at his watch, it was already 8:30. Then looking beside him, it was empty. This seemed to be the first time he had slept alone in the last few days. Ding, Master. Because yesterday Master has finished the script of Urban Evil Soldier King, today the new plot will officially start. So soon? Well, let me see who the new protagonist is. Ding, the plot mission has been released. The new plot novel is titled The Perfect Life of an Electric Gaming Genius. Electric gaming? The new plot is not quite the same as what he thought. He thought there was a protagonist like that divine doctor or god of war. This time it's even an eSports protagonist. Protagonist, Han Feng Game ID, Xiao Feng the most handsome. Ability, Genius Esports Player, 2,400 points in the King's Pesticide Peak Tournament. Characteristics, wild, arrogant, likes to pretend to be B, likes to bring girls to tease them. Occupation, Anchor Live Broadcast Account Name, Maple in the Flower. Specialty Heroes, Han Xin, Mirror, Nakeliulu. Tang Hao took a look. Isn't this just a network anchor? It's too easy to deal with. However, this game ID of his was upsetting, and he dared to call himself the most handsome in front of him. Ding, Master. Because this plot novel is special, I hope that the master will try not to use force, but instead defeat the opponent in esports. Got it. A network anchor. I don't care about the threat of force yet. The general content of the plot was almost known. All that was left was to investigate this person properly. Putting on his clothes, he walked out of the room. At this time, the duo of Wu Yong and Wang Jian outside the door had already gotten up and were guarding his door. Young master, good morning. Good morning. Right, you guys call all the people in the villa to the hall. I have something to ask you. Okay, young master. The two of them split up, and before long, more than 20 people rose in the hall on the first floor. Tang Hao slowly walked down from the second floor. Good day, young master. Everyone bowed their heads slightly to show their respect for Tang Hao. Hello, you guys. He came to the first floor and sat on the sofa to face the crowd, roughly scanning the crowd. They were basically all young men in their early 20s. The oldest among them would be Wu Yong. Remembering that he was supposed to be almost 30. Gathering everyone here today is to ask you all, do any of you know how to play the game King Pesticide? Pesticide? The crowd looked at each other in confusion. Actually it's nothing. I recently had an itchy hand and fell in love with this game. I don't know if any of you who play better can take me. So saying the crowd understood. Raise your hand if you know how to play and I'll take a look. Then except for Wu Yong everyone else raised their hands. Only he looked at the crowd awkwardly. Wu Yong, it seems as if you've aged. Tang Hao smiled and teased. Wu Yong smiled awkwardly. It's true that I can't keep up with the times a bit. I can't compare to the young people. I'll ask again, is there any peak 2000 points or more? Once these words came out, all the raised hands brushed down, and in the end, only one person remained. Jian Wang, you peaked 2000 points or more? Tang Hao asked in surprise. Yeah, I played during my free time, and accidentally got on it, but I usually don't play during my work hours. Don't be nervous, I need you to play now, and the more powerful you play, the better. What's your exact peak score right now? 2250 points. Okay. Tang Hao nodded. This score was already very high, and was basically considered a head player. Then do you still recognize some more powerful ones? No matter if they're professional players or anchors or studios. As long as they're powerful. Young master, this I really do. Speak quickly. I added a group. There are more than 2000 people in it. All of them are young players. All of them are not bad in strength. There are also a lot of anchors. We usually get together sometimes to discuss some things in the circle. Very well. Do you feel that you can get these people to work for me? Young master, what do you want to do? It's nothing much, just want to snipe someone and feel free to pay them. This shouldn't be a problem. And I also know some studios, as long as the money is given, everything is fine. Good, then I'll leave this matter to you. No problem. Young master. Next Wang Jian walked out. Young master, what about me? Wu Yong asked. Just now, he had a feeling of being abandoned by the times, but also wanted to go and do something. If you, stand by on my side. Yes, young master. Tang Hao then took out his cell phone and opened Tiger Head Live. According to the information provided by the system, the protagonist Han Feng should be working as an anchor at Tiger Head Live right now. He looked up Han Feng's live account, and at this moment, Han Feng was indeed live. Just see him operating this hand of Han Xin. Non-stop brush field, is not the three-way capture. With excellent personal ability, successfully bring fly the whole game. A short 10 minutes, Han Feng successfully stole the high ground. We should all know in this version, once into the wind is very difficult to turn the plate. Unsurprisingly, and finally in Han Feng took the double dragon after the success of a wave to win the game. The record 14-1-8. Oops, another win. This district peak 2000 points number is pretty easy to beat. No pressure at all. Hey, the other side seems to have an anchor as well. Was cut by me 9 times. 296. All cut by me. Ha. Too much food right. Laughed me to death. On this strength still be what anchor? Find a class on it. At this time, Han Feng was madly mocking the other party, and the popularity of the live broadcast room was also climbing. In a short while it broke through 400,000 viewers, the number of fans was also increasing. He was live but just a short week, he had already become a million level anchor. For the game aspect of the gifted plus chi luck added to the body of him. This is simply easy. Let's continue with the next game. I'll put my words here today. Peak won't go on air without 2400 points. After saying that, he started the next round again. All of you take a look. How is he playing? Tang Hao let all of his men go and watch Han Feng's live broadcast, and after they watched it, they felt that this Han Feng's strength was indeed very strong. Whether it was his operation or his awareness, he was a top-notch existence. Can any of you play over him? The crowd looked at each other all without saying anything. Forget it, looking at your expressions means you know. It's better to look at myself. After saying that, Tang Hao opened the system. System, give me a skill to enhance my game talent. Ding, master can purchase top game talent and top pro player game awareness. 10,000 supreme villain value for each skill. 20,000 supreme villain value in total. 20,000 supreme villainy value was nothing to the current Tang Hao. Last time he defeated Lin Yi he had gained 2 million supreme villainy value. Okay, let's buy this. Ding, congratulations master for obtaining top game talent and top professional player awareness. In an instant a large amount of gaming knowledge was instilled into Tang Hao's brain. Tang Hao closed his eyes for 2 seconds and then opened them. He had already grasped the knowledge completely. Any of you have a better account? The higher the peak score the better. Let me start a game. Chapter 63, 2000 Snipers. I have. A bodyguard raised his hand. Young master, my account. Peak 1800 points. Full inscription, full heroes, and quite a few skins. Not full skins? Full skins are a bit difficult. After all, there are some out-of-print skins that I didn't have access to when I played. The bouncer said. Aha, indeed. Well, let me try with it. Okay, young master. The bodyguard handed over his cell phone. Tang Hao took it and opened King Pesticide, adjusted the settings, changed it to his favorite mode, and then opened Peak Match. This time it happened that Han Feng had an easy win, which made him very pleased and once again clamored in the live broadcast room. This time the opposite side there is a professional player. On this, The professional player by my hand of mirror cut are afraid to go out of the second tower. This is also worthy of being a professional player. I take the foot to player better than him. There's not a single one who can fight. Han Feng kept mocking. Some of the people watching the live broadcast on the screen couldn't stand to hear it anymore, and they sent pop-ups to spit. Winning isn't so taunting. It's easy to get beaten up. That's right. Isn't it just winning 2 games? Why speak so harshly? Han Feng, however, was unimpressed. Che, let them abuse me if they're capable. If you don't have the ability, you deserve to be mocked. Those what position players nowadays are all trash. Just a bunch of clowns fighting. When these words came out, the pop-up screen exploded. Knowing that many of the club's professional players had high popularity, how could his fans agree when he said this? So many people started to greet Han Feng's family. Han Feng is still full of concern. They feel that they are right, only that they have stabbed the glass heart of those people. Esports dishes are the original sin. Still the same sentence. If you are not convinced, come over and abuse me not to mention the opposite 5 people. 9 people I am not afraid. Still win. Tang Hao shook his head and sneered. Little brother, arrogant enough. The reason why he was so arrogant is because he did not show his face. Who do not know what he looks like. With him afraid of a dara, not later change a vest to continue to broadcast. At this time, Wang Jian walked in. Young master, just call has contacted. Now part of the group has agreed. Just some people do not like to do this kind of thing, sniping others. So, that's okay. How many people have agreed now? 500 or so, I think. Almost. Okay, just say that I want to snipe someone who is an anchor. The live account name is Maple Middle Flower. ID name is Little Maple Most Handsome. Give them as long as they let him lose. The people who participate in a game of 5,000. Yes, young master. Wang Jian sent the message to the group, and as a result, the group exploded as well. Little Feng is the most handsome? It's that anchor who's been taunting people everywhere lately. Told you so I'd participate even if I didn't need the money. That's right, I've long been displeased with him. I want to organize people if you don't stop me today. That's right, but it's also good to have a big brother to pay for it. It can also relieve your anger. Why not? Wait, I still have friends I invite in together. Not long after, the original group of 1,500 people turned into 2,000. And those who originally didn't intend to participate had also signed up to participate. A sniper army of 2,000 people was ready to go. Seeing this situation, Wang Jian was a bit baffled. He hadn't played the game for 2 days, and someone who made so many people hate him came out of the circle. He seemed to be behind the times as well. Young master, the situation has changed. What? They don't want to do it again. Or not enough money. Not enough money can be added. No, young master, after I sent out that person's name just now, the original sniping team of 500 people has now turned into more than 2,000 people. Some of them said they want to snipe that person even if they don't pay. Ha, it seems that this person is quite smelly in the circle. Good, then together. Still the same, let him lose a game. Those who participate, 5,000 each, more than 2,000 people then stood ready to play. Even Wang Jian had opened the game and was ready, just waiting for Han Feng to click on match. He himself was clicking along with him. When Han Feng was almost done taunting, he finally started matching again. At the same time, more than 2,000 people also clicked the match button at the same time. With a familiar game sound, 10 people teamed up successfully. A message was sent out from the group. I matched to him. I also matched to him. Me too. A total of 8 people in the group matched to Han Feng. 8. Unfortunately one is still missing, but it's enough. Jian Wang sighed. No, not bad. The 9th person at the end is me. Tang Hao took a cell phone screen and showed it to Jian Wang, and sure enough, he was also matched to Han Feng. 9 actors out of 10. This young man just seemed to have said that he could win in a fight of 9. So let's see how his fights 9. The game started. Han Feng was not allowed to accidentally choose the playing field. He chose a developmental playing field this time. Nakeliulu. The opening blew open. Just played not 2. Only to see the grass heart directly out of a Zhang Liang. A skill will stun him. In this short 0.5 seconds, the single Arthur and auxiliary bull demon 2 big men directly rushed to come. Arthur went up as a slap. Charge in the name of the holy sword. Whoops, sick, targeting me like that in the opening round. Han Feng panicked. Backward, but obviously the other side did not intend to let him run. The auxiliary bull demon a top collision to send him flying, followed by Zhang Liang Arthur to follow the damage. Less than a minute to take away directly. At this time the screen began to brush wildly. 666. Well done. Wasn't it still wild just now? Hit the face of it. This kind of person should be taught a good lesson. See how wild he is. The pop-up screen screamed. At this moment, Han Feng wasn't panicking. He believed that as long as he resurrected himself and stabilized his rhythm, he would definitely be able to do it. He did not open blue this time. Red open. Walked to the red zone. Just touched the red buff. Next to the bushes Zhang Liang is another one skill to control him. And then Bull Demon followed the second skill to fly. This Tang Hao played the mirror. He is now level 4. Direct big move start. Powerful burst damage directly kill. I Nima. Han Feng angry simply want to smash the phone. A death may be okay. The opening 2 minutes 2 deaths directly waste. Young master. I can't believe you play the game so well. General. World 3rd. Tang Hao smiled faintly and continued to operate. Han Feng resurrected again and made a big move. The 3 ways had been suppressed altogether. He was furious. And the anger from being caught just now was vented at his teammates. Typing out the text. Are you guys pigs? Being pressed by others all the time. Who knew that when he said to this sentence? All 4 of his teammates launched into a tirade against him. Our top single, Chicken. You're qualified to talk about us. You've been caught twice in the damn opening game. You're qualified to talk about us. Our top player, you're a bully. I'll take you on a flight. 0-2 record. The whole team's heads are all yours. You're qualified to speak. Our auxiliary, if it wasn't for you we could have blown up the opening game. Shut up vegetable B. Our shooter, stupid B. Despise you. Me. Oh, this group of people. Han Feng was instantly speechless. Owning someone else to call them a dish B. This he absolutely couldn't tolerate. He wanted to call them back. But not now. He had to hurry up and develop. When he got up in the late stage, he must hit the face of this group of vegetable B, and then scold back. The wild area has now been brushed away by the opposite side. He could only go to the line to rub the economy. Chapter 64, Game Over. Go to the upper road first to rub the line. Just walk to the upper road. Our top laner, get lost. Don't rub my line. Let me eat some money and fly you guys. A rookie and you're talking about flying us? I'm not. The voice to text hadn't finished. Suddenly, 4 big men rushed out from the grass. Zhang Liang's big move controlled death. Arthur's slap followed closely. Ox Demon rushed and articulated. And Mirror entered to harvest. A set of process flow. Han Feng arranged clearly. Less than a second directly sent away. Nikelyulu lying on the ground, walking peacefully. In contrast, Han Feng is cranky. A series of national greetings kept coming out of his mouth. Coding here. Bye. Our top player, this is what you call flying with a band. Flying quite peacefully. Our Methodist, no strength don't tm pretend be. Rookie still do not admit. Our auxiliary, too garbage. My dog player stronger than you. Our shooter, stupid B, despise you. Ahem. World peace. Han Feng had a nationalist rampage and eventually calmed down. Now is not the time to rush. Must go and fight properly. His own just set a flag. Now cannot hit the face. Everyone listen to my command. Now we guard the tower. Our top single, you only now know to guard the tower. Just now is not quite bullish to bring flying. Our top laner, cut. Are you a cow? Go out and cut the opposite side of the double C. Our auxiliary, you go out and bring the line. You're useless. Our archer, stupid B, despise you. I'm Nima. Where had Han Feng received this kind of anger? His face was stifled like a monkey's butt, but he had no choice but to say, I'll go out and lead the line. You guys hold the high ground. Afterwards, Han Feng started to bring the line up and down the road, and did not dare to bring too deep, only to bring to the middle of the zone to hurry back to the city. With 2 successful leads, he started the 3rd wave of leads. A set of skills went down and successfully cleared a wave of soldiers. Phew! Luckily no one came to catch. Han Feng breathed a sigh of relief and went into the grass to return to town. But as soon as he entered the grass, he saw 2 big men crouching inside. Never betray. Oxen. Pure man. Arthur. The bull demon had not waited for him to react as a meal of skills on the body to greet. ********. Han Feng was like a scared bird, directly shivering in place and using all his skills to escape. Fortunately, he had 2 displacements and escaped in the form of bloodied. Phew. Scared dude to death. Thankfully I reacted fast, or else, before the words fell, a shark's mouth cannon shot straight at him. Boom. The system informed. Lupin 7 defeated Nakaruru. Luban 7, degree A degree. Arthur, Nyoa. Ox Demon, Nyoa. Zhang Liang, Nyoa. Mirror, Nyoa. V. Han Feng, Bi. Bye. Little halibut, you wait for me. Luban 7, come catch me if you can. Dish B, Thomas pirouettes. 360-degree taunts. Han Feng, fire. 10 minutes, Juggernaut grab. According to the current situation, if this Juggernaut Tang Hao got it basically can end the game at once. If Han Feng got it then there is still a chance to turn the game around. So for this Juggernaut, Han Feng is determined to get it. Han Feng, everyone, occupy the dragon pit field of view for me. Top laner, okay. Mage, okay. Auxiliary, okay. Shooter, stupid B. Han Feng, shooter. Hanfeng, shooter, you're sick. Ah. You always scold me for what? Vision stood. Both sides began to pull, ready to open the group at any time. Mirror was first to open up the big dragon, when the juggernaut was less than 10,000 blood. Hanfeng, start the group. Nakaruru jumped in on her ass. Both fighters punished all. In the end, Luban 7 defeated Juggernaut. Hanfeng. Luban 7. Hanfeng, holy, this will work. Guys, the little brat. Our top single, slipped and slipped. Our top laner, slipped and slipped. Our auxiliary, slipping and slipping. Our shooter, stupid B, slipped and slipped. In the blink of an eye, he was left alone in the dragon pit to face the enemy 5. Hanfeng, running so fast, get off the tire. Our top laner, you'd better worry about yourself. Hanfeng faced the 5 and smiled slightly in his heart, having planned everything in his mind. Right now, my big move still has 3 seconds left, and my second skill is still there. As long as I displace through the dragon wall and take 2 steps, Mirror will surely follow with a big move. Then my big move opens up, and he'll surely switch positions, and then I'll hit towards her mirror position to kill her in seconds, and finally escape. Simply perfect. Hanfeng had just tapped his second skill when Zhang Liang's big move pressed him down. Hanfeng, no, wait. This isn't what I planned. What followed of course was a fistfight from the other 4. System briefing, Mirror defeated Nikelyulu. Our top laner, well done. Our top laner, well done. Our support, well done. Our archer, stupid B, I despise you. At this time, Hanfeng's brain had turned into a mass of paste, and he already had no strength to refute others. Dumbfounded, he looked at the cell phone screen. The cell phone had been twisted and deformed in his hand, and the entire screen shattered. Anger had already invaded his sanity. After this group battle, Tang Hao's side did not give him the opportunity to directly control the 3-way troop line, and directly pushed down the high ground and attacked the crystal. With the overwhelming experience advantage, the group destroyed Hanfeng's side. But after the group destroyed Tang Hao, they did not push the crystal, but now in front of the spring. Through the shattered cell phone screen, Hanfeng saw 5 people on the opposite side. What are they trying to do? Our top single, look at the opposite side stance. Don't you have some B numbers in your heart? Our mage, you seem to be targeted. Our auxiliary, wild. Afraid of what? To give them a national service 1 to 5. Show them a face. Our shooter, stupid B, despise you. Live pop up. That's right. Just now shouldn't have said that I'm not afraid of 1 to 9. This time the chance to prove it has arrived. Come on. That's right. Great God. We are still waiting for you to Jedi flip. Just now the bold words have gone where? It will not be a goat. Che, he is a vegetable bee, but also so arrogant. Most despise this kind of people. On the pop-up screen, there were a bunch of verbal attacks, sarcasm, and abuse. Hanfeng was the only one whose heart was silently dripping blood. Soon he was resurrected. Arthur bought the resurrection armor and was the first to rush up. Mirror opened his big move to follow. Zhang Liang pinched big, Ox Demon knocked away, and Luban Shark Mouth Cannon. These damage stacking, spring water cannot stay him. I said, less than a second. Again Hanfeng's screen darkened again. As the super soldier's last punch fell, the game ended. Defeat. At this moment, a glance at the battle record panel. Hanfeng's record, 080. Both opponents and teammates gave him kudos. It's not easy for me to let out a bold statement for once, but you made me lose so thoroughly. Ha 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 ha. Blanched. Chapter 65. A smaller sister with a sister? Doesn't exist. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Cool. Too cool. I said, why do you keep on despising him? And do not say something else. What do you know? This is the top mockery. Believe it or not, the brand I left in his heart must be the strongest. You're so bad, but I like it. Who let him taunt me in the last game? This is just getting back some interest. The group of more than 2,000 people chatted hotly. They all watched the live broadcast just now. It was simply too relieving. Look at him, they all wanted to match Hanfeng to abuse them ruthlessly. You guys saw it, that Arthur who slapped him. That's me. Slapping him down is even better than personally slapping him in the face. 666. 666. Me too. And me. Looking at the messages sent from the group, Tang Hao couldn't help but smile as well, feeling the joy of the game for the first time. At the same time, the system's voice came from Tang Hao's head. Ding! Congratulations Master Game Party for killing the protagonist for the first time. Master Supreme Villain value increased by 10,000. Ding! Congratulations Master Game Party kills the protagonist for the second time. Master Supreme Villain value increases by 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the Master Game Party for killing the protagonist for the third time. The Master Supreme Villain value increases by 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the Master Game Party for killing the protagonist for the fourth time. The Master Supreme Villain value increases by 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the Master Game Party for killing the protagonist for the 8th time. The Master Supreme Villain value increases by 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the Master for causing the protagonist's emotions to be greatly hurt. Supreme Villain value increased by 50,000. A game directly increased Tang Hao's Supreme Villain value by 130,000. Tang Hao directly called out 666. Young Master, what you played just now was simply amazing. Look at your brushing rhythm and awareness. It's not worse than a professional player in the slightest. Generally, I won't participate in the next game. You guys do it. No problem. Young Master. At this time with Han Fang's live broadcast room goose feathers floating, punching and kicking sounds constantly coming, although he could not see him personally, but can also imagine how the picture is. After a while, Han Feng once again returned to the gaming chair. Phew, I accidentally broke 2 pillows just now. So that's it for today's live broadcast. We'll see you tomorrow. Don't haven't finished watching yet. Losing one game and wanting to leave. Too much of a wimp. Don't turn it off. I still want to see you get abused. Cut. Han Feng ignored anyone and decisively closed the live stream. He took a long breath and lay down on the gaming chair. Young Master. He turned off the live stream. Wang Jian said hurriedly. Tang Hao looked at it. It's fine, more than 2,000 people are following him. I don't believe he hasn't been going live. Wait for him to go live and continue sniping at him later. No problem. Young Master. Han Feng has gone live on his trumpet. Smaller number? That's right. I've seen it when he was live before. What's the live account? Send it over to continue sniping. The live account is *********. He seems like the game is also a small number. Young Master, there's a message from the group that Han Feng is on a trumpet again. He still has a trumpet? Tang Hao asked. That's what the group said. They're still planning to distance his trumpet. Try it, as long as you snipe it. Same price. Yes, young Master. Han Feng's trumpet is surprisingly starburst, and he's still playing ranked. How can he snipe this? That's right, the chances of matching are too small, too shameless, losing the peak match and playing ranked to abuse vegetables to find a sense of existence. Young Master, he's playing Star U ranked. I'm afraid. Tang Hao rubbed his eyes. Forget it then. Let's wait until he's on a big number. There's no way he's going to keep playing a small number. Han Feng seems to have pulled a girl. Yeah, it's a girl. I think I've seen this girl's ID. It's Carp. Jingchuan Carp's game account. Seems like it really is. How did she, a big anchor, get mixed up with Han Feng? Probably didn't know it was him. Han Feng the kid opened a small number to tease girls. Shameless. Young Master, there's a message from the group that Han Feng has taken a girl to score points. Bringing a sister to score? Tang Hao thought to himself. Could it be the new female lead? Yeah, they said it's a female anchor called Jingchuan Carp. Tang Hao spat out a mouthful of water. Who? Jingchuan Carp. Tang Hao froze. Such a coincidence? Wasn't this the anchor who had casually swiped over 10 million gifts from the livestream he had watched earlier? Now that he thought back, since he added the VX last time, he hadn't been in contact because he had to be busy dealing with Lin Yi, but he didn't think that today would remind him of her again. Han Feng launched a chat text with Jingchuan Carp on his side. Han Feng, hello, sister. It's been a while since we've played a game together. Jingchuan Carp, aha. Han Feng, what have you been busy with lately? Live streaming? Jingchuan Carp, yeah. Han Feng, why do you keep answering one word at a time? Are you in a bad mood? Is the live broadcast not going well? Jingchuan Carp, no. The live broadcast is quite good. Popularity I'm improving. Is. Han Feng, is what? Jingchuan Carp, forget about it. Open the game. Han Feng, okay. I'll take you to win 2 games and you'll be happy. Jingchuan Carp, since the last live by Tang Hao brush 100 million jitterbug coins after the popularity soared. This is since she met the second burst of fire after the fire. After the live broadcast is also smooth sailing. Attracted the major anchors and stars of the even wheat attention. However, after that time, vast infinity never appeared again, which made her very lost. I don't know if she did not do well last time. She was going to send a VX to ask about it, but after editing a large paragraph of text and felt inappropriate, she deleted it. Walking in hesitation for a few days in a row also led to not being in the best of shape these days. Today, she planned to play a game to ease her mood. She and Han Feng met when they played the game before, because Han Feng played the field very well with one hand, and invited her to hack together after the game, so she agreed. It just so happened that she didn't have anyone to play with today, so she also accepted Han Feng's invitation. I'm starting, with Han Feng opening the match press. The more than 2,000 people in the group had already changed their trumpets and pressed together, and although the chances of being matched together were slim to none, they wanted to take their chances in case it worked out. However, when the match ended, everyone was greatly disappointed, and only one person sent out an excited voice in the group. I matched. I'll go. This will work. It's too awesome. There's no one else with this luck. Which side are you on? Han Feng's side. 666. Show us your Oscar strength and don't let us down. No problem. The matchup began. Young master, I changed my trumpet just now as well, and it seems like I've matched them as well. Wang Jian took out his cell phone. Sure enough, Han Feng and Jingchuan Carp's game IDs appeared on it. Awesome. This all works. Although only 2 people from the group were matched. Unlike the last game where 9 people could be matched, this time, it was a Starshine qualifying match. Last time, the game was the highest scoring game at the peak, and there were only so many people at the top of the tower, so it was easy to match them together. But there was no need to say how many players there were in Star Yao. This could all be matched together and could only be described with 2 words, fate. Since this is the case, then we can't let him live. Sharpen him for me. Okay, young master. Welcome to King Pesticide. All out. Chapter 66. Han Feng he fainted. Entering the game. Jian Wang chooses to play field. Lan. Han Feng chooses playing field. Mirror. Jingchuan Carp chose mage. Xiao Qiao. The 4th player chose shooter. Mark Polo. The opening game is still a smooth start. This time, unlike last time, both sides were their own people so they had to be careful. But just to be on the safe side he opened with a text. Everyone, the opposite hitter and I have a grudge. So we must win this game. Everyone listen to my command. As long as we win this game, everyone here will have a red packet of $5,000 each. Really, big brother? No kidding? I go. 5,000. So much. Shouldn't be cheating. That's right. Winning a game gives so much. Big brother, you have to be responsible for saying that. I'm serious. Don't worry guys. I'm not a poor person. As long as it works, it's not a penny less. This game must be won. Big brother, we all listen to you. Ditto, ditto, ditto. After the first wave of wild area brush, we have to look at the line to catch people. Wang Jian took the lead and went to the development road. Because the shooter is his own person, to send himself a head start is not too much. The shooter was certainly cooperative, directly providing a blood. The group, brother, in place. Come on, Oscar is yours. Okay, Omega. But Han Feng wasn't a vegetarian either, and directly cooperated with the top laner to capture the top lane. I'll go. Can't let him get up economically. Wang Jian also hurriedly started the next wave to find a rhythm. 2 minutes in, Tyrant Juggernaut was refreshed. In order to keep the tempo, both sides swapped. Wang Jian sent out a text for everyone to open their voices and started directing the battle. After a duel, Jingchuan Carp felt that this game was so hard to play. The opponent was so strong, especially that fielder, who had captured the top, middle, and bottom of their side. But obviously Han Feng also caught the other side's top, middle and bottom once. In the end, Wang Jian, Han Feng, Huangcheng PK died together. You can't do this either. How did you get killed by him? Tang Hao looked at Wang Jian's cell phone screen. Wang Jian scratched his head awkwardly and said, this Han Feng is really strong. If it wasn't for the opposite shooter, I don't think I could even beat him. Let me do it. Tang Hao snatched Wang Jian's cell phone. Tang Hao then began to command the battle. Although Tang Hao and Han Feng's operating levels were both about the same and belonged to the top tier of existence, there was one thing Tang Hao was better at than Han Feng, and that was his professional sense and commanding ability. With Tang Hao's unerring will, by virtue of the operation, situation began to change. Tang Hao's side gradually occupied the advantage. What's going on with the other side? It seems like they've changed a bunch of people. Han Feng also realized that the situation was not right, and also initiated a text request for everyone to open a voice exchange. But no one chanced him. Han Feng wanted to curse, but Jingchuan Carp was here. He had to hold back not to expose himself. As the situation develops, Tang Hao again has the cooperation of all the people. The 3 roads to eat money. In a short while the economy has far exceeded the presence of all the people, to become the first economy of the whole game. It's time for the crucial 10 minutes, the Dragon Pit group battle. This time, both sides have been pulling. Han Feng did not want to let Tang Hao take the dragon. Tang Hao similarly did not want to let Han Feng take them. After a period of pulling, both sides are not good to act rashly. Tang Hao thought that this is definitely not the way. He let the top single to attract each other, and he quietly around to the other side of the second tower in the grass. With the other side of the field and auxiliary stand together, while pulling backward, Tang Hao find the right time. A shark predator rushed out. 2 targets under Lawn Infinite scraping mode opened. Once Marco Polo opened, this opportunity didn't come. On the surface attack, actually close, with Lawn Flesh let him scrape. As a result, Han Feng, good reaction to have been bloodied, rushed to open big, but it was too late. Tang Hao directly killed him with his 2 skills. Double kill, triple kill, quadra kill, quadruple kill. In the end, only Jingchuan Carp's Xiao Qiao was left. Tang Hao gave her a look. Isn't it too good to kill someone like that? Our top single, big brother, immediately 5 kills. There is still a girl left if you do not want to give up I come. What? 5 kills. Go to your, who do not rob me 5 kills, who rob me and who anxious. Pentakill, 5 kills. Then all the way to spark point lightning. Straight to the crystal. Sudden death game This game not only lost, but also sent the opposite side 5 kills. This is my Hanfeng since his debut has never had a miserable defeat. 5 kills Hanfeng slapped his cell phone on the table and another cell phone screen shattered. Holy, my cell phone. This is my last cell phone. Hanfeng fainted with a roll of his eyes. Ding. Congratulations Master Game Party for killing the protagonist for the first time. Master Supreme Villain value increased by 10,000. Ding. Congratulations Master Game Party kills the protagonist for the second time. Master Supreme Villain value increases by 10,000. Ding. Congratulations to the Master Game Party for killing the protagonist for the third time. The Master Supreme Villain value increases by 10,000. Ding. Congratulations to the Master Game Party for getting 5 kills. The Supreme Villain value increases by 50,000. Ding. Congratulations to the Master for causing the protagonist's emotions to be greatly hurt. Supreme Villain value increased by 50,000. Ding. Because this game caused great trauma to Han Feng's heart and caused him to faint. Han Feng will probably stop going on the game in the last 2 days. So please Master can go do something else. This won't work? It's only lost 2 games. This protagonist's heart capacity is too poor. Tang Hao despised Han Feng in his heart. Before, when he abused others, he was so arrogant that he was on the verge of going up to the sky. Professional players weren't afraid of him. And now he's fainted after being abused for 2 games himself. Trash. He took out his own cell phone and opened the VX. Just now accidentally bullied the carp along with it. I don't know if she's in a worse mood now. At this time the gift carp is indeed in a bad mood. But it is not the game just lost. The game is just a pastime tool for her. Win a game lose a game does not have much impact. The real impact on the mood or Tang Hao. End of a game. She put down the phone next do not know what to do. Ding. The cell phone beep sounded. Jingchuan Carp glanced at the screen and jerked her head up. The one who sent the message was none other than Tang Hao. Carp, what are doing? Not doing anything, just played a game and lost. What game did you play? Tang Hao knowingly sent over. Pesticide. Such a coincidence. I also play this game. When Jingchuan Carp heard this, he immediately raised his interest. Then brother can you take me for a game? It's better to forget about it today. I'm a bit tired. Oh, Jingchuan Carp was very disappointed. She was still planning to be able to get to know Tang Hao better through the game. After all, she still didn't know what Tang Hao usually liked to do. It was so hard to catch a common topic and still be rejected. So, want to go out for a meal together? Just now playing the game or playing hungry? Chapter 67 Dating. Jingchuan Carp couldn't even imagine seeing the message Tang Hao sent. Is he asking himself out? He is asking himself out. Fantastic. But one is a girl. One must be reserved. One must be reserved. Jingchuan Carp edited a message. Yeah, where are we going to eat? Western or Chinese? I'm fine with both. Let's go to West Lake Restaurant. The food there is quite good. Okay, no problem. I'll change immediately. Jingchuan Carp immediately stood up after replying to the message, picking out clothes from her own check room. The reason why she was so excited, besides Tang Hao brushing her gifts before, was that after he added Tang Hao's VX and brushed Tang Hao's circle of friends and realized that Tang Hao was actually a super handsome guy. Not only that, but Tang Hao also looked very much like her childhood idol, and she had said before that she wanted to find a boy who looked like her idol to be her boyfriend. This time might be an opportunity. She wanted to get up close and personal with what Tang Hao's character was really like. Tang Hao put down his cell phone and thought inside his head. This interception is good make the protagonist autistic himself and then go for it. Really no poke. Wang Jian, prepare the car I'm going out. Okay, young master. 2 hours later, Tang Hao sat in a window seat at the West Lake restaurant. This time he didn't pick a private room. It was better for 2 people to meet for the first time to pick a place like this where they could see the scenery outside by the window. Tang Hao quietly waited. At this time a woman wearing a long skirt walked over. The woman held a cell phone and gently asked, "Handsome man, can I make a friend with you?" The woman was slightly plump and her face value was not bad, although it was still a lot worse than Tang Yuxin and Zhang Shuyan, but she should be a rich woman from her clothes. She inadvertently revealed the emerald bracelet worth several $100,000 she was carrying and the white gold necklace of equal value on her chest. Wanting to arouse Tang Hao's interest in this way. Oh, no need. I'm waiting for my friend. She'll be here in a while and might get jealous when she sees it. Tang Hao's words had already made it more clear that he was waiting for a girl, and he had also inadvertently revealed his Swiss watch worth several $1,000,000. The woman can come here is not a person who does not know the goods. In the distance when she saw out Tang Hao's unique temperament, approached to see really so, and then see Tang Hao's brand name watch is more sure Tang Hao identity is not ordinary. slightly lost in the eyes. Then I'm sorry handsome to bother you. If there is an opportunity in the future in the plusit. The woman turned on him to his opponent to leave. Tang Hao smiled and nodded his head in greeting. Now this wasn't the first time he had been accosted today. Since entering this restaurant, it basically hadn't stopped. Come and go almost more than 20 women over it. There were college students, flight attendants, company white-collar workers, as well as some female bosses, all of whom were not low in face value. Among them there are also two not bad. If not, today's timing is not right. It is not impossible to talk. Today his main goal was still carp. Now that Tang Hao had been waiting for more than an hour, Tang Hao glanced at his watch. Why isn't it coming yet? At this time, a girl hurriedly walked from into the restaurant, and after entering the restaurant continued to take out her cell phone intending to send Tang Hao a message. Tang Hao could tell at a glance that she was Jingchuan Carp, and stood up and waved to Carp at the door. Over here. Jingchuan Carp looked up and saw Tang Hao, who he had previously seen in Tang Hao's circle of friends, so he recognized him at once as well. Carp hurriedly walked forward. Sorry, I made you wait for a long time, Jingchuan Carp said with some embarrassment. No, I just arrived as well. Come sit down. Tang Hao was very gentlemanly and helped Jingchuan Carp pull the chair. This was also considered a detail of meeting a man and a woman. Jingchuan Carp nodded and sat down very coyly. Tang Hao looked at today's Carp and felt that she was even more beautiful than when she was live. There would be beauty face slimming and peeling and so on when she was live. But to be able to be even more beautiful in reality than in the live room, it was evident that Jingchuan Carp's base was still very strong. And then look at her clothes. Should be carefully selected, very able to suddenly their own characteristics. Does not show the childish, more not show frivolous. Pure desire, 2 words highlighted just right. You are very beautiful today. Feel more beautiful than when you live. Tang Hao said to her with a slight smile. Is that so? I also feel like you're even more handsome than in your photos. Jingchuan Carp was actually very excited inside at this point. This was because she had just come in and seen Tang Hao when she was amazed by his face. Photos? You've seen my photos? Tang Hao asked suspiciously. It seemed like he hadn't sent her any pictures of himself in his impression. Yeah, I saw it in your friend circle. Oh, so, when Tang Hao thought about it, the photos in his friend circle were taken by Tang Hao before. Of course they didn't have the same face value as now. Right, it's the same old chat. Today is an invitation to dinner. If there's anything you want to eat, feel free to order. Tang Hao handed the menu to Carp. Carp looked at it. The prices on the menu took him by surprise. Each dish was in 4 figures, but once he thought about it, Tang Hao was the kind of being that could casually swipe 10 million in the live broadcasting room. These prices really didn't mean anything to him, but it still wasn't quite the right thing to order directly on the first meeting. Carp handed the menu back. I haven't eaten here before. I don't understand. It's better for you to order. I'm fine with it all. Alright then. Tang Hao then ordered a few signature dishes for the waiter to write down. After ordering the dishes, Jingchuan Carp took a sip of her drink through a straw. After coming here and seeing Tang Hao, her mind went a little blank, not knowing what to say. She was still trying to figure out how to find a topic. I remember you said before that you like to play games? Tang Hao took the lead in finding a topic. Well, I play when I'm bored. Carp nodded and hurriedly replied. How's the playing going? Average. Do you usually play alone? Or do you have people to hack together? Mostly alone, and some people together at various times. Oh, Tang Hao nodded thoughtfully. He didn't know to what extent Carp and Han Feng had developed, so he could only ask as an aside. But from the way she was acting now, she should have only just gotten to know each other. If you have time in the future, you can always find me. I usually like to play when I'm free. Aha, good. Hearing Tang Hao's words, Carp nodded heavily, looking and acting very happy. Tang Hao thought silently in his heart. Very good. The first step of the test was quite successful. The second step began. I'll go to the restroom first. Tang Hao stood up. Good. Carp nodded. After Tang Hao left, the Carp's gaze moved along with Tang Hao's figure. When Tang Hao's figure disappeared completely, Jingchuan Carp clenched his fists. Wow. So handsome. Chapter 68. Han Feng is here. Jingchuan Carp was like a small child, excitedly dancing a bit and stomping the ground with his 2 legs constantly stomping on each other. At this moment, a man in a suit walked over and stopped in front of Carp. You're Kajikawa Carp, aren't you? The man acted surprised. Ah, yes, I am. Kajikawa Carp looked at the man across from him with some confusion. You don't remember me? Who are you? Carp asked suspiciously. I'm Han Feng. We even played games together before, the man said excitedly. Han Feng? The man was stunned at first, then immediately returned to smiling again. Yeah, my game ID is Little Feng most handsome. Don't you remember? Oh, it's you. Carp nodded awkwardly. She didn't expect to meet an online friend in such a place today. Are you eating by yourself? No, there's a friend. Oh, then it just so happens that I'm alone. Don't mind eating together. Thanks. Before Jingchuan Carp could say anything, the man sat down, and sat in Tang Hao's place. At this time, Jingchuan Carp frowned, and in his heart, he had already started to get a little angry. In his heart, he secretly said, "Why is this man like this?" He sat down before he even agreed. "Sorry, you're sitting in my friend's seat. It's okay, he can sit next to him later," the nice man said with no trace of politeness. Carp froze. "What do you mean he can be next to him later? People are the hosts, okay? There are people who do things like this?" At this time a dish has been served up, is a French foie gras. Everyone knows that foie gras is a very expensive ingredient. Just a small piece is worth tens of thousands of dollars. "Hello, ma'am, sir, this is the foie gras you ordered. We have already adjusted the foie gras to the optimal serving temperature. Please eat it as soon as possible." "Okay, thanks." Kajikawa Carp nodded politely. "Foie gras. I heard that this seems to be very expensive. Don't mind if I try it." "This is, thanks." Without the slightest bit of politeness, the man picked up his fork and stuck a bite into his mouth. It melts in your mouth. Delicious. At this time Jingchuan Carp couldn't hold back any longer. Stood up and yelled at the man. "How can you be like this? This is all ordered by my friend. How can you eat it without even asking? Didn't I ask you? And did I agree? Also, I didn't even ask you to sit down and you just relied on it. What kind of person do you think you are?" Looking at Jingchuan Carp's angry look, Han Feng in front of him hemmed and hawed. "Sorry, I'll pay attention next time." He said pay attention on his lips, but there was no intention of correcting himself in his movements. The several dishes that came up one after another he ate without the slightest bit of hesitation. Jingchuan Carp took a deep breath and tried to suppress her anger. Han Feng saw her appearance. "Don't look at me like that. I lost the game today and am in a bad mood. This time, let's say you treat me to make me happy. Next time I'll take you to play the game to score points. Who uses you to bring I tell you, in the future I will never play games with you again." Jingchuan Carp said angrily. "Don't Aren't we playing quite well? Is it because I'm not strong? It's impossible. It's not because of that." Jingchuan Carp's mind was hot. One hand covered her forehead. She was almost exasperated by this person in front of her. This world's oddballs can be so many. She was a little regretful of how she had recruited this kind of person. Ding! Heroine Jingchuan Carp has a negative impression of protagonist Han Feng. Protagonist Han Feng's chi decreases by 10,000. Master Supreme Villain value increases by 10,000. What's wrong? Tang Hao walked back at this moment. Jingchuan Carp turned around to see that Tang Hao had already come to his side. "Oh, nothing, it's just him." Jingchuan Carp pointed to Han Feng in front of him. "This is your friend." Tang Hao asked. No. Jingchuan Carp hurriedly waved his hand wanting to set aside his relationship with Han Feng. "Right, me. I'm Carp's friend." "You're the friend Carp said he was dating just now." Han Feng stood up. "Oh, hello, my name is Tang Hao, Carp's friend." Tang Hao very politely stretched out his hand wanting to shake it. Han Feng looked at him and didn't extend his hand, giving Tang Hao a somewhat disdainful look. "Hello, I'm Han Feng, an eSports genius." Tang Hao saw that he didn't want to shake his hand so he withdrew his hand. Seeing this scene, Carp became even more angry. How could this kind of person not be polite at all? From just now until now she basically negated Han Feng from the inside out. "Since we're all friends, let's have a meal together." Tang Hao opened his mouth. "No, don't." Jingchuan Carp shook Tang Hao's arm and muttered in his ear. "He's not my friend." Tang Hao patted her shoulder, making an expression of "It's fine, I don't mind." Jingchuan Carp felt it was over. Tang Hao had probably already misunderstood that Han Feng was his friend. Jingchuan Carp cursed in her heart. This Han Feng is really too hateful. His own good date was stirred up by him, because Han Feng sat in Tang Hao's previous position. Tang Hao could only sit on Carp's side, since the table wasn't very big. Carp and Tang Hao were relatively close to each other, and Carp thought to himself that this was probably the only good thing that had happened since Han Feng had come over. In close proximity to Tang Hao, he actually smelled the aroma of Tang Hao's body, which was very fascinating. Different from the perfume smell of a girl's body, it was an aroma that belonged exclusively to men. "Did you spray perfume when you came here?" Jingchuan Carp asked. "Perfume? No." Tang Hao stretched out his arm and sniffed. "I didn't smell it." "No? Yet I smell it. It's very fragrant. Maybe it's body odor." Carp said somewhat shyly. "Really? So amazing. Then you're helping me smell it." A very happy smile appeared on Tang Jia's face. Then he stretched out his hand with one hand on the Carp's shoulder, and the other arm was close to the Carp's nose, directly half wrapping her up. "Is it really there?" Tang Hao asked excitedly. Being like this by Tang Hao, Carp's heartbeat instantly accelerated. Her teenage heart thumping, Tang Hao exuding masculinity and aroma towards her. Even she saw Tang Hao's obvious pecs through his white shirt. His body was very attractive. Carp was shy and a bit overwhelmed. One could even say uptight. For her, A girl who hadn't been in any kind of relationship. Where could she stand to be teased so much by Tang Hao? Tang Hao saw Carp's shy appearance and immediately withdrew his hand. Sorry, I lost my temper a bit just now. Sorry for offending you, Tang Hao said with an apologetic face. No, it's okay. Carp lowered her head and replied shyly. At this moment, her deer was thumping about, and it was obvious that she could feel the cutlery in her hands shaking a little. It was a feeling of nervousness and excitement. Tang Hao took a sip of juice. The second step invades the other party's safety range, but the other party doesn't resent you, which means that the other party has a good feeling about you. Good. Start the third step. Chapter 69, Piano Song. The scene just now. Han Feng looked at the duo. His expression seemed very dissatisfied. Hey, didn't you see the dinner are? Are you guys good like this? Hearing Han Feng's words, Carp was very dissatisfied, his eyes glaring angrily at him. What he did was none of his business. It was not easy for his heart to move once, but he also let him beat back reality. Sorry, I'll pay attention. Tang Hao nodded with a smile. You don't have to be polite to him. I really don't know him well. It's already good enough that you can make him sit here. Carp grabbed the corner of Tang Hao's coat and looked at Han Feng in dissatisfaction. It's fine. They're all friends. There's no need to be like this. Who's friends with him? Carp muttered in a small voice. Tang Hao smiled faintly as if he didn't care. The meals were brought up one by one, filling the table to the brim. The rice is all up. Everyone eat. As soon as Tang Hao's words fell, Han Feng picked up his chopsticks and ate without ceremony, devouring his food in a very ungainly manner, which further aggravated Carp's dissatisfaction. This is someone else's treat, even if you pretend to at least pretend to be a little more polite. On the contrary, Tang Hao eating looked to be much better. Neither appear rude, and not make a show of it. On the normal clip food to eat food, and we'll give her clip food, which highlights the gentleman's side. To a contrast, simply heaven and earth, the same are men. The gap is so big. Pinch. Ahem, where's the water? How no water? Ah. Not long after Han Feng patted his chest, looks like he ate too fast and choked. Tang Hao hurriedly handed over a cup. Han Feng drank it down. Hiccup, comfortable. Han Feng burped, his voice was still loud, causing the people next to him to laugh. Ha ha, look at him. Carp wanted to find a crack in the ground when he saw this scene. However, in the face of the ridicule of the bystanders, Han Feng didn't care at all and continued to eat his meal. At this moment, the piano in the restaurant sounded, and the beautiful music quickly silenced the restaurant. Everyone was quiet as they listened to the tune. What kind of tune is this? It's so beautiful? Carp whispered close to Tang Hao's ear and asked. This is famous French music, Mariage d'amour translated. It's Wedding in a Dream. It was customized for Richard Clayderman by French composers and music producers Paul Senneville and Oliver Toussaint, and it roughly means a marriage based on love. Tang Hao replied with a smile. You know piano? Carp said in surprise. Know a little. Tang Hao nodded. Carp looked at Tang Hao's side face and realized that the man in front of him was getting more and more perfect. Whether it was his looks, talent, or connoisseurship, the music fell, and the crowd applauded. The performer, a Frenchman, stood up and bowed gracefully to the crowd. French. Hello everyone, my name is Paul. Thank you for listening to my music. I am honored and I would now like to invite the guests here. I wonder if any of them could come up on stage and play a song. What is he talking about? Carp asked. He said his name was Paul and he wanted to invite a guest up to play a tune. Oh, so, French. I wonder which gentleman or lady would like to come up and play a tune. Would you like to go up and try? Carp asked. I'd rather not. I'm not a good student. Tang Hao smiled and shook his head. At this moment, Paul walked off the stage to Tang Hao's side. Paul French, this handsome gentleman. I wonder if you know piano music? Tang Hao French. I only know a little. I'm sorry to go on stage and make a fool of myself. Paul French. That's okay sir. You don't have to be modest. Boldly try to show your talent. Tang Hao looked back at Carp. Carp casually didn't understand French, but by looking at both parties' expressions, he knew that it should be this Frenchman who wanted to invite Tang Hao up to perform. You want you to go up and try too. Carp pushed him. I guess he's just pretending. He doesn't know how to do it at all. It would be embarrassing to go up there in case he's embarrassed. Han Feng mocked. Shut up. How embarrassing for yourself just now, and you have the face to talk about others. Jingchuan. Carp really couldn't help but dislike Han Feng. Alright then, since you've said so then I'll give it a go. Tang Hao turned his head to Paul and said, French, then I'll give it a try. I hope it won't be humiliating. Paul French, why yes, I'm sure you'll succeed in impressing everyone. Tang Hao followed Paul onto the stage and sat in front of the piano. He gently stroked the piano keys and then pressed them twice. Paul French, well, does it still fit? Don Ho French, very good. Tang Hao then closed his eyes and played a song called Lost Lover. The piano piece was very beautiful, sometimes urgent, sometimes slow, sometimes passionate, sometimes elegant. with many different forms switching without the slightest sense of incongruity. The crowd was mesmerized. Although some of them didn't know how to play the piano, the power of music was something everyone could understand. Even Paul was deeply caught up in Tang Hao's music. They closed their eyes and enjoyed the music played, and many of them recalled their favorite person, perhaps the white moonlight in their hearts, or perhaps the once virtuous mole. No matter which one it was definitely the unforgettable one in their heart. At this time the carp tears have flowed down. For some reason, he has not been in love, but can so clearly feel that this song is so touching. Tang Hao kept his eyes closed, his hands flying as he played each string, rising and falling, and eventually falling perfectly. The music ended. A storm of applause rang out across the room, and many people stood up, especially Carp frantically clapping for Tang Hao. Paul walked away from the music, unaware of his own tears. He opened his eyes and said to Tang Hao in French, "You're really excellent. Did you compose this song yourself?" Tang Hao French, "No, it was composed by a girl." Paul French, "Then she is really amazing. She must have a deep love in her heart." Don Ho French, "Yes, she does." Paul French, "I believe that person must be you. I hope you can cherish that girl." Don Ho French, "Of course, I will never leave him." After saying this, Don Ho shook his hand and went off the stage. When he came down, Carp jumped up and hugged Tang Hao. "You were simply awesome just now," Carp said excitedly. Tang Hao wrapped his arms around Carp's waist. "What are you talking about? So many people are watching. Get down." I don't want to." The carp played up her little girl temper and relied on Tang Hao. Tang Hao had no choice but to faintly smile and gesture to the people in his heart. It didn't bother the onlookers in the slightest to see the two of them, but instead, they were very envious of the two of them. After a while, Tang Hao slowly put the carp on the chair. Chapter 70, Perfect Body. Turning back to look. At this moment, Han Feng had already disappeared. "How did this little brother disappear just now?" Tang Hao asked suspiciously. Carp took a look and really couldn't see Han Feng's figure anymore, but it was better this way. She had long since not wanted Han Feng to be here. A light bulb that got in the way and would only affect the two people. He left better. I long did not want him here. In the way of the annoying, Carp said with a disgruntled expression. Tang Hao smiled faintly. The third step of the talent demonstration seemed to be very successful as well. Next was the fourth step. The two sat together, and Carp recounted with a look of adoration how handsome Tang Hao looked when he played the piano. A waiter walked over with a glass of juice. "Sir, this is the juice you ordered." The waiter picked up the cup from the tray, and as a result, he didn't hold it steady as the cup tilted, and the juice poured directly onto Tang Hao's leg. Dingchuan Carp was startled. The waiter panicked and apologized. "I'm sorry, sir, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." The waiter drew out a paper towel in a panic and wiped it on Tang Hao's leg. It's fine, you don't need to be nervous," Tang Hao said very generously to the waitress. Carp also panicked and drew out a paper towel to help wipe the juice on Tang Hao's leg. The cup of juice was quite a large portion, basically soaking Tang Hao above his thighs as well. As Carp wiped, he felt that something was wrong. He seemed to have touched something he shouldn't have. Carp panicked and pulled his hand back. "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Tang Hao didn't seem to understand, just continued to pull out 2 sheets of paper and continued wiping. Carp was relieved to see that Tang Hao didn't seem to notice what he had just done. "What did you just say?" "No, nothing," Carp explained in a panic. "Looks like I can't eat now. I'm going to go change my clothes." Tang Hao stood up in some distress. "You're leaving?" Carp hurriedly stood up and asked. The expression was very reluctant. After all, they had only just gotten to know each other. It was so hard to get in touch with each other a little more before they were disturbed again. "I'm sorry, Carp. I wanted to have a nice meal with you today, but I didn't expect so many accidents to happen. I can only go back first to take a shower and change my clothes." At this moment, Carp was very distressed. Was today's date over so soon? Seeing Carp's expression, Tang Hao seemed to suddenly think of something. "Oops, no good. I suddenly remembered that my house was being renovated today. The water and electricity were cut off. Ouch, what can I do?" Tang Hao slapped his forehead, making a distressed look. Your home renovation?" Carp made a surprised expression, but inwardly he was snickering. "Then it's not convenient for you to go back." Tang Hao nodded. "Forget it, I'll open a hotel today and settle for one night first." Carp's expression became flustered again upon hearing Tang Hao's words. "Don't. Hotels are bad now. Some of them are unhygienic, and you don't have any clothes, so you won't be able to change when you go." Tang Hao thought about it. "Also, what should I do then? Why don't you go to my house? I happen to have clothes at home that my brother came to buy from me before. It's quite convenient." Tang Hao made a somewhat difficult expression. "This way, it's not good. Nothing bad. You don't have a better place to go now. Just go to my house." Saying that, Carp pulled Tang Hao outward. "Wait a moment, I'll settle the bill." "Oh, good." A moment later, the two took a taxi to Carp's neighborhood. This neighborhood belonged to a relatively new neighborhood. The environment was very good. The greenery, the roads were all very beautifully designed, and the facilities in all aspects were also complete. Carp led him up the elevator to the 16th floor. Opening the door, Carp's house looked very clean and open, although it was not as good as Tang Hao's villa, but it was definitely a dream house for ordinary people. Just by looking at the size of the house, there should be 200 square meters, 4 rooms and 1 hall, north and south. Your house is so beautiful. Tang Hao couldn't help but compliment. It's alright. Carp smiled faintly, a little smug in his heart. Carp then walked to the bathroom and opened the door. Let's not talk about this. Hurry up and take a shower. I see that your clothes are sticking, right? Tang Hao looked at his pants very hard indeed. I'll go in first then. After walking in, not long after the sound of clattering water rang out, the bathroom could be heard clearly washing. At this time alone outside, the Carp heart but a little nervous. Just now, in order to keep Tang Hao in the heat of the moment to bring him to the home. This is still the first time he brought other men into their own home. Himself are a little incredible. Later, if Tang Hao came out, how should he get along with him? Soon, since he was just washing the places that had been spilled by the juice. Tang Hao washed quickly and walked out in a short while. You came out? Hearing the bathroom door open, Carp walked over from the living room. The freshly showered Tang Hao walked out with a bath towel around him, topped with wet hair, his upper body uncovered. Her handsome body, snow-white skin, and robust muscles, especially the blocky pecs and abs, were a joy to look at. The graceful muscle lines on his arms held a towel as he walked and wiped his hair. The smooth and white face was angular and handsome, and the dark and deep eyes exuded a fascinating color. At this moment, Tang Hao was like an angel that descended from the sky, exuding hormones all over his body. Jingchuan Carp was simply dumbfounded. If others said that her being a pure lust ceiling among girls was just a paragraph, then Tang Hao was indeed a pure lust angel among real men. She stared blankly at Tang Hao, feeling that Tang Hao had a self-luminous glow about him. So it turned out that the perfect male gods in novels really did exist. What's wrong? Tang Hao cocked his head and gave her a bright, charming smile. This smile was so lethal that Carp felt like she was starting to have trouble breathing, and she covered her nose and rushed into her room, locking the door behind her. Ding! Congratulations, master, for obtaining great favor with the harrowing Jingchuan Carp. Supreme villain value increased by 20,000. Tang Hao looked at himself and laughed out again. He seemed to understand something. The 4th step seemed to be completed. Carp returned to the house and took out a tissue to cover her nose. Not realizing that this kind of thing that should have happened to a man had happened to her, she tried to calm herself, but couldn't help herself and lay on her bed tossing and turning. It wasn't until a good 10 minutes had passed that her mood settled a little. She pulled a few clothes out of her closet and stood in front of the door, taking several deep breaths. After 5 minutes of preparation, she finally opened the door and saw Tang Hao sitting on the sofa watching TV. She slowly walked over, her eyes not daring to look directly at Tang Hao, and with a sideways glance, she handed the clothes to Tang Hao. This is what my brother bought before, but he never wore it. You try it on first and see if it fits. If it doesn't, I'll find it for you. Looking at Carp's shy appearance, Tang Hao stood up and took the clothes. Thank you. No, you're welcome. Carp had been sideways, not daring to look directly at him. Tang Hao's body was indeed too good. Those pecs and abs could simply be called perfect. Was Carp's eyes turned to Tang Hao to steal a lazy glance. Suddenly didn't hold back and gently touched Tang Hao's chest, then immediately blushed and ran back to the room. Chapter 71, the plan is successfully completed. Tang Hao didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, he put on his clothes as if nothing had happened. The clothes were casual clothes that fit well, and Tang Hao felt very comfortable after putting them on. Then the eye turned to the door of the Carp's room. He was now a little difficult. He had designed a 5-step program, and now 4 steps down. Less than the plan went surprisingly well, and it seemed that the effect was also beyond his imagination. This makes Tang Hao a little difficult. Originally he also prepared the plan effect if not good backup plan, but did not prepare the plan effect as good over the top of the backup program. At this time, seeing the Carp's appearance instead made him not know how to start. Tang Hao walked to Carp's room door and gently knocked on it. Carp, are you alright? Ha? I'm fine. Oh, it's good that you're fine. Can I go in? No, don't you come in yet. Carp showed a very nervous tone, and after saying this she was afraid that Tang Hao would misunderstand. I'm a bit inconvenienced right now. Go out by yourself later. After saying this, Carp immediately locked the door. Oh, okay. Tang Hao then left. So close, almost discovered. It would be a shame to find myself throwing the wetted paper towel into the trash can. After touching Tang Hao on impulse just now, he couldn't control himself. After more than half an hour, Carp lay on the bed and exhaled deeply. From the closet, she took out a new clean underwear. She let out a long sigh of relief. Her mood was finally much better. The nervousness from earlier was finally gone. She put on the underwear and changed into a new casual dress, tidying up the bed before walking out. At this time, Tang Hao was on the sofa boredly brushing a short video. Seeing that he continued to come out, immediately said, "You finally came out. If you didn't come out, I would have thought that you had fallen asleep from the inside. I'm sorry, I had invited you to the house but kept you on your own." Carp looked at Tang Hao with an apologetic face. "It's fine, I was joking. You came over, let's chat." "Aha." Carp nodded gently and sat beside Tang Hao. "I didn't expect so many accidents when I invited you to dinner today, but it's actually okay, today's date wasn't too bad." "Aha." Carp nodded. The two fell into silence. Although Tang Hao wanted to find a topic, she didn't know the other person well enough to know what to look for, and Carp was cursing herself in her heart. How could she be so indisputable? It was so hard to bring Tang Hao to her home. How could she not say anything all of a sudden? "Do you usually live alone?" Tang Hao was the first to break the silence. "Yeah, my parents and brother aren't in this city, so I'm usually alone." "Isn't that a bit boring? Doesn't a person usually have something else to do besides live broadcasting?" "Sometimes I will go out with my former classmates to go shopping, take a walk or something, or play games or something, and sometimes I will go to watch the KPL Professional League." "You also like to watch the Professional League?" Tang Hao showed a very surprised look. "Yeah, do you like it too?" Carp seemed to have found a common topic. "Then you like that team?" "My favorite is E-Star," Carp asked expectantly. "I'm not. I like watching the commentary days." "Commentary on what?" Carp asked suspiciously. "No, I mean I like to watch the commentary of some anchors, such as the National Service Magpie Go. I feel that the matches he commentates are very interesting." "Oh, me too. The first person of Poisonous Milk. It's really interesting." Right, Tang Hao said with a smile. However, he pinched his heart and almost blurted out that he was actually watching a beautiful commentator. Tang Hao looked at the time. It was already past 6 in the afternoon. "Yikes, it's that time, so why don't we?" "Yeah." Before Tang Hao could finish, Carp replied excitedly. "Ah." Tang Hao was a bit confused. He wanted to say that it was so late that he would either go back or not. Why was she so happy? Shouldn't she be acting a little lost? Could it be that the previous display of liking herself was fake? Carp took out his cell phone and opened the B station to cast it directly on the TV. "It's 6:20 now. The game just started. If you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten." Carp looked at Tang Hao expectantly. "My God." Tang Hao then reacted. So Carp thought she was talking about the match. It seemed like he still couldn't fully understand this girl's heart. But it was fine. "I didn't know what to find to talk about just now, so watching the match was like watching a movie." As the two lay on the sofa watching the professional match with great interest, Tang Hao stole a glance at Carp. Stretching his arms outward, he planned to try putting his hands on Carp's shoulders. Carp stole a glance at him as well, and before his palms could fall, he leaned his head on Tang Hao's shoulder of his own accord. Tang Hao's hand paused, and also realized that he didn't need to be so careful anymore. Directly forced the gift in his arms. Girls are so active. He a man afraid of what? At this time, the attention of the two people has long gone away from the TV. Tang Hao picked up the table on the sand. Sugar orange peeled a scent into the Carp mouth. The two people were just like a couple leaning sweetly together. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the game was finished, and it was time for Tang Hao to go back. The two people walking in the neighborhood Stone Road. The two people just fall in love with the pure young boys and girls in general. Both seem a little shy, until they walked out of the entrance of the neighborhood for a large section. "Alright, just send it here." Tang Hao stopped walking. "Then go back by yourself and be safe." Carp was saying to Tang Hao. "I'm not a kid anymore." "Then will you come back for me tomorrow?" "Of course, I know where you live now. I'll come here to pick you up from now on." "That's good," Carp said happily. He stroked the Carp's head. "Good, go back." The Carp gave Tang Hao a big hug. Tang Hao smiled and hugged her back. The two embraced each other for over 3 minutes before reluctantly parting. Carp's hand trailed across Tang Hao's fingertips as she walked away, turning back to wave goodbye to Tang Hao, until she couldn't see Tang Hao's figure at all. Tang Hao saw Carp walking back even as she was far away, and turned a corner to a Rolls-Royce Phantom car. Tang Hao got into the car, while the man in the driver's seat in front of him turned out to be Han Feng. "Young master, where do we go back to next?" "Go to Yuxin's place. I haven't seen her in the past 2 days." "Hey, why are you still wearing a silk mask? Take it off and don't be bored." "Ha ha." Han Feng laughed and took off the mask on his head. The person under the mask was actually Wang Jian. "It's not that I can't bear to part with it. It's the first time I've seen such a marvelous mask. I was stunned after I put it on." "Nonsense. Can anything I take out be bad?" Tang Hao then took the silk mask from Wang Jian's hand. "This is what he bought from the system. 20,000 supreme villain value it." "Young master, how was my acting today?" "Not bad. Sloppy. There's still room for improvement." "Young master, give me some encouragement." I'll be more confident next time I impersonate. Alright, good performance. I'll give you double pay this month. Hurry up. Ha ha, okay young master. After saying that, Wang Jian kicked the gas and the car drove away. Chapter 72 A Different Yuxin. After a busy day today, he returned to Tang Yuxin's villa. As soon as she opened the door, Tang Yuxin greeted her from the living room again, and she hugged Tang Hao in a hug. I missed you dear. Tang Yuxin's petulant little head rubbed against Tang Hao's arms. Tang Hao smiled and stroked her head. Just separated for 2 days and you're so clingy. What's it like? Haven't you heard that 1 day apart is like 3 autumns? Tang Yuxin's big watery eyes looked at him. Tang Hao cried and laughed a little. But it was indeed very heartwarming to have a girl with eyes full of herself waiting for him every time he came back. Tang Hao, have you eaten? Ate. Then you come with me. Tang Yuxin pulled Tang Hao's hand up the stairs. Walking upstairs, he came to Tang Yuxin's room. You close your eyes. Hearing her words, Tang Hao thought to himself, what does this niece want again? Could it be? Never mind if she told to close her eyes. Just close them. Tang Hao nodded then closed his eyes, waiting for Tang Yuxin to act further. But after a while there was no response. You can open your eyes now. Tang Hao opened his eyes, only to see Tang Yuxin holding 2 cell phones with 2 game accounts on them. I heard Wu Yong and the others say that you've been enjoying playing this game lately, so I purposely prepared full skins and full hero accounts for you. Like it? Tang Hao nodded awkwardly. Like it. But in his heart, he was very lost. He didn't play because he liked this game. It was because the plot required it. If it wasn't for the fact that it was an eSports protagonist, he wouldn't bother playing it. These 2 I've bound couples. In the future you won and I won. How about we both play together? Ah, good. Tang Hao's tone wasn't much happier. Tang Yuxin also noticed his mood and asked, why do I feel like you're not particularly happy? Tang Hao then stood up. Yuxin, we're young people of a new era. What can make us happy isn't necessarily cell phone games. The 2 of us should do something more interesting together. What more interesting things are? You tell me and I'll play with you. Tang Hao took her hand and brought it up to his ear. For example, we could explore the birth of carbon-based organisms. What do you mean? Tang Yuxin looked at him with pure eyes. You're a high school student who doesn't even know what it means. That's not good. I'm going to personally teach you again. He then turned off the main lights in the room and opened the color-tuned colored lights. The atmosphere in the room was instantly different. Once this atmosphere rose, Tang Yuxin immediately understood what to do next. You just make it bad. Tang Yuxin said shyly to him. This isn't making bad. I'm seriously exploring what different effects the ways and means in different forms will have. Tang Hao picked out a very cool dress from the closet. The dress was silky, semi-transparent, flickering, very beautiful. Come put it on and try it on. Tang Hao sent the dress to her. Tang Yuxin didn't hesitate in the slightest. After all, she was also considered an old married couple. You turn around first. Tang Yuxin pushed him. Why I haven't seen anything. Why do I still turn around? You listen to me. Hurry up and turn around. There's fun to be had. Tang Yuxin looked very cute with her head down. Although Tang Hao was a little reluctant, he still listened to her and turned over. After all, he had 100% trust in Tang Yuxin. Since he let him turn over, there must be a meaning. No peeking. Oh, okay, I won't peek. Tang Hao really didn't peek, but listening to the sound he could still hear that Tang Yuxin was indeed changing clothes. After a while the sound disappeared. Yuxin, can I turn around now? As soon as his words fell, he only felt a burst of softness close to his back. A black blindfold then covered his ears. Warm breath came close to his ears. Soft breathing surrounded his ears, and a flirtatious voice rang out. From now on, you'll do as I say. The warm breath blew onto his face, and with Tang Yuxin's different imperial voice, Tang Hao felt the pores of his entire body open up, and the goosebumps on his back rose at once. Tang Hao had only one thought in his mind. This niece was really getting good at this. She held Tang Hao's hand and guided him slowly forward, bringing Tang Jia to a specific location and pushing him down with a single hand. Tang Hao's body lay directly on the bed, but his feet were still next to the ground, just half lying on the bed. Tang Yuxin gently drew a circle on Tang Hao's chest. It was slowly scratched. Tang Yuxin raised her thumb and gently wiped the lipstick on the corner of her mouth, making a flirtatious expression. Ding! Congratulations master for consuming a layer of stamina. Supreme villain value increased by 10,000. Because the system was upgraded and the fruits of his labor gained importance, the supreme villain value directly increased by 10 times. At night, the cunning moonlight outside the house reflected the lake, and the scenery looked exceptionally beautiful. Ding! Congratulations to the master for consuming 2 levels of stamina. The supreme villain value has increased by 20,000. Ding! Congratulations to the master for consuming 3 layers of stamina. The supreme villain value increases by 30,000. Ding! Congratulations to the master for consuming 7 layers of physical strength. The supreme villain value increases by 70,000. Do you still have the physique pill? Of course. Tang Hao took out 10 physique pills from the system, and the 2 of them took the physique pills. The 2 then felt their bodies change greatly. Muscles increased, and their physical strength really improved a lot. Although Tang Hao couldn't see anything at this moment, however, he was able to visualize Yuxin's beautiful appearance. Ding! Congratulations master for consuming 8 layers of physical strength. Supreme villain value increased by 80,000. Ding! Congratulations master for consuming 9 layers of stamina. Supreme villain value increased by 90,000. Ding! Congratulations to the master for consuming 14 layers of physical strength. The supreme villain value increases by 140,000. The next day, Tang Hao sent her to the university as usual, and although they had experienced a long period of time yesterday, the early morning duo didn't suffer too much with the addition of the physique pill. I'll come pick you up today if I have time. Be good by yourself. Tang Hao gently stroked her little head. Aha! At this moment, Tang Yuxin was like a well-behaved kitten, gently nodding her head. Tang Hao looked at her fondly. I'm curious, was the charming as if imperial sister Yuxin yesterday really you? How could there be such a big contrast overnight? Tang Yuxin's face was red from the root of her ears, gently saying in Tang Hao's ear, if you don't believe me, you can try again tonight. After saying that, she ran out with a red face. Seeing her cute appearance, Tang Hao smiled and shook his head. What a little goblin. After Yuxin left, the system started prompting him. Ding! Master, you still have a female main guide that you haven't used yet. Please use it as soon as possible. Female main guide? Tang Hao then remembered that it was the reward from last time. He then took out the random female main guidebook rewarded by the system in his mind. I don't know who the female lead is this time. As long as it's not Carp, it's useful. After all, Carp has basically been taken care of by him. Tang Hao opened the manual, and the translucent manual turned into light and entered Tang Hao's mind. So it's her. Chapter 73, the new female main character. The female lead is now known, but according to the content of the guide, this female lead is not the same as the other female leads, relatively more sensible, and not as love-brained as Carp. The strategy also said that Han Feng in order to pursue her but spent nearly 1,000 chapters of content, visible difficulty, and the advice the guide gave her was to take her time. Tang Hao rubbed his head and thought about what to do next. Young master, what's wrong with you? Wang Jian asked when he saw Tang Hao, who had some fretful face. I was thinking about. Forget it, you wouldn't understand even if I said it. Tang Hao thought better of not talking to him. Young master, are you thinking about how to approach a new pretty girl next? Tang Hao violently straightened up to stare at him with wide eyes. How do you know? Wang Jian laughed. After following you for so long, I know you more or less. Alright. Tang Hao laid back again. Have you encountered any difficulties? Yeah, I don't know what to do yet. Wang Jian thought for a moment. Young master, you don't need to be too anxious. Jin is already very powerful now, and has so many beautiful women dying for you at the same time. It's actually okay to slow down and then look again? What do you know? You think I want to be so tired? There is no way. If not, said here he violently thought of something. Saying this he did seem to be a bit anxious just now. He always thought of letting the male protagonist raid the female protagonist before he met her, but now it seems completely unnecessary, because Han Feng was nothing more than an eSports male lead. Unlike other male leads, he himself could physically separate the male and female leads just by casually sending out 2 of his men, making it so that they were forcibly unable to meet each other, which he was still afraid of. And he himself could also slow down a little bit. You're right about that too. Right, so that's why young master, you can rest and relax. Alright, let's make a trip to the Shuyan group. Okay, young master. Wang Jian stepped on the gas. The car drove off directly. 1 hour later, in the chairman's office of Shuyan group, Tang Hao sat in the chairman's chair and leisurely turned his pen. Shang Zerwa hurriedly walked in from outside. Tang Xiao, I'm really sorry. You said you'd come without saying hello in advance. You see, I've just been in a meeting, and it was only after the meeting was over that I was notified that you'd come, and I didn't have the time to greet you in a hurry. Shang Zerwa, as soon as he came in, sweat seeped out from his forehead, and it was clear that he was very nervous when he came up. It was also true. After all, the last time Tang Hao came he gave him a big gift that almost made him lose his position. This time around who knew if he would still have such a gift. Chairman Shang, you're here. Please sit down. Please sit down. It's fine, it's what I told them to say. I'll talk to you again when you're done with your meeting. I can't delay your work. Tang Hao pointed to the chair next to him and said, Tang Xiao, you're overstating it. If you have any commands, even if I have a busy schedule I have to come over immediately. You have any commands, I'll go do it now. That's what I said. Don't be in such a hurry. Sit down first. Let's talk slowly. Wang Jian quickly asked Chairman Shang to sit down. Wang Jian got the order to push the chair in front of Shang Zerwa and said politely, "Chairman Shang, please sit down." Shang Zerwa didn't know what Tang Hao was going to do, but if he didn't sit down when the chair was placed in front of him, it would be too much of a loss of face, so he sat down carefully. Wang Jian, pour Chairman Shang a glass of water. No need to bother. No need to bother. Tang Hao is not the group internal problems again. You say I must review, and the last time I have dealt with the matter. Stop. Tang Hao interrupted. Chairman Shang, you're too nervous. I didn't come here today to find fault with you. I do have a few questions I'd like to ask you to help. After hearing Tang Hao's words, Shang Zerwa let out a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't looking for trouble with himself, then everything was fine. Oh, like this, Tang Hao. You can say whatever you want. As long as I can do it, whether it's up a mountain of knives or down a sea of fire, I'll do whatever I want. I don't dare to say that other things. Our Shangyun group still has some ability in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Tang Hao nodded. This I do believe. Tang Hao gave Wang Jian a wink, and Wang Jian understood in seconds to bring a cup of tea from the side and hand it to Shang Zerwa. Thank you. Shang Zerwa respectfully took it. I've heard that this Shangyun group of ours is a big group. Right, and the industries involved are all very wide? As soon as he heard that Tang Hao was asking about the group, Shang Zerwa immediately utilized his work advantage, explaining, "You're right, Tang Hao. Our Shangyun group is the 5th largest group in terms of market capitalization in Suzhou Hangzhou, casually ranked 5th in terms of market capitalization on the surface, but because of Yinjing's help behind it, it can actually be ranked in the top 3 long ago. And what you said, the industries involved are really wide, like construction, real estate, service industry, entertainment industry, including new energy are involved." Aha, pretty good. Tang Hao smiled awkwardly. He didn't mean what he asked. Never mind, it's better to get straight to the point. I've heard that our group has an eSports club under its banner. The name is eStar. Isn't that right? Shang Zerwa froze and immediately replied, "Indeed there is. The eSports industry we do have a hand in." Right, that's what I wanted to say. I've been quite interested in eSports lately, so I thought to get to know it, I was going to acquire an eSports club, and then I found out that the group had one after I learned about it. Doesn't that directly leave trouble? Tang Hao said. So it's like this. I understand. Since Tang Hao is interested in eSports, then I'll give this club under this banner to Tang Hao, and then you go manage this club next. No, this club is still owned by the group. I just want to get to know it now. The group company will still be in charge of it in the future. That's good to know. In that case, I'll say that you're the new general manager of the club, and let the previous general manager be your deputy. Just leave any orders you have to him. Tang Hao nodded. Then I'll trouble Chairman Shang. Don't worry, I won't mess around after I go, and I'll definitely let the company gain more benefits as well. Once Shang Zerwa heard this, he was a bit at a loss for words regarding Tang Hao's excessive politeness. What Tang Hao said just now was rather like what a henchman would say to a leader. Young Tang, don't say that. I wouldn't dare bear it if you said that. Ahem. Tang Hao also realized that what he said was perhaps modest. Alright, then I'll leave this matter to you. No problem. Young Tang. Shang Zerwa stood up and said, "Right, there's one more thing. I heard that a while ago the group came to an intern from Jiangxi University, the one in charge of eSports, called Wu Xuanyi. I don't know if you've heard of it. Wu Xuanyi? This name doesn't ring a bell. Is she a friend of Tang Hao?" Shang Zerwa thought about it and asked tentatively. "Oh, no, because I have a friend who is from Jiangxi University, and I heard that friends say that she is very good at playing eSports, and she even came to our Shangyun Group eSports Club for an internship, so it's kind of a bit of a famous name in Jiangxi University, so I asked in passing." That's so, because the company has too many employees, so there are some interns whose names I really don't know. I'll immediately go check it out later and send you her information. No need, I'll just casually ask. Tang Hao waved his hand. Chapter 74, New Assistant. Well then, do you have any other orders, young Tang? Shang Zerwa asked. There's nothing next. You go ahead and do what I said just now. Okay, young Tang. After saying that, Shang Zerwa walked out. Young master, you want to manage the esports team? Yeah, aren't we all playing this during this time? Doesn't getting a battle team feel fun? Young master, I have a request, I wonder if you can fulfill it. Wang Jian said shyly. What request? I want to try out the youth training of a professional player. You want to play professionally? Tang Hao asked in surprise. No, playing professionally are all 18 or 19 youngsters. Where can I compare? I'm a 24 or 5 person. Where I go is the life of being abused. I just want to try out the feeling of being a professional. As an esports boy, that doesn't have a dream of playing professionally. Participate in a bit of youth training. It's also considered to be half professional. It's also considered to fulfill the dream. Oh, Tang Hao nodded. This is no problem. when the time comes, count your paid vacation. Come back when you want. As soon as he heard Tang Hao's words, Wang Jian was immediately moved. Young master, you're really too kind. Alright, don't talk so mushy. Tang Hao waved his hand. Not long afterward, Shang Zerwa walked in. Young master Tang, I've made arrangements for you. The entire club is now in your charge, and I've arranged for the company's staff to take you there. Good. I'll trouble you. Chairman Shang, young Tang, don't say that. These are all things I should do. I really don't dare to be so polite to you. Tang Hao didn't continue to be polite even with a faint smile. Alright, then I'll go over and take a look. Young Tang, please wait a moment. With that, he led over a person from outside the door, only to see a beautiful girl dressed in professional attire with long, slender legs and standing tall walk in. Shang Zerwa coughed dryly and smiled faintly. Tang Xiao, this is our company's new intern, Wu Xianyi, also responsible for the usual affairs of the gaming club this piece. Although she hasn't been here for long, but she works very hard, and knows all the club's things like the back of her hand. So next by her as your secretary, you can leave anything to her. Tang Hao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect this Shang Zerwa to actually be so on the ball. He just casually mentioned it but directly arranged it for himself. However, this was good. By him arranging it also saved himself from having to think of a way out. You from now on officially transferred. I will go to inform the personnel department. The next hope that you can properly assist Tang Xiao management of our club. Hearing Shang Zerwa's words, Wu Xianyi was very surprised, knowing that every year Shang Yun Group would have hundreds of high achievers as interns, and everyone was the best of the best. In such a fierce competition there are only a very small number of people who can be converted, and it takes half a year before the internship, while she has only been here for 3 months and she has been converted. Chairman, are you telling the truth? Wu Xianyi couldn't believe her ears and looked at him with glowing eyes. Of course, at the latest tomorrow morning, the personnel side of the transfer information will be ready for you. At that time you will wait for the notice, but I also hope that you can work hard to cooperate with Tang Xiao, or else you may be fired even if you are transferred. You can rest assured, Chairman, I will definitely work hard. Wu Xianyi was so happy she was practically jumping up and down. Then you go and get to know young Tang properly first. Oh, good. Wu Xianyi immediately walked over to Tang Hao. Hello, Xiao Tang. My name is Wu Xuanyi, Junior Computer Science Department of Jiangxi University. I'm honored to be able to work with you. Wu Xianyi happily bowed slightly to him. Shang Zerwa made an okay gesture at Tang Hao and walked out. Tang Hao laughed a bit bitterly, but still extended his hand out of politeness. Hello, I'm Tang Hao. I hope we'll work well together in the next endeavor. Wu Xianyi hurriedly extended her hand and shook Tang Hao's hand. At this moment, Wu Xianyi's eyes were looking at him a little differently, and Tang Hao sensed it as well. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? No, young Tang. It seems like I've seen you before. Oh, I came to a group company once before. Maybe that was the time. I remembered. You are the one who was particularly handsome and tuggy. Ha! Wu Xianyi immediately covered her mouth, realizing that she had accidentally said the wrong thing. Tang Hao thought of the original last time he came to leave the company's employees with this impression. Sorry, Tang Xiao, I said the wrong thing. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with what you said. The last time I came was indeed too high profile. Then Tang Xiao, I'll take you to the club to take a look. Good. Young Tang, after you. After saying that, several people walked out, coming to the first floor hall. All the people once again saw a few people from Tang Hao, because Tang Hao had come earlier. Not many people had seen him then, and this time out was when work was at its busiest, and the hall was full of people. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tang Hao. Look, isn't that the big handsome guy who came last time? I'll go. It really is. Hey, my god, it's so handsome. The one he's following behind seems to be Xiao Wu. It really is. It's not possible that he's the customer that Xiao Wu is responsible for. Right, how come she's so lucky? Who says it's not? This Wu Xianyi has just come here for only 3 months, and she has been assigned such a client. How come I can't meet such a good thing? What are you all chatting about? The girl who was signaling with Wu Xianyi asked. Look, wow, my male god, wow, Xianyi, see, the handsome guy who opened the company last time has become Xiao Wu's client. I'm so envious. My prophecy came true. My god. I must let Xiao Wu introduce me to the male god. The 3 men walked down, not expecting it to cause such a big commotion, but Tang Hao ignored this and walked straight out. But Wu Xianyi felt as if she had become the center of attention in the company, and when she went back, that friend of hers didn't know how to pester herself. Walking out of the company, the 3 of them got into Tang Hao's Rolls-Royce Phantom. The first thing Wu Xianyi felt as soon as she entered was that this luxury car was different. Sitting up was more comfortable than their sofa. Do you want something to drink? Tang Hao asked as he opened the car's refrigerator. No need. It's fine. It feels like your lips are a bit dry. Drink a bottle. After saying that, Tang Hao took out a bottle of drink and handed it to her. Thanks. While handing it over, Wu Xuanyi's hand accidentally touched Tang Hao's hand, but neither one cared too much. Wu Xianyi thought to herself, if she let her nymphomaniac best friend know that she was riding in a car with her boy god and drinking a drink from her boy god, she would probably die of jealousy. Tang Hao thought to himself, this girl is really the same as what the guide said. Very sensible. A girl with a very mature mind. Really different from the girl with a love brain. Using the old ways of the past surely won't work. Chapter 75, Playing Platoon with a Pro. The two were in the car, and Tang Hao couldn't let the atmosphere get cold, so he started an awkward chat mode. You're from the computer science department of JNU. Why do you want to engage in the eSports industry? More like this game. I used to love playing games in the past, and then when I got to the internship, I happened to find out that the company was recruiting for this position, so I came. That's so. Then why don't you become a professional player? I remember that women's careers are starting to develop as well. In my case, I play rather noobishly, so I can't be a pro, but I want to do it in order for more girls to be able to play women's pro, so that this industry can develop better, and so that those who used to be prejudiced against this industry can reacquaint themselves with it. Hearing her words, Tang Hao couldn't help but marvel a bit. What you said is really good. You can tell that you're a girl who has a dream and knows how to persevere. Wu Xuanyi smiled happily. Thank you. The two then exchanged a lot of words on eSports, all the way to the club. The two had a great time talking to each other this whole way, and after getting off the bus, they entered eStar's training club together. As soon as they entered, they saw several trophies placed in front of them, and a man in a suit greeted them outside. Young Tang, how are you? I'm the manager of the eStar Club, and I'm now the deputy general manager working with you. Hello, I've just arrived now. I'm not too familiar with everything, so you'll still be personally responsible for all the things to come. My words are still based on watching from the sidelines. No problem, young Tang, then why don't I take you to your office first? Good, your side please. Under the vice general manager's lead, several people arrived at Tang Hao's office. Once inside a room of 40 to 50 square meters, there were desks, computers, sofas, coffee tables, even bookshelves and potted plants, and one wall was made of glass. With a glance, the outside view was as beautiful as it could be. Tang Xiao, are you satisfied with the environment? If you're not satisfied, feel free to talk to me. I'll do my best to change it. It's fine. No need to change it. That's good. Then I won't bother young Tang. Your secretary's office is right outside at the desk alone. If you need anything, you can press the button on the desk and her desk will receive the message. My office is right next to it. If you need anything, you can also call me at any time. Aha. Tang Hao nodded. Then I'll go down first. Alright, you go ahead and get busy. Okay. Tang Hao nodded. Xiao Wu, you're also familiar with the club, so you can also take young Tang to familiarize himself with the environment later, and you can also notify me if there's anything you don't know. Manager, I understand, Wu Xianyi said. Good then, young Tang, I'll leave first. After saying that, the vice general manager walked out. This manager is quite polite, Tang Hao said. Of course it is. Young master, your identity has probably been reminded by Chairman Sheng a long time ago, even if it wasn't explicitly stated. It should have been hinted at. Alright, let's go watch the players train. Tang Hao then asked Wu Xianyi, is it okay if I call you Xianyi? Of course it's fine. You can call me whatever you want. Young Tang. Alright then, Xianyi, why don't you take us to see where the players train? Good. Young Tang, you follow me. Under Wu Xianyi's lead, several people arrived at the training room on the third floor. You saw a few familiar faces as you entered. All regulars of professional matches. All the members of the first team. Hi everyone. Wu Xianyi greeted everyone as soon as you entered. Hello, Xianyi, long time no see. All the members greeted her as well. Let me introduce you all. This is the company's new general manager, Tang Xiao. Hello guys. Tang Hao nodded at the crowd. Hello, General Manager Tang. Several people replied. Everyone doesn't need to think too much. It's my first day at work today, so I want to familiarize myself with everyone. Several people nodded. Tang Hao then came behind the captain. I watched the match between you guys and the Wolves last time. It was very exciting, especially the summit match at the end. I was so passionate watching it. Thank you. That match was indeed difficult. The opponent was very strong, but you guys still won. The same congratulations to you guys for winning the fall tournament. The captain also won the FMVP. I hope you guys continue to work hard in the Challenger Cup. Definitely. We came today. Can you take us to play a game? It's rare to be able to play with professional players. Yes. That's good. Xianyi, you do it. I can't. I play very poorly. Wu Xianyi said. It's just right to let a professional player take you on a score. That's good. Wu Xianyi took out her cell phone. What segment are you in? The captain asked. King 25 stars. It's okay. No, 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 can't compare to everyone. When she got on the number, Tang Hao, aren't you playing? Wu Xianyi asked. I'll watch you guys play. What position do you play? Me, mage or assist? Mage it is, I'll give you the position. E-Star's center single said. Thanks. A few people then got on their numbers and opened the game. Tang Hao, on the other hand, watched Xianyi play from behind her, giving her pointers from time to time. 10 minutes later, it was over. Oh, 1. Wu Xianyi jumped up happily. The feeling of being carried away by 4 professions was just awesome. It was followed by another, and unsurprisingly, it was easy to win another game. A few people had their fun playing. After it was over, they planned to leave. After all, they couldn't keep interfering with their training. Then we'll leave first. You guys continue training. Tang Hao waved his hand. Goodbye, Mr. Tang. See you all later. After leaving the door, Tang Hao was a little unsure of where to go. There really didn't seem to be anything to do here. Shen Yi, take Wang Jian to the youth training place. He wants to try out youth training. Okay, no problem. Then, young master, I'll go and experience the experience and come back. Go. After saying that, Wu Xianyi led Wang Jian away. Tang Hao returned to his office alone and started to get a little bored. System, what do you think I should do next? This girl seems to make me feel a bit clueless. Ding. According to the system's feeling, master, you can now target more than one person. For example, while ensuring that you know Wu Xianyi, you should also pay attention to Han Feng's movements. Also, do you know what he's doing right now? Ding. According to the system's attention, Han Feng is immediately entering the E-Star Club at this time. Nanny, what's he doing here? Ding. Because Han Feng was originally an eSports genius, going professional was a necessary part of the plot. According to the plot, Han Feng officially became a professional player on the first team because he participated in E-Star Club's youth training, and quickly became a professional player on the first team through youth training. Later participated in a few tournaments, got a grand slam on both sides, also after the professional league to get the championship on more than one professional player, and finally step by step to marry a rich white woman. I go. So listen to you say so then I must go personally will meet this Han Feng. Tang Hao arrived at the youth training grounds, only to see a group of people gathered around to watch 2 people play the game, only to see one person raise his head with a resigned expression and let out a long sigh. Ugh, losing another one. Wang Jian walked over to Tang Hao's side. Young master, don't you see that's the anchor we sniped earlier? Shoo, Tang Hao told Jian Wang to keep quiet. You tell Shen Yi not to let everyone know my identity. Just pretend that I'm also a youth trainee here, and I'll go and try to compete with him. Okay, young master. Chapter 76, Protagonist and Villain 4. Tang Hao walked over. At this moment, Han Feng had defeated 10 youth training players in a row. You guys here are too noobish. Isn't there anyone who can play? Han Feng shook his head condescendingly, and the many youth training players looked at Han Feng unwillingly, feeling how this person was so indebted, so arrogant after winning. Let me try. Tang Hao sat next to Han Feng. You. Han Feng scanned Tang Hao up and down. Yeah, that's me. Also a youth training player here? Han Feng asked suspiciously. Yeah. Tang Hao nodded. It's not that I'm looking down on you. You're really quite handsome. You're a match for me. This point of handsome men still recognized each other before. But let's see how old you are. 25 or 26. Hearing this, the people around looked at Han Feng with contempt. This person is also too narcissistic. Right. He looks if placed in the ordinary people indeed belongs to the handsome man. But with Tang Hao once that is a heaven and a earth. The earth chicken in comparison with the phoenix. This was the first time they had seen such a shameless person. Even Wu Xianyi frowned, wanting to go up and accuse him. However, he was stopped by Jian Wang. Ding! The female lead Wu Xianyi has become dissatisfied with the protagonist Han Feng. The protagonist's chi value has decreased by 10,000, and the master's supreme villain value has increased by 10,000. Tang Hao smiled faintly. I'm okay, only 24. Wow. Big brother, you're 24 and still doing youth training. 22 years old playing professionally is considered old age. You're turning into an old man with this hand speed. Ha ha ha. Han Feng made a mockery of Tang Hao. This once again aggravated the surrounding people's dislike of Han Feng. Ding! Heroine Wu Xianyi has become dissatisfied with protagonist Han Feng. The protagonist's chi value has decreased by 10,000, and the master's supreme villain value has increased by 10,000. Originally, Wu Xianyi saw that although Han Feng was a bit arrogant, his strength was still good, so she still wanted to keep him, but she didn't expect him to be so unseemly and taunt Tang Hao. So this person definitely couldn't be kept. I say, at your age, this is almost enough. Or find a class. Don't do what eSports dream. This era still belongs to our young people. You are old. There is no chance to go on the field. Ha ha, whether to go on the field or not depends on strength. If I'm better than everyone, even if I'm older, I might be able to go on the field. But now the discussion is not about going on the field or not. It's the two of us who are competing. Tang Hao smiled disdainfully in reply. Han Feng looked at Tang Hao with disdain in his eyes. Looks like you really won't turn back until you hit the south wall. Don't say I'm bullying the old man if you lose later. Don't worry, I won't make any excuses. Well then, let's start. Opening the game, the two chose the one-on-one mode. I'll let you pick which position you want, Tang Hao said. How embarrassing then. Top single it is then, Tang Hao said. No problem. The top singles pairing is more likely to highlight the gap in our maneuvers. As the match began, Tang Hao gathered the system on his eyes. At this time, Tang Hao's brain was like a precision instrument. While combining the top maneuvers and awareness that he had gained in the system before, Tang Hao was like every wave of the line, every skill worked just right, jamming the line, mending, doing it perfectly, and in a short while, he opened up a 500 economy difference with Han Feng. At this time, Han Feng only felt Tang Hao's terrible. The sweat in his hands are coming out. The youth training players who were watching were dumbfounded. They carefully observed Tang Hao's operation, and none of them let out an exclamation. Too powerful. This maneuver, this awareness, awesome indeed. Every step is both unexpected and reasonable. Yo, this match must be recorded and observed and learned afterward. At this time, Han Feng was frowning. Every time he wanted to find Tang Hao to fight, but he came over and Tang Hao backed off. When he finished using his skills, Tang Hao could always hit him with a precise set, consuming him into crippled blood. The economic gap between the two sides was getting bigger and bigger, and in the last battle of attrition, Tang Hao consumed him into crippled blood first and finally crossed the tower for a strong kill. Good, bull. The surrounding people let out cheers. Seeing Han Feng fail miserably, the breath in their hearts finally hurt. Han Feng looked at his cell phone screen tightly. How about it? My old man's hand speed is okay, Tang Hao said with a smile. Wait a minute. I didn't set my settings just now. It's not smooth to use. I'll adjust the settings. We'll call another game when I'm smooth. Okay, no problem. Han Feng tuned it for half a day. Alright, I'll adjust it and come back. Good. This time, Han Feng didn't choose a warrior, but a shooter, utilizing the advantage of long hands to consume. However, Tang Hao wasn't afraid of him in the slightest, and he came over to make up for it step by step, consuming at close range. A short while later, when Tang Hao's output, defense suit are almost the same again, crossed the tower to kill. Watching the crowd sigh in awe, Tang Hao, whether it is the technique, awareness, or mentality are not to say. A game down, Tang Hao killed Han Feng 3 times. At this time, Han Feng was already turning blue, gritting his teeth, and his hands were starting to shake as he held his cell phone. I'm not ready for this round. Come again. Han Feng gritted his teeth, and in his tone, you could hear that he was forcibly suppressing his anger. Okay, no problem. As many innings as you can. A new game, the same opening, but the difference was that this time, Han Feng had clearly been irrational, rushing up to level 1 and trying to ruthlessly suppress Tang Hao, only to fall for Tang Hao's ploy instead, killing him again in the pull. Now it seems that losing a life is basically the same as losing the whole game. Tang Hao simply can't give him the time to develop, so after one kill, Han Feng directly tapped surrender. This game doesn't count. Come again. A new game. The same Tang Hao again killed. Han Feng point surrender. A new game. A dozen games in a row. Han Feng hadn't won a single game. At this point he had been overwhelmed by anger. It was already impossible to win. His face was flushed red. All the positions, all the heroes suitable for soloing were all tried. They were not useful in the slightest. Even his own operation was starting to deform. Again, Han Feng's red face rose, his voice hoarse. Tears were seeping out of his eyes. Alright, don't do it again. You've been overwhelmed by anger. There's no way you can win. No way. I can do it. There must be something wrong with your phone. Let's switch phones. Han Feng hissed at him. Tang Hao shook his head helplessly. Last game. He handed his cell phone to Han Feng. The two exchanged cell phones. This game Tang Hao would tell him the real gap between the two now. At the beginning of the opening game, after clearing the first wave of troop lines, Tang Hao's one-handed Yuan-Gu was directly shown to the fly, and in less than a short minute, he directly killed him in seconds. Han Feng looked at the black screen of the cell phone. Staring blankly, Tang Hao brought his own initiative to tap surrender, as victory or defeat was already needless to say. Young man, don't be too crazy. Leaving behind a sentence, Tang Hao left. Only Han Feng, who was still looking at the cell phone screen with a dull gaze, remained. The crowd also left, showing disdain for Han Feng, pretending to be struck by lightning. Chapter 77, She Understands Something. After Tang Hao left, Jian Wang and Shen Manyi followed. Ding! Congratulations master for changing the plot. Supreme villain value increased by 100,000. Ding! Congratulations master for defeating the protagonist once. Supreme villain value increased by 10,000. Ding! Congratulations master for defeating the protagonist twice. Supreme villain value increased by 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the master for defeating the protagonist 15 times. The supreme villain value increases by 10,000. It was only one afternoon, and in one breath, he directly increased the supreme villain value by 250,000. It had to be said that the rewards were getting bigger and bigger since the system had been upgraded. Young master, you really were even more powerful just now. I didn't even think that you were the hidden big brother the more you came. Wang Jian followed up and said excitedly, did you just come and see that person's face? It's almost like a red-faced ghost. Haha, laughs me to death. Tang Hao shook his head. A little kid is just a little kid. Don't need to care so much. I just want to let him know a little bit. Young people don't be so crazy. Tang Xiao, you really did show too much just now. How good would it be if I could have your strength? Wu Xianyi looked at Ta Ing Hao with a face of adoration. If you have time, I can teach you as well. Really? That's great, Wu Xuanyi said happily. However, young Tang, you just abused him like that. He won't hold a grudge against you. Wu Xianyi said worriedly. So what if he holds a grudge? He's a kid under 20 years old. If he dares to be unfavorable to young master, I can settle him with a single finger. Wang Jian said confidently. Electro competition. Don't just say anything about hitting someone with your hands or anything. Tang Hao waved his hand, then turned to Wu Xuanyi and said seriously. The eSports industry is never short of talented players. What's missing is players that can lead the team to victory. The mindset is the most important point for a player. If he can't even do this well, with his current mindset, losing a game becomes that. How can he become a professional player if he only makes excuses when he loses a match? Esports is very cruel. If he doesn't solve his mindset problem, his career is probably over here, said Tang Hao as he glanced back in the direction of the youth training room. As for Wu Xianyi, after hearing Tang Hao's words, her eyes were filled with admiration, and Tang Hao's impression in her mind was instantly elevated a few times. She hadn't expected Tang Hao to have such a deep understanding of professional players, and in her opinion, what Tang Hao had just done was also training the mentality of his juniors. When Wu Xuanyi looked at Tang Hao again, she felt that this man wasn't just good-looking, but also had the charisma and connoisseurship of a mature man, something that people her age didn't have. Ding! Congratulations master for gaining the strong favor of the female lead Wu Xianyi. The supreme villain value increases by 100,000. Tang Hao looked at Wu Xianyi in confusion. How did she pass for a strong favorable impression? But seeing her eyes all the time seemed like she had really gained it. When Wu Xianyi saw Tang Hao looking at her, her eyes were a bit evasive. I'm sorry, Tang Xiao. I just felt that what you said was particularly good, and my heart was very touched. It's fine. I should be more honored that you felt I said the right thing. Young Tang, you were actually training that youth player's mentality just now. Right, I felt that you looked very handsome just now, Wu Xianyi said somewhat shyly. Yes, he really should work on his mindset. He might become a great man in the future. Tang Hao said awkwardly. Then you mean you intend to keep him? Tang Hao thought to himself. I didn't mean that. I just wanted to abuse him away. Ah, yes, although he's a bit arrogant, he's also a moldable talent. So stay if you can, but don't force people if they don't want to stay. Tang Hao could only go along with what Wu Xuanyi said. Young Tang, you are truly a gentleman. I understand. Leave everything to me. Ah, good. Tang Hao thought to himself. What do you understand? Tang Hao then returned to his office and lay on the sofa for 10 minutes. How can a game feel so fatiguing as well? Tang Hao stretched. Ding, playing games consumes brain power, sometimes more energy than physical strength. That's why the master is fatigued. I know, you think I don't know anything. Tang Hao glanced at his watch. It's lunchtime, time to go out to eat. Tang Hao stood up. Wang Jian, young master, you called for me. Wang Jian came in from opening the door. Call Shen Yi, let's go out for a meal together. Young master, at this time of the day I don't think she can eat. Why? Tang Hao asked suspiciously. Just go to the youth training room and take a look. The two of them arrived at the youth training room, only to see Wu Xianyi earnestly leading the players in the youth training room to train hard. She seemed like a classroom teacher, supervising the crowd. Even Han Feng was full of seriousness and blended in, and he had a red cloth strip on his head with the word struggle written on it, just like a student sprinting at the end of the semester. At this moment, Han Feng didn't have the slightest bit of the arrogant and angry look he had before. Instead, he had a face of determination, as if he had found his goal and was moving towards it. My God, what's going on here? Tang Hao looked at the crowd in surprise outside the door. Just now, Shen Yi went in and didn't know what she said to them, and they became what they are now. Wang Jian replied, Young master, I guess this meal won't be eaten. I think so. Tang Hao thought about it and said to Wang Jian, How about this? You go outside and buy some delicious food to send in for them. Just say I asked for it to be sent in. And remember to order it better. No problem, young master. After saying that, Wang Jian walked out. Tang Hao looked at Wu Xinyi in the room. Since the great impression had been left, let's keep it up. After saying that, Tang Hao turned around and left. Wu Xinyi glanced at the doorway, a beautiful smile on her face and a different look in her eyes. Sometime later, Wang Jian drove back and bought dozens of meals, meat and vegetables, very comprehensive, and sent them directly to the youth training room. Shen Yi, this is the meals Tang Xiao bought for you. You can eat before you train. Wu Xuanyi nodded and distributed the meals to the crowd, the others eating while reviewing the game. Han Feng was the only one who kept staring at the screen, repeatedly watching the match between him and Tang Hao just now. Here you go, eat up. Wu Xinyi placed the lunchbox beside Han Feng. I'm not eating. I won't eat until I find out a way to defeat him. Why are you still so childish? You've forgotten what I just said to you. Looking at Han Feng's indifference, Wu Xuanyi turned off his cell phone screen. Han Feng turned back and frowned at her. Hurry up and eat. After dinner you can look as much as you want. I won't stop you. Han Feng unwillingly opened the lunchbox and wolfed it down. Although his face was unwilling, but his heart was more than a little grateful. Chapter 78, Spurious Tasks. After eating, the training room once again resumed its training state, and Wu Xinyi became serious about discussing issues with the academy, leaving Tang Hao feeling a bit clueless. Then Wang Jian brought over a lunchbox that was different from the others. Young master, this is what I bought for you. It's what you usually like to eat. Let me put it in the office for you. Good. At this time he happened to call a phone. Tang Hao took a look at it and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After connecting, hello, which one? Hello, is this Tang Xiao? A woman's voice came from the other end of the phone. The woman's voice was very slender, as if it was deliberately put on. Yes, who are you? Tang Xiao. You can't hear my voice after not seeing me for 2 days. I'm so sad. The petulant-like voice on the other end made Tang Hao snort. It was too needy. Card. Directly hung up the phone. Where did the demons and devils come from? The woman on the other end of the phone froze for a moment. Was it that she shouldn't have used this way? She cleared her throat and called again. Tang Hao took a look at the same phone number. What the hell? Calling again. Tang Hao hung up directly. Ring ring ring. The phone called again. Tang Hao looked at the screen and furrowed his brows. Who the hell is this? Playing tricks on me? He picked up the phone. Who are you? Where did the demon come from? Something's up. Nothing's up. Don't call and harass me. Tang Hao angrily shouted at the other end of the phone. Tang Hao, it's me. This time, the voice inside was much more normal, and there was also a little bit of a small winged feeling in his voice, which should have been scared by Tang Hao. Who are you? Tang Hao asked as he calmed down. I'm Shen Manyi. Oh, it's you. Who did I think it was? Just now, speaking in a gloomy voice. I'm sorry, just now I wanted to mess around with you. I didn't think you wouldn't like it, Shen Manyi said with an apologetic tone. Tang Hao was a bit surprised. Shen Manyi actually apologized to her. This time it wasn't herself forcing her. She herself would even apologize. Oh, it's fine. Did you call me for something? That. Shen Manyi on the other end of the phone stammered a bit. Tang Hao didn't like this. What's the matter? You say directly. Don't be so that. Be painful. Shen Manyi gritted her teeth and said. Tang Hao. Thank you for saving me last time. I heard it all when I was kidnapped. That bastard Lin Yi wanted to kidnap us, and then it was you who saved me. I'm very grateful to you. Oh, it's nothing, just a show of hands. Don't you mind? Tang Hao smiled awkwardly. Also, in the past, I didn't know any better and always bullied you. Today I apologize to you. I'm sorry. It's all in the past. No need to mention it again. Tang Hao said. You don't care anymore? How can I be that petty for a man? That's great. Then can we still be friends? Shen Manyi asked tentatively. Tang Hao walked back to his office and sat down. Friends? Yeah, can't we? Shen Manyi transmitted a lost voice. Tang Hao thought about it. People will always change. You can't deny a person's whole life because of one stage of shortcomings. Besides, Shen Manyi isn't some kind of unforgivable evil person. It's not impossible if you can be less capricious and have a better character. I'm not so willful now. I've really changed. Shen Manyi immediately said. Well, I hope what you said is true. Tang Hao finished taking a sip of water. Then, Tang Hao, can I treat you to a movie? What's wrong with you? Shen Manyi heard a strange voice from the other side. Nothing. Tang Hao picked up the paper towel on the table and wiped the sprayed out water. Oh, can it? What did you just say? Tang Hao was momentarily agitated, thinking he had misheard. I want to invite you to a movie. I wonder if you have time. Shen Manyi said again. Better forget it. I'm working now. Let's talk about it later. Then I'll wait for you to get off work. I get off work late. It's fine. I'll wait for you, as late as you want. this, Tang Hao thought in his heart, or do not want to go out with her, although he has been counted as not hate her, but also absolutely do not like. How is it possible to go to see any movie with her? I don't love watching movies too much. Watching something else is fine. Or have you eaten? I'll treat you to dinner. Shopping at the mall is fine. This, Tang Hao thought for a moment about how to reject her. Ding! The system has detected a brand new branch quest. Master, if you let Shen Manyi accompany you to watch a live professional league match, you will trigger the branch plot and receive a new reward. What reward? Ding! This needs to be accepted and completed by the master in order to know. Alright, Tang Hao thought. Should this side mission be taken? It's a bit of a pity not to take it. After all, he's so bored right now. Taking a side mission might trigger a new plot, but taking it and going with Shen Manyi always felt a bit unpleasant. If he replaced it with any of his other female masters, he would have taken it without any hesitation. Tang Hao, do you still hate me? Shen Manyi's voice came from the other end of the phone. Forget it, just pick it up. Not really, I just didn't think of what to do to go. Why don't you do this? You accompany me to watch a match. Okay, any match will do, as long as you want. Shen Manyi immediately said happily. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for receiving the side mission. Watch the King Pesticide Professional League. Task duration 6 hours. Tang Hao looked at the time. It was now 3 in the afternoon, just as the match started at 5 o'clock. If the match played until 11, it would basically be 6 hours. In that case, prepare yourself and try to get to the King Pesticides tournament venue at 4:30. We'll meet up wherever. Okay, no problem. I'll go over now. At this time, Shen Manyi had already gotten ready. Although she didn't know if Tang Hao would agree to her when she called, she had already put on her makeup and prepared everything, so as long as Tang Hao agreed, she would be able to leave immediately. Tang Hao's side was a bit distressed. There were definitely no tickets now. Where would he sit then? Ding! Master, because it's a mission, so the system has already prepared your ticket. So it's like this, or the system is considerate. Calling on Jian Wang, the two of them drove to the competition site. After more than half an hour had passed, Tang Hao and the two of them arrived at the site of the competition, and at this time, Shen Manyi had already been waiting for them here. Shen Manyi was wearing exquisite makeup, and the clothes she was wearing looked like they had been carefully selected, and they were very elegant on her body. Shen Manyi stood quietly at the entrance of the competition like this alone, and couldn't help but attract the gazes of many people. They cast envious gazes and secretly thought in their hearts, what kind of person could make such a beautiful woman wait here? How nice it would be if it was himself. Some of the good-looking men even directly went up to her with the intention of asking for her contact information, but they were all rejected by Shen Manyi. Chapter 79, Lucky Spectators. With a sound of brakes came, the Rolls-Royce pulled up to the entrance of the playing field with a beautiful drift. This scene was seen by the people coming and going. I'll go. Who's so pretentious? A luxury car drifting. How about it? Young master, are my driving skills getting better and better? Wang Jian said triumphantly with a thumbs up, only to see Tang Hao looking at him with a look of contempt. If it wasn't for this car's good shock absorption, I'd probably be puking my guts out. Shen Manyi also immediately recognized that it was Tang Hao's car when she saw it, and ran over to it with gusto. Bending down and gently knocking on the back seat window, Tang Hao opened the door and walked down. Tang Hao, you're here. She revealed a happy smile upon seeing Tang Hao. At this moment, the men around them with flowers instantly felt a bolt from the blue, and the flowers in their hands all gave out. Their hearts all silently shouted out a few words. I've lost my love. Tang Hao looked at Shen Manyi and nodded. Let's go. Go in first. Stretching out his hand in a gesture, Tang Hao took the lead and stepped in. Shen Manyi gently reached out with the intention of grabbing Tang Hao's sleeve, but she was a step too slow to grab it. A trace of loss flashed across her eyes, but it immediately disappeared, and she quickly followed in the midst of the many gazes. So a goddess can also be rejected? The surrounding people couldn't help but sigh. The scene just now, they could see that it was obvious that the girl liked the boy, but the boy wasn't attracted to her. But think about it, with the boy's face value and economy, how could there be a shortage of beautiful women? They were now jealous. If they could have that kind of face value and money themselves, how much better it would be. Tang Hao went inside the venue. Although there was still half an hour before the match, it was already packed. The audience basically filled the venue. He took out 2 tickets and looked at the seats on them. They were the first row. Quite a good position. We're in the first row. Go over. Tang Hao pointed ahead at her. Wait a minute. Shen Manyi ran to the side and saw a person selling some support stuff. Shen Manyi bought 2 headbands of colorful lighted tiger headbands. Here, take one with you. Shen Manyi handed one to Tang Hao. He shook his head. I'm not bringing this. It's too childish. Bring it. How cute, said Shen, wanting to put it on Tang Hao's head. Forget it. Let's just watch the game. Tang Hao walked directly toward the front to avoid it. Wait for me. The two made it to the first row of seats, And Tang Hao didn't pay attention to Shen Manyi pressing the headband onto his head. Tang Hao could only wear it with a reluctant face. The big screen began to play. Because the match hadn't started yet, so the guide teacher could only use the camera to film the audience. The hole just started to film the two Tang Haos in the first row, and after the row of two, the screen directly didn't switch, and the camera drew closer step by step. Wow! Everyone present let out a gasp. Handsome men and women. The face value of the two had basically been the ceiling of the audience. The audience who saw the duo on the screen couldn't keep up with a gasp. This handsome guy is also too handsome looking. This is the first time I've seen someone so handsome. Really? Me too. Too handsome. My male god isn't even this handsome. A girl excitedly shook the arm of the person next to her. Shen Manyi and Tang Hao also realized that the camera was filming them. Shen Manyi was indifferent and posed a scissor wink to the camera shot, instantly hitting the hearts of countless boys on the screen. The game has not yet begun. The field has been hot up. Maybe two people face value is too high. The guide teacher screen are not cut. Even the commentator couldn't stand to watch. Bottle, guide teacher enough. Guide teacher don't shoot. Good looking also can't shoot like this. It can be. Fawn, you're quite happy to see more. Bottle, I can't look. Teacher guideline, cannot shoot again. If you shoot again people will not come later. Finally arrived at the pre-match host. The screen forget about switching to the stage. Tang Hao looked at the screen were speechless. Originally came to see the match. The result is that he seems to have turned into being watched. This made. Backstage. Later there will be a segment where the audience will be randomly selected from the live audience to go on stage and participate in the exhibition match with the professional players. So choose both of them at that time. Okay, no problem. Hello everyone, care to come to the scene of the King Pesticide Professional League Challenger being? I'm the host Tian Yun. Hello everyone, I'm Maniac. Tian Yun. Before the match starts, we have an opening session where we will randomly select 4 lucky spectators to go on stage and play a game of entertainment with our professional players. Oh, and what method do we use to select them? Tian Yun, the way we pick them is by randomly selecting them by switching the numbers on the screen behind us, and we hope that the audience members who are picked can go on stage and perform with us. I see. So let's get started. Skycloud, okay, start. As the numbers on the screen switched rapidly, Skycloud waited for a moment then shouted, stop. The numbers stopped. Only 2 sets of numbers were seen stopped on the screen. 15, 16. Tian Yun, oh, number 15. And number 16, please welcome our 2 lucky viewers. Shen Manyi looked around at the seats. 15, 16. She immediately excitedly patted Tang Hao and said, Tang Hao, numbers 15 and 16 seem to be us. Hey. Tang Hao looked at himself, and sure enough, he was number 15, and Shen Manyi beside him was number 16. This since he was both expected and unexpected. It had just been filmed for so long. This was obviously intentional. Can't help but spoil the fun, right? Tang Hao stood up. Tian Yun, so it's the handsome pair we just had the guide teacher's eye on. Tian Yun said after seeing the duo walk onto the stage. Both of you face values are very high. First introduce yourself to everyone. Tian Yun sent the microphone next to Shen Manyi's mouth. Hello everyone, my name is Shen Manyi. I'm very happy to have been chosen to participate as a lucky audience member, but I'm a gaming noob, so please be merciful later. Tian Yun, so our beautiful girl is a gaming buffoon. Then later on our contestants should pay attention and greet our beautiful girl. Then this handsome guy, see you're so handsome, also introduce you to everyone. Tang Hao took the microphone. My name is Tang Hao. I'm okay at playing games. I usually watch pro matches often. No more. He returned the microphone to Tian Yun. Tian Yun, looks like this handsome guy is also a fan of our pro league. I wonder what relationship the two of you have. Are you a couple? No, ordinary friends. Tang Hao was the first to shake his head and said, Tian Yun, oh, that's right. Well then, since the first group has been picked, let's ask the big screen to pick the second group. At this point everyone's eyes returned to the screen. Only Shen Manyi's gaze stopped on Tang Hao's face, her eyes filled with loss. He had just spoken so quickly. Chapter 80, Classmates. Soon, the other 2 lucky audience members were picked. Some simple self-introductions were also made. The professional players also appeared one after another. They were all star players of some famous battle teams, specially participating in the exhibition match today. Professional players also began the pre-match interviews. Everyone said very interesting. All finished in the host's announcement. The crowd sat down to the game position. The coaches of both sides appeared on the stage. Both coaches were heavyweight coaches, Coach Go and Coach Ling. Tang Hao's side was lucky to get the spirit coach. BP began. Tang Hao this time to play the shooter position, because Shen Manyi will not play the game. So directly to her arranged a Yao sister. Simply teach her to follow Tang Hao on the good. The game began. The opening of the normal line. Because it is a performance match, the opening is not accumulated. All the normal development. However, 1 minute later, the middle road began to be not peaceful. 3 people grabbed the middle river crab. Broke out a wave of small group battle. 2 minutes. Both sides exchanged dragons. 5 minutes. Specialized lines. Shen Manyi just kept following Tang Hao, and after level 4, she opened up and followed Tang Hao, and didn't need to operate. As time passed, heads were bound to explode. Tang Hao's side is slowly losing ground because of the lineup. Shen Manyi couldn't understand it either, and dying once in a while made it a bit difficult for her. Learn to switch your moves to brush your shield. Don't stay still, Tang Hao reminded. Oh, although she agreed with her mouth, she still didn't understand. After that, 9 minutes. Tang Hao's side's lineup started to get weak, turning from bad to good. 12 minutes ended the match, and Tang Hao's side was victorious. Are we awake here? Shen Manyi said incredulously. Yeah, winning, Tang Hao said as he took off his headphones. Wow, yeah, we won. Shen Manyi happily jumped up directly, then turned her head to look at Tang Hao. She directly went up and kissed Tang Hao. Tang Hao touched his face and looked at Shen Manyi in surprise. At this time, Shen Manyi also realized that she was too excited just now and directly lowered her head with a red face. Tang Hao looked at her and shook his head, wiping his face again and standing up, walking to the front of the stage. Tianyun, a very exciting game. Several guests played great, especially this Mr. Tang. At first glance he's an expert, operating no worse than our professional players. Several people focused on the front of the stage. Mr. Tang Hao has won. I wonder if there's anything to say. I'm very happy and lucky to be able to play with a professional player. Tang Hao said some polite words. Everyone was interviewed again next. It seems that you all are also very humble. We thank the 4 viewers for their support. Below we also have some gifts for you all. Now please the 4 of you can pick your gifts from the backstage. A few people walked down and each of them got a different doll. Shen Manyi, who had resumed her seat, hugged her doll, somewhat afraid to look directly at Tang Hao. Tang Hao, however, didn't care about her, and just looked at the screen. The game had already started, and Coach BP, just now. I'm sorry, I was a bit excited, Shen Manyi whispered with her head slightly bowed. It's nothing, just pay attention in the future, Tang Hao said calmly. Tang Hao, are you still a little annoyed with me? As I said before, not really annoying, not really liking either. Shen Manyi was silent for a moment. If I change my previous shortcomings, can you still accept me? Who knows about that? Not necessarily, so there's a chance? Shen Manyi raised her head and asked tentatively. Tang Hao turned his head to look at her. I'm a person who doesn't like to say too absolute words. Who can know what will happen in the future? Let's see what you become. Hearing Tang Hao's words, the implication was that if he became better it was still very possible for him to accept himself. Understanding thanks Shen Manyi's expression soothed, no longer so lost. The two watched the game. A few hours later, the game ended. Looking at the watch, it was already 10 o'clock. Tang Hao touched his stomach. Dinner hadn't been eaten yet. Let's go out for dinner. Tang Hao stood up. Wait, I'll take you somewhere. Shen Manyi pulled Tang Hao's hand. Where to? You'll know when you go. Under Shen Manyi's lead, the two came to the backstage of the studio. When everyone was starting to get ready to go off work, she looked around for something, and suddenly a light came on in front of her eyes. Hello, Tianyun. Hello, Manyi. The two suddenly hugged each other passionately. Tang Hao asked suspiciously, you guys know each other? The two Shen Manyi and Tianyun separated. Yeah, Tianyun and I were college classmates. You didn't know that, did you? Tang Hao shook his head. He really didn't know. Hello, my name is Gao Tianyun. Just call me Tianyun. Tianyun waved at him. Hello. Tang Hao nodded in greeting. Then you guys were acting like you didn't recognize each other when you were on stage just now. Work requires it. I can't go up and recognize my friends as a host, right? Tang Hao nodded, feeling the same. Alright, stop it. My stomach's all rumbling with hunger. Let's go eat. Shen Manyi touched her stomach. Good. I happen to know a particularly delicious hot pot restaurant. I'll take you there, Tianyun said. Okay, let's go. Shen Manyi, Tianyun and the two of them walked forward with their arms wrapped around each other. Shen Manyi even pulled Tang Hao by the hand when she passed by. Since the distance wasn't far, they were on foot. The three of them walked side by side. I thought you two were a couple when the screenshot you just now. Are you really not boyfriend and girlfriend? Shen Manyi glanced at Tang Hao next to her. Not yet. What do you mean it's not right now? Meaning it could be in the future? Tianyun asked with a gossipy face. It's possible that I could be in the future if I perform well, Shen Manyi said. If you perform well? Tianyun was a little confused by these words. Listening to this sentence, it seemed like it was a woman chasing after a man. You're still not going to say that you're the one chasing after someone else, right? Skycloud asked incredulously. Yeah. Shen Manyi did not shy away from anything this time, and admitted it directly. Tianyun felt even more unbelievable. Shen Manyi's temperament she more or less knew. She would actually chase after boys. This is simply the sun beating out of the west. Shattered her perception of Shen Manyi. You don't need to listen to her nonsense. She's joking, Tang Hao said in disbelief. To be honest, he didn't believe what Shen Manyi said at all. Who said I was joking? What I said was true, Shen Manyi said unconvincingly. Tang Hao just smiled and didn't say anything. It was obvious that he didn't take it seriously at all. Only Tianyun felt that she shouldn't be lying. But looking at the attitude, Tang Hao didn't seem to like Shen Manyi. Chapter 81, a scene of their happiness. The three of them arrived at the hot pot restaurant. Tang Hao himself wasn't much of a spicy eater, so he ordered a mandarin duck hot pot and a bit of meat and vegetables. Let's go serve some dipping sauces. Aha! Tang Hao nodded. The three of them each went to fetch their favorite dipping sauces. Because each had different tastes, the places to pick up the dipping sauces were also different. Just as Tang Hao was picking, a hand behind him tapped his shoulder. Hey, young Tang, you're eating here too. Looking back, it was actually Wu Xianyi, and now behind him was Han Feng. The two of them were actually together. Tang Hao was a bit surprised. You guys? It's like this. Doesn't there happen to be a match today? I brought Han Feng over to watch the match. I wanted him to feel what a professional match really feels like, but we came a little late. But I didn't expect to see you, Tang Xiao, playing an exhibition match before the match as soon as we arrived. Originally, we planned to look for you after the match, but we couldn't see you in the blink of an eye. But it's really fate that we met here, Wu Xianyi explained. That's so. Tang Hao nodded, but his heart was a bit upset. I didn't expect Han Feng to come into contact with Wu Xianyi so quickly, and come over together to watch the match. This was a bit bad. At this rate maybe he couldn't insert himself. Tang Hao looked at Han Feng and realized that he was looking at himself with a bit of a strange look. It was strange to say the least, not really kind, not really malicious either. Then how about coming together? Tang Hao just said halfway. Yeah, Wu Xianyi immediately agreed. Well, then you guys pick the material. I'll take you there. Tang Hao gave them a seat. Wu Xianyi patted Han Feng, and the two of them picked together. This scene was also seen by Shen Manyi and Tianyun in the other place. Hey, look who's that girl? Sounds familiar with your friend. Tianyun pulled Shen Manyi by his side. Shen Manyi took a closer look. I don't know. I don't recognize her either. It looks like the two are quite familiar. I feel the same. And the boy behind her, they should all be friends of Tang Hao, Shen Manyi said. Well, that man and woman look like a couple. Tianyun said. Forget it, whatever. Just be curious and ask later. Both of them sat back down after choosing their dips, and under Tang Hao's leadership, Wu Xianyi and Han Feng I sat over. Tang Hao, are these two your friends? Tianyun asked. Yes, this is Wu Xianyi, my assistant in eStar Battle Team's operation, and this is Han Feng, eStar Battle Team's youth training player, Tang Hao introduced. Oh, no, so you mean you're also from eStar Battle Team? Tianyun asked. Right, Tang Xiao is the newest general manager transferred over from our battle team, and he's very good at eSports, Wu Xianyi said with some admiration. You're the general manager of eStar? Tianyun felt a bit incredulous. eStar was this season's Demon King, the strongest battle team, and she had heard that the group company behind it was Shengyun Group, so that meant that Tang Hao was also an executive of Shengyun Group, and he was still so young. Right, Wu Xianyi nodded. Shen Manyi was the only one who was listening to these words in a cloud. What game star? What Demon King? She didn't understand any of these, as if she was the only one who seemed to be isolated. Really can't see it. Tianyun looked at Tang Hao with some appreciation. What are you guys talking about? What eStar? Tang Hao isn't Yanjing. Tang Hao looked up at her, signaling her not to say anything more. Shen Manyi seemed to see what he meant and didn't continue. Man, you don't understand that these are things in the circle. You don't play games so you don't understand. Hearing Tianyun's words, Shen Manyi was very reluctant, but there was nothing she could do about it. She was determined to make up for her knowledge when she went back. Otherwise she really had nothing in common with the others. At this time, Han Feng didn't say a word. I don't know if it's an illusion. Since he taught Han Feng a lesson today, this young man has been quiet for quite a while. Alright, let's not talk about this, let's eat, Tang Hao said. Several people nodded and ate. The 5 people surprisingly acted a bit happy in the process. There were no fights, no quarrels, and no protagonists and villains taunting and punching each other in the face. Wu Xianyi even wasn't the one to give Tang Hao and Han Feng food. This scene honestly made Tang Hao somewhat unable to get a good grasp of this girl, who seemed to be wandering between him and Han Feng quite well now. After eating calmly, a few people intended to go back. When leaving, a few people also added each other's contact information. Tang Hao is also, in addition to Shen Manyi originally have, and even due to the crowd's push he added Han Feng's contact information. This situation in the script is not quite right. Afterwards, several people had a stroll together, walking in the brightly lit center lake, watching the beautiful waterlight show. Tang Hao had a moment to feel a few people as if they were like friends. Plain and true. After watching the show, several people should also go back to their own. Tian Yun went back to his home. Wu Shenyi and Han Feng had to go back to the club's dormitory. To be honest, Tang Hao wasn't too willing to let Wu Shenyi and Han Feng have so much contact, but he couldn't show it. After all, the tall image had already been erected and couldn't be collapsed arbitrarily. And in the end, only he and Shen Manyi were left. You go back too, Tang Hao said to her. I stay with you for a little while longer. What's there to stay? It's been half a day of fun. Go back. Before it was always were a lot of people. Now it's hard to be left with just 2 people. I want to talk to you alone. Alright, go ahead. Tang Hao listened as he walked. Today, have you felt any changes in me? Tang Hao nodded. There are changes. Is it better than before? Indeed. Then it would be better if I stayed like this? Tang Hao braced himself. Shen Manyi, let me talk to you. I know what you mean. Can I not know what you explicitly implied today? Then what do you think? Shen Manyi said with an expectant face. I think you'd better not bother. I'm not the same as before. If you still think I'm stupid, then you're wrong. What does that mean? It means, you are explicit and implied today, but because I dumped you before, you just want to chase back and dump me once again. You are just unwilling in your heart. It's not really a habit at all. Or it's a habit of being licked in the past, and the huge discrepancy makes it impossible for you to accept it. It's not like I haven't seen a woman in your heart like this before, so I advise you not to waste effort. Maybe in the end the one who is hurt is still you. When the words came to the Shen Manyi's eyes were already flooded with tears. Tears crossed her cheeks. That's not what I think. Tang Hao sighed. Don't let yourself live so tired. Grow up some. Tang Hao took out his phone and called Wang Jian over. Not long afterward, Wang Jian drove over. You send her back. Tang Hao pointed at Shen Manyi, who was hiding on the ground and crying with tears on her face.